Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Chapter 1 Uchiha Kyōsuke. Waking up to find yourself transmigrated into the Naruto world, what kind of feeling is that? Others might not know, but at least Kyōsuke feels it's an absolute headache. It's one thing to transmigrate to the world of Naruto. Living peacefully in Konoha, fishing, and flirting with the beauties from the original story sounds like a pretty enjoyable life. But what's with being thrown into the Warring States period? Holding his slightly aching head, Kyōsuke staggered to a mirror. Looking at the overly delicate face reflected within, he couldn't help but force a bitter smile. The Warring States period, the darkest era of the ninja world. Major clans slaughter each other for their own interests, and it's not uncommon to see 5- or 6-year-old children on the battlefield. Take the boy in the mirror named Uchiha Kyōsuke, for example. At the age of only 7, he's already been sent on a mission to assassinate enemies behind their lines. This is outright inhumane, Kyōsuke sighed softly. Being born into Indra's bloodline means a life destined to be turbulent. Fortunately, Kyōsuke has a resilient mentality and quickly adjusted to the situation. Compared to grappling with his identity, there's something else that's occupying his thoughts. In the mirror, his own eyes are glowing with an ominous scarlet light. Sharingan. Awakening the Sharingan at 7. That's going to scare a lot of people. This isn't like the Konoha period, where Uchiha Itachi awakened his eyes at 8 and Sasuke followed suit at 7, making it seem no big deal. Back in the Warring States period, it was rare for an Uchiha to awaken their bloodline limit before the age of 16 or 17. In the original story, even Madara awakened his Sharingan at 15 and was already considered a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Kyōsuke understands that if news of this gets out, he'll immediately rise above the status of a disposable pawn and receive intensive training from the clan. However, extraordinary talent often invites hostility. Factions that are antagonistic toward the Uchiha won't just sit by and let him grow. Assassination attempts are inevitable. Moreover, there's that sinister figure, Black Zetsu, lurking in the shadows. If it sets its sights on him, young Kyōsuke will have no way to fend it off. I'll keep it hidden for now. Uchiha Taijima is not someone with a forgiving nature. Taijima, the current head of the Uchiha clan, and the father of Madara and Izuna, is a shrewd, calculating figure, a true Machiavellian. Everyone likes geniuses, but only to a certain extent. If Uchiha Taijima perceives Kyōsuke as a threat to his two sons, Kyōsuke's fate will likely be grim. The awakening of my Sharingan is probably due to the merging of my soul, Kyōsuke analyzed. I can feel my mental strength growing stronger by the moment. In short, if I can endure, I'll have a chance to turn the tables in the future. After putting on the light armor typical of the Warring States period and securing his ninja tools at his waist, Kyōsuke lifted the curtain and stepped out of his tent. This location was in the southern region of the Land of Fire, home to the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans. These clans had always been close allies of the Senju. Given the critical state of the ongoing war, Taijima had stationed a large number of troops here to guard against potential attacks by these three clans. Walking at a leisurely pace to the meeting point, Kyōsuke maintained his persona as a reserved and taciturn individual. Outwardly relaxed, he was actually observing his surroundings carefully. On a raised platform, a jonin from the southern forces was briefing everyone on their mission. According to intelligence, the three clans are secretly relocating members. The clan leader suspects they're planning to align themselves with the Senju clan. For the glory of the Uchiha, we must stop the enemy. Oh! Following the crowd with a few perfunctory shouts, Kyōsuke fell into contemplation. His memories informed him that the jonin's name was Hikoichi, a trusted subordinate of Uchiha Taijima. The southern forces were currently under the command of an elder named Uchiha Rei, a formidable individual with ambitions for the position of clan leader. Perhaps I can use this to my advantage, Kyōsuke thought, considering the mission ahead. Don't be fooled by how righteous Hikoichi made it sound. The real mission was to slaughter the enemy's defenseless members. Eliminating the women and children would cause a significant disruption in the enemy's generational continuity, a devastating blow for any clan. Talk of relocation and alliances with the Senju was nothing more than propaganda to justify their actions. Whatever might happen in the future, for now, the three clans remained among the most powerful in the Land of Fire. Large populations and formidable warriors ensured that even the Uchiha couldn't take them lightly. Only a fool would willingly join the Senju under such circumstances. Uchiha may represent evil, but it's not like the Senju are saints either. Still, Kyōsuke underestimated the ignorance of some of his clansmen. The twisted expressions and endless cursing from those around him reminded him that the Uchiha were indeed prone to fanatical behavior. Paranoia is truly terrifying, Kyōsuke muttered, a sense of unease growing within him. The Nara clan, known for their intelligence, wasn't likely to leave their descendants vulnerable. At this moment, two words echoed in Kyōsuke's mind: trap. What should I do? Step forward and advise against it. After a moment of thought, he rejected the idea. These are not things a 7-year-old should know. If I speak out, it will only lead to interrogation and punishment. After much internal debate, Kyōsuke could only come up with a less than ideal plan. If things go south, he'll escape the clan's control, leave the Land of Fire, and seek refuge elsewhere. The Land of Earth isn't a bad option. Even in the later stages, it holds its own among the strong nations. The Land of Water, though, is out of the question. It's even more chaotic than the Land of Fire. Just as Kyōsuke was mulling over plans of defection, he realized that the situation wasn't unfolding as expected. On the southern battlefield, faced with escalating Uchiha aggression, the Nara clan decided to secretly relocate their members. To prevent spies from exposing their plans, the Nara set up several smoke screens to mislead the enemy and even create opportunities to counterattack. If Uchiha Rei acted recklessly, the war might end sooner than anticipated. However, the Nara clan never expected their carefully guarded plan to encounter an unexpected leak. By the time the three clan leaders received word, the southern forces were already closing in on the transport team. Quick! Reinforce them at all costs! Roared the Akimichi clan leader, his voice echoing across their camp. Meanwhile, Kyōsuke found himself somewhat bewildered. It wasn't because they had fallen for a trap, on the contrary, the mission was proceeding unusually smoothly. It felt almost as if the enemy was deliberately delivering themselves to the Uchiha. This unsettling development left Kyōsuke with a creeping sense of dread, as if invisible hands were orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Suppressing his unease, Kyōsuke looked at the trembling women and children before him and fell into deep thought. To kill or not to kill? Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 2, Chapter 2. A palm strike falling from the sky. Captain, what should we do with the corpses? Looking at the ground littered with corpses, Uchiha Hikoichi smiled in satisfaction. Leave them here and let those people come to clean up the mess. Today, most of the heirs of the three clans were slaughtered. In the future, these clans would inevitably decline, falling from prestigious lineages to small, sparsely populated families. By then, they would no longer pose any threat to the Uchiha. Discarding the blood-stained kunai in his hand, Kyōsuke took a deep breath. He had finally made his move. He thought his heart would be in turmoil, but to his surprise, he felt unusually calm at this moment. I've calmly accepted the act of killing. It seems I am well suited to survive in the world of ninjas. With a mocking curve on his lips, Kyōsuke stepped aside, unwilling to participate in the cleanup of the battlefield. Suddenly, a strong sense of dread washed over him, making his entire body tremble. Looking up in panic, he saw a colossal hand descending from the sky, like a canopy crushing down on everyone. Do you remember the palm technique that descends from the sky? Others might not, but Kyōsuke would never forget this scene today. Ninja art, partial multi-size jutsu. I'll kill you all. Akimichi Mitsutaka's furious roar resounded across the battlefield. Feeling the earth tremble beneath him, Kyōsuke rolled awkwardly on the ground a few times. Using the thick smoke and dust as cover, he scrambled back to his side of the camp. Glancing at the bodies of a few Uchiha genin, Kyōsuke took a few steps back, preparing to retreat at any moment. When faced with an unstoppable force, there's no need to outrun the enemy, just outrun your comrades. Compared to a young kid, Uchiha Hikoichi was clearly the primary target of the opponent's wrath. Akimichi Mitsutaka, the current head of the Akimichi clan, was said to possess strength at the peak of elite jonin. Using the rankings from the Warring States period, he was only a step away from the clan leader level. On the other hand, Uchiha Hikoichi, the leader of their team, was just an ordinary jonin. Even with the support of the Sharingan, he couldn't possibly bridge the vast gap in strength between them. Staring at the crater in the ground, Hikoichi sneered disdainfully. In his mind, the Uchiha were invincible, why would they fear the Akimichi clan? If the Yamanaka and Nara clans were present, it would be a different story. But now, he had already fantasized about the rewards he would receive after defeating the Akimichi clan leader. Charge! Leave no one alive. Akimichi Mitsutaka did not waste time talking. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Humph, I've been wanting to face you. Both sides had similar numbers. For the Uchiha, having too many members would hinder their actions. Besides, finding cannon fodder willing to venture deep into enemy territory wasn't easy. As for Akimichi's reinforcements, the urgency of the situation left no time to gather more people. With fewer than 20 people on both sides combined, a brutal battle erupted on the blood-soaked path. A bunch of lunatics. Gritting his teeth, Kyōsuke grabbed a kunai and charged at an Akimichi youth. He did want to run, but he needed his comrades to cover him. Escape on his own. He wouldn't even make it out of Akimichi territory before being caught and brought back. No choice. I need to take out the enemy in front of me first. With a burst of chakra from his feet, Kyōsuke leaped into the air. In this era, the education provided by clans to their young descendants was far from reliable. Even though he was on the battlefield, all he had to rely on was a decent grasp of throwing skills and not much else. Oh, based on the original body's memories, he could at least perform the 3 basic ninja jutsu proficiently and had learned the rudimentary kenjutsu passed down in the Uchiha clan. Why rudimentary? Because ordinary clan members didn't have access to advanced kenjutsu techniques. Hopefully, no one notices. At a critical moment, Kyōsuke couldn't hold back any longer. His eyes focused, and his pupils began to emit a red glow, with a single black tomo slowly spinning within. Sharingan, activated. With the keen perception granted by the Sharingan, he raised his hand and hurled 3 kunai in quick succession at the enemy. Tricks like this. The Akimichi youth scoffed, raising his arm to deflect the kunai headed his way. Unexpectedly, the kunai collided mid-air, and by the time he sensed something was wrong, one had already pierced the back of his head. System notice, defeated Akimichi clan genin. Gained 45 points. The sudden notification almost made Kyōsuke lose his footing upon landing. Shocked by the message, he forgot to deactivate his Sharingan, and the red glow in his eyes was noticed by everyone around. Damn. Kyōsuke quickly slipped back into his group's ranks, fearing that the enemy would focus on him. He activated the Sharingan. If I'm not mistaken, Kyōsuke is only 6 or 7 years old. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Hikoichi pulled out 2 smoke bombs and threw them to the ground. Retreat. Everyone, retreat now. Whether Kyōsuke was 6 or 7, his displayed talent was unprecedented in the Uchiha clan's history. Even if all of them died, they couldn't allow such a gifted youngster to perish here. Having eliminated the heirs of 3 clans and uncovered a prodigious talent, Uchiha Hikoichi could already see himself rising to glory. In his mind, Kyōsuke had awakened his Sharingan during a life-or-death battle, which meant he deserved part of the credit. Without Hikoichi's discerning eye and insistence on bringing Kyōsuke, how could the clan have discovered such an exceptional prodigy? Unaware of these shameless thoughts, Kyōsuke, shielded by his comrades, quickly recalled the notification that had appeared in his mind. System. Name, Uchiha Kyōsuke. Age. Physical strength, below average. Mental strength, elite genin. Chakra reserve, below average. Abilities, Uchiha Kenjutsu, level 1, 3 basic jutsu, level 3, throwing techniques, level 5, chakra control, level 1, hand seals, level 1. Bloodline limit, Sharingan, 1 tomo. Summoning beast, none. Ninja tools, none. Points, 45. As expected, what's a transmigration without a system? Due to his age, his physical strength was equivalent to a ninja academy student. His chakra reserves were also limited, his underdeveloped body couldn't refine large amounts of chakra. The only notable aspect was his mental strength, which had reached the level of an elite genin. Much like his accidentally awakened Sharingan, this was likely due to the fusion of his soul. In other words, his mental strength would grow at twice the normal rate, or perhaps even faster. Level 1 Uchiha Kenjutsu were basic at best, and not particularly effective in combat. The 3 basic jutsu could be life-saving in critical moments. Throwing techniques were deadly and, when combined with certain unique ninja techniques, could even threaten Kuga-level opponents. Chakra control. Not worth mentioning. Finally, Kyōsuke turned his attention to the points section. The activation of the system was triggered by his killing of an Akimichi genin. This meant that points were the most valuable aspect of the system. But what could they be used for? Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 3, Chapter 3 The Point Redemption System. When Kyōsuke focused his thoughts on the points section, a window filled with various items popped up. It had everything imaginable, such as the bloodlines of powerful individuals, secret ninja techniques, and even the seed of the god tree in its initial state. Bloodlines, Rinnegan, Sage Body, Ultimate, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kama Seal, Tenseigan, etc. Abilities, Truth-Seeking Orbs, Infinite Tsukuyomi, Emanamenaka, Amenodajikara, Limbo, Border Jail, Yamotsu Hirasaka, Sukunehikona, Deikokuten, Kamui, 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, etc. Items, Seed of the God Tree, Initial State, Universal Recovery Elixirs, Scientific Ninja Tools, Complete Concept Set, Gene Technology, World Class, Yata Mirror, Kusanagi Sword, Multiple Variants, Body Restoration Medicine, and so on. The dazzling array of products almost made Kyōsuke drool. Just give me one of these to show off. He forcibly diverted his gaze from the bloodlines like the Rinnegan and looked at the string of zeros behind the point costs. Killing 1 genin earned me 45 points. It seems that the points awarded vary based on the enemy's strength. Even within the same rank, the points aren't fixed at 45. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Kyōsuke was tempted to try again. Currently, his chakra reserves were insufficient, and his Sharingan could only be maintained for a few seconds. Even so, combined with his excellent kunai-throwing techniques, he could still handle an average-level genin. After completing his mission successfully, the next concern was escaping. The ninja from the three clans would never let the perpetrator leave easily, making it clear they had no shortage of test subjects. While moving, Uchiha Hikoichi paid particular attention to observing the young Kyōsuke. Seeing his calm demeanor, Hikone couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. No wonder he awakened the Sharingan. With this temperament alone, as long as he survives, he's destined to become a pillar of the clan. Speaking of pillars, a particular figure suddenly surfaced in Hikone's mind. Comparing the two, he hesitated for a moment. Come to think of it, the young clan leader hasn't awakened his bloodline powers yet. In that instant, the joy in his heart seemed to diminish inexplicably. Uchiha Hikoichi came from a humble background, personally trained by clan leader Taijima, and his loyalty was unquestionable. As the saying goes, where one stands determines their perspective. Since he sided with Uchiha Taijima, he naturally considered the clan leader's interests above all else. The boy's exceptional talent could potentially threaten the young clan leader's position in the future, something Taijima would not want to see. Forget it. Let's observe for now. If he knows his place, everything can be negotiated. In the following days, attacks from the three clans were relentless. One by one, Kyōsuke's companions fell, and even the squad captain was injured. Naturally, Kyōsuke wasn't spared either. In a dilapidated hut, Kyōsuke untied the bandage around his waist, applied new medicine to his wounds, and wrapped them again. Over the past few days, he had participated in multiple battles, killing 5 genin-level pursuers. The points he earned were 32, 46, 28, 51, and 62, totaling 219 points. Adding the points from the Akimichi boy he defeated earlier, he now had 264 points. It turned out that Kyōsuke's guess was correct. The points earned varied significantly depending on the ninja's strength. With the Sharingan's enhancement, Kyōsuke had been able to instantly kill his enemies until he encountered the 62-point youth, which resulted in a serious abdominal injury. Leaning lightly against the hut's wall, Kyōsuke habitually browsed the product list, only to feel a growing sense of frustration. Even basic D-rank ninjutsu required 1,000 points to redeem, and the Great Fireball technique, hailed in the original story as near impossible to counter, cost a whopping 2,200 points. Lightly touching the wound on his abdomen, Kyōsuke adjusted his future plans in his mind. When I return to the clan, my status will undoubtedly improve significantly. Points are hard to come by, so I can't waste them on ordinary ninjutsu. If I must redeem something, it has to be a ninjutsu with strategic significance. Looking out at the drizzling rain, Kyōsuke shook his head silently, lamenting the hellish difficulty of his starting point. Don't be fooled by how easily he earned points. It was only possible because other clan members were risking their lives to protect him. Even so, if Kyōsuke weren't calm, ruthless, and decisive, he would have died countless times by now. At this moment, the boy only wanted to escape this turmoil and return to the clan safely, at least until he mastered some ninjutsu before taking risks again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of projectiles tearing through the air suddenly rang out. Uchiha Hikoichi, who had been half-kneeling, immediately stood up and formed Earth-style seals, creating a defensive barrier that enveloped everyone. Careful, enemy attack. Boom. A violent explosion erupted. To kill them, the three clans had even used explosive tags, strategic-level weapons in the Warring States era. Given the immature production process, explosive tags were high-end luxury items that even jonin rarely carried. This showed just how strong the enemy's killing intent was. Through the cracks in the barrier, Kyōsuke glanced outside and roughly estimated the number of pursuers, 9 in total, forming 3 teams. On their side. Besides himself, an injured fighter, only Captain Hikoichi and 2 other strong genin remained. Uchiha scum, get out here and die. The leader shouted wildly, but he was secretly forming seals. A shadowy, intangible figure crept silently along the roofline. Nara clan's secret technique, shadow manipulation. By the time the group noticed, their bodies were already immobilized. Even Kyōsuke began to panic. What the hell? Are we done for? But he quickly calmed down because their captain, Hikoichi, remained utterly composed from start to finish. Idiots. Hikone sneered softly, his smile dripping with mockery. Although Kyōsuke didn't understand why, he felt this situation was under control. Boom. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupted outside, and everyone regained their mobility. Nara Kensuke, didn't expect to meet me, did you? Ha ha ha. Kyōsuke peeked out the window and saw a large group of Uchiha members arriving. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 4, Returning to the Uchiha clan's territory. 3 days later, the group successfully returned to the Southern Army's base. During the ambush battle, the Uchiha managed to catch the enemy completely off guard. Unfortunately, they failed to capture Nara-Kensuke, leaving a small but notable regret. Back at the camp, Uchiha Hikoichi prepared 2 reports. The first was to report the mission's outcome to the Legion commander, Uchiha Rei. The second was to inform the clan leader about Kyōsuke's situation. There was no other choice, activating the Sharingan at the age of 7 was simply too rare. Throughout the generations of Uchiha's legacy, no one had ever been known to possess such talent. What the clan leader would decide was beyond Hikoichi's concern. Time passed quickly, and a week later, Kyōsuke had recovered from his injuries and began a structured training regimen. Ninjutsu, secret techniques, and even Kekkei Genkai could be exchanged for points, and even the abilities he had mastered could be enhanced by spending points. However, this didn't mean Kyōsuke could skip training. For example, leveling up swordsmanship to level 2 required 100 points. Through personal training, the points required would gradually decrease, showing that individual effort was not useless. Currently, he lacked the strength to quickly earn points, meaning he had to work hard to build up his power. Unbeknownst to him, someone was quietly observing all of this. That day, as soon as Kyōsuke woke up, he was summoned by the Legion commander. "It's finally happening," he murmured, nodding as he followed the clan member to Uchiha Rei's tent. The camp housed a remarkably talented man. If the other party made no move, he wouldn't even qualify to compete with Taijima for the position of clan leader. Along the way, clan members greeted young Kyōsuke warmly. This was a stark contrast to how he had been treated before. The news of his Sharingan awakening had clearly spread. They didn't try to keep it a secret. Kyōsuke thought, his expression calm despite the flicker in his gaze. Soon, he reached the tent with the others. After expressing his thanks briefly, Kyōsuke didn't enter immediately. Instead, he waited quietly outside. Uchiha Rei, as a clan leader-level powerhouse, would sense any movement within 100 meters, so he was surely aware of Kyōsuke's arrival. Waiting was Kyōsuke's way of showing respect to the Legion commander and signaling to everyone that Uchiha Kyōsuke was a boy who understood etiquette. Being well-mannered suggested he wouldn't act recklessly, an important trait that leaders often valued. After about 10 minutes, a voice called from inside the tent, "Come in." Lifting the curtain, Kyōsuke stepped inside. Behind a broad desk sat a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, who was engrossed in writing. This was Uchiha Rei, the Southern Legion's supreme leader and one of the clan's most influential elders. "You've arrived." Closing his letter, Uchiha Rei looked up at the boy, his gaze tinged with curiosity. "I've heard people talking about you often these past few days." Kyōsuke didn't respond. The best way to interact with those in power was to listen more and speak less. Awakening your bloodline at 7 is truly extraordinary. I'm thrilled to have such a gifted youth in my camp. I am willing to serve you, sir, Kyōsuke replied tactfully. The saying goes, better to serve the local leader than the distant county magistrate. Since he was now working under the Southern Legion, Uchiha Rei's importance was undeniable. Haha. Pleased by Kyōsuke's attitude, the commander laughed heartily before continuing. Unfortunately, you will have to leave for a while. With such exceptional talent, the clan will undoubtedly provide you with meticulous training. At this, the commander paused, his smile turning slightly sly. Of course, staying behind the front lines doesn't guarantee safety. Our clan leader, Uchiha Rei hinted, isn't exactly broad-minded. Throwing a sealed letter to Kyōsuke, he gestured. The escort team is waiting. Remember to deliver this letter to the clan leader. Yes, sir. I will take my leave, Kyōsuke replied, bowing respectfully before exiting the tent. Soon after, someone approached him with orders from the clan leader, instructing him to return to the clan territory immediately. Glancing at the package in the person's hands, Kyōsuke nodded and promptly joined the escort team leaving the Southern Legion. During the journey, he reflected on the conversation in the tent. Judging by his words, the conflict between the commander and Taijima runs deep. Perhaps those remarks were also a test. If Kyōsuke sided with Uchiha Taijima, news of the clan leader's supposed narrow-mindedness would certainly reach him. Conversely, Uchiha Rei would only trust him if he chose not to betray the commander. In the event of trouble, the Southern Legion could serve as Kyōsuke's fallback. A bunch of sly old foxes. After about a week of travel, the group finally reached the Uchiha territory. The outskirts were inhabited by numerous commoners, while the inner regions housed the true Uchiha clan. For a clan to thrive, it required a large civilian population. Basic labor, such as farming and raising livestock, relied heavily on commoners. After all, you couldn't expect Uchiha clan members to grab hoes and start plowing fields. Another crucial aspect was producing offspring. To preserve pure bloodlines, large clans often arranged intermarriages within the family, though not everyone followed this practice. After all, centuries of strict inbreeding would lead to close relatives marrying. Direct family members generally married outsiders to maintain a healthy flow of bloodlines within the clan. In Kyōsuke's view, there was nothing wrong with this. The Indra bloodline was so potent that no amount of external mixing could dilute it. Instead of obsessing over bloodlines, it was better to have more children and expand the clan's population. The clan leader cares about you, the escort leader said, noticing Kyōsuke's distracted expression. Everyone will be thrilled to see you return safely. This man was a loyal follower of Uchiha Taijima, and throughout the journey, he tried to indoctrinate Kyōsuke with various ideas. Simply put, he stressed that advancing within the clan required loyalty to the clan leader. No matter how talented, disloyalty would reduce him to an ordinary member. Unfortunately, his persuasive skills were lacking and far from enough to sway Kyōsuke. If Naruto were here, I might have actually been convinced. From what he had seen and heard since arriving in this world, combined with his knowledge of Uchiha Taijima from his previous life, Kyōsuke viewed the clan leader as a stubborn and foolish figure. Even before meeting him, Kyōsuke's impression of Taijima was already below passing. Uchiha Rei's willingness to let Kyōsuke leave so easily was likely because he had long seen through Taijima's character and knew Kyōsuke wouldn't stay in the clan forever. Sooner or later, Kyōsuke would return to the Southern Legion. Having such a terrible reputation is truly impressive. Kyōsuke thought as he arrived at the clan leader's residence. Finally, he came face to face with Uchiha Taijima, and standing beside him was a spiky-haired boy. Uchiha Madara. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 5, Chapter 5 Young Clan Leader Uchiha Madara. Kyōsuke's gaze fixed on Uchiha Madara, leaving him unable to regain his composure for a long time. Memory was one thing, but seeing a familiar anime character in person stirred entirely different emotions. Who would have thought that the Dance King looked so handsome as a kid? Snapping out of his thoughts, Kyōsuke bowed slightly toward the clan leader, Taijima, fully embodying his silent and introverted demeanor. To this, Taijima not only showed no displeasure but seemed very satisfied with Kyōsuke's behavior. An introverted personality was great, being taciturn meant that the boy could, at most, serve as an excellent tool. It was just a pity Taijima had forgotten that his eldest son, on whom he placed great hopes, wasn't exactly eloquent either. Come, sit down. You've had a hard journey. Taijima said, his old face plastered with a hypocritical smile. Even Madara standing to the side felt uncomfortable just watching it. If it weren't for the opportunity to meet this rising genius, Madara wouldn't have willingly approached his father. Madara thoroughly disapproved of both his father's methods and his way of dealing with people. In his view, the factional divisions within the clan were primarily his father's responsibility. If he were in charge, he would surely suppress all opposition, uniting the clan's strength to resist the Senju. Sigh, Madara sighed softly in his heart before stepping forward and asking in a cold tone, Kyōsuke, was it? How is your Sharingan's proficiency? To answer the young clan leader. Just call me Madara. At this, Taijima interjected insincerely, that's right. You're all brothers. There's no need to be so formal. Brother, huh? Funny how you didn't say that when you sent me to the front lines, Kyōsuke sneered inwardly. He rolled his eyes at Taijima, silently thinking how peculiar this clan leader was. No wonder even his two sons didn't think highly of him. If not for his terrifying strength, he'd likely have been eliminated 100 times over by now. My chakra isn't sufficient. I can't maintain the Sharingan for extended periods. Kyōsuke replied, quickly gathering chakra. His pitch-black eyes underwent an immediate transformation. Seeing Kyōsuke's performance, Uchiha Taijima uncharacteristically fell silent. Disregarding other factors, just this display was enough to convince Taijima to invest heavily in this boy. After a few hollow compliments, Taijima let Kyōsuke go home to rest. Settle in and rest well for a few days. I'll arrange for an excellent teacher for you, Taijima said. Thank you for your generosity, clan leader. Madara, he's about the same age as Azuna. Treat him as you would a younger brother. I understand. Understanding the situation, Kyōsuke politely excused himself. Staying any longer would have tested his patience with Taijima's acting. To Kyōsuke's surprise, Madara soon followed him after a while. Kyōsuke, since you don't have any close family in the clan, I'll gather a few people tonight to celebrate your return. Seeing Kyōsuke about to decline, Madara scratched his head awkwardly and added in a low voice, it's father's arrangement. Then thank you, Madara. Kyōsuke's lips twitched, barely stopping himself from blurting out Madara's infamous nickname, Dance King. The two young men exchanged smiles, easing the awkwardness between them. Kyōsuke was a child prodigy, stepping onto the battlefield at the age of 7, earning Madara's respect. With just a 2-year age difference, they were practically peers. Madara's earlier comment about Kyōsuke having no close family resonated with his own reality. He, too, lacked true friends. Most of those around him were drawn by his father's status as clan leader. Most were nothing more than opportunists. With his prideful personality, Madara naturally couldn't see them as equals. But Kyōsuke was different. Even though he seemed humble, Madara could sense one thing clearly: they were kindred spirits. Today wasn't a waste, Madara said, striding off in good spirits. I wonder where Izuna's run off to. I'll bring him along tonight. As the young clan leader left, Kyōsuke turned and headed toward his childhood home. When Kyōsuke was 5, his parents died during a mission. He survived thanks to the clan's assistance. Once he began ninja training, his exceptional throwing skills quickly caught attention. This led to his conscription into the Southern Corps as a backup fighter, aka the Warring States version of a suicide squad. Someone's cleaned up. Entering his room, Kyōsuke quietly observed that even the bedding smelled fresh and fragrant. No doubt another of Taijima's ploys to win him over. After organizing his belongings, night soon fell. True to his word, Uchiha Madara arrived, bringing someone else along, his younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. As they stepped inside, Madara couldn't help but frown slightly. Despite Kyōsuke's efforts to tidy up, the living conditions were far too poor. To put it bluntly, even Naruto's shabby apartment seemed better than this. Madara wasn't one to care about comfort, yet he still felt this environment was unworthy of his newfound friend. Hey! Izuna, a bratty kid, started shouting, "You're Kyōsuke, right? My brother says you're amazing." I don't see it. As a devoted brother, Izuna refused to acknowledge anyone being better than Madara. Recently, rumors about Kyōsuke had spread throughout the clan, piquing Izuna's curiosity. He's only a year older than me, what's the big deal? Izuna thought. Seeing the little brat barely reaching his shoulders, Kyōsuke paused for a moment before outright ignoring him. Let's go. I'm starving. All right, Madara nodded. Do you want to move to a better place? I know some good spots. No need. As long as it's livable, Kyōsuke shook his head, not wanting to draw too much attention. The better places Madara mentioned were undoubtedly luxurious mansions, but Kyōsuke felt no need for such extravagance. The backyard provided ample space for training, which was all he needed. As the two walked side by side, Izuna pouted and yelled in frustration, "Hey, don't ignore me. Stop fussing. Let's eat." Madara's words instantly silenced his younger brother. Witnessing this scene, Kyōsuke couldn't help but reflect, Uchiha truly was a clan full of sibling obsessions. Thankfully, Kyōsuke didn't have similar relationships to worry about, or he'd constantly fear someone coveting his Sharingan. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard Madara speak. By the way, Kaijun has also returned to the clan. You two haven't seen each other in years, have you? Kaijun. Hearing the name, Kyōsuke froze, taking a moment to recall the person. Uchiha Kaijun, his older cousin by 4 years, was indeed a close relative. The reason he'd forgotten involved some complex circumstances. Recalling an earlier thought, Kyōsuke couldn't help but smile faintly, murmuring, "Yes, it's been years." Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 6, Chapter 6 Guidance from the Ghost Father. Outside the Uchiha clan compound, in a barbecue restaurant run by ordinary people. Cheers. The group shouted their slogan loudly, but the drinks in their cups were all non-alcoholic. As the young heir of the Uchiha clan and a future leader destined to command the clan, even though Madara was reluctant at heart, he sometimes had to play the part, such as treating others to a meal. Before Izuna's death, Madara could still be considered an ambitious and idealistic young man. Aside from being a bit overbearing, his virtues were comparable to Hashirama's. Glancing at the bored, dancing king, and the meat-grabbing Izuna, Kyōsuke shook his head, feeling a strange sense of witnessing history unfold. "Hey, Kyōsuke," a cup suddenly extended toward him. Looking up, he saw a boy who looked about 70% like him smiling warmly. It was none other than his cousin, Uchiha Kaijun. "Let's have a drink." Kaijun's enthusiasm made it impossible for outsiders to sense the actual relationship between them. "It's been years, and I didn't expect you to become such a prominent figure in the clan. If your father could see your accomplishments, he would be very proud." Kyōsuke's evaluation was succinct. Hypocrite. Did this guy really think Kyōsuke was too young to remember their family's treatment? After his parents died in battle, the clan had him live with his uncle. But his uncle's family shut the door on him. That's why Kyōsuke joined the Southern Corps at 7 years old. The war wasn't so urgent then, children with any family background were undergoing systematic training within the clan. Only orphans like Kyōsuke were sent as cannon fodder. The mission to intercept members of 3 enemy clans hadn't been designed for their survival. In hindsight, the accidental exposure of his Sharingan turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Indeed, seeing how I've turned out, father must be very proud. Kyōsuke replied sarcastically before downing his juice in one gulp. The others, oblivious to the undercurrents, kept praising the brothers as outstanding ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Recently, Uchiha Kaijun had been promoted to Chunin. While not a prodigy, his talent was respectable enough to earn the rank. In comparison, Kyōsuke noticed that even someone like Kiba in later generations had far surpassed the ordinary Chunin level, let alone Rock Lee or Gaara, who could overpower the average Jonin. By those standards, Kaijun's promotion wasn't that extraordinary. However, his familial connection to Kyōsuke was likely his only ticket to sitting among the group. Amid the merry atmosphere, only Madara noticed Kyōsuke's subtle changes in expression. After glancing at Kaijun, Madara inwardly cursed his father, Taijima, for orchestrating such a thoughtless gesture. Instead of fostering goodwill, this only added to Kyōsuke's frustration. Patting Kyōsuke on the shoulder, Madara found an excuse to end the banquet early. Kyōsuke, seemingly understanding, smiled and shook his head before heading home alone. For Kyōsuke, Kaijun wasn't worth much thought. What mattered was the teacher he was meeting the next day. By now, his spiritual power was still growing rapidly. Even though his physical development was limited, his burgeoning spiritual strength allowed his chakra reserves to steadily increase. Chakra level, Genin. Currently, Kyōsuke has about the same chakra level as an average Genin. While insufficient for prolonged combat, it was adequate for basic battles. Kyōsuke decided to emulate Kakashi's rise to power. Kakashi graduated at 5, became a Chunin at 6, and was promoted to Jonin at 12, despite his infamous chakra limitations. Kakashi's rapid progression was largely due to his family's mastery of Kenjutsu. For now, Kyōsuke resolved to focus on Uchiha-style Kenjutsu to quickly improve his strength. Once his progress slowed, he planned to develop his ninjutsu and genjutsu, leveraging his evolving Sharingan to ensure his rise to the rank of elite Jonin. With enough points accumulated, he could force a Mangekyo Sharingan exchange and step into the domain of clan leaders. Dreaming of a promising future, Kyōsuke soon fell asleep. The next day, Kyōsuke got up early and went to Taijima's residence. This time, he didn't meet the clan head. Instead, a guard led him to a side room, where a clan Jonin awaited him. The man introduced himself bluntly, "I am Uchiha Keisuke, and I will be your instructor for the next year." Uchiha Ghost Father. Blinking away the distracting thought, Kyōsuke bowed respectfully. "Teacher Keisuke." Nodding slightly, the Jonin asked, "What would you like to focus on, ninjutsu or genjutsu?" "I will teach you about using your eyes over time, so don't rush it." "I want to learn Kenjutsu," Kyōsuke replied confidently. Keisuke frowned slightly but didn't reject the idea outright. Although the boy's body was frail, the Sharingan support made Kenjutsu an appropriate path for him at this stage. What a determined child, Keisuke thought before saying, "Wait here for a moment. I'll be back shortly." With that, he vanished, leaving Kyōsuke unable to trace his movements without his Sharingan activated. "The difference in strength is greater than I expected," Kyōsuke admitted. After about 10 minutes, Keisuke returned with a short blade suited for Kyōsuke. The blade resembled the white-fanged Tonto but was slightly longer. Taking the weapon, Kyōsuke immediately felt its weight, likely over 30 pounds, far beyond what an average 7-year-old could wield without chakra. Swinging the blade horizontally, a sharp wind noise filled the air. For the first time, Kyōsuke smiled earnestly. "Thank you, Teacher Keisuke." Keisuke frowned briefly, sensing a slight oddity in the boy's tone, but dismissed it. Swinging his own short blade casually, he unleashed a wave of oppressive killing intent that engulfed the courtyard. "From now on, be here every morning at 6. "Yes." Thus, Kyōsuke began his relentless training. Training and growth. Kyōsuke's focus wasn't just on accumulating points but also on refining his skills through relentless practice and real combat. Even slow progress would eventually accumulate into something significant. Before long, a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 7, Chapter 7 The Evil Azjura of the Uchiha Clan. In the Uchiha clan's territory, at the secluded mountain training ground. Kyōsuke stood, holding a short blade, his eyes fixed on the tree trunk ahead. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Suddenly, his chakra surged violently, shaking the leaves, which then fell gracefully like scattered flowers. With a seemingly slow but swift motion, he raised his arm, his muscles tensed, and the short blade burst into a dazzling light. When the wind subsided, the fallen leaves before him were all sliced cleanly in half. After a year of intense training, Kyōsuke's actual combat abilities had finally reached the level of a Chunin. Of course, without the enhancement of the Sharingan, he might not have been able to cut even a third of the leaves. It must be said, lineage indeed gives a significant boost to a ninja's strength. Name, Uchiha Kyōsuke. Age. Physical strength, Genin. Mental strength, Chunin. Chakra reserve, Chunin. Mastered abilities, Uchiha Kenjutsu, Level 4, the 3 basic jutsu, Level 4, Throwing techniques, Level 5, Chakra control, Level 2, Hand seals, Level 3. Kekki Genkai, Sharingan, 1 Tomo. Summoning beast, none. Ninja tools, none. Points, 5,840. 2 weeks after starting his training, his soul fusion was finally complete, and his mental strength stabilized at the Chunin level. As he grows older, it is expected to improve further. If he specializes in Genjutsu and refines his Yin chakra, both his speed and potential will significantly increase. As for physical strength, practicing Kenjutsu naturally involves physical exercise, but due to age constraints, it hasn't improved quickly. Genin level strength is currently Kyōsuke's limit. His chakra reserves have also seen significant growth, naturally improving with the enhancement of his body and mind. Although not comparable to the Senjus, the Uchihas, as descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, possess far more chakra than most other noble families. His Sharingan remains at 1 tomo, showing little improvement. However, the real progress lies in his focused training in Uchiha Kenjutsu. At level 4, his Kenjutsu rivals that of elite samurai from the Land of Iron. With the Sharingan support, Kyōsuke's swordsmanship can unleash the power of level 5 effortlessly. Overall in close combat, his abilities are slightly superior to an average Chunin. However, in ranged combat, due to chakra limitations, Kyōsuke has chosen to forego ninjutsu training, focusing instead on honing his throwing techniques. Chunin-level ninjas, excluding prodigies like the Konoha 12, typically max out with C-rank ninjutsu, such as the Fireball Jutsu. While useful, Kyōsuke finds it more practical to devote all his chakra to physical combat. After numerous real battles, he realized that close-quarters combat was the most effective fighting method. Kyōsuke embarked on missions almost every 3 days over the past year. His teacher shadowed him discreetly, intervening only when Kyōsuke faced life-threatening danger. Initially, Kyōsuke struggled to adapt, but after several missions, he grew accustomed to working alone. Through dozens of assassination missions, Kyōsuke has eliminated nearly 100 Genin-level enemies. Rumors spread across the ninja world about a bloodthirsty Uchiha child who flees from powerful opponents but relentlessly hunts down Genin-level enemies. This earned him the nickname, the Evil Azjura of the Uchiha. As for its origin, firstly because none of the Genin-level enemies Kyōsuke encountered ever escaped alive. Secondly, during missions, Kyōsuke wears a ghost face mask. Initially, it helped hide his fear, but over time, he became accustomed to it. The mask also protects his face from blood splatter. It can be said that it has many wonderful uses. Through his relentless combat, Kyōsuke gained not only battle experience but also nearly 6,000 points. While not enough for expensive items, it's sufficient to upgrade a specific skill by 2 levels or exchange for a beginner-level B-rank ninjutsu. Currently, Kyōsuke's strength is entirely centered on close combat. With the Sharingan, he can clearly observe enemy movements, and his swordsmanship makes him nearly invincible in melee battles. The only issue is how to close the distance with his enemies. Kyōsuke decided to focus on a type of ninjutsu, Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique. Body flicker refers to any technique enabling high-speed movement. Common examples include chakra bursts to enhance physical speed. Characters like Might Guy, Sasuke, and most Jonin employ this method. There are also elemental techniques, using various chakra natures as mediums for high-speed movement. Examples include Gaara, Haku, and Daidara, utilizing sand flicker, water flicker, and clay flicker, respectively. The most complex forms involve space-time ninjutsu, such as those mastered by Minato and the second Hokage, where space is warped to achieve instantaneous movement. These are the strongest and most mysterious body flicker techniques. If possible, Kyōsuke would love to acquire a space-time ability, as it is invaluable for both survival and mobility. Unfortunately, such techniques are extremely rare. The cheapest one, Flying Thunder God, costs a whopping 25,000 points. For now, the chakra burst variant of body flicker is his most practical option. Though limited by his physical strength, even occasional use would significantly expand his combat range. After a year of experiments, Kyōsuke roughly understood how the point system works. Genin-level enemies, rewards range from 20 to 100 points, depending on their skill level. Chunin-level enemies, rewards increase dramatically, ranging from 100 to 500 points. Even defeating the weakest Chunin yields more points than eliminating several Genin. By enhancing his strength, Kyōsuke aims to start hunting Chunin-level enemies, which would accelerate his point accumulation. However, without investing in his strength early on, he might not survive long enough to reap the benefits. With his teacher no longer overseeing him, any mistake could turn the evil Azjura into a wandering ghost. Determined to strengthen himself, Kyōsuke decided to spend his points. Gazing at the list of available body flicker techniques, Kyōsuke had a thought. If I practice the basics in advance, could it reduce the requirements for exchange? Even if it saves just a few points, every bit counts. With this in mind, Kyōsuke hurried home and flipped through his teacher's ninjutsu manual. Found it. Immersed in his training, Kyōsuke mastered the basic chakra burst technique within a single afternoon. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 8, Chapter 8 Redemption, Shursuei-style body flicker technique. Body flicker technique, level 1. Looking at the information displayed on the system panel, Kyōsuke couldn't help but smile despite the soreness all over his body. The explosive body flicker technique isn't difficult to learn, but the physical pain of the tearing sensation it brings makes it hard for most to endure. Kyōsuke had gritted his teeth and persevered to gradually grasp the basics of the technique. Of course, while he had technically learned it, he was still far from being able to use it effectively in combat. If the force was too strong, he might directly crash into an opponent's blade. If it was too weak, the subsequent stiffness in his body would be as good as a death sentence. This is why the body flicker technique is primarily popular among Jonin-level ninjas. The key lies in one word: control. Control involves not only chakra manipulation but also mastering the technique itself. Kyōsuke's experiment was aimed at saving points by using them to exchange for the techniques of famous ninjas in the world of shinobi. Excluding rare spacetime ninjutsu and forbidden techniques like those of Might Guy, who was an exception, which ninja was known throughout the shinobi world for their mastery of the body flicker technique. The first name that came to Kyōsuke's mind was his clan's genius, Uchiha Shursuei. The title, Shursuei of the Body Flicker, was legendary during the Third Shinobi World War. While Shursuei was renowned for his genjutsu, his body flicker technique was just as impressive. Considering the similarities in skill sets, Kyōsuke didn't hesitate to exchange for Shursuei's style of body flicker. Initially, the Shursuei-style body flicker technique cost 8,000 points to exchange. But after Kyōsuke mastered the basic body flicker, the price dropped to 4,000 points, a 50% discount. It seems my theory was correct. Mastering basic abilities does reduce the cost of exchanges, Kyōsuke mused. This system is actually quite user-friendly. After selecting the confirmation button, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. It was a long time before Kyōsuke snapped back to reality from this trance-like state. Shursuei-style body flicker technique, level 1. Opening the list, Kyōsuke noticed the name of the technique had changed. As he carefully analyzed the modifications to the technique, he couldn't help but marvel. Shursuei's reputation wasn't just due to luck. Even if he had been born in the Warring States era, he would still have been a renowned warrior. Knock, knock, knock. Before Kyōsuke could head out to test the technique, an urgent knock came from the door. As he got up to answer, his expression suddenly changed. He had already drawn his short blade. Clang. Deflecting the kunai that shot toward him, Kyōsuke remained calm and stepped forward. His chakra surged, and his short blade slashed swiftly toward the wooden door. Whoa, hey. A familiar voice caused Kyōsuke to instinctively lessen his strength. Even so, the door splintered, revealing a panicked Uchiha Izuna outside. You idiot. Kyōsuke's heart leapt to his throat, fully aware of the dire consequences of accidentally killing Izuna. At the critical moment, a blade intercepted his attack from the side with a sharp clang. Kyōsuke froze for a few seconds before exhaling deeply. He stepped forward and flicked Izuna on the forehead. Damn it, Uchiha Kyōsuke. You're such a bully. Izuna cried out indignantly, flailing his arms. Normally, Izuna didn't dare provoke Kyōsuke too much. Even he knew better after being beaten up repeatedly. Today, however, he was unusually brazen because his greatest backer had returned. Ignoring the little troublemaker's tantrum, Kyōsuke turned his attention to the owner of the blade. You're finally back, Madara. The person who had deflected his attack was none other than Uchiha Madara, who had just returned from the battlefield. 6 months ago, Madara had reached the level of an elite chunin. Even Taijima, his father, couldn't stop him from going to war. It only took him half a year to make the Senju clan remember the name Uchiha Madara. Now that the fighting had subsided, Madara finally had the chance to return to the clan grounds. Looking at the increasingly formidable young man before him, Kyōsuke knew that Madara's strength had grown even more terrifying. Come on in. Later that night, at the barbecue restaurant, Kyōsuke, Izuna, and Madara sat across from each other, secretly ordering some sake. Who cared about rules against minors drinking? One was a battlefield demon, the other was a evil face Azjura. Drinking fruit juice together would only make their enemies laugh. As for Izuna, well, he was the exception. Under Madara's stern gaze, Izuna could only pout and repeatedly toast the others with his glass of juice. Kids will be kids, Kyōsuke quipped sarcastically. Izuna could only silently endure. In the Uchiha clan, only 3 people could control him. His father, Uchiha Taijima, whose authority he didn't dare defy. His elder brother, Uchiha Madara, whom he deeply respected and was unwilling to disappoint. His friend and rival, Uchiha Kyōsuke, the only one who truly dared to beat him. The worst part? Both his father and brother approved of Kyōsuke's methods, believing it helped Izuna grow stronger. Ridiculous, Izuna thought bitterly, downing his juice in one gulp. Refill. Meanwhile, Kyōsuke and Madara exchanged insights from their time on the battlefield. Madara, with his noble status, often commanded operations, offering strategic perspectives Kyōsuke found valuable. Kyōsuke, in turn, shared his experiences from high-risk missions behind enemy lines, which Madara sought to learn from. But what's so impressive? Izuna muttered sourly from the side. Unfortunately, Taijima had forbidden him from joining the battlefield. If you can defeat Kyōsuke, I'll allow it, his father had said. Izuna had tried countless times but could never overcome Kyōsuke's short blade. If Madara hadn't been present today, he knew he'd either be dead or gravely injured. Damn it, why is the gap only growing? As Kyōsuke turned to focus on the food, Izuna sneakily stole pieces of meat from the grill. By the time Kyōsuke realized it, his grill was empty. Burp! Izuna covered his stomach smugly, his expression full of defiance. Careful, or you'll burst, Kyōsuke muttered, rolling his eyes as he ordered more meat. In the end, all three of them were still growing, and ninja appetites were naturally large. Izuna's eyes darted mischievously as he suddenly asked, "You two haven't seen each other in a while. So, who's stronger now?" The question brought an instant silence to the table. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 9, Chapter 9 Kyōsuke vs Uchiha Madara. Hey, hurry up. Something big is happening at the training grounds. What is it? Are we under attack? Idiot, it's the young clan leader having a duel with Kyōsuke. Both of them are famous geniuses, and today they're finally going head-to-head. What? Wait for me, I want to watch too. At the training grounds, Kyōsuke felt a headache coming on. Damn Izuna. He glanced at the smug little brat, knowing full well that all this commotion was his doing. The reason was obvious, Izuna wanted his brother to defeat Kyōsuke in front of everyone. Over the past year, people had constantly debated who the top genius of the younger generation in the clan was. Some believed the young clan leader's impressive battle record spoke for itself. Others argued that Kyōsuke, who awakened his Sharingan at the age of 7, was the strongest. Kyōsuke had planned to train quietly for a while, but Izuna had dragged him into this mess. Kyōsuke. Suddenly, a voice called out from the side. He turned to see his opportunistic cousin walking toward him angrily. What are you doing? Uchiha Kaijun stormed over and questioned him. The young clan leader's status is extraordinary. How could you openly challenge him like this? Kaijun leaned closer and whispered, if you win, how will the young clan leader save face? And what would the clan leader think of you? Although Kaijun appeared concerned, he was really worried that Kyōsuke would anger the clan leader and drag him down with him. Kaijun wanted Kyōsuke to forfeit the match, but Kyōsuke simply glanced at him before turning to face the approaching Uchiha brothers. This infuriated Kaijun. You brat. Is this how you treat your cousin when I'm talking to you? Shut up, Kyōsuke said coldly, his eyes narrowing. Get lost. Don't get in my way. You little punk. Have you lost your mind? Kaijun snarled as he pulled out a kunai, determined to teach Kyōsuke a lesson. Kaijun thought Kyōsuke was still the helpless kid he once was, despite the praise he had been receiving lately. But Kaijun underestimated the power of the Sharingan. Kyōsuke easily deflected Kaijun's attack, twisting his body to get behind him. In one swift move, Kyōsuke pressed a short blade to Kei's neck. If this weren't inside the clan, I'd kill you right now. With that, Kyōsuke kneed Kaijun in the lower back, sending him crashing to the ground. In truth, Kaijun wasn't weak. His skills as a Chunin were decent, but he had no chance against someone with a Sharingan in close combat. After kicking Kaijun aside, Kyōsuke turned to Madara, who was approaching. Smiling faintly, he said, I didn't expect our first battle to happen like this. Shall we clear the area? Madara asked, frowning slightly as he shot a disapproving look at his younger brother. Izuna shrank under Madara's glare and quickly ran off. No need, Kyōsuke replied, gripping his short blade tightly. What's coming will come eventually. Besides, I'm tired of staying in the clan. Very well. Let's have an all-out fight today, Madara said. That's exactly what I want. Without any unnecessary rituals, both assumed their stances and the fight began. In terms of physical strength and chakra, the 10-year-old Madara had a clear advantage. Kyōsuke knew he couldn't fight head-on and had to watch out for Madara's ninjutsu. If he wanted to win, Kyōsuke had to rely on his Sharingan and the recently learned Shursui-style body flicker technique. His scarlet eyes glowed as his Sharingan activated, capturing every move Madara made. Reaching into his ninja pouch, Kyōsuke flicked 3 shuriken into the air with a flick of his wrist. Madara didn't even pause. With his long blade, he created an impenetrable defense, easily deflecting the shuriken. The distance between them rapidly closed. Nice. The spectators cheered. With that display of kenjutsu, Madara had already demonstrated skill surpassing Kyōsuke. Still the same as always, Kyōsuke, Madara said suddenly as he tossed his long blade into the air and quickly performed a series of hand seals. As fire gathered in his mouth, the temperature around them rose dramatically. Fire style, great fire annihilation. What the hell? Is he trying to kill me? Kyōsuke thought as the image of Madara annihilating dozens of mist ninjas in the Great Ninja War flashed in his mind. But he quickly reminded himself that Madara's current strength wasn't at Jonin level yet and couldn't produce such a devastating fire style. Still, Kyōsuke didn't dare underestimate him. Just as the fan-shaped blaze approached, Kyōsuke finished his own hand seals and transformed into a blurred afterimage, dashing straight toward Madara. Body flicker. Madara was taken aback. He hadn't expected Kyōsuke to use such a technique. Doesn't he know that forcing this technique can cause irreparable damage to his body? Why did Kyōsuke teach him the body flicker technique now? Madara silently cursed his clansmen while preparing to defend. When he turned, Kyōsuke was already lying on the ground nearby, grimacing as he stood up. Half of it was from misjudging his landing, and the other half was from being singed by the flames. Did Kyōsuke teach you the body flicker technique? Madara asked, frowning. If Kyōsuke confirmed it, Madara would certainly confront Kyōsuke. But Kyōsuke shook his head, running his hand through his slightly charred hair. I taught myself. Damn it, my hair. Both Kyōsuke and Madara shared the Uchiha family spiky hairstyle, and Kyōsuke had hoped to grow his longer to stand out from the brothers. You taught yourself. Madara fell silent, glancing at Kyōsuke's hair, which was now almost shoulder length. You should cut your hair. Shut up. I'm growing it out. It'll get in the way during battles. Ha. I'll develop a hair-based ninjutsu, and then you'll see. After some bickering, the two went their separate ways. Overall, Madara's performance stood out more. Kyōsuke's body flicker technique was fast, but his control was lacking, a fact obvious to all the experienced ninjas present. Still, the 2-year age gap made it hard to determine who was truly more talented. For Uchiha Taijima, however, the answer was clear. His son, Madara, was destined to lead the clan. As for Uchiha Kyōsuke, it was time to make plans for him. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 10, Chapter 10 Conspiracy, the killing intent approaching the clan. 3 days after the duel, news suddenly came from the front line that the Senju clan was assembling a large portion of their forces. According to reports, a figure resembling Senju Butsuma was seen on the main battlefield. Upon confirming the news, Uchiha Taijima immediately made a decision to risk going to the battlefield himself. Of course, he wouldn't go alone. Sensing that a decisive battle was near, Taijima mobilized most of the remaining forces within the clan. During the Sengoku era, the prosperity of each clan was far greater than that of the villages in later times. Take the Uchiha clan, for example. They had established 4 major legions, each responsible for dealing with enemies from different directions. Within the clan, the number of resident ninjas alone exceeded 800, and each legion had over 1,000 ninjas. Kyōsuke roughly calculated that the entire clan's ninja count was at least over 5,000. While this couldn't match the terrifying scale of the ninja villages of the future, which could deploy tens of thousands of ninjas for war, it was enough to wipe out a small nation. However, the problem wasn't just the Senju clan. News came from the Southern Legion that the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans were rapidly gathering their forces, preparing for an all-out war with the Uchiha. The Legion commander, Uchiha Rei, sent a request for reinforcements, but Taijima completely ignored it. We don't have anyone to spare. If we can't defend, we'll at least drag them down with us. When Rei received the response, he angrily tore up the letter in front of everyone and called Taijima a fool with a pig's brain. These pieces of information were kept highly secret, and Kyōsuke only learned of them through Izuna's casual chatter. Looking at the empty street, he couldn't help but sigh. After 3 days of effort, Kyōsuke had mostly mastered the use of the body flicker technique. The price, however, was that his entire body ached, and large bruises began to form on certain parts of his body. During this time, Uchiha Madara had sternly warned him that forcibly using the body flicker technique before his body was strong enough was akin to slowly committing suicide. In other words, Madara was trying to persuade him to give up on practicing it. But Kyōsuke retorted with one line, in the battlefield, it's either you or me. If I can't use it in a critical moment, I might not even live long enough for a slow death. Faced with Kyōsuke's sharp tongue, Madara, who wasn't good with words, had no way to respond. In a fit of frustration, he hadn't appeared before Kyōsuke for the past 3 days. Such a child, he commented. Taijima didn't want to deal with the southern battlefield, but Uchiha Rei was no ordinary person. He was once a fierce rival in the battle for the clan leadership. When the second letter arrived, not long after, news came that the stationed legion had secretly moved out. Upon learning of this, Taijima was furious and openly cursed. The problem was, there was little Rei could do to him, and on the other hand, Taijima couldn't deal with that old man with the graying hair. The large-scale participation of the legions caused the clan's defensive power to become increasingly weak. If enemies attack now, the history of the ninja world might be rewritten. What had originally been a joke began to make Taijima uneasy as he thought more about it. A year ago, a team had successfully infiltrated the enemy's rear and ambushed the fleeing heirs of the three clans. This was considered a highly successful extermination operation. If the enemy didn't harbor hatred, it would be hard for anyone to believe. Moreover, the decisive battle between the Uchiha and Senju clans wasn't supposed to happen at this time. Uchiha Madara was about to turn 11, and his encounter with Senju Hashirama was not far off. At that time, Madara would likely be on the battlefield, and it seemed the war hadn't yet reached a point where both sides were on the brink of destruction. In other words, a large-scale slaughter between the two clans shouldn't happen now. If the Senju are pretending to set a trap, then what is their goal? Kyōsuke glanced at the empty street, as if he was beginning to understand. The Senju weren't aiming for a decisive battle, they were trying to lure Uchiha Taijima to the battlefield. The Southern Legion and the three clans nearly simultaneously began to act, and although there was no concrete evidence, Kyōsuke's intuition told him that there must be some connection between them. Senju's trap. The three clans assembly. Senju. Nara assassination. This was bad. Kyōsuke's expression turned serious as he stood up, determined to head straight to the clan's mansion. No matter whether it was true or not, preparations had to be made. If it turned out to be true, it would be too late to react once things unfolded. I hope I'm just overthinking it. At the southern entrance of the Uchiha clan's land, a series of carriages were parked by the roadside, being inspected by the guard team. Good work. The head of the convoy was an old acquaintance, having been transporting goods for decades, so the guard team did not make things difficult and decided to let them pass. Wait. Suddenly, the captain of the guards called out to the convoy. There's an order from above to step up the inspection. The captain seemed a bit helpless as he spoke. He couldn't understand what the young patriarch was thinking, mentioning something about enemies potentially infiltrating. Infiltrating the Uchiha clan's territory. No one had ever achieved such a feat in the past 1,000 years. To him, it probably just seemed like a child trying to show off, but unfortunately, it was always the lower-ranked ones like them who suffered. Just as the captain was about to say something, an intense feeling of heart palpitation suddenly surged from deep within. Before he could react, he realized that he had lost control of his body. But they are all old acquaintances. If there's a problem, won't we starve to death? The captain smiled and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to allow the convoy to pass. No, they have a problem. As he saw his body moving against his will, he was overwhelmed by an urge to end it all. But he was unable to do anything. At that moment, he felt like a mere observer, powerless to control his body. In the end, he could only helplessly watch as the suspicious convoy wobbled its way deeper into the clan. This feeling, it's unmistakable. It's the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. What do they want to do? The poor captain was, personally, escorting the convoy deeper, heading westward. Judging by their direction, it was clearly towards the residential area where most of the clan members lived. Since most of the ninjas had gone to the battlefield, only the elderly, women, and children remained in the residential area. Even a fool could understand the invaders' objective. Damn it, move, body, move. The captain screamed desperately, but his resistance against the Yamanaka clan's secret technique seemed as childish and laughable as a child's tantrum. Soon, the convoy reached the heart of the clan. Seeing the children playing joyfully on the streets, his heart seemed to bleed. We're almost there. Suddenly, a low mutter filled with killing intent came from behind. Not far ahead was the Uchiha clan's long-standing kindergarten. If they were going to eliminate their target, the best place to strike would be there. Damn Uchiha, you will pay the price today. Listening to the laughter of the children around, the invaders discarded their disguises and charged into the ancient Uchiha school. But what they found was not their intended target, but a group of vivid clones, and the entire school filled with explosive tags that were now burning fiercely. Boom. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 11, Chapter 11. A big harvest of 3,200 points. Retreat. Nara Kensuke brows furrowed as he never expected that they would still expose their whereabouts. Normally, the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan are invulnerable, and outsiders wouldn't be able to sense anything unusual. Unless someone could see through their intentions from the overall layout. Impossible. Nara Kensuke muttered, unconvinced. After crashing through the fence and retreating into the yard, before he could even look up, kunai began falling from the sky like raindrops. Boring tricks. The elite jonin of the Nara clan quickly formed hand signs, and his shadow stretched out, forming a ceiling net around them, resembling tendrils. Ninja art, shadow net. Nara Kensuke. From the rooftop, Kyōsuke directly revealed his opponent's identity. Nara clan jonin, he was in charge of the pursuit earlier. Yeah. Uchiha Madara nodded silently, his presence already locking onto the enemy with an immense killing intent. As the clan's junior leader, he had a responsibility to protect his clan's safety. No matter what today, he couldn't let the enemy succeed. He even had to thank Kyōsuke for this. If Kyōsuke hadn't rushed in, Madara couldn't imagine how things would have turned out. "It's you." Nara Kensuke lifted his head, his surprise slowly turning into resentment as he recognized Kyōsuke. Without trying to negotiate, both sides knew their objectives, and from the start, it was a fight to the death. The Uchiha's defenses were exceptionally weak, with almost no skilled fighters left. Most of the ninjas present were low-ranking Chunin or Genin, with a few middle-ranked ninjas who needed treatment for injuries. Fortunately, the enemy couldn't bring too much fighting power, and as long as they dealt with the leading Jonin, the crisis could be resolved. Charge! Madara leapt from the rooftop, heading straight for the most formidable-looking Jonin of the Akimichi clan. Fire style, great fire destruction. He immediately unleashed his most powerful fire style technique. Seeing this, the other Uchiha clan members followed Madara into battle. "You're all going to die today." Nara Kensuke remained still, his hands forming a seal. In an instant, countless shadow lines shot out towards the surrounding enemies. From Kyōsuke's perspective, it looked like a strange shadow flower blooming under the man's feet. Ninja art, shadow otherworldly flower. This strike instantly killed 7 Uchiha Genin. We can't let him continue his rampage. Kyōsuke's eyes narrowed, his Sharingan flashing with a crimson light as he locked onto the enemy's movements. His hands quickly formed seals, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a streak of light, heading straight for the kneeling Nara Kensuke. "He's fast." Nara Kensuke widened his eyes in surprise. He hadn't expected such a young kid to be so terrifying with his speed technique. Caught off guard, Nara Kensuke couldn't change his move in time, and his shadow's speed couldn't catch up with Kyōsuke's swift body. Just as he was about to react, a figure suddenly appeared before Nara Kensuke. With his own body, he blocked Kyōsuke's lethal strike. System notification, killed an Uchiha Chunin, earning 360 points. Damn. Looking at the despairing Uchiha clansman before him, Kyōsuke quickly deduced that it was a puppet manipulated by the mind-body switch jutsu. What frustrated him even more was that it would now be difficult to find a way to kill the enemy. Prepared, Nara Kensuke wouldn't give him another chance for a surprise attack. A prepared Jonin could easily disregard most surprise tactics. Ninja battles often rely on counterattacking, observing the opponent's moves, and exploiting openings. Most ninjas followed this philosophy of combat. Moreover, Kyōsuke's body couldn't withstand using the body flicker technique a second time. Ah! From afar, a Yamanaka Jonin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The mind-body switch jutsu was powerful, especially in one-on-one combat, where its lethality was astonishing. However, it had a significant downside: when the user was hit, their own body would be injured as well. The Yamanaka Jonin had jumped into the way without thinking, blocking the blow, but the injury was reflected back to his own body. Not only would he not be able to fight, but if help didn't arrive soon, the Yamanaka Jonin would die. At least it wasn't in vain. Kyōsuke gritted his teeth, dodging the incoming attacks from the enemy. Protect Kyōsuke. We can't let him die here. During the Warring States period, the Uchiha were a unified clan with strong collective honor. Unlike the Konoha period, where the clan was filled with schemes, many Uchiha rushed forward to block Nara Kensuke's shadow thread technique, disregarding the difference in power between them and the enemy. Hold him off. Kyōsuke gritted his teeth and turned toward the fallen figure in the distance. The Uchiha Chunin had provided him with 360 points, and he was hoping the Yamanaka Jonin would yield even more points. Kyōsuke, desperate for points to replenish his reserves, couldn't allow such a juicy target to slip away. Die. Several shuriken flew out as he followed closely behind, charging toward the Yamanaka Jonin. You little brat, you're courting death. The bloodied Yamanaka Jonin barely managed to turn his body to avoid a fatal strike. As for the other parts of his body, it didn't matter, he was already dead. He only wanted to drag this talented kid down with him. Ninja art, mind-body switch technique. With his final hand sign, the near-death Jonin sneered, his vision blurry. Let's go to hell together. As his consciousness left his body, aiming to enter Kyōsuke, he suddenly heard a loud bang. The Kyōsuke before him vanished into white smoke. A clone. The Jonin eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected to be played by a little brat in his last moments. Under normal circumstances, a basic clone technique wouldn't fool a seasoned Jonin. But the Jonin was so badly injured that he couldn't even clearly see the figure of his opponent. Heh, I guess this is the consequence of playing with people's minds. The mind-body switch technique failed. The spirit body would remain outside for a while, and during this time, the young boy had enough time to kill him multiple times. Shing. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a spray of blood. System notification, killed in Yamanaka Jonin, earning 3,200 points. Great. Kyōsuke grinned, thoroughly satisfied with his harvest for the day. With this unlucky Jonin's death, his points had returned to over 5,000, replenishing the cost for the body flicker technique. Your companions are dead. Do you still plan to resist? Kyōsuke tried to pressure the enemy. Joke. We never planned to leave alive. Narakensuke didn't buy it. Just as he was about to turn and deal with Kyōsuke, a loud explosion suddenly came from behind. Madara's battle was over. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 12, Chapter 12. A life and death battle, awakening one after another. Dragging his heavily injured body, Dance King, Madara, slowly walked towards the others. His blood-stained clothes and broken left arm clearly indicated the ferocity of the battle he had just fought. However, Uchiha Madara's expression remained proud and unyielding, holding his blade in one hand and pointing it toward the grim-faced Narakensuke. Behind him, a shinobi from the Akimichi clan had been decapitated. The knife wound on his chest confirmed that he had died in a direct confrontation. How is this possible? Narakensuke looked bewildered, unable to believe that a 10-year-old boy could kill one of his companions in a single fight. But the cold and intimidating aura around the boy forced him to accept the reality. In the back, Kyōsuke wasn't at all surprised. After all, this was Uchiha Madara, the current incarnation of Indra's chakra. With the strength of an elite chunin, was it really so strange that he could defeat a jonin in a one-on-one battle? Rather than focusing on the battle itself, Kyōsuke was more concerned with the change in Dance King's eyes. That strange gleam in his eyes made everyone who met his gaze feel an intense chill. Madara had finally activated his Sharingan, and it was 5 years earlier than in the original timeline. At that moment, Kyōsuke realized that the butterfly effect of his actions had begun to influence the course of events in the shinobi world. Madara activated his eyes early. His strength will undoubtedly surpass what it used to be. I wonder if Hashirama will still be able to suppress him this time. While he was pondering this, Uchiha Madara walked up to him and stood at a right angle to Kyōsuke. The two of them stared ahead, their focus firmly locked on Narakensuke. With the Akimichi clan and the other two clans members already decimated, the remaining shinobi were no longer a threat. Even if the three clans were determined to kill, they wouldn't send a group of jonin to die at Uchiha's clan grounds. It was already their limit to send 3 jonin assassins. These 3 were directly involved in the attack, and if they didn't come, they would have been executed by the furious clansmen. As for the other shinobi, no one would be foolish enough to take on a task with a certain death sentence. You're the last one, you scum. Madara raised his blade, his aura becoming even more oppressive. This guy. Kyōsuke took a deep breath, knowing that Dance King, Madara, had reached the threshold of advancing to a jonin. After this battle, Uchiha would gain another true powerhouse. Slowly lifting his short blade, Kyōsuke crouched slightly, resembling a black panther watching its prey. Jonin, such a big prize, with thousands of points. If given the chance, he had to try to steal the kill. If it were anyone else, they might resent him for doing so, but with the Dance King, Madara, there was no need to worry about that. Damn it. For the points, I'm going all in today. Kyōsuke quickly formed hand signs, and his chakra began to surge wildly. His already sore body felt like it was about to tear apart. Yes, in order to steal the kill, Kyōsuke was about to forcefully use the body flicker technique. I'll die, but I'll take you all with me. Knowing he was doomed, Narakensuke chose to abandon resistance. Gathering all his chakra, shadows began to spread rapidly around his feet. The shadow blades that rose from the ground pierced through everyone in the surrounding area. Ninja art, explosive shadow concealment. Come with me to hell. Having abandoned defense completely, Narakensuke knew he couldn't escape the shadow blade's assault. The technique would spread faster without control over its power. Uchiha's 2 younger prodigy would have to lose at least 1 life. Retreat. Madara's face suddenly changed. His chakra exploded, and he retreated rapidly. But the shadow blades were too fast. As he leapt, sharp spikes resembled a death scythe rose from the ground beneath him. I, Uchiha Madara, will never die here. At the crucial moment, a mysterious power seemed to surge within him. His raging chakra transformed into a slash, and the shadow blade, which seemed capable of destroying everything, turned to dust under his sword. Bastard. Narakensuke gritted his teeth, knowing that he couldn't kill this person. He then turned his weapon towards the younger Kyōsuke, intending to take him to the afterlife as well. It's over. Kyōsuke's heart raced, and a single thought kept echoing in his mind. I can't escape. He didn't have Madara's overwhelming physical strength and couldn't break the desperate strike of a jonin. As for dodging, the body flicker technique, in its explosive form, emphasized charging forward without any rapid turns or retreats. In other words, at this moment, his only choice was to rush forward. System prompt, 5,000 points consumed. Shusui's body flicker technique upgraded to level 2. At the brink of life and death, Kyōsuke paid no attention to anything else and directly used points to forcefully increase the level of his ninjutsu. Die for me. The ground cracked beneath his feet, and in an instant, Kyōsuke's figure vanished from his spot. In the distance, Madara, leaning on his sword, had an expression of fury, as though his gaze could ignite everything. He silently vowed that if anything happened to Kyōsuke, he would slaughter the southern 3 clans and leave not a single soul alive. At that moment, the other battles also came to an end. However, no one felt any joy. The boy with the greatest talent in Uchiha history was likely going to die at the hands of the enemy. Damn. Some clan members screamed angrily, their eyes glowing red. Brother. With a familiar shout, Izuna arrived, leading a group of genin. Seeing the bodies on the ground, Izuna felt his scalp tingle, relieved to see his older brother unharmed. Looking around, he sighed and said, "Thanks to that guy, we've avoided a major disaster." By the way, where did he go? Did he run away in fear? Izuna was about to make a joke, but when he saw the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, he stopped. He blinked, gradually understanding, no way, could it be? Patting his younger brother's shoulder, Madara spoke in a low voice, "Notify the clan." "It's impossible, how could this happen? I haven't even gotten my revenge on you, and you dare to die." Izuna lowered his head, his negative emotions surging. In the clan, everyone regarded him as the son of the clan leader and Madara's younger brother. Only Kyōsuke had truly treated him as Izuna Uchiha. "We promised we'd fight side by side in the future, you lying bastard." Izuna clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a strange light. "Izuna." Madara closed his eyes in pain, unsure of how to speak. A sorrowful atmosphere spread, and the others exchanged bitter smiles, feeling no joy from their victory. Until. "Hey, you bastard, have you finished cursing?" A barely audible murmur made everyone's breathing quicken. Turning in disbelief, they saw a figure stumbling out of the shadowy forest created by the enemy. "Quick, help me up." Kyōsuke laughed weakly, and 2 dark, spinning Sharingan slowly appeared in his eyes. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 13, The 3 Heroes of Uchiha. The news of an attack on the Uchiha clan's territory spread quickly across the land. Upon hearing the news, Taijima rushed back at full speed, risking his life to ensure he reached the clan that very night. After being briefed on what had occurred, Taijima immediately headed to the medical facility without a moment's hesitation. Inside the room, Kyōsuke lay unconscious, surrounded by 5 skilled medical ninjas discussing possible treatment plans. Taijima issued a direct command after a brief inquiry, "Do whatever it takes to save him. You have full access to the clan's medicine reserves. If you fail to heal him or restore him to his original condition, find yourselves a rope and end it." Casting one deep glance at the bandaged Kyōsuke, who resembled a mummy, Taijima turned and left. He had something else to verify. In the adjacent room, Taijima found his 2 sons talking. Ignoring any inquiries about their health, his first words were, "Both of you awakened your Sharingan." The brothers exchanged a glance before simultaneously channeling chakra to activate the newly acquired Sharingan. The next moment, ha ha ha. Taijima's laughter reverberated throughout the entire medical facility. Uchiha Madara had awakened his Sharingan at age 10, but Izuna was even more extraordinary, he had just turned 7. What did this mean? Izuna had tied the record held by Kyōsuke. Taijima, the proud father of 2 extraordinary children, felt unstoppable. He thought of Senju Butsuma, who constantly praised his sons to anyone who would listen. In the future, on the battlefield, Taijima would prove who the superior father was. The bloodline of Uchiha Taijima surpasses all others, he declared. Watching their father laugh hysterically, Madara sighed and gave Izuna a look. Stop him before he embarrasses himself further. Understanding the silent message, Izuna cautiously interrupted. Father, about that, it seems Kyōsuke has already awakened the 2 Tomo Sharingan. The laughter ceased instantly. Kyōsuke finally regained consciousness. Ugh, a strange ceiling. He murmured. The heavy scent of medicinal herbs in the room made him sneeze lightly, which triggered an indescribable wave of pain. Oh, come on. Seriously, he muttered bitterly, even breathing as carefully as possible. The sensation was akin to sitting on a toilet for 2 hours and then standing up all at once, a pain only those who've experienced it could truly understand. Hearing his muttered complaints, a group of medical ninjas soon entered the room. Don't worry. Your recovery is progressing well, said an elderly ninja with graying hair, smiling kindly. Rest well, young hero. In this battle, Kyōsuke had undoubtedly earned the most merit. No one could diminish his contribution. After exchanging a few words about recovery, the medics left. Left with nothing to do, Kyōsuke decided to open his system panel to review the spoils of his recent battle. System notification, defeated Nara clan Jonin. Earned 3,600 points. Defeating an enemy had earned him a substantial reward. His system points, which had been depleted by upgrading his jutsu, had now returned to 4,000 points. In essence, he had freely upgraded his body flicker technique to level 2. However, speed alone wasn't enough to dodge a Jonin's death blow. What had saved his life was the evolution of his Sharingan at the most critical moment. In just 1 year, he had advanced from initial awakening to the two-tomo stage. By Uchiha standards, he was already a peerless genius. But compared to future generations, this achievement seemed modest. In the original storyline, Sasuke unlocked the Sharingan during the Land of Waves mission. After returning to Konoha, he participated in the Chunin exams. During the Forest of Death, his Sharingan evolved to the two-tomo state when facing Orochimaru. The gap between these events was only a few days. Soon after, during the Sound Village's invasion and Sasuke's subsequent defection, he reached the three-tomo stage at the Valley of the End. In just 6 months, Sasuke had accomplished an unprecedented triple evolution. If such feats occurred in the current era, that would terrify the entire Uchiha clan. Indra's chakra really is something else, Kyōsuke mused, thinking about his apparent connection to Indra. Naturally, this led him to recall another figure, Black Zetsu. Kyōsuke was certain that Black Zetsu had already started monitoring him. Awakening the Sharingan at 7 years old made him a prime candidate for Indra's reincarnation. If Kyōsuke were unaware of the broader story, he too might believe the same. However, with Madara's Sharingan now awakened, his Otsutsuki genes would soon begin to activate. Even Black Zetsu would realize he had targeted the wrong person. Feeling free of Black Zetsu's surveillance, Kyōsuke felt relieved and began planning his next steps. It was only a matter of time before Taijima, upon learning of his two-tomo Sharingan, would grow wary and send him far away. Although it wouldn't be overt persecution, exile would effectively distance him from the clan's core. While some ambitious individuals might resent such a fate, Kyōsuke welcomed it. He preferred to stay as far from the main battlefield as possible. The Southern Tri-Clan alliance was strong, particularly the Eno-Shika-Cho formation, but they were no match for even half of Sanjibutsuma's forces. Kyōsuke intended to wait until he reached Jonin-level strength before engaging directly. Until then, the southern region would serve as his training ground. Elsewhere, much of the ninja world was buzzing about the Uchiha. As a renowned clan in the Warring States period, the Uchiha always attracted attention. The saying goes, your greatest observer is always your enemy. The awakening of 3 prodigious talents within the Uchiha clan had many grasping the implications. Under mysterious influences, the title, 3 Uchiha Heroes, began spreading far and wide. As their fame grew, so did the bounties on their heads in underground circles. Countless bounty hunters were eager to target these young geniuses. Behind the scenes, certain forces clearly hoped to eliminate the Uchiha's promising next generation. At the same time, this gave Taijima the perfect excuse to act. Half a month later, after recovering from his severe injuries, Kyōsuke received his next assignment. He was ordered to join the southern forces as a unit leader, responsible for commanding a team of up to 30 ninjas. While it wasn't a meteoric rise, it was a genuine position of authority. With careful management, Kyōsuke could build a loyal faction of his own, provided there were those willing to serve under an 8-year-old commander. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 14, Chapter 14 Return to the Legion and Killing to Establish Authority. The Land of Fire, southern border, a dense forest 20 kilometers away from the southern base. Amidst towering trees reaching into the clouds, several figures darted through the forest like lightning. One of the most distinctive features of the Naruto world, apart from the ninja, is its remarkable greenery. Enormous trees standing dozens of meters tall are a common sight, making a person standing on them appear as small as a bird. Because of this, the planet has managed to develop chakra, a representation of life force, to a level that even astonishes the Otsutsuki clan. Lord Kyōsuke. I know. After signaling a few hand gestures, the group appeared to move casually but had actually made preparations in secret. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of shuriken came without warning, the 7th ambush since they had set out. As a member of the Uchiha 3 heroes, Kyōsuke's head was highly valued, naturally attracting many hunters. However, they underestimated the young man's strength and the power of his escorts. Before departing, Madara had quietly gifted him something. Learning that Kyōsuke had been appointed as a unit commander, Madara, worried about him commanding respect, handpicked 2 of the best escorts to assist him. The male escort, Uchiha Izumi, was at the peak of elite Chunin strength, excelling in fire-style jutsu and close combat. The female escort, Uchiha Maya, had just advanced to the elite Chunin level, skilled in genjutsu and medical ninjutsu, and was attentive to details. Madara's gift was a significant advantage. With their assistance, even if no one else wanted to join his unit, Kyōsuke's position as a unit leader would remain secure. In the forest, 3 Sharingan activated simultaneously, effortlessly dodging the dense wave of shuriken. Clasping his hands together, Uchiha Izumi unleashed a fiery attack. Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The powerful Fire Style Jutsu forced the hidden enemies into the open. Seizing the opportunity, Kyōsuke drew his short sword and threw a few shuriken in reverse, putting the enemy on the defensive. By the time they reacted, the gleaming edge of his blade was already upon them. Blood splattered as Kyōsuke swiftly killed one of them. Do they really think someone like this could take my life? Kyōsuke muttered, shaking his head in disappointment at the meager rewards. Compared to Jonin, these rogue genin were utterly insignificant. Still, every bit of reward points mattered, and he wouldn't let any go to waste. Driven by the principle of thrift, Kyōsuke turned to the next enemy. With a swing of his sword, he earned 40 points with ease. Kyōsuke's kenjutsu was impressive, and his 2-tomo Sharingan allowed him to perfectly read the movements of genin. His battles often ended in either instantaneous kills or intense struggles. These low-grade bounty hunters weren't enough to challenge him. Soon, the sudden skirmish ended, leaving Kyōsuke with 3 kills and over 120 points. Attacks are becoming more frequent, Maya remarked. They probably fear we'll slip away, Uchiha Izumi responded coldly. Fools. Lord Kyōsuke killed a Jonin from the Nara clan. How could they think they stand a chance? People die for money, Kyōsuke said, shaking his head before resuming the journey to the Southern Legion. The outside world was abuzz with tales of his feat of slaying 2 Jonin. In reality, only Kyōsuke himself knew the truth. The Yamanaka clan's Jonin had fallen due to an accident caused by his secret technique. As for the Nara Jonin, his desperate counterattack nearly took both him and Madara down. Currently, with his 2-tomo Sharingan and body flicker technique, Kyōsuke could potentially defeat elite Chunin-level opponents if he fought recklessly. But against Jonin-level foes, even escaping would be a luxury. Outsiders might misunderstand, but Kyōsuke knew his limits well. Fortunately, Kyōsuke wasn't the type to be blindly arrogant. He had already planned to start taking on missions frantically upon reaching the Southern Legion, building merits, accumulating points, and recruiting subordinates once he was strong enough. If Uchiha Taijima wanted to play dirty tricks, Kyōsuke would show him what it meant to fail miserably. The next afternoon, the group finally arrived at their destination after traveling non-stop. After verifying their identities, the 3 entered the military camp. You 2 go rest first, Kyōsuke ordered. As a unit leader, he had the privilege of his own quarters. While other ninjas shared tents, he could arrange his space however he liked. Once his subordinates had left, Kyōsuke adjusted his clothing and made his way alone to the Southern Legion commander's tent. But halfway there, several Uchiha clan members stopped him. The commander is in a meeting, one man said loudly, drawing others' attention. Frowning slightly, Kyōsuke patiently handed over his proof of identity. As a unit commander, he had the right to meet Uchiha Rei at any time. It was understandable if they didn't recognize him since he had just returned. The men frowned and scrutinized the document. But instead of letting Kyōsuke pass, he threw the appointment letter back at him. I said, the commander is in a meeting. I don't care who you are. The man's attitude was arrogant. Even though Kyōsuke was young, his position as a unit commander was undeniable. Such behavior was a blatant insult to a superior officer. My appointment couldn't have gone unnoticed by the Legion. Uchiha Rei is cunning, he would recognize Taijima's intentions. In other words, this man is deliberately targeting me. He was one of Taijima's people. Realizing this, Kyōsuke's gaze grew calm. Amidst the mixed looks of sympathy and ridicule around him, Kyōsuke raised his hands and began forming seals slowly. What's he doing? Is he really going to fight in the camp? Is he out of his mind? Should we stop him? Are you stupid? Can't you see what's happening? The crowd buzzed with disbelief at Kyōsuke's actions. No one was more shocked than the men in front of him. Indeed, he was one of Taijima's men, but his actions today were entirely his own decision. Taijima wanted to hinder Kyōsuke's development, and this man figured publicly humiliating Kyōsuke would both harm his confidence and destroy his authority, a win-win. What he hadn't anticipated was that this 8-year-old would dare to strike back in front of everyone. Insulting a superior officer is a crime punishable by death. In the Naruto world, hierarchy was strict. Particularly in the Warring States era, insulting a superior could warrant execution on the spot. And that was precisely what Kyōsuke intended to do. As he finished the hand seals, the body flicker technique activated instantly. A flash of light, and Kyōsuke appeared behind the man. The man clutched his bleeding neck, regret written all over his face as he collapsed to the ground. The entire camp fell into silence. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 15, Chapter 15 Practice for 2.5 years. At the Legion's headquarters, inside the commander's tent. I'm very sorry, Lord Rei, Kyōsuke humbly apologized, fully aware of the importance of lowering his stance. Now that the clan leader had started suppressing him openly and secretly, he needed to find a powerful patron. Uchiha Rei was the perfect candidate. Killing Taijima men in public was Kyōsuke's way of presenting a pledge of allegiance. If not for this purpose, that unfortunate guy actually didn't deserve to die. However, failing to assess the situation before jumping out to act was his own fault. His death was inevitable. Ha 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 ha. Ignoring the fact that Kyōsuke had killed someone in public, Uchiha Rei warmly pulled him aside to a seat. It was clear that the commander was very satisfied with this pledge. "My little hero, you've finally returned," Uchiha Rei said, half-jokingly winking at him with a teasing smile. "Didn't I tell you? That clan leader is not someone with a magnanimous heart." Hearing this, Kyōsuke nodded and humbly responded, "Thanks to your guidance, my lord." The two discussed internal clan affairs for a while. After some time, the commander tentatively asked, "Do you need me to assign you some subordinates?" "No need," Kyōsuke shook his head and refused. "Forcing things won't bring good results. I'll prove everything with my actions." "Good," as expected of the future pillar of our clan, Uchiha Rei praised, though inwardly he couldn't help but smirk. Still too naive. The commander sighed but decided against openly rejecting Kyōsuke's idea. In truth, Rei was also worried that Kyōsuke might not hold the line and create a major mess. After all, cleaning up the aftermath would ultimately fall on him. 2.5 years of practice first, Uchiha Rei concluded, setting the terms for Kyōsuke's new role. With his command, forming a team for Kyōsuke wouldn't have been a difficult task. The fact that Kyōsuke couldn't see this indicated he still had some growing to do. As for Kyōsuke's claim about proving himself, Rei wasn't entirely convinced. On the battlefield, individual power was often insignificant. Even a clan leader couldn't single-handedly withstand the smallest-scale Legion-level jutsu. "Here's what we'll do." Considering Kyōsuke's unique situation, Uchiha Rei granted him freedom of action. "You decide which tasks to take, but your safety must be the top priority. I don't want to lose you, understand?" "Yes, my lord." Such a talented youth would undoubtedly become a valuable aid in the future. Even if it meant keeping him idle for a few years, Uchiha Rei didn't want to risk sending Kyōsuke to the front lines. Unfortunately, his wish would not come true. Why did Kyōsuke refuse to recruit subordinates? The reason was simple: he feared having too many followers would result in them stealing his kills. A larger team meant facing greater dangers, making it harder to earn battle points. There was also the awkward possibility of others snatching his credit. After all, not everyone could resist the benefits brought by achievements. Rather than deal with such headaches, it was better to stick with a 3-person team. This way, he could avoid drawing too much attention to his talents while quietly lurking in the shadows, waiting for the day he could soar to new heights. When he became strong enough, many things would no longer be up to others to decide. Back at his assigned camp area, Kyōsuke packed up briefly and quickly headed to the mission assignment center. For now, the 3 clans' failed plans meant they weren't making any significant moves. The situation was relatively calm, with conflicts limited to small skirmishes. This suited Kyōsuke's plans perfectly. Presenting the commander's written order, Kyōsuke bypassed the usual task selection rules and began browsing through a thick stack of war commissions. Mission name: infiltrate the Yamanaka clan's territory to investigate enemy strategy. Difficulty: S rank. Damn, this is a pure suicide mission. Not doing it. Mission name: plundering the Akimichi Sprout. Difficulty: S rank. Akimichi Mitsutoshi's daughter? That's still deep behind enemy lines. Outrageous. Mission name: ambush supply convoy. Difficulty: B rank. This one seems decent. Kyōsuke grabbed the mission sheet and carefully read through its details. According to intelligence from spies, the 3 clans were still relocating their population. After suffering a previous loss, they were taking extra precautions to maintain secrecy, leaving no way to trace the exact relocation routes. With no alternatives, the Legion decided to target their supplies. Wherever the clan members were going, they'd still need food and necessities. Tracing the supply routes might reveal useful clues. Ninjas transporting supplies would definitely use scroll seals to simplify logistics. That means the convoy won't be too large, likely guarded by elite escort units. Jonin were a vital strategic resource and wouldn't be deployed for simple escort tasks. If something went wrong, the loss of a Jonin couldn't be justified by any amount of supplies. Thus, Kyōsuke deduced that the convoy would likely be guarded by Chunin, which fit his hunting criteria perfectly. Points: 4,124. By now, Kyōsuke had invested heavily in his taijutsu. Sharingan plus body flicker technique plus Uchiha Kenjutsu were enough to deal with most Chunin. Next, he planned to save points to exchange for high-level jutsu capable of overwhelming Jonin. Shirsui's advanced body flicker technique had earned Kyōsuke a reputation as a ninja prodigy. However, he knew he wasn't the true innovator of such techniques. Even if he remembered some hand seals, without understanding the corresponding chakra flow patterns, he couldn't recreate advanced jutsu. For now, his only option was to use points to exchange for abilities. Perhaps in the future, when he had time to spare, he'd exchange for some jutsu knowledge. For now, his focus remained solely on battle. Putting away the mission sheet, Kyōsuke returned to his camp and informed his two subordinates. "Get ready. We're leaving in 10 minutes. He then headed to the supply area, intending to leverage his rank to obtain some useful gear. Inside the camp, the two subordinates exchanged glances, their thoughts diverging. Uchiha Izumi, Lord Kyōsuke truly lives up to his role as the future pillar of our clan. Such boldness is inspiring. Uchiha Maya, doesn't he need rest? No wonder the young clan leader holds him in high regard. At first, both had minor complaints about their assignment to Kyōsuke. They believed their skills were better suited for the main battlefield. But after spending time with him, especially witnessing his decisive show of force in the camp, they gradually realized that this boy had ambition and ability equal to the young clan leader himself. Following him might just lead to a brighter future. 10 minutes later. At the camp entrance, the three regrouped. After distributing the gear he'd acquired, the team set out along the route detailed in the intelligence, heading toward the convoy's expected path. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. A year passes quickly. Amidst the forest, an intense battle raged on for over 10 minutes. Izumi, you handle controlling Maya. I'll deal with them, Kyōsuke commanded. As soon as he spoke, he dashed toward the enemy with his short blade. 10 minutes earlier, their team had successfully intercepted the enemy group. Lacking long-range firepower, they had Izumi Uchiha initiate the attack with a fire-release jutsu while Kyōsuke led Maoi in close-range combat. However, this time, they encountered a formidable foe. The enemy team was equipped with a well-coordinated Eno-Shika-Cho trio working in seamless harmony. The Akimichi member, using the expansion jutsu, disrupted Kyōsuke and Maoi's charge. Meanwhile, the cunning Yamanaka clan member took control of Maya's body. Risking it all, Kyōsuke used the body flicker technique to eliminate the enemies in front of him. But when he turned around, Maya was already holding a kunai to his throat. System notification, killed an Akimichi Chunin. Gained 280 points. Surrender now, or this woman dies, the enemy threatened. Surrender? That was no different from committing suicide. Falling into the hands of the Eno-Shika-Cho trio would undoubtedly lead to a fate worse than death for Kyōsuke. Maya. Uchiha Izumi's voice rang out, filled with despair and seething hatred like a vengeful specter. Only then did Kyōsuke realize that there was a special bond between the two of them. I'll surrender, Kyōsuke said. As soon as the words left his mouth, Maya shot him a sharp glance. But as their eyes met, the Yamanaka realized something was amiss. Within Kyōsuke's blood-red Sharingan, an ominous power began to stir. As someone with exceptionally strong spiritual roots, Kyōsuke had naturally mastered the most basic yet powerful illusion of the Sharingan. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Kyōsuke's consciousness infiltrated Maya's body, his crimson eye shrouding the enemy's spirit with overwhelming pressure. With a burst of ocular power, the Yamanaka was forcibly expelled from Maya's body, leading to the current situation. Drawing his short blade, Kyōsuke lunged toward the Yamanaka ninja like a whirlwind. He knew the Nara member would desperately attempt to save his comrade. As expected, a black shadow darted toward him from the ground as Kyōsuke charged forward. The loyalty among the Eno-Shika-Cho trio was indeed touching, but Kyōsuke was determined to send all three to the Pure Land together. Forming quick hand seals, Kyōsuke's figure blurred into an afterimage, closing the distance in an instant. His blade flashed, and blood splattered. A severed head flew skyward. System notification, killed a Nara Chunin. Gained 310 points. Damn it. Kyōsuke gasped, collapsing onto the ground as his muscles spasmed uncontrollably. He could only watch helplessly as Izumi ran off to claim his kills. Ugh, I'll get you for this, Kyōsuke muttered before fainting. In such a short amount of time, using the high-difficulty body flicker technique twice in a row, he was completely overexerting himself, forcefully fighting by draining his future strength. Luckily, the 590 points he earned somewhat compensated for his injuries and emotional strain. Something's wrong. Lord Kyōsuke has collapsed. Maya struggled to her feet and stumbled to Kyōsuke's side, taking out medical supplies to treat him. Behind her, Izumi remained silent, his head hung low as though still trapped in the despair of the earlier moment. Tears dripped onto the ground as Maya choked back sobs. He didn't abandon me. Lord Madara was right, Kyōsuke-sama is someone worth following. Though she didn't say it aloud, as a medical ninja, Maya knew the toll the body flicker technique had taken on Kyōsuke's young, 8-year-old body. From that moment, the two subordinates, originally transferred from Uchiha Madara, fully pledged their loyalty to Kyōsuke. After rambling on for quite a while, Maya suddenly realized that her boyfriend had been ignoring her. Curiously turning her head, she immediately noticed his blood-red eyes. Within them, 3 dark tomo were slowly spinning. An entire day and night passed before Kyōsuke finally woke up from his unconscious state. When Kyōsuke finally woke up after an entire day and night, his first thought was an unfamiliar ceiling. Without needing to look, he knew his body must be wrapped in bandages. Overexerting oneself was often seen as reckless, but Kyōsuke didn't mind too much. In the system shop, there were potions that could perfectly heal the body. For 5,000 points, he could repair all injuries and hidden ailments over time. Higher-grade potions could even restore him in mere moments, but the price, better not think about it. At the very least, his desperate actions had earned him the loyalty of his 2 promising subordinates. Without their full allegiance, Kyōsuke always felt a bit uneasy using them in battle. Turning his head with effort, Kyōsuke saw Maya sleeping soundly beside him. Before, she would never have behaved so casually in his presence. This change warmed his heart. Success. Sigh, pushing so hard every time will only lead to trouble. During his recovery, Kyōsuke began to seriously reflect on this issue for the first time. At this point, his safety was temporarily assured. Both subordinates had completely pledged their loyalty, especially Uchiha Izumi, who, after the previous incident, successfully awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. In terms of combat strength, Izumi now had the ability to contend with a Jonin at full power. For future missions, the safety margin was undoubtedly much higher. However, this also meant that Izumi might be more likely to steal his kills. No way, I must restrict his actions. I'll use the excuse that I need real combat experience for training. A week later, Kyōsuke was discharged from the hospital. Acknowledging the need for efficiency, he decided to focus on enhancing his abilities instead of rushing into more missions. This time, his goal was not ninjutsu but genjutsu, seeking instruction from Maya to address his lack of mid-range combat options. After a period of focused study, Kyōsuke finally mastered some basic genjutsu. When the team set out again, they resumed their relentless hunt for Eno-Shika-Cho ninjas. Over time, Kyōsuke regained his reputation as the Demon-Faced Ashura. To diminish the impact of his age, Kyōsuke even began wearing a ghostly mask during missions and while in camp. Of course, there were times of danger. On multiple occasions, the trio faced ambushes from the 3 clans. If not for Izumi's exceptional strength and willingness to risk his life for Kyōsuke, the Ashura might have already met his end. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Kyōsuke finally amassed enough points for the next phase of his journey. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Have you ever heard thousand birds singing? 2 months ago, the Senju clan launched a surprise attack. The Uchiha suffered heavy losses, retreating 100 miles before they could barely regroup. In this battle, more than 100 clan members perished, and Uchiha Madara's last brother was stabbed through the abdomen. The guilt in his heart made him briefly consider abandoning the war. Hiding this from his father and brother, he went to the riverbank daily to calm his mind and heal the psychological trauma caused by the war. There, he met a friend who shared the same troubles. The two immediately hit it off, quickly becoming close friends with no secrets between them. At the same time, they vaguely sensed each other's identities. The conflict on the main battlefield immediately sparked a significant ripple effect in various regions. Originally planning to retreat from the southern front and move deeper into the Land of Fire to recover, the 3 clans, for some unknown reason, suddenly began launching frequent attacks on the Uchiha forces. In a month, there were over 20 skirmishes. Though the scale of the battles couldn't compare to the main battlefield, the cruelty of war remained the same everywhere. Find them. You must find the hideout of those bastards. Within the commander's tent, Uchiha Rei's furious roars echoed repeatedly. The actions of the 3 clans were highly cunning, continuously avoiding direct confrontation. With the Nara clan involved, creating battle plans became exceptionally easy. Strategically, the Uchiha were always at a disadvantage. Unable to conduct a direct siege, splitting the battlefield had become the status quo. However, against the coordinated tactics of the Eno-Shika-Cho trio, the same-sized Uchiha teams found themselves at a disadvantage. In just over a month, battle reports recorded a chilling casualty ratio of 1 minute and 2.13 seconds. If this continued, the gap in war potential between the two sides would shrink rapidly. When that day arrived, the southern front would face a dire situation. I need prisoners, high-ranking prisoners. You useless bunch. If you can't capture anyone, I'll have your hides. After a round of furious shouting and smashing, a group of unit captains scrambled out of the tent in embarrassment. Capture prisoners. Easier said than done. Did they think the enemy clans were fools? Currently, the initiative lay with the enemy. If they didn't want to fight, there was nothing the Uchiha could do, no matter how angry they got. By now, even a fool could see that the 3 clans were cooperating with the Senju. Without a decisive result on the main battlefield, there would never be an all-out final confrontation. Oh, if the Southern Army weakened enough, the main forces of the three clans might show up. But by then, who would be the target of annihilation would be an open question. With heavy thoughts weighing on their minds, the unit captains returned to their camps to prepare their next moves. Before leaving, they all cast varying glances at the figure waiting outside the tent. The sight of the menacing mask, akin to that of a demon or grim reaper, struck fear into their hearts. They all knew who this person was. And because of that, they couldn't suppress the amazement they felt. 9 years old, at such a young age, he had already become the most dazzling star on the battlefield. His achievements had won over everyone. In this time, many clansmen had applied to join him, hoping to make their mark under his leadership. However, Kyōsuke decisively refused every single one of them. His three-man team had developed perfect coordination and a clean, efficient combat style, hitting and retreating without hesitation. Adding others would not increase their combat effectiveness but instead disrupt the rhythm of his hunting operations. Recruiting people was on his agenda. Kyōsuke knew he needed to start building his power base. But the time wasn't right yet. He already had a plan, one that, if executed well, would attract a lot of talented individuals. For now, he needed to find a way to end this stalemate. If the situation deteriorated, everyone would face punishment from within the clan. Pulling back the curtain, he entered the tent. The place was already in shambles, anything breakable had been smashed to pieces. Even so, Uchiha Rei sat there, stewing in anger. At this moment, few people other than Kyōsuke would dare to approach him. Lord Rei. Kyōsuke maintained his respectful tone. Oh, it's little Kyōsuke. Seeing his most talented subordinate, the old man forced himself to calm down and squeezed out a smile. How many did you take down this time? Shaking his head without answering, Kyōsuke went straight to the point. I have an idea that might lure out a high-ranking enemy commander. Is that true? Uchiha Rei's eyes lit up. His biggest headache right now was finding the enemy. If they could capture a high-value prisoner, the army could launch a full-scale assault and recoup all their losses in one move. Kyōsuke then explained his plan in detail. No way. Uchiha Rei shot up from his seat, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at his prized subordinate. Do you even know what you're saying? I'll use myself as bait to draw the enemy into an ambush. As long as we can ensure success, the three clans will definitely send out significant figures. Ensure success. Uchiha Rei clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and asked, do you realize this means you'll face an enemy you absolutely cannot defeat? Yes, Kyōsuke replied calmly, there's a high chance they'll send a perfect Eno-Shika-Cho trio to intercept me. A perfect Eno-Shika-Cho meant a team fully capable of executing every tactic, typically composed of 3 elite jonin. In other words, Kyōsuke would be facing a jonin-level Eno-Shika-Cho trio, likely accompanied by additional support. The commander knew the boy had strength rivaling a jonin. But this was too risky. Even a small mistake could cost them everything. The Nara clan was known for their cunning. They would thoroughly investigate before making a move. With the Yamanaka clan's exceptional sensory abilities, setting up an ambush would be nearly impossible. Facing 3 jonin alone, especially a perfectly coordinated Eno-Shika-Cho team, even Uchiha Rei himself would hesitate to guarantee victory. Could it be that the boy already had jonin-level strength? The commander doubted it. He knew that during the clan's raid years ago, the boy and Madara had worked together to eliminate an infiltrating Eno-Shika-Cho team. But that situation had been entirely different. If the Yamanaka hadn't been injured, or if the Eno-Shika-Cho's coordination hadn't been disrupted, or if there had been fewer ninja willing to die for the clan. Any one of those factors changing would have led to a completely different outcome. This kid is getting too full of himself. I can't let him drag me into this madness. Kyōsuke was the clan's future hope. Uchiha Rei would never gamble with his life. Understanding this, Kyōsuke raised his arm slowly, his voice calm yet firm. Lord Rei, please allow me to demonstrate my confidence. What did he mean? Before Rei could react, a flash of lightning burst forth. In an instant, the camp resounded with a sound like the chirping of 1,000 birds. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 18, Chapter 18 Chidori, the most suitable jutsu for the Uchiha clan. In the end, Uchiha Rei agreed to his action plan. Returning to the tent, Kyōsuke informed the two and hoped they would be mentally prepared. Hee. Uchiha Maya smiled and kept fiddling with a pale pink kunai. I've always said, wherever Lord Kyōsuke wants to go, even to the Pure Land, I'll follow him. Same here. Uchiha Izumi nodded beside her. After being promoted to jonin, he had become increasingly taciturn. To be precise, it should be said that he was influenced by the bloodline within him. The second Hokage once said that the Uchiha clan was cursed, and now Kyōsuke was starting to agree with this statement more and more. Speaking of Senju Tobirama, his thoughts drifted thousands of miles away. It had been calculated that Madara was now 11 years old, and unless the plot changed, he had likely already become friends with Senju Hashirama. Their meeting would mark the official countdown to the Warring States period. The era of the shinobi villages was about to begin, provided that the two could break through the obstacles of the older generation of ninjas. It was still too early to discuss this now. Shaking his head, Kyōsuke refocused his attention on the current situation. After a year of slaughter, he had successfully made it onto the enemy's kill list. It was obvious that many eyes were watching him, always looking for the right moment to strike. Since that was the case, he decided to take the initiative. If you don't move, I won't either, but once I do, you'll feel the pain. It's like a date, if the girl doesn't give any opportunity, the guy can only wander around at the entrance forever. Now, Kyōsuke would give the three clans a chance to ambush him. As for the confidence to deal with them, first, Uchiha Izumi had firmly established himself as a jonin. He was considered a trump card. Uchiha Maya, after years of battle, had developed extraordinary genjutsu skills. Not long ago, their team had been ambushed by jonin-level ninjas, and at the critical moment, her Sharingan finally evolved into the three-tomo state. She had essentially become a jonin specializing in genjutsu, a stronger version of Kurinai Yuhi. Two jonin-level warriors. As for Kyōsuke himself. Name, Uchiha Kyōsuke. Age, 9 years old. Physical strength, Chunin. Mental strength, peak Chunin. Chakra amount, peak Chunin. Skills, Uchiha style Kenjutsu, level 5, 3 body technique, level 5, throwing technique, level 6, chakra control, level 4, hand seals, level 4, Shursui style body flicker technique, level 3, Chidori, level 2. Kekkei Genkai, Sharingan, 2 tomo. Summoning beast, none. Ninja tools, none. Points, 1275. In the past year, he had fought desperately and had little time to consolidate his power. He had achieved remarkable battle results, and his points were considerable. Various combat skills had improved to varying degrees. However, in terms of raw strength, he had still not broken through the Chunin barrier. However, when it came to mid-range combat, neither Izumi nor Maya possessed the same terrifying deterrent power as him. The reason for this was that Kyōsuke had exchanged for an A-rank ninjutsu. The most suitable ninjutsu for the Uchiha clan to cultivate, Chidori. Chidori, a ninjutsu developed by Hatake Kakashi in his youth. This technique gathers lightning-release chakra in the palm, forming a high-intensity electric current. The hand becomes like a blade, with a powerful penetrating force. When activated, it sounds like 1,000 birds chirping, which is why it is named Chidori. To enhance the piercing power, the attack requires a certain distance to build up speed. If too fast, it may invite a counterattack from the enemy, so it must be used in conjunction with the Sharingan. With his Sharingan, Kyōsuke's Chidori was as powerful as an S-rank ninjutsu. 12,000 points for the exchange was already quite worth it. It's worth noting that the Raiznan requires a price of 18,000 points and has much higher usage requirements compared to Chidori. With Kyōsuke's current peak Chunin strength, as long as he's given the chance, taking out a Jonin would be no problem. Another important point is that Chidori's subsequent form changes are very suitable for Kyōsuke to use. With it, many different ninjutsu techniques could be developed. Defensive Chidori flow, mid-range Chidori spear, close-range Chidori blade, and so on. In the future, if given time, Kyōsuke might even develop the lightning release Kirin technique. During his spare time, he would read books to deepen his understanding of techniques. Such a perfect ninjutsu, anyone would be tempted to exchange for it. Why weren't the others worried at all? That's because they knew very well the real combat strength of their team. If the Eno-Shika-Cho trio showed up, they would have to pay a heavy price. If not, Kyōsuke would have to be crazy to set up such a bait plan. This move not only changes the course of the battle but also helps him solidify the position of the Southern Army. If he were to fall out with Uchiha Taijima, he must have enough leverage to counter him. Military deterrence, merit-based fame, and a prearranged gift, the combination of these three would be enough to win over a large group of loyal subordinates. Regardless of what happens in the future, the Uchiha clan must always have a place for Kyōsuke. Even if he were to fall out with the Dancing King, Madara, in the future, it wouldn't matter. He would start anew, with loyal subordinates, and wherever he goes, he wouldn't fear. In the southern part of the Land of Fire, in a gorge near the border, the joint base of the three clans was quietly being set up here. In such a concealed place, without the help of the Huga clan, no one would be able to trace them here. Inside the tent, Akimichi Koken sighed as he looked at the battle report on the table. Uchiha Rei was feeling the same, deeply concerned about the high battle losses. The Uchiha clan was so powerful, and even though they had some tactical advantages and strategic benefits, after so many battles, they still couldn't secure the final victory. Why sigh? A light laugh came from outside the tent, and the curtain was lifted as Nara Higashihiko walked in with a smile. Nara Higashihiko, the current head of the Nara clan, had reached the elite Jonin level. He was a prominent figure in the Land of Fire, someone whom everyone had to be cautious about. "You're not worried at all," Akimichi Mitsutoshi said angrily. "My clan is at the front lines, and if this continues, we'll be wiped out." "Don't be angry." Nara Higashihiko waved his hand, a mysterious glint in his eyes. "I told you, I will come up with a satisfactory plan soon." He then placed a white sheet of paper in front of his friend. On it was a string of jumbled letters, and since Akimichi Mitsutoshi was an unrefined man, he certainly couldn't recognize the encoded message. Luckily, Nara Higashihiko knew him well and personally wrote down the translation of the code. A quick glance at it made the Akimichi clan leader jump to his feet, bursting into hearty laughter. "Haha, he's finally taking the bait." The intelligence report stated that the Demon-Faced Ashura was Uchiha Rei's most capable subordinate and someone extremely important to him. Capturing him would certainly help suppress the Uchiha's counterattack. Otherwise, the Southern Army would bear the disgrace of abandoning heroes and future hopes. Uchiha Rei, who had long been competing for the position of clan head, would never allow his reputation to be tarnished. To execute the capture, Nara Higashihiko had set many traps in secret. Heaven rewards the diligent, and at last, the opportunity had come. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. High-end hunters often appear as prey. According to reports, the target had just left the camp. The mission at hand was a trap set up in advance by Nara Higashihiko. Finally, they've bitten the hook. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with pride. What does it matter if the vicious Ashura is here or if the future hope of the Uchiha clan is involved? In the end, they would all have to drink his foot-washing water. Through his careful planning, the mission was disguised perfectly, and no one could spot the hidden agenda. Who would have guessed that strategic supplies, enough to support a small-scale war, would be used as bait to lure Rasha into the trap? As long as the temptation is great enough, there is no prey that won't bite. Nara Higashihiko spoke with great confidence. However, he may not have heard a saying before. High-end hunters often appear as prey. Even though they couldn't find spies from the three clans, Kyōsuke could guess with his little finger that the Southern Army had spies in the area. For the Yamanaka clan, controlling ninjas was as easy as breathing. If they really launched a large-scale inspection, it would only shake the Southern Army's fighting spirit. Unable to find the spies, it would be better to expose the mission they were executing. Kyōsuke believed that the information would eventually reach the target's hands. His view on temptation and prey was in perfect alignment with Nara Higashihiko. "You want to find me? Fine, today I'll deliver myself right to your doorstep. Whether you can catch me or not depends on your skills." In fact, Nara Higashihiko knew full well that intercepting the vicious Ashura was a high-risk move. If someone were captured, their carefully built secret base would immediately fall under the Uchiha's watch. At that point, the southern region would truly have no place for them. But the problem was, did Nara Higashihiko have any better options? Yes, Senju Butsume had promised to protect the three clans in the future. Hiding behind the Senju clan would indeed provide a period of peace and recovery, but it would also mean they would completely lose their independence. In name, the two sides would form an alliance, but in reality, the three clans would become the Senju's vassals. Proud as Nara Higashihiko was, there was no way he would willingly serve as someone's dog. If we capture him, we will have room to maneuver. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, thinking it over for a while before deciding to stick to the original plan. Clap. He clapped his hands twice, and soon 7 people walked into the room. 3 jonin, 4 elite chunin, these were the weights he had prepared to capture the vicious Ashura. If there were too many people, the target might notice something unusual, and if the target escaped, it would be a big loss. If there were too few people, it would be hard to guarantee success, so a team of 7 was just right. Rumiko, Tetsuhei, Kanbei. He called out the names of 3 individuals and said in a deep voice, "The future of the Eno-Shika-Cho trio is entrusted to you. If we complete the mission, we will have a chance for a comeback." Yamanaka Rumiko, skilled in mind transmission jutsu, was a beautiful woman with golden long hair. Nara Tetsuhei, the team's strategist and backbone, was proficient in shadow techniques from various schools. Akimichi Kanbei, the team's strongest fighter, possessed combat abilities approaching the level of an elite jonin. According to reports, the target's team had a jonin with a 3-tomo Sharingan. It was a difficult opponent, but it shouldn't pose a threat to the 3 of them. Sigh, so troublesome. Nara Tetsuhei, who was younger, paid no attention to the clan leader's fiery speech. Wasn't joining the Senju clan good? Why bother with all this trouble? If things went wrong, they might even have to flee the Land of Fire. From his attitude, it was clear that not everyone in the clan was united. Some supported fighting to the end, while others didn't want to risk too much. Even so, Nara Tetsuhei would still carry out the mission. No matter what, hating the Uchiha was a consensus among the three clans. If they could make the Uchiha uncomfortable, it would be worth it. Leave it to us. After speaking, Nara Tetsuhei led his companions away. To infiltrate, he had to quickly meet with the transport team acting as the bait. Before acting, the vicious Ashura would definitely carry out reconnaissance. It was a dangerous confrontation, and any small mistake could lead to total failure. Land of Fire, Southern Region, Higurashi Town. Kyōsuke, dressed in a gray cloak, entered the famous livestock town with a traveler's bag, appearing as a normal merchant. The scorching sun beat down on the earth, and the ground was filled with the muck from the rain, along with the strong, unpleasant odor of livestock. Being born into the Uchiha clan is truly the best. Kyōsuke couldn't help but shake his head. He hadn't expected the basic sanitary conditions in towns outside would be so poor. Feeling the thick mud beneath his feet, he walked into the town, planning to find somewhere to have lunch and gather some intelligence. The merchants passing by were mostly dressed similarly to him, so Kyōsuke didn't have to worry about exposing his identity too soon. He always wore a mask when out, making it hard for enemies to figure out his exact appearance. After all, code words could only convey text, and high-precision sketches were too difficult for intelligence agents to deal with. "Boss, I'll have a sushi set and a bottle of fresh milk." Kyōsuke walked into a restaurant and sat by the window. He was still growing, so he couldn't be like Uchiha Madara, spending his days sneaking alcohol. Milk was the best thing for a growing child, and drinking more of it was never a bad thing. As a livestock town, they never lacked milk. Soon, a large glass of fresh milk was brought to him, and the delicious taste made young Kyōsuke quite fascinated. Anyone who saw the boy gulping down the milk by the window wouldn't associate him with a notorious figure like the vicious Ashura. Turning his gaze away from the boy, the waiter continued observing other targets. Little did he know, Kyōsuke had already noticed his every move. This person is suspicious. After a moment of thought, Kyōsuke dismissed the idea of testing him. Higurashi Town was a mixed bag, and all sorts of people could show up. The waiter's odd behavior may not necessarily be related to the three clans. Perhaps he was just scouting for easy targets. With a clink, Kyōsuke placed his cup down and picked up a piece of sushi, casually glancing toward the street opposite. There, an abandoned shop stood. According to the intel, one of the transport teams from the three clans was currently stationed there. Kyōsuke needed to observe the movements carefully to ensure there were no large enemy forces. Otherwise, he would have to abandon the bait plan. If I get too close to the shop, it will immediately raise the enemy's suspicions. I need to be very careful. At the very least, I must not let them realize I'm doing it on purpose. As he thought, Kyōsuke looked back at the waiter. Perhaps this guy could be useful. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 20, Chapter 20 Chidori tearing through the night. Higurashi Town's remote location made it an ideal breeding ground for all kinds of crime. The shop assistant was actually a spy cultivated by a group of thieves, tasked with identifying suitable prey. At first glance, Kyōsuke seemed like an ordinary traveler, failing to capture the assistant's attention. However, one seemingly inadvertent action of his instantly exposed his wealthy status. If it weren't for the assistant's sharp eyes, they might have missed this lucrative target entirely. Damn, I almost let him fool me. Using the excuse of a bathroom break, the assistant discreetly released a carrier pigeon. Before long, the thieves' contact would appear in the town, and with him around, the young merchant wouldn't stand a chance. Hey, blame your own foolishness. The assistant's sinister laughter blended into the bustling noise of the shop. Outside, on the bustling street, a seemingly inconspicuous roadside vendor watched the pigeon fly off, cursing under his breath. Having been stationed there for several days, he was well aware of the assistant's shady dealings. Murdering travelers and robbing their goods wasn't an issue for him. What annoyed him was how the assistant's reckless actions could potentially disrupt his own plans. Tonight, I'll observe the situation. If it doesn't interfere with my plans, I'll just get rid of this idiot quietly, the man muttered, squinting his eyes to conceal the murderous intent within. This man was one of the 4 chunin accompanying Nara Tetsuhei. His task was to monitor anyone approaching their trap, including Kyōsuke, whom no one could escape his watchful eyes. The assistant's little tricks hadn't gone unnoticed by him either. Naturally, he also noticed the little boy actions. Meanwhile, after dinner, Kyōsuke found a random inn nearby. Having no better options and seeing no action from the accomplice despite waiting for a long time, it became clear to him that the other side still needed time to prepare. With a general understanding of the situation, he decided to rest in place, fully embodying the fearless demeanor of a naive youth. By day, he wandered around harmlessly like an ordinary passerby. By night, once the mask was on, he became untouchable and ruthless. Once his subordinates returned with intelligence, tonight would be the perfect moment for them to act. The hunting game begins now, Kyōsuke murmured with a sinister smile. As night fell, the streets emptied, save for the occasional drunk stumbling out of taverns. The ninjas who had disguised themselves during the day now gathered around the wooden houses and shops, lying in wait for their enemies. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from the end of the street. "Help me!" Immediately, the 7 ninjas tensed up, alert and ready. "It's that boy from earlier," one of them said while signaling discreetly. "Safe." The boy, noticing a drunken man in the corner, ran toward him like he had found salvation. At that moment, the disguised Chunin felt the urge to curse. The commotion could draw the enemy's attention, and if exposed, it might ruin their entire plan. Determined not to blow his cover, the Chunin, pretending to be a drunkard, decided to act unconscious. After all, no one would pay attention to a fallen, drunken middle-aged man. But then, a sudden pain in his chest stunned him. Before he could react, his life had already slipped away. System notification: you have killed a Yamanaka clan Chunin. Points awarded, 300. Feigning panic, Kyōsuke, still pretending to be the fleeing boy, quickly ran off. There's a Jonin nearby. The body won't stay hidden for long. At most, we have 5 seconds before the death of the Chunin is discovered. 1 second passed. Nara Tetsuhei, hidden in the building, noticed nothing unusual. 2 seconds passed. He frowned, puzzled as to why no signal had been sent. By the 3rd second, his expression turned serious. "Enemy attack," he shouted. The moment his cry rang out, a fierce, roaring fire dragon engulfed the shop. The blaze lit up the entire town, waking its sleeping residents. What's going on? A Chunin hiding in a nearby courtyard barely had time to react before the space around him distorted. Genjutsu. He panicked, pouring all his chakra into breaking free. But breaking free from the illusion of a 3-tomo Sharingan was no easy feat. Seconds later, Uchiha Maya stepped out of the shadows, leaving behind a corpse whose eyes remained wide open in disbelief. Elsewhere, seeing that the enemy had already detected them, Kyōsuke swiftly shed his disguise. With a few simple hand signs, the piercing chirping of Chidori drowned out the explosion's roar. Damn it! Nara Tetsuhei cursed, watching his shadows fail to catch up with the rapidly moving figure. What kind of technique is this? He couldn't understand how their meticulously laid ambush had been exposed so thoroughly. Had the enemy's perception been that sharp, or had they known about the plan all along? A sense of dread crept into his heart. Low-ranking ninjas rarely had access to critical intelligence, but Jonin couldn't fall into enemy hands. Until now, the cooperation between the 3 clans had been flawless, giving the Uchiha no chance to exploit weaknesses. But today, he had unknowingly stepped into the enemy's sights, all for the sake of that so-called Demon-Faced Ashura. At that moment, Nara Tetsuhei suddenly came to a realization, but it was already too late to back out now. System notification: you have killed an Akimichi clan Chunin. Points awarded, 350. The Akimichi, known for their formidable combat abilities, stood no chance against the Sharingan and Chidori combination. Pulling his hand from the burning chest of his opponent, Kyōsuke dodged the spray of blood and vanished. Damn it! Yamanaka Rumiko cursed, frustrated by the enemy's alertness. If she had been just a second faster, she could have taken control of the boy's body and captured the target. Now, not only had she failed, but her position was compromised. Without hesitation, she burst through the wooden wall of her hiding spot. Boom! A fire dragon roared, instantly engulfing the area she had just vacated. Seeing this, Akimichi Kanbei abandoned all pretense and unleashed his partial multi-size technique. His colossal arm swung down like a titan's hammer, aiming to crush the enemy's hiding place. Forced into the open, Uchiha Izumi revealed himself. Facing 3 Jonin and 4 elite Chunin, a luxurious lineup, Kyōsuke knew the battle would be intense. Despite their numbers, 2 of their strongest had already fallen. As Kyōsuke prepared to issue orders, the familiar chirping of Chidori drew his attention. This time, the technique wasn't Kyōsuke's but Izumi's own, fueled by murderous intent. To maximize his team's combat strength, he did not hesitate to teach this technique. As a Chunin, Kyōsuke could already use Chidori to instantly kill opponents of the same level. So, if the user was Uchiha Izumi instead, how much stronger would the technique become? Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 21, Chapter 21. A life and death fight. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Akimichi Kanbei quickly revealed all of his strength. Bang! With his hands pressed together, he transformed into a towering giant over 10 meters tall. Ninja Art, Super Multi-Size Jutsu. Little bugs, let me see what you're capable of, Akimichi Kanbei sneered, then he retracted his limbs and turned into a massive, round ball of flesh. Ninja Art, Superhuman Cannonball. Such an impact was something few could withstand in the entire ninja world. Even if Uchiha Rei himself were present, he would have to temporarily avoid the attack. Let alone Uchiha Izumi, who hadn't even reached the elite Jonin rank. Blocking it was definitely out of the question. However, avoiding the attack wasn't particularly difficult for him. The electricity generated by Chidori could not only be used to kill, but it also greatly stimulated cellular activity. It felt very similar to the secret techniques of a certain family from the Land of Lightning. Quickly moving beyond the range of the human cannonball, Uchiha Izumi transformed into a lightning bolt, running toward the distant target. The Jonin, Yamanaka Rumiko. What kind of jutsu is this? Nara Tetsuhei hastily changed hand signs, abandoning the pursuit of Kyōsuke, and instead used his shadow to create a large shadow net, hoping to block the incoming crisis. Ninja art, shadow net. Kyōsuke let out a sigh of relief, only to realize that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. The pressure from Nara's Jonin-level abilities was terrifying. Without activating the body flicker technique, just dodging was an exhausting task. Taking a few light breaths, Kyōsuke ignored the Chunin charging at him, and quickly formed hand signs, using the second Chidori of the day. With his current chakra, he could only use Chidori twice at its full power. He couldn't afford to waste precious chakra on a Chunin. Using his Sharingan's enhanced dynamic vision, he successfully avoided the Chunin's blockade, turning into a blurry afterimage as he rushed toward the distant target. The target was still the Jonin, Yamanaka Rumiko, who was tangled with Maya. To be attacked by two Chidori at once, she would be the first in history to experience such a thing. Nara Tetsuhei could only block one, but couldn't manage both Kyōsuke and Izumi. Stop him. Helpless, he could only place his hopes on his subordinates. Don't even think about it. Another Akimichi Chunin appeared. It seemed that these fat pigs weren't just good at eating, they were also quite capable. Otherwise, how could there be so many of them that even killing them all was impossible? Ninja art, partial multi-size technique. The jutsu activated, and a pair of gigantic palms, the size of houses, charged forward. Before the attack even reached him, the violent wind from the palms made Kyōsuke's hair fly in all directions. Should I dodge, or? His gaze was fixed on the target. He could jump to dodge, but in that case, the power of Chidori would drop significantly. Without enough distance for a sprint, the added power of the attack would be hard to deliver a fatal blow to a Jonin. This was why Chidori was an A-rank technique, whereas Raikiri, which didn't require a sprint and could be silent for assassination, was an S-rank jutsu. The two techniques were of the same origin, but their development paths differed. Sasuke focused on form changes, developing techniques like Chidori Stream and Chidori Senbon. Later, he began to experiment with nature changes, mainly to enhance power. Kakashi, on the other hand, focused on assassination. He developed Raikiri to the point that it was completely silent. Even a seasoned fighter like Kakuzu couldn't avoid Kakashi's surprise assassination. Without the Earth Grudge fear to sustain him, Kakuzu would have been instantly killed by Raikiri. Currently, Kyōsuke had not yet delved into advanced ninjutsu training. His Chidori required a significant amount of running to build up. Charging directly would certainly take down the Akimichi Chunin, but he would inevitably be struck by the massive palms as well. I cannot give the enemy any chance to gather. If the three families combine, the difficulty of the battle will increase several times. I must end this fight quickly. With a resolve in his mind, Kyōsuke began desperately absorbing chakra. Is the lightning release not enough to stimulate his body? Fine. Then, in the Chidori state, he would forcibly activate the Shursui-style body flicker technique. In theory, it would absolutely work. As for the consequences, he couldn't care about that now. Feeling the tearing pain throughout his body, Kyoji's forehead veins bulged, and he roared, "Get the hell out of my way." Shursui-style body flicker technique, activate. In an instant, a burst of blood mist exploded, leaving a series of bloody afterimages in front of the Chunin. Bang. His massive palms finally closed, but the target had already quickly flashed past from the side. With a gulp, he realized that if he had been the target, the enemy could have killed him more than 10 times over in the brief moment of misstep. Turning his head stiffly, the Akimichi Chunin's pupils suddenly dilated as he saw the severed arm of Yamanaka Rumiko lying on the ground, her body limp after falling into a genjutsu. Impressive. Even though they were enemies, he couldn't help but feel somewhat impressed. Comparing himself to the boy who barely reached his chest, he felt as though his 20 years of life had been wasted. I can't let them leave. The Akimichi Chunin was well aware of the consequences. The three families had managed to compete with the Uchiha mainly due to their geographic advantages. Ambushes, surprise attacks, and intelligence warfare, these methods had been a constant nuisance for the Southern Army. Exposing hidden locations was minor, but if the secret communication points were compromised, decades of effort would be lost in an instant. Even if he had to kill a woman, he couldn't let the enemy capture her. With a slap, his hands pressed together, and he prepared to risk his life using the super multi-size technique to meet the enemy. Just as he was about to act, a brilliant bolt of lightning appeared behind him. You. Looking at the arm that had pierced through his chest, he bitterly smiled and fell to the ground, dead. Ninja battles were sometimes this cruel. With insufficient strength, even the qualification to fight to the death was denied. Having dealt with the third Chunin, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but take a few breaths. Glancing at the prisoner Maya was carrying on his shoulder, he began to move toward Kyōsuke, who had fallen unconscious. Unexpectedly, Nara Tetsuhei was quicker, rushing over and grabbing Kyōsuke by the neck, lifting him roughly from the ground. At this moment, Kyōsuke was covered in blood, his left leg grotesquely bent inward, indicating that his knee had suffered unimaginable damage. Not only was it impossible for him to continue fighting, but whether he could even continue his ninja career was uncertain. Not bad. Nara Tetsuhei sneered, his voice dark, "You're willing to risk your future to complete the mission. I'm almost moved to tears. Bastard." Uchiha Maya's brows furrowed, her lips bleeding from the pressure as she remained unaware. She never imagined that Kyōsuke would take such a reckless risk. It was just for a prisoner, there was no need to take such a big risk. In her view, 10 women's lives weren't worth even a single hair on Kyoji's body. How about it? Shall we exchange hostages? Nara Tetsuhei smiled as he made his suggestion. Will they exchange? Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 22, Chapter 22 I just have a special physique. Alright, I'll exchange with you. Maya didn't hesitate at all. Even if Kyōsuke really became disabled, she would still care for him for the rest of her life. From the day she agreed to the young clan leader's request, Kyōsuke had become the most important person in her life. Not being able to protect him fully had already been a serious dereliction of duty as a bodyguard, so how could she just watch him fall into danger like this? Mission. Hell with it. With one hand, she threw the unconscious Yamanaka Rumiko to the ground. Uchiha Maya's gaze turned sharp as she stared down the other side, her voice low and chilling, "Don't play tricks, or I'll make sure you all die here." In her eyes, 3 black tomo spun wildly. Her gaze swept over the last remaining Chunin. This was a young girl from the Yamanaka clan who had just tried to use a secret technique to launch a surprise attack. However, her intentions had been instantly noticed by Maya. "Don't act." Nara Tetsuhei stopped his subordinate. The situation now was that he and Akimichi Kanbei were facing 2 Uchiha Jonin. If Maya was pushed too far, she wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the hostage and escape. At that point, they wouldn't be able to stop her. Rather than take that risk, it would be better to just trade Rumiko back. After all, that kid was useless now, whether or not he stayed was irrelevant. Even if Uchiha Rei was foolish, he would never compromise over a useless person. With this thought, Nara Tetsuhei gestured as a sign of goodwill, "Don't worry, I won't risk my comrades' lives." As he spoke, he grabbed Kyōsuke by the collar with one hand and reached for his fallen comrade with the other. Maya did the same, while Uchiha Izumi kept a close eye on Akimichi Kanbei. Both sides had the same demands. The exchange should go smoothly, as no one wanted to take that risk. However, once the exchange was successful, the next round of fighting would begin. With the help of the young Yamanaka girl, they could barely form an imperfect version of the Eno-Shika-Cho formation. It might not be enough to stop the Uchiha, but at least it could protect their comrades. The target had lost all value, and Tetsuhei no longer wished to continue the fight. The risks and rewards just didn't balance out. "Another day, I hope we meet again on the battlefield." Nara Tetsuhei's eyes gleamed with killing intent, though his attitude remained calm. Exchanging 3 Chunin lives for what was said to be the most talented Uchiha, this was a deal that seemed too good to pass up. Returning to the clan, rewards and recognition would certainly follow. More importantly, it would greatly boost the morale of their people. Be careful. Suddenly, Akimichi Kanbei's desperate shout rang out. Tetsuhei's heart skipped a beat. He looked up, thinking that Maya had planned to go down in a blaze of glory. But he saw that Maya hadn't moved at all, and the Coldman hadn't budged either. Then, it could only be. Thud. A kunai pierced through his heart. Nara Tetsuhei collapsed without making a sound, his dreams and ambitions vanishing with his life. Tetsuhei. Akimichi Kanbei's fury exploded as he transformed into a wild beast. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi immediately charged forward, using fire-style jutsu to keep Kanbei from advancing. Kyōsuke-sama. Maya covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at the scene in front of her. "I'm fine." Kyōsuke ripped off his blood-stained shirt. On the surface, he seemed calm, but inwardly, he was panicking. Before the mission, he had spent a small fortune on a universal healing capsule. Since nightfall, he had been keeping the capsule in his mouth. The moment he activated his body flicker technique, he bit down on it. What Kyōsuke hadn't anticipated was that the pressure from using Chidori while using body flicker technique would be so intense. The moment the pressure hit, his body broke down completely. If it hadn't been for the healing capsule in his mouth, not only would he have been unable to continue fighting, he might not even have woken up. "This is the last time. I must never do this again," Kyōsuke reminded himself. Actually, he had already woken up when the exchange started. With immense willpower, Kyōsuke forced himself to suppress the pain from his injuries. He waited for the right moment while observing the reactions of his subordinates. Thankfully, they didn't disappoint him. In fact, it was from this moment that he truly began to trust them. Once Nara Tetsuhei had completely ignored him, Kyōsuke found the perfect opportunity. With a kunai in hand, he swiftly dealt with the opponent. Even a Jonin was not immune. System notification: killed Nara Clan Jonin, gained 3,100 points. Points: 5,025. This bloody battle had pushed his points back into the 5,000 range. And the rewards weren't just limited to that. Name: Uchiha Kyōsuke. Age: body strength, Jonin peak. Mental strength, Jonin peak. Chakra, Jonin peak. The healing capsule had not only healed his injuries but had also cured the hidden ailments caused by years of forced training. During the healing process, his body had unknowingly become stronger. Now, all three stats had reached the peak of a Jonin's abilities. Also, bloodline limit, Sharingan, 3 Tomo. In the crucial moment of battle, spurred on by extreme emotions, Kyōsuke's Sharingan had finally reached the 3 Tomo stage. This meant that with his bloodline abilities, his combat power could rival that of a Jonin even in his normal state. With his body fully restored, Kyōsuke was now at his peak condition. You treat her a little, don't let her bleed to death. He pointed to the woman who had lost an arm on the ground. Then he turned and focused his attention on the remaining enemies. Kyōsuke-sama. Maya was still a bit worried. After all, the healing seemed too strange. Don't worry. Kyōsuke didn't even look back as he replied, I just have a special physique. And please, keep this a secret. With that, he dashed forward with his short blade. A special physique. Maya blinked. Why did she feel like her lord was just trying to pull a fast one on her? The last remaining Chunin, aside from the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques, also wielded powerful water-style jutsu. However, facing Kyōsuke, whose combat power had reached that of a Jonin, she had no way to resist. With a single body flicker technique, Kyōsuke appeared behind her. His short blade flashed, cutting through her throat. System notification: killed Yamanaka clan Chunin, gained 430 points. Points: 5,455. Collecting points is getting faster. Kyōsuke stopped, looking at the final opponent, Akimichi Kanbei, who was now growing weaker. For the sake of retreat, capturing one hostage was enough. The best outcome for this Jonin was to become points in his hands. As his physical strength increased, Kyōsuke became even more adept at using body flicker technique. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the giant and slashed across the enemy's body. Indeed, Akimichi Kanbei's strength was no joke. Even with the two of them attacking, he didn't show signs of giving up. Unfortunately, a third Jonin was on the field. When Maya had a chance to move, she used Genjutsu to control the enemy's body. Finally, Kyōsuke took the opportunity to thrust his short blade into Kanbei's heart. System notification: killed Akimichi clan Jonin, gained 3,800 points. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 23, Chapter 2330 Lightning Style Ninja. Southern Fire Country, Uchiha Army Camp. Upon hearing the news, Uchiha Rei personally led his people to the entrance to welcome the hero's return. He really succeeded. The commander's emotions surged, his hands trembling slightly in excitement. He had fought against the three clans for many years but had never been able to completely defeat them. Now, with the newly obtained intelligence, they could quickly gain a comprehensive advantage. By uprooting the enemy's scattered bases, the three clans would be driven into a corner. They would have no choice but to engage in a decisive battle or flee to the land of lightning. As for seeking refuge with the Senju, that wasn't even an option to consider. Once this battle is over, the southern border will completely belong to the Uchiha. Taijima, let's see how you plan to compete with me then. Lost in his thoughts, Uchiha Rei seemed to envision the moment he ascended as clan leader. Sir, they're here. The voice of his subordinate pulled him back to reality. Looking around, a large number of ninjas had already gathered at the entrance, all waiting for the return of Kyōsuke's squad. Before long, three figures appeared on the horizon. Leading them was Uchiha Kyōsuke, who was showing his true face for the first time. Since officially reaching Jonin strength, he no longer needed to wear a mask. Among ninjas, strength determined everything. His young age only emphasized his extraordinary talent. Previously mentioned, Chidori was the most suitable jutsu for the Uchiha. If he could teach it to his subordinates, he could teach it to any clansman who met the requirements. The prerequisite: they had to be his subordinates. Ninja speed was unparalleled. One moment, they were mere silhouettes on the horizon, the next, the squad was standing before the commander. Tossing the unconscious Yamanaka Rumiko to the ground, Kyōsuke calmly said, "Mission accomplished. The captive has been brought back." "Good, Good, good. Uchiha Rei exclaimed 3 times in a row, instantly recognizing the captive's identity. Ordering his subordinates to take the prisoner away for strict confinement, he patted Kyōsuke's shoulder, choosing not to leave immediately. A hero's return deserved more than a simple ending. Let Kyōsuke enjoy the admiration of his clansmen first. As a longtime enemy, Yamanaka Rumiko's appearance was no secret. Soon, someone recognized her. It's her. That vile woman, Yamanaka Rumiko. With her in our hands, we can destroy the enemy's bases one by one. Damn it, your end is near. Haha, the war is finally coming to an end. Long live Lord Kyōsuke. Long live. Long live. Surrounded by countless enthusiastic faces, Kyōsuke didn't shy away. With a sharp sound, he unsheathed his short sword, holding it high in the air as he let out a triumphant roar. The next moment, the cheers were loud enough to shake the entire camp. Inside the commander's tent, Kyōsuke and Uchiha Rei sat opposite each other. Northwest mattered the place, there were always dirty dealings in the shadows. Yet sometimes, relationships between ninjas were surprisingly straightforward. Changes in strength naturally led to changes in status. For Kyōsuke, this was his first equal conversation with the commander. The time has come for a full-scale assault on the enemy, Uchiha Rei said with some emotion. For years, I've dreamed of this day. Securing victory in the southern border will elevate your prestige to rival Uchiha Taijima, Kyōsuke replied bluntly, showing no effort to hide his disdain for the clan leader. Over the past year, Taijima's loyalists had frequently sabotaged Kyōsuke's plans. While the harm was minimal, it was annoying enough. Even so, Kyōsuke endured. For now, he lacked the power to confront Taijima directly. But when the time was right, he had already decided Taijima's head would be his. Madara. Kyōsuke thought, relationships aside, Taijima's survival was a separate matter. As long as Taijima lived, Kyōsuke could never truly gain power in the Uchiha clan. You've now been promoted to Jonin, Uchiha Rei said, fully aware of Kyōsuke's abilities. It's time for you to assemble a team. Don't worry about manpower. A unit commander was allowed to form a team of up to 30 members. Considering the casualty rate among ninjas, the actual number was usually lower. Previously, Kyōsuke had preferred a 3-man team to avoid being dragged down by others. But with direct combat against large forces on the horizon, even 3 Jonin couldn't achieve much alone. A single large-scale jutsu from the enemy could force them to retreat. Even a group of mediocre mist ninjas could resist Madara's Edo Tensei Great Fire Annihilation together. At times, numbers could compensate for gaps in strength. Thank you, sir, Kyōsuke said with a nod, accepting Uchiha Rei's goodwill. He now needed to build his own forces. Only by having subordinates could he gain influence within the clan. When the time came, even Taijima would think twice before moving against him. While the two talked, the selection of team members had already begun. Uchiha Izumi acted as the examiner, testing the applicant's skills, while Uchiha Maya used genjutsu to screen for potential risks. Initially, there were complaints. Many wanted to serve under Kyōsuke but resented being subjected to genjutsu interrogation. It felt insulting. However, when Uchiha Izumi demonstrated Chidori and explained that those who passed would be taught the jutsu, the entire camp was stirred. Experienced ninjas understood the significance of Chidori. Previously, many had wondered how Kyōsuke's squad managed to defeat a perfectly coordinated Eno-Shika-Cho team. Now it was clear, Kyōsuke had developed such a terrifying lightning-style jutsu. Chidori is such an appropriate name, someone remarked in awe. Due to limited slots, only qualified applicants were accepted. What were the qualifications? Applicants couldn't belong to Taijima's faction, had to specialize in lightning-style jutsu, and must lack existing loyalties to other factions. These 3 conditions immediately disqualified most of the camp, leaving a small number ecstatic at the chance to learn Chidori. After a full day and night of assessments, Izumi and Maya finally selected 30 suitable ninjas. None of them were Jonin, all were Chunin from within the clan. Jonin were strategic assets and had long since joined various factions. It wasn't that they didn't want to join, Kyōsuke had intentionally excluded them from the start. Welcome. Kyōsuke said as he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Amid gasps of amazement, he continued, if you're going to follow me, you must have the ambition and will to establish great achievements. Remember, the enemy's heartland will be the front line for our unit. Approach this with determination. Do everything you can to grow stronger. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 24, Chapter 24. 1,000 birds chirping together, unmatched in power. The southern battlefield, south of the border, in the Gobi Desert. Having intercepted enough intelligence, the Uchiha swiftly launched a massive extermination operation. Anyone related to the 3 clans, kill. Anyone trading with the 3 clans, kill. Anyone hiding criminals of the 3 clans, kill. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. This terrifying slaughter filled the southern borders of the Land of Fire with dread and fear. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed since the all-out siege began. From the beginning, the three clans never intended to fight head-on. Regardless of how much pressure the Uchiha applied, the enemy strictly adhered to one principle: drag it out. Drag it out until the Uchiha completely collapse. On the main battlefield, no one knew what kind of trump card Senju Butsuma had deployed. The Uzumaki clan, who could have stayed out of the conflict, resolutely decided to join the fray. As fellow descendants of Ashura, the Uzumaki clan's strength was in no way inferior to the Senju or Uchiha clans. With their incredible physical resilience and their unparalleled sealing techniques, their presence on the battlefield marked the start of a gradual defeat for the Uchiha. Nara Higashihiko's strategy was simple: once the Uchiha couldn't hold on anymore, they would have to redeploy shinobi from their southern army for reinforcements. At that point, the three clans could seize the opportunity to reclaim their territory and rebuild a solid defensive network. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Nara Higashihiko had no intention of fleeing to the Land of Lightning or submitting to the Senju as their vassals. Realizing the enemy's intentions, the Uchiha responded with even more frenzied eradication efforts. Through relentless pressure, they managed to corner a medium-sized group of over 80 enemy shinobi in the Gobi Desert. Surrounding them were three Uchiha captains, each with a sharp gaze, including the formidable Uchiha Kyōsuke. "These slippery bastards can't get away this time," one shinobi muttered, his tone laced with resentment. Kyōsuke nodded silently in agreement. He suddenly realized that perhaps he had overestimated the war potential of the three clans. Cunning wasn't inherently wrong, but being too clever could lead to self-destruction. In the end, wars in the shinobi world depend on individual strength and resources. Over-relying on strategy could only push one into a more desperate situation. This was the Warring States period, with the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans at their peak. If they had gathered their forces on a large scale, they could have easily outnumbered the southern Uchiha army. But, instead, Nara Higashihiko, priding himself on his unparalleled intelligence, chose guerrilla tactics to evade and harass the enemy. One side poured all its resources into wiping out the other. The other side avoided direct confrontation, sacrificing smaller groups to ensure the survival of the majority. As seen now, a group of 80 shinobi from the three clans had been hounded to exhaustion by three Uchiha units, reduced to a pitiful state. It's worth noting that, apart from Kyōsuke's unit being at full strength, the other two captains didn't even have complete rosters. Their combined total of 67 shinobi was nearly 20 fewer than their opponents. This is the curse of the so-called wise. Kyōsuke sighed, though his gaze was filled with killing intent. Looking at the two captains beside him, who were visibly frustrated, Kyōsuke suddenly proposed, "I'll try to break through the enemy formation. When the time comes, you both charge in and annihilate as many enemies as possible." Hearing this, the two captains frowned deeply. One of them hesitated before replying, "Kyōsuke, are you planning to use just 30 men to pierce through their large formation?" "Yes." Kyōsuke nodded. He didn't offer any further explanation, simply saying, "Trust me. Prepare to devour the enemy once we break through." "All right, let's do it." The two captains, seasoned warriors themselves, understood the fleeting nature of battle opportunities. As for whether the plan would work, could they even count the miracles this young man had already achieved over the years? Trusting one another was one of the few admirable traits of the Uchiha. Soon, Kyōsuke's unit advanced onto the Gobi Desert. The enemy, who had been resting, immediately grew alert upon noticing the situation. They seemed ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Standing at the forefront of his unit, Kyōsuke fearlessly stared down the enemy and shouted, "Everyone, prepare." "What's he doing?" The enemy leader called an Akimichi subordinate to prepare defensive measures for what they assumed would be a large-scale ninjutsu. But things weren't unfolding as expected. The air currents grew increasingly violent, tearing through the sky and scattering the clouds high above. Sand and stones flew as chakra surged, and the crackling of lightning sent shivers down the spines of both allies and enemies alike. When a single shinobi activated this jutsu, it sounded like the chirping of 1,000 birds. But when all 30 shinobi unleashed the same technique simultaneously, it was as if tens of thousands of birds had descended upon the Gobi Desert. "All units, spread out and support. The goal is to break through the enemy's defenses." "Yes." After a collective roar, the terrifying surge of lightning finally began to move. My God. The other two Uchiha units could only stare in shock. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that this group could unleash such a devastating group-based ninjutsu. Everyone knew about Chidori, the lightning release technique created by the Uchiha genius. But why would he share it so freely? Regardless of Kyōsuke's motives, the scene before them was awe-inspiring. By stimulating their bodies with lightning chakra, each shinobi's cellular activity was heightened, granting them speed far beyond that of ordinary ninja. Defend. By the time the Akimichi shinobi reacted, the brilliant lightning had already smashed into their formation. Kill. From forming seals to charging through the enemy lines, Kyōsuke's unit took just 7 seconds. They killed 12 enemies outright, injured countless others, and emerged unscathed. Reform the formation. Kyōsuke commanded, and the 30 shinobi swiftly adjusted their positions. After a brief sequence of hand seals, the deafening chirping resounded once more. Attack. Kyōsuke charged forward with 2 subordinates, leading the assault on their now terrified enemies. Attack. The remaining 30 shinobi roared and launched into a second wave of all-out attacks. At last, the Nara commander reacted. Countless shadows extended like a massive net, attempting to smother the advancing lightning flood. It didn't kill, but it slowed the enemy's relentless momentum. It was a wise response, but it failed to grasp the true essence of Chidori. Why is Chidori considered the perfect technique for the Uchiha? The answer was about to be revealed. Faced with the overwhelming attack, Kyōsuke's unit moved in perfect unison to evade the incoming shadows. Thanks to their Sharingan, they could see the same threats and react identically. If one could dodge, all 30 could dodge. In less than 3 seconds, the enemy had no time to launch a second round of attacks. The Chidori formation charged into the enemy ranks once again. After 2 devastating charges, the 80-strong enemy force had suffered over half their number in casualties. More importantly, their morale was utterly crushed. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 25, Deputy Commander, Kyōsuke. In this battle, fewer than 10 members of the 3 clans escaped. When the news reached the main camp, it immediately boosted the morale of all the members. On the other hand, all the members of the 3 clans were filled with fear, dreading an encounter with Kyōsuke's army, which seemed like a harbinger of doom. Points, 16,721. With the battle over, Kyōsuke was getting closer to reaching 20,000 points. This meant he would soon be able to exchange for an S-level ninjutsu. His target was already chosen, the S-level ninjutsu, the spacetime technique known as Flying Thunder God. With it, he would be able to both attack and retreat, and few in the ninja world would be able to threaten him. Even though early on, Flying Thunder God was mainly seen as a technique for fleeing and traveling, Kyōsuke still loved it. In close combat, the Shurusui body flicker technique was more practical, as it had no limitations based on space coordinates. In the later stages of the Great Ninja War, Sasuke was able to penetrate Madara Uchiha's arm after his resurrection with a super-speed continuous attack. Meanwhile, Tobirama using Flying Thunder God with impure world reincarnation, the technique couldn't even touch a single hair on Madara. According to Kyōsuke's understanding, spacetime ninjutsu was far more terrifying than any other type of body flicker technique before reaching the Superkage level. However, when one's power reached a certain level, especially within the realm of the Sage of Six Paths, the importance of spacetime techniques would greatly decrease. Evidence for this was that the impure world reincarnation versions of Minato and Tobirama used Flying Thunder God to launch sneak attacks, but couldn't even touch a hair of Six Paths Madara. In contrast, techniques like Gai's 8 Gates, Sasuke's lightning-enhanced physical strength, and Naruto's Ninetales chakra mode were able to force even Six Paths Madara to take damage. Of course, battles at that level were still far beyond Kyōsuke's reach. Right now, he needed survival techniques, and nothing could compare to spacetime ninjutsu when it came to disappearing and reappearing without a trace. After closing the system panel, Kyōsuke abandoned the task of cleaning the battlefield and, according to the intel, hurriedly led his men to the next encirclement point. Meanwhile, 2 other jonin who were also leading troops were feeling somewhat impressed. They say the young clan leader has similar talents, but I don't think that's necessarily true. Heh, the clan leader. You know what I mean. Let's not talk about it. We don't want outsiders to hear. Ha ha ha, well said, outsider. After cleaning up the bodies in the Gobi Desert, the 2 teams began to count their casualties. After a brief discussion, they unanimously decided to act together. Not everyone could have high mobility and deadly techniques like Kyōsuke's army. For their own safety, it was better to stick together and avoid being schemed against by Nara Higashihiko in the shadows. Let's go and join up with the main force. Boom. Nara Higashihiko smashed the desk in front of him. Can someone tell me why such ridiculous battle reports are coming in? 87 people, and in just 3 rounds, they're already torn to shreds, and the other side has 0 casualties. Are you all wearing pig brains on top of your heads? It was no wonder he was so angry. This battle report was simply unbelievable. If Uchiha really had that kind of strength, what was the point of fighting? Everyone would just wash their necks and wait to be slaughtered. At the entrance of the tent, a messenger shakily picked up the report, hesitating for a while before cautiously speaking. It might have been a moment of carelessness. After all, such army-level ninjutsu is rare. We've already sent the intel to all the troops. With that preparation, we believe similar situations won't occur again. Report. Before the messenger could finish, another colleague rushed into the tent, stumbling. Report, boss. We just got word that the 7th unit encountered Kyōsuke's army. Hearing this, Nara Higashihiko suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with the madness of someone about to devour others. He had a feeling that the intel being passed on would definitely not be good news. Sensing the leader's madness, the messenger swallowed hard and nervously spoke. The 7th unit fought bravely, but the enemy's strength was too troublesome. Each battle started with a bang and didn't even give the 7th unit a chance to encircle them. After 3 days and nights of fighting, the 7th unit had no choice but to retreat. How are the casualties? Nara Higashihiko's voice was dark and ominous, his forehead veins bulging, barely able to control the fury in his chest. The 7th unit had 216 people, and now only 103 clan members remain. Boom. Nara Higashihiko kicked the cover off in front of him and grabbed the messenger by the collar, demanding in a slow, forceful voice, "Tell me, how many casualties did the enemy have?" The poor messenger could even see the blood emerging from his leader's clenched teeth. It was a display of rage taken to the extreme. Despite that, the messenger still had to deliver the final blow. The enemy. Speak, don't hesitate. Closing his eyes tightly, the messenger summoned every last ounce of strength to speak the truth. The enemy had 2 killed in action, 7 wounded, and Uchiha Kyōsuke was unharmed. After waiting in silence for a long time, the messenger did not receive the expected terrifying punishment. When he cautiously opened his eyes, he saw that Nara Higashihiko's eyes had rolled back, and he was staggering backwards, collapsing to the ground. Boom. Ah, someone. The leader has fainted. Soon, the news of Nara Higashihiko fainting from rage spread quickly. The Southern Army naturally mocked him to no end, while Uchiha Kyōsuke's name spread far and wide. In this battle, Kyōsuke had cleverly used the terrain and the terrifying mobility of Chidori to his advantage. He attacked from a distance every time, struck fast, and left quickly, never giving the enemy a chance to encircle him. He chased the enemy for 30 miles, launching surprise attacks every night. By the end, many of the enemy were terrified at the sound of thunder, even without seeing him. Of course, the process wasn't without its difficulties. During the final push, casualties were inevitable. 2 died on the spot, and the remaining 7 were heavily wounded. Their lives were spared, but they could no longer fight on the battlefield. Fortunately, his reputation had already spread far and wide, and many clan members sought to join his ranks. When they returned to camp and announced that they were recruiting additional members, the area was nearly trampled by the crowd. Seeing this, Uchiha Rei laughed heartily, personally stepping in to calm the crowd and lavish praise on Kyōsuke's performance. Due to your outstanding contributions, I am hereby granting permission to increase your unit size to 50 members. Everyone knew this was a sign of the commander grooming Kyōsuke for a future leadership position. Even Uchiha Taijima couldn't openly target him, despite the irregularities in the rules. After all, wasn't it the same for his son's subordinates? Order given, Uchiha Kyōsuke has made tremendous contributions. He is hereby appointed as the Deputy Commander of the Southern Army Corps. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a few seconds before erupting in wild cheers. Long live Kyōsuke-sama! Long live Kyōsuke-sama! Long live Kyōsuke-sama! Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 26, Chapter 26 Redeeming the Flying Thunder God Technique. Nighttime, in the commander's tent. Kyōsuke, you're here. Please, sit down. Uchiha Rei put down the documents in his hand, his expression showing clear signs of exhaustion. Promoting Kyōsuke was something Rei had deliberately done, albeit as a helpless measure. Once upon a time, the Southern Corps was entirely under his control, with no such nonsense as a deputy commander. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, Uchiha Hikoichi leveraged his merits in battle to seize a portion of Rei's authority. Now, the Corps had 2 deputy commanders, Kyōsuke and Uchiha Hikoichi. It had to be said, Uchiha Taijima's tactics were ruthless. Spotting an opportunity, Taijima directly caused cracks to appear in what was once the United Southern Corps. No, to be precise, internal discord had existed from the very beginning. Uchiha Rei's transparent ambitions were apparent to even the cooks in the Corps. While some chose to support him, others naturally opposed his wolfish ambitions. Thanks to Uchiha Hikoichi's maneuvers, the opposition within the Corps had grown louder, to the point where it was nearly uncontrollable. If not for Rei's immense strength keeping people at bay, he might have already faced a mutiny from his own subordinates. Sigh. Kyōsuke maintained a neutral expression but couldn't help sighing inwardly. In his view, Uchiha Rei was an excellent commander, perhaps even a virtuous superior, but he was not someone suited for political scheming. Uchiha Taijima, who sat thousands of miles away, could easily undermine Rei's authority remotely. If Taijima truly decided to act, Rei would be left with no path but death. The only reason Taijima allowed the situation to fester was twofold. First, he valued Rei's strength, as only Rei could suppress the restless factions in the southern region. Second, Taijima likely wanted to avoid drawing criticism. Most importantly, Taijima never considered Rei to be a worthy opponent in the first place. Kyōsuke understood all of this but could never bring himself to say it aloud to the men in front of him. Doing so would only humiliate him outright. Let him keep dreaming his beautiful dream. Aspiring to become the clan leader. The truth was, it wasn't even remotely possible. Setting Uchiha Taijima aside, the real obstacles were Taijima's two sons, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Azuna. For now, battles in the shinobi world still adhered to relatively reasonable standards. But once the Dance King fully matured, it would herald the beginning of a new era, where gods fought among mortals. Against the overwhelming power of perfect Susanoo and the terrifying would-release techniques, sheer numbers would become laughable. What could Uchiha Rei possibly bring to the table against Madara? Forget Madara, even in a few years, Rei might not even be able to defeat Uchiha Azuna. Such was the cruel reality of the world. Kyōsuke understood this all too well, but it didn't stop him from continuing to work for Rei. Uchiha Taijima had made Kyōsuke's life miserable time and again, and over the past year, his targeting had become more overt. What kind of person was Kyōsuke? If his strength had been sufficient, he would have already taken a blade to that son of Ab*Tch Taijima. Since he wasn't yet strong enough to challenge the clan leader, he found some satisfaction in dealing with Taijima's subordinates. Uchiha Hikoichi. Recalling that men from before, Kyōsuke sneered coldly as he began secretly discussing countermeasures with the corps commander. The Southern Corps was critical to him, and it had to be fully under his control. The day Uchiha Rei kicked the bucket, the entire corps would fall into Kyōsuke's hands. Before that happened, he had to eliminate all destabilizing factors. Commander, about that spy list we discussed earlier. Oh, I've compiled it. What do you plan to do? I have a good idea. That night, Kyōsuke sat cross-legged, his expression filled with anticipation. Points, 26,316. After a grueling series of battles, he had finally accumulated enough for the down payment on an S-rank jutsu. Why use the term down payment? The reason was simple: mastering the Flying Thunder God technique required upgrading its level to at least 5. Otherwise, it was essentially just a fixed-point teleportation skill. Upgrading further would require an enormous amount of points. To reach the level where he could move freely at will, a conservative estimate was 100,000 points. Enough to exchange for a Mangekyo Sharingan. Fortunately, Kyōsuke now had plenty of time and could slowly grind his way toward improvement. 3 to 5 months might not be enough, but surely 3 to 5 years would yield some progress. His expectations weren't even that high, he just wanted to be able to consistently suppress Hashirama Senju. Feeling a rush of excitement, Kyōsuke extended his hand and navigated the system menu until he found the S-rank jutsu list. Forbidden Jutsu, Edo Tensei, 80,000 points. Forbidden Jutsu, Izanagi, 75,000 points. Forbidden Jutsu, 8 Gates, 70,000 points. Forbidden Jutsu, Creation Rebirth, 60,000 points. Sealing Jutsu, Strength of 100 Seal, 60,000 points. Forbidden Jutsu, Spirit Transformation, 50,000 points. Sealing Jutsu, Dead Demon Consuming Seal, 30,000 points. Puppet Jutsu, Performance of the 100 Puppets, 35,000 points. Flying Thunder God Technique, 25,000 points. Lightning Release, Kirin, 20,000 points. Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, 20,000 points. Chidori, 20,000 points. Each technique made Kyōsuke salivate with desire. As for the even higher SS rank jutsu, like Truth-Seeking Orbs, Yamotsu Hirasaka, Daikokuten, or Indra's Arrow, he chose not to think about them. Kyōsuke believed the jutsu rankings were determined by their lower limits and the heights they could ultimately reach. Some forbidden techniques offered immediate, devastating power upon mastery. The Flying Thunder God, however, had an exceptionally low entry level. For instance, Konoha's Janai during the past had to team up with 2 others to barely utilize a fixed coordinate version of the technique. In essence, knowing it and not knowing it made little difference, it was completely impractical in combat. On the other hand, mastering the Dead Demon Consuming Seal would give him a guaranteed way to take down any opponent below Kage level, if he managed to grab hold of them first. So many jutsu to learn. My Kenjutsu needs further improvement, my chakra control and hand seals can't be neglected, and now I've added the Flying Thunder God to the list. Sigh, it can't be helped. Space-time ninjutsu is an absolute necessity. System notification, successfully redeemed, Flying Thunder God technique, 425,000 points. As the points he painstakingly accumulated disappeared in an instant, Kyōsuke suddenly felt a strange sensation. New knowledge flooded into his mind. At the same time, he faintly sensed an unusual ripple in the air. Kyōsuke understood that this was likely the space he could now perceive. In the past, lacking the corresponding talent, he had been unable to sense it. Mastering the Flying Thunder God required a natural spatial affinity, that innate ability to sense its presence. Finally, success. Chapter ends. I'm looking for recommendations on novels that would be great choices for translation. Please suggest. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Anyone who stands in my way must die. Mastery gained. Flying Thunder God Technique, Level 1. Learning the Flying Thunder God Technique means that Kyōsuke can now begin marking spatial coordinates. By activating the power of space, he can achieve instantaneous long-distance teleportation from point A to point B, which is the core essence of the Flying Thunder God Technique. Of course, practical use isn't nearly as simple as that. If it were, Shiranui Genma wouldn't have spent decades without making any progress. As Kyōsuke immersed himself in comprehending the technique, he suddenly turned his head sharply toward a tent behind him. Who's there? Activating Shisui-style body flicker technique, he transformed into an afterimage, charging directly at the intruder's location. Secretly monitoring the deputy commander was already grounds for suspicion of treason. Even if Kyōsuke killed the person on the spot, no one could blame him. The most troubling aspect was that Kyōsuke hadn't sensed the intruder's presence earlier. If not for activating the power of space, which greatly enhanced his sensory abilities, he might not have detected the enemy at all. Kyōsuke's outburst caused a commotion across the entire camp. Within 3 seconds, Izumi and Maya had arrived, only to find the lifeless body of a man at Kyōsuke's feet. Check his identity. Kyōsuke kicked the corpse aside, his expression grave, before returning to his tent. That person was an Uchiha, this much he was sure. Asking others to investigate was mostly for show, he already knew they wouldn't find anything useful. Ultimately, the intelligence division would likely conclude that the individual had been controlled by the Yamanaka clan's secret technique. To others, this explanation might seem reasonable. But Kyōsuke was certain the situation wasn't that simple. His strength had grown significantly, and with the support of dual souls, his sensory abilities far surpassed ordinary shinobi. Within a radius of 20 meters, even an ant crawling past couldn't escape his notice. How could an ordinary Chunin possibly remain undetected outside his tent for so long? Could it be Black Zetsu? Kyōsuke lowered his gaze, carefully concealing the killing intent surging within him. He feared the enemy might still be nearby, observing. If it truly was Black Zetsu, it wouldn't be surprising. That cunning manipulator was constantly scheming against the Uchiha clan, always searching for Indra's reincarnation. Considering Kyōsuke's fame, it would actually be strange if Black Zetsu wasn't keeping an eye on him. Unfortunately, before awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, even Black Zetsu couldn't pinpoint the reincarnation of Indra. As things stood, Kyōsuke, Madara, and Azuna were all potential candidates. The abundance of options might make it difficult for Black Zetsu to act decisively. If it is Black Zetsu, I must prepare in advance. With the Flying Thunder God technique, I'm less worried about fatal accidents. With that thought, Kyōsuke refocused his attention on studying the technique. For now, it was merely speculation. Even if Black Zetsu were to perform a bizarre dance in the middle of the camp, there wasn't much Kyōsuke could do without mastering Yin-Yang release. To deal with Black Zetsu, one must master the combination of Yin and Yang chakra, the essence of Yin-Yang release. Examples include upgrading the Sharingan to the Mangekyo or awakening the advanced Sage Body, each representing Yin and Yang respectively. When combined, the powers of Yin and Yang form techniques classified as Yin-Yang release. Techniques like the Six Paths Chibaku Tensei or Naruto and Sasuke's joint armored Susanoo are prime examples of advanced Yin-Yang release. The most iconic is the Black Rods of Yin-Yang release. Obito's rods came from Mangekyo Sharingan plus Hashirama cells, while Nagato's derived from Rinnegan plus Uzumaki lineage. Even Naruto, with his immense Yang chakra, had to rely on black rods to immobilize Black Zetsu. Basic techniques like the multi-size jutsu or shadow manipulation are simply applications of Yin or Yang chakra, similar in principle to fire or lightning release. Otherwise, why would only Hashirama among the Senju awaken would release? Back to the training. Kyōsuke sat back down, continuing to comprehend the Flying Thunder God technique. The training posed two primary challenges, first grasping spatial coordinates. Even a genius like the fourth Hokage needed to battle masked Obito before fully mastering the key to coordinate mobility, later termed Flying Thunder God Level 2. The second is the risk when traveling through space. Teleporting from point A to point B involves bypassing most physical laws. A single mistake could result in appearing underground or even inside a mountain. Kyōsuke wasn't Son Goku, he couldn't break through mountains and fly to the sky. A mishap like that would likely end in instant death. Thus, selecting proper coordinates was critical. Fortunately, he wasn't starting from scratch. With systematic knowledge infused into his mind, he had all the theoretical experience he needed. The rest was just practice. By dawn, after a sleepless night, Kyōsuke successfully executed his first teleportation. He glanced back at the marked point, several meters away, and decided to have specialized kunai crafted. Compared to marking coordinates on the spot, throwing kunai would be easier and potentially more effective in critical moments. He approached the camp's quartermaster, described his requirements, and sketched the kunai's design from memory. The quartermaster hesitated. "Sir, these kunai don't seem practical for combat." He wasn't wrong, the custom kunai were broader and heavier than standard ones, making them less agile in close combat. "Just follow the design," Kyōsuke replied curtly, without explaining their true purpose. The wide design was to allow engraving spatial coordinates, while the weight would affect the kunai's flight distance and stability, making it less likely to deviate from its trajectory. Using his position as a corps commander, Kyōsuke issued a strict order to the logistics department: the special kunai must be completed within 3 days. If they delayed any longer, the enemy might end up fleeing with their entire clan. And if that happened, how would he trap Uchiha Hikoichi? To achieve his goal of eliminating rivals, Kyōsuke planned to strike a deal with Nara Higashihiko. The location would be the Nara camp. With the Flying Thunder God technique in hand, Kyōsuke wasn't worried about unexpected incidents. At this point, the defeat of the 3 clans was a foregone conclusion. Any futile resistance would only lead to the complete annihilation of their clans. As the leader, Nara Higashihiko was bound to become the scapegoat for his clan's anger. If he had even the slightest intention of self-preservation, he would agree to the proposal Kyōsuke would put forth. With internal and external forces working together, a small trap would be enough to ensure Uchiha Hikoichi walked right into it. Blinded by the promise of achievements, how could he possibly notice the dangers lurking behind the scenes? "Don't blame me. Blame yourself for picking the wrong side," Kyōsuke said with a faint smile as he walked away. While waiting, he continued not only training in the Flying Thunder God technique but also guiding the rookies. He taught them ninjutsu while subtly brainwashing them. Amidst his busy schedule, the 3 days quickly passed. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 28, Chapter 28 Alliance between the enemies and importance of persuasive skills. Recently, things have not been going well for Nara Higashihiko. The reason is simple: not all the clan members agreed to stop resisting. After years of fighting, the seeds of hatred have already deeply rooted, and it's not something that can be stopped with just a word. Now, telling them to stop fighting doesn't work. Those who are sharpening their blades for revenge will naturally turn their spears toward him. Not only that, but even the minority who agreed to cease the fighting are now criticizing Nara Higashihiko, blaming him for the poor handling of the situation that caused such heavy losses. Yesterday, someone even proposed that he should die to atone for his mistakes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nara Higashihiko tried his best to salvage his reputation, but even his 2 closest friends were now avoiding him. "They clearly want me to be the scapegoat. Ha ha ha, did I work hard all my life just for this?" Higashihiko had been drinking. Before even stepping into the tent, the overwhelming smell of alcohol hit him. When he lifted the curtain, the drunken haze instantly dissipated as he saw the masked figure inside. "Who are you?" he asked. He still held the title of commander, and his subordinates shouldn't have acted so rudely. This was the main army camp, and it was impossible for enemies to infiltrate. If it had been an assassin from the Uchiha, they would have struck the moment the curtain was lifted. Instead of an enemy assassin, he preferred to think the masked figure was a product of internal clan struggles. However, he was ultimately disappointed. Looking at the handsome face beneath the mask and the 3 spinning tomo, Nara Higashihiko slowly reached for the weapon at his waist. He could accept failing in the power struggle and facing the anger of his people, but he would never allow himself to die by the enemy's hands. Especially not from the one person he hated the most. Uchiha Kyōsuke. Nara Higashihiko muttered the masked man's name. "It's me." Slowly pulling the mask from his face, Kyōsuke smiled faintly and said, "We're meeting for the first time." "Don't worry, we'll meet a lot more from now on." The man's words were laced with threat. It seemed that he was about to signal for his subordinates to come and take him. But for some reason, Nara Higashihiko did not take action. As his opponent, he was well aware of the boy's cunning. For the other to appear so boldly meant he had confidence in being able to leave unharmed, though Nara Higashihiko couldn't figure out the truth behind it. Moreover, Higashihiko wanted to know the purpose of this boy's visit. Seeing the silence, Kyōsuke pointed at the wine bottle in Higashihiko's hand and smiled. "I can tell that life hasn't been easy for you, Higashihiko. Thanks to you." The men quietly stabbed back. The Eno-Shika-Cho clan is about to relocate in large numbers. To pacify the emotions of the clan, we need to find a suitable outlet for their grievances. Higashihiko, can you guess who will be the lucky one to take on this role? It was me. Nara Higashihiko's brows furrowed, and his face showed impatience. "So, is that all you came here to say? Get to the point." Hearing this, Kyōsuke didn't rush, maintaining his calm pace. The more impatient the other became, the better the outcome of the conversation. Why was he getting impatient? Because he was afraid. Even if Higashihiko didn't mind his own suffering, he still had a wife and children. After the failed struggle, he feared his family would also suffer. How to handle this situation had already become a daily dilemma. Allying with the Senju is good, but it will still lead to a direct confrontation with the Uchiha. Even if your family manages to escape the slaughter, they will have to face us again in the future. This is the fate of a ninja. Nara Higashihiko spoke in a low tone. Higashihiko, I have a method I believe can help you. Kyōsuke's voice was tempting, like the wolf grandmother persuading Little Red Riding Hood to open the door. P.S. It's a well-known fairy tale from European folklore written by Charles Perrault and Brothers Grimm. He presented an unavoidable problem and then quietly offered a solution. He discussed the pros and cons of the situation, appearing completely concerned about the other's well-being. His experience in negotiations from his previous life gave him excellent persuasion skills. Kyōsuke went on to explain his plan in detail. Throughout the conversation, he never revealed his own demands, making it impossible for Nara Higashihiko to guess his intentions. Escape to the Land of Thunder. Nara Higashihiko's tone was filled with doubt. In Kyōsuke's explanation, it was clear that the Senju was indeed the best option, ensuring the survival of the three clans for generations. This much was true, and he hadn't lied or tried to lead the other's judgment. He simply subtly reminded him of one key point. No matter what the Senju's attitude was, the outcome would not change. If he truly cared for his clan, then he should choose a noble death. But if he had any selfish motives, well, then Kyōsuke would show him other options. Silence. Dead silence. For a full 10 minutes, Nara Higashihiko said nothing, his face changing like that of a Sichuan opera performer. After a long time. What should I do? The will to survive ultimately prevailed. The resentment from your people mostly comes from a few failed battles. If, before you leave, you manage to wipe out a Uchiha unit, I believe it will be enough to quell the anger of your clan. At least it will guarantee your life. Looking up and staring at the boy, suddenly, Nara Higashihiko's mouth curled into a faint smile. So, you're here to make a deal. He was smart. From Kyōsuke's words, he had already deduced a lot. If he played it right, he could even solve the problem of fleeing to the Land of Thunder. As for whether to agree or not, Nara Higashihiko honestly couldn't think of a reason to refuse. Afterward, the two discussed the entire process in detail, including how to set up Uchiha Kyōsuke. Watching the men fully invest in the conversation, Kyōsuke secretly smiled, thinking that his persuasive skills hadn't dulled. If he had started by directly stating his intention to harm a colleague, the other would likely have rejected him outright. Even if he later offered incentives, it would have been of no use. The other's anger would surely cloud his judgment. On the other hand, Kyōsuke considered everything from the other's perspective. As for his own requests, he inserted them subtly. Higashihiko would then think, if I want to survive, it wouldn't hurt to help him out a bit. The result would be the same, but the motives were completely different. This was the power of persuasion. Even a smart clan leader like Nara Higashihiko couldn't escape the manipulation of another civilization. Alright, it's settled then. Nara Higashihiko thought he had fully grasped the initiative in the conversation. Of course, that was just his illusion. Having firmly engraved the plan in his mind, he suddenly made a gesture, and the paper he held immediately burst into flames. You plan to? Nara Higashihiko was about to ask something else when he turned his head, only to find that Kyōsuke had already disappeared from the tent. He stood frozen for a long while, letting out a silent sigh. What that sigh meant, perhaps only he knew. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 29, Chapter 29 Kyōsuke Footbath Water. You are going too far. Uchiha Hikoichi was furious. He felt that the Legion commander was being too biased. The Southern Border War was gradually nearing its end, and now the most important issue was what? Of course, it was about seizing credit. Just now, one of his subordinates secretly intercepted a communication detailing the date when the three clans would flee. He was overjoyed to receive this news, but before he could verify it, his subordinates were ambushed by others. Had he not arrived in time, the intelligence might have been stolen from them. Bang. With a kick, Uchiha Hikoichi sent the rebellious clansmen flying. He wanted to teach the person a lesson, but unfortunately, their leader had arrived. Lord Hikoichi, such imposing authority you have. Kyōsuke's tone was filled with disdain. The harsh tone made him deeply regret his past actions. Had he not gone all out to save this guy back then, he would have already turned into a pile of bones by now. Uchiha Kyōsuke, I advise you not to go too far. Hikoichi was too lazy to explain. Stealing credit was so common, it didn't even require deliberate condemnation. Looking down at the young man from a high position, Uchiha Hikoichi spoke coldly, don't forget, it was me that saved your life. I advise you to stop flattering yourself. Kyōsuke retorted sharply, his voice cold, without my appearance, when would you have ever gotten the position of deputy commander? You should be the one kneeling down to thank me. The two leaders were at odds, and the clan members behind them began pushing and shoving. Just as the internal strife seemed ready to erupt, Uchiha Rei hurriedly arrived with the news. Impudence. A shout echoed, and a terrifying pressure instantly swept over. Kyōsuke's muscles tensed, and almost instinctively, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. There was no way around it, the pressure from the clan leader-level ninja was just too frightening. Kyōsuke even thought that unless he used the Flying Thunder God to escape, he would not survive even 3 minutes under the Legion commander's hands. This was still with his own incredible speed. Had it been an ordinary jonin, they would likely have been killed by Uchiha Rei in just a few exchanges. Clan leader level, indeed, it's a completely different realm. With the Legion commander's appearance, both sides naturally understood that it was time to back down. Uchiha Hikoichi obtained the intelligence, and Kyōsuke was spared from causing internal conflict. Both sides retreated. I'll make you regret this sooner or later. Before leaving, Yonichi still threatened him. Having reached his current position, his next target could only be the Legion commander's seat. So, whether sooner or later, he would inevitably have to turn against Uchiha Rei. Since that was the case, why pretend to be friendly now? With the clan leader's support, he believed he would eventually be able to defeat Uchiha Rei. After all, there were a few hidden old monsters in the clan. That was Uchiha Taijima's strongest trump card. If it came down to it, Uchiha Rei would have no chance of surviving. Speaking of which, Uchiha Hikoichi was indeed a capable man. After becoming a deputy commander, he didn't forget to diligently train himself. In just 2 years, he had gradually reached the ceiling of jonin. With just a little more effort, he would break into a new realm. At that point, he would become one of the clan's elite jonin. By uniting the Southern Legion, Hikoichi could dedicate more time to his training. In another 10 or 20 years, he might have a chance to become a clan leader-level figure. At that time, a glint of ambition flashed in his eyes. Clearly, the Legion commander's seat was no longer enough to satisfy him. Never mind, let's quickly go and ambush. As the deputy commander who had been working for 2 years, he had over 100 subordinates, all of whom were exceptionally talented ninjas. By ambushing at the designated location, they could easily defeat an army several times their size. To many, the 3 clans now seemed like stray dogs without any will to fight, just a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Kyōsuke's repeated successes were just due to the enemy being too weak. If it were him. Okay, Uchiha Hikoichi admitted that Chidori was an excellent ninjutsu, but the Uchiha clan had been passed down for 1,000 years, there had to be something stronger to replace it. Anyway, he would never admit the young man's strength. I'll let you be arrogant for a while longer. Once we reach the main battlefield, life or death will no longer be in your hands. The Senju are not something those weaklings can compare to. Back at the camp, Kyōsuke ordered Maya to guard the entrance and not allow anyone inside. Do whatever you want, but today, you're drinking my foot bath water. Changing into a new set of clothes, Kyōsuke took out a short sword and silently practiced, adjusting his state. The plan was almost 70% complete. From the moment Uchiha Hikoichi stepped out of the camp, he had entered the countdown to death. Even so, Kyōsuke was a bit worried, afraid that some unforeseen accident might cause the target, who was supposed to die, to escape. To be on the safe side, Kyōsuke decided to go personally and collect a bit of points along the way. Now that he had mastered Kenjutsu and was carrying 2 different types of body flicker techniques, with further development, Chidori would cover most combat needs. Next, he planned to focus on an item that could lead to a qualitative change in his strength. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Exchange requirement, 100,000 points. Once he unlocked the Mangekyo, he would step into the clan leader level, which was equivalent to the Hokage level strength in his past life. At that point, he would truly be in control of his own fate. Still, his goal wasn't to have terrifying power, just to be able to always dominate the 2 gods. Look, Kyōsuke's request was so simple and unpretentious. After fiddling alone in the tent for a while, Kyōsuke adjusted his state and quickly formed a hand seal. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. The large camp didn't even notice his departure. When he reappeared, he was already about 2 kilometers outside the camp. Looking up at the specially made kunai deeply embedded in the trees, Kyōsuke smiled faintly, feeling a sense of freedom as though he was soaring through the world. With the creation of a batch of specially made kunai, he had instructed his subordinates to bury them at marked locations on the map. This way, he could quickly travel through the southern border of the Fire Country. Unfortunately, the Flying Thunder God's technique had a limited range and could not be compared with other types of spacetime ninjutsu. For now, 2 kilometers was Kyōsuke's limit. Spacetime ninjutsu based on the eyes focuses more on overall ability. The Flying Thunder God is different, its high-frequency, mid-range teleportation is its strongest feature. Before his muttering even faded, Kyōsuke's figure had already vanished without a trace. 2 days later, Uchiha Hikoichi successfully intercepted the enemy's forces. However, the outcome was completely different from what he had expected. From the beginning of the battle, Uchiha Hikoichi found himself at a complete disadvantage. Had it not been for his subordinates fighting to the death, he might not have been able to break through the enemy's encirclement. Damn it. By now, he realized he had fallen into Nara's trap. Don't let me escape, or else I'll make you pay with your life when the time comes, he thought, fantasizing about the day of revenge. Too bad, you won't have the chance. A sudden whisper made Uchiha Hikoichi's hair stand on end. Before he could turn around, a sharp flash of the blade had already enveloped him completely. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Do you know the masked men? How is that possible? The threat coming from behind startled Uchiha Hikoichi, causing his soul to nearly leap out. He was a close to elite Jonin-level powerhouse. Even if his condition wasn't at its best, his attention should have been more than 60% of its peak. However, the approach was so silent that it wasn't something an ordinary ninja could accomplish. He forcibly exerted power from his waist, turning his body around. At the moment the blade was about to strike, he managed to block the attack with a kunai. Looking at the enemy wearing a mask, Uchiha Hikoichi quickly formed hand seals and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Such a foolish question. A hoarse voice rang out, and Kyōsuke furrowed his brow slightly, thinking to himself that this guy was indeed a bit troublesome. Using the spatial coordinates on the ground, he had closed into within less than 2 meters. Under normal circumstances, no one could escape his sudden strike. But the opponent had managed to block it. It seemed like the condition wasn't perfect, though. The gap in strength between similar levels increases as time goes on. If the enemy were in peak condition, even if Kyōsuke exposed his identity, he likely wouldn't be able to defeat him. At best, it would be a stalemate. With Flying Thunder God, Uchiha Hikoichi wouldn't be able to deal with him either. However, this guy had just gone through a fierce battle and almost lost his life on the battlefield. His physical strength and chakra had dropped below warning levels. In a one-on-one fight, there might still be a chance of winning. Kyōsuke quickly formed another hand seal and instantly appeared at the enemy's diagonal rear. What? Uchiha Hikoichi's eyes widened, forcibly interrupting his ninjutsu. Using the Shursui-style body flicker technique, Kyōsuke appeared beside the enemy, not giving him the chance to perform any jutsu. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. In an instant, he had slashed 7 times, each cut swift and sharp, successfully leaving a bloody gash on the enemy's left shoulder. Of course, Kyōsuke himself wasn't unscathed, his abdomen took a heavy kick, and it felt as if a car had struck him. He was sent rolling more than 10 meters away, stopping only when he collided with a large tree. Cough. Spitting out blood, Kyōsuke slowly stood up, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had known for a long time that the world of Naruto was a place where people devoured one another. No, any world is like that, it's just more blatant here. Ever since he personally dealt with the prisoners of the 3 clans, he had secretly made a resolution: anyone who dares to stop him must die. Shaking the blood from his blade, Kyōsuke crouched, like a jungle predator observing his prey. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Hikoichi's eyes widened, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Appearance could be concealed, body shape could be disguised, but the traces of Kenjutsu would ultimately expose him. Even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run, and with so many subordinates, there would always be someone skilled in Kenjutsu. I see. The blood-soaked man spoke with an expression filled with madness. Rat tiger dog ox hair tiger. His hands quickly formed hand seals, and in an instant, a fireball-like phoenix flower seed appeared, engulfing an area 30 meters in front of him. Fire style, phoenix flower technique. These flames were controlled by the caster's chakra, and it was difficult for ordinary people to avoid them all. The enemy's battle experience was formidable, and in just 2 rounds, he had figured out the running rules of Flying Thunder God. Especially after seeing the symbols carved on the ground, he instantly understood the principle behind the jutsu. Are you constantly teleporting around the symbols? Truly a terrifying ninjutsu, Uchiha Hikoichi sneered. He wanted to see who was actually trying to take him down. Ninja combat was a battle of information. Even something as powerful as the Rinnegan could be targeted once its abilities were revealed, not to mention the currently limited Flying Thunder God. The Phoenix Fire he had cast had already covered all the coordinates. Aside from brute force, the assassin had no way to counter it. Boom. The fireballs rained down like a storm. Kyōsuke truly had nowhere to dodge, and if he chose to take the hit, he would likely face a deadly follow-up. But who said that the coordinates were only in the vicinity? In a simple flash, he had appeared 2 kilometers away by the river. Washing his hands in the creek and massaging his still aching abdomen, Kyōsuke then formed hand seals and returned to the battlefield. Seeing this, Uchiha Hikoichi's brow furrowed tightly. It seems the range of this technique is quite large. The earlier scene made him realize that if the opponent wanted to escape, he certainly couldn't stop him. However, the assassin's swift return made him understand something else. He didn't need to worry at all. It was the opponent who should be worried. If the opponent couldn't win, then they would retreat. Such powerful ninjutsu must be very chakra-intensive. In other words, the enemy couldn't use it frequently. To kill him, they would have to take the risk and get close. Only then could he have a chance to complete a counterattack. Soon, Kyōsuke realized the enemy's intention. A bunch of old tricks, damn it, they're so hard to deal with. He had to admit that these veteran jonin were not simple. The few successful kills in the past had been somewhat influenced by external factors and a lot of luck. Now, facing a direct confrontation, Kyōsuke understood just how tricky the older generation of jonin could be. The enemy had clearly made it known that he was planning to leave, almost saying outright that if Kyōsuke wanted to keep him, he should rush in and fight. For a moment, Kyōsuke wanted to use Chidori to kill him instantly, but he quickly discarded the idea. Chidori was effective for long-range surprise attacks against outsiders, but its effectiveness would drop significantly against someone with the Sharingan from the same clan. Besides, he also had concerns about keeping his identity hidden. The existence of Flying Thunder God technique would eventually be exposed, and if Chidori struck today, it would expose the fact that he had killed his comrade. You bastard, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Kyōsuke's gaze darkened, and he had made up his mind. Without wasting any more words, he unleashed all the chakra within him and vanished like a blur to appear beside the enemy. Unfortunately, before the three-tomo Sharingan, he wasn't at the level where he could be unresponsive. Bending down to avoid the slanting slash of the blade, Kyōsuke quickly turned and deflected the assassin's attack with the kunai, forcing it into his abdomen. The difference in strength between the two was evident in this moment. Hikoichi could easily block the blade, while Kyōsuke, despite noticing the enemy's intentions, ended up losing in terms of strength. Pulling out the blood-soaked kunai, Hikoichi swiftly kicked the assassin's weapon away. Before Kyōsuke could hit the ground, the overwhelming flames were already closing in. As expected, after suffering a heavy blow, Hikoichi still forced him to use Flying Thunder God. Bang! He fell clumsily to the ground, narrowly avoiding being consumed by the massive fireball. Enduring the intense pain, he looked up at his opponent, and their gazes met, both filled with a playful expression. The battle is over. Both Kyōsuke and Hikoichi simultaneously thought this. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. I don't usually laugh unless I can't help it. What was he laughing at? Uchiha Hikoichi was baffled. No matter how he looked at it, he should be the one holding the upper hand right now. Scared stiff. He muttered, frowning in doubt. He decided to step forward and finish this person off. He was wary of taking too much time, reinforcements from the other three clans could show up at any moment. But after taking just 2 steps, he suddenly heard a familiar laugh. Ha ha ha. The sound was full of mockery. A ninja's senses are incredibly sharp, and Kyōsuke made no effort to conceal his voice. How could Hikoichi possibly miss it? It's you. He was equal parts shocked and enraged. Perhaps Hikoichi had never expected that the one to ambush him tonight would be another vice commander from his clan, Uchiha Kyōsuke. In addition to disbelief, a hint of grievance rose in his heart. Yes, he had targeted Kyōsuke countless times, both overtly and covertly. But that was normal, wasn't it? Everyone played these games when vying for power. Sure, he had exerted relentless pressure, but truthfully, Hikoichi had never intended to kill Kyōsuke. Otherwise, given his influence, there had been countless opportunities in the past to get rid of Kyōsuke in secret. But now, his leniency had led to this. As smart as he was, Hikoichi had already guessed Kyōsuke had struck a deal with the Nara clan. That incredible spacetime ninjutsu allowed Kyōsuke to move in and out of enemy camps with ease. A wolf in sheep's clothing. That was Hikoichi's evaluation. Clutching the wound on his abdomen, Kyōsuke struggled to sit up. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he greeted Hikoichi with a smile. Yo, fancy meeting you here. Fancy meeting you, my ass. Hikoichi had no intention of wasting words. Since someone had plotted meticulously to kill him, he wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. A once-in-a-century genius of the Uchiha clan was about to fall at his hands today. Thinking about it, a twisted sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Remember, in your next life, be more cautious. With that, he prepared to strike. Heh. But to his surprise, Kyōsuke sneered again. Vice Commander Hikoichi, is this really your parting remark? By the time the word remark left his mouth, his voice was already right beside Hikoichi's ear. Thunk. The kunai stabbed deep into Hikoichi's abdomen, almost the exact same spot where Kyōsuke had been injured. Does it hurt? Dodging Hikoichi's counterattack, Kyōsuke coldly asked. How is this possible? Hikoichi's eyes widened, unable to process what had happened. The next moment, the same scene repeated. Blood splattered everywhere. The proud vice commander of the Southern Army collapsed into a pool of blood, like a dog that had lost its master. Can't figure it out, huh? Meeting Hikoichi's desperate gaze, Kyōsuke pointed to a specific spot on his abdomen with a grin. Summoning the last of his strength, Hikoichi looked down. A flash of realization passed through his eyes. He finally understood why he had failed. System notification: you have killed an Uchiha clan Jonin. Earned 3,850 points. Points, 5,166. Rewards for taking down a Jonin are quite generous. Kyōsuke sighed to himself. With a simple fire release jutsu, he incinerated Hikoichi's corpse. His earlier risky approach wasn't aimed at killing Hikoichi outright but at carving a spacetime marker onto him. If the marker succeeded, as long as the opponent wasn't in rapid motion, Kyōsuke could ambush them anytime, anywhere. It was like handing the enemy a death notice. Below the clan head level, it was almost impossible to react effectively in such a short time. The only downside was that the spacetime marker couldn't be used as a regular tactic. Avoiding close to make direct contact with the enemy's body required an opportunity that could just as well be used to stab them with a kunai. Unless situations like today arose, where he risked severe injury to force an exchange, it was nearly impossible to find such a chance. If word got out, the chances of successfully marking someone would become even slimmer. Many would rather take a hit than let him succeed. After destroying the scene and disposing of Hikoichi's corpse, Kyōsuke used the flying Raijin technique to leave. 10 minutes later. Quick, there are signs of a battle up ahead. A pursuing squad arrived on the scene. Akimichi Mitsutoshi was in charge of this pursuit mission. Frankly, he hadn't felt this invigorated in a long time. Although the enemy leader had escaped, wiping out the Uchiha troops would be enough to restore their clan's tarnished reputation. Report to the clan leader, said a scout returning from examining the battlefield with urgent news. What did you say? Mitsutoshi pushed past his subordinate and hurried to the charred corpse lying on the ground. After a careful inspection, he was overjoyed to confirm that the scorched body was indeed Uchiha Hikoichi. He didn't care to question the details. All that mattered now was taking the body back to claim credit. With such an achievement, his position as the Akimichi clan leader was secure. As for the Uchiha's retaliation, it wasn't his concern. They were planning to retreat anyway, who cared about grudges now? The news spread like wildfire. Both enemy and ally forces quickly learned of the event. In the Uchiha camp. Smash. A teacup shattered violently as the commander-in-chief struggled to suppress his laughter, trying his best to maintain a facade of outrage. Nara Higashihiko. Buffed, what a vile act. Pinching his thigh hard, he barely managed to stifle his laughter. After calming himself, Uchiha Rei finally issued his furious command. We must avenge this. Uchiha blood must not be spilled in vain. He ordered the injured Kyōsuke to stay back in the camp while personally leading a force to quell the southern rebellion. After today, the southern territories would be his to command. The thought made him giddy with excitement. Ha ha ha. When he was finally alone, the elder couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Outside his tent, several captains exchanged glances but remained silent, pretending not to hear their leader's laughter. As for Kyōsuke, he didn't bother participating in this farce. Everyone understood what had happened. There was no need to say it aloud. Kyōsuke needed rest and had no time for theatrics. Uchiha Rei now held ultimate authority, second only to the clan head. At this point, no one dared to challenge him, not even if he decided to dance on Hikoichi's grave. Unlike Rei, Kyōsuke had no aspirations of leading the clan. He simply did as he pleased. Half a month passed quickly. The three major clans that had once dominated the southern territories of the Land of Fire withdrew from the conflict entirely, migrating en masse to the Land of Lightning to find a place to rebuild. They had officially left the competition for supremacy. Meanwhile, the Senju clan launched relentless retaliatory attacks, furious at the Uchiha's actions. Under the combined assault of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, the Uchiha forces on the front line suffered one defeat after another. They were pushed to the brink of annihilation. With no other options, clan head Taijima finally swallowed his pride and requested reinforcements from Uchiha Rei's southern army. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Rei refrained from using this opportunity for leverage. With a grand gesture, he dispatched 200 of his best fighters, led by Vice Commander Kyōsuke, to the Land of Fire's central region for a decisive battle against the Senju. Including his own elite troops, Kyōsuke now commanded a total of 253 ninja. Senju clan. I've been looking forward to meeting you. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 32, Chapter 32 The Return of the War King and Reunion with a Good Friend. The movement of a large-scale Legion-level troop forces everything along the way, be it demons or monsters, to step aside. This group of over 200 clan ninjas was a reinforcement unit dispatched by Uchiha Rei, also serving as a farewell gift for Kyōsuke. Along the journey, Maya was constantly busy, using Genjutsu to evaluate the loyalty of these ninjas. Those willing to accept the test and successfully pass it would officially join Kyōsuke's direct command, becoming members of his core force. As for those unwilling to undergo the test, it was fine, they had their own ambitions, and he couldn't demand complete openness from everyone. As long as they obeyed orders, they could still be counted as part of the Southern Legion's combat sequence. A few troublemakers with ulterior motives had already been noted down in secret by Uchiha Izumi, who would ensure they met their end on the battlefield at an appropriate time. To unify the unit, the Southern Expeditionary Force dragged their pace, turning what would have been a 2- or 3-day journey into a full 7 days. The officer in charge of the reception force cursed him in his heart countless times. But when the moment came, they still had to put on a polite front and greet him courteously. "Commander Kyōsuke, welcome." Kyōsuke glanced at him indifferently, nodding arrogantly without any intention of lingering. The main force pressed on at full speed. If the reception unit hadn't been quick enough, they might have been swept into the rushing crowd. "Damn it," a clan member finally muttered angrily after the group had passed. "These Southern Legion folks are too full of themselves." The officer in charge, who had been ignored, muttered with a strange tone, "Go win some battles before acting high and mighty." In truth, he was equally displeased, anyone would be in his position. But lacking the strength to retaliate, what could he do? Confront Kyōsuke now? The stories of people being killed to establish authority in the youth training camp had already reached the main battlefield, and he had no desire to become the next topic of discussion. "Follow them," he ordered. Soon, the Southern Legion entered the military fortress constructed by the Uchiha clan. The existence of ninjutsu had made the infrastructure industry in the Naruto world extraordinarily advanced. The 50-mile-long camp was lined with numerous watchtowers and fortifications. At intervals of 100 meters, there was a sentry post, each manned by Uchiha ninjas. Should the barrier department detect any abnormality, an order would be issued immediately, ensuring clan members could arrive at the site within 10 seconds. Seeing this, Kyōsuke understood that the intensity of the battles on the main front far exceeded the wars in the southern territories. Perhaps aware of the reception force's complaints, clan leader Taijima dispatched personnel to meet him for the second time. This time, Kyōsuke could no longer maintain his cold demeanor. "Long time no see, Keisuke-sensei," he greeted. The visitor was Uchiha Keisuke, the man who had once been his teacher. "The clan leader sent me to welcome you," Keisuke said, his tone tinged with emotion. In just over a year, the boy who had once struggled to maintain his Sharingan had now become a significant figure within the clan. His gaze lingered on the short sword at Kyōsuke's waist, and Keisuke felt fortunate that he hadn't turned down the teaching job back then. It was easy to flatter someone in power, but only he had offered precious guidance when Kyōsuke was still at his lowest. This rare bond, if used wisely, would be enough for Uchiha Keisuke to benefit from for a lifetime. "You all stay here and wait," Kyōsuke instructed his forces briefly before following his teacher to the core area. On the way, Uchiha Keisuke provided a brief overview of the battlefield situation. 3 months ago, the clan leader and Senju Butsuma fought a fierce battle, ending in mutual injuries. Senju Butsuma is that strong. He is a peak clan leader-level powerhouse with immense strength. Hearing this, Kyōsuke fell silent, once again recognizing the brutality of the Warring States period. Although he had made considerable progress, he was still far from being able to roam freely in this dangerous world. If he treated the Senju like the Nara or Akimichi clans, his days of defeat would not be far off. Keisuke continued his explanation. "Actually, the main battlefield is manageable. Our clan has cultivated this area for years, and the Senju cannot break through easily. The real concern lies elsewhere." Kyōsuke understood his teacher's implication. The Uchiha had poured all their resources into resisting the Senju, leaving them vulnerable on other fronts. The Uzumaki clan was now eyeing them hungrily, and the Uchiha were indeed struggling. The role of the southern forces was to reinforce the front against the Uzumaki. "I won't hide it from you," Keisuke said, surprising Kyōsuke with his next words. "Not long ago, Ashina Uzumaki personally led a force into battle, and we suffered a significant defeat, losing our commander on the spot. A commander capable of leading an army was at least an elite jonin. For Ashina Uzumaki to kill such a leader on the battlefield meant he at least has clan leader-level strength. All these years, the world has greatly underestimated this Uzumaki clan leader," Keisuke remarked. As his teacher noted, this leader of the land of whirlpools possessed terrifying power that struck fear into all. "Who is overseeing the situation there now?" Kyōsuke asked with great concern. Surely the damned Taijima didn't expect him to face the Uzumaki clan alone. If that were the case, betraying the clan on the spot would seem more appealing. "It's the clan's second elder," his teacher revealed, causing Kyōsuke to twitch slightly. During the Warring States period, prominent clans had many branches and side families. To protect their interests, most clans established councils of elders. The Uchiha were no exception. Uchiha Rei, for example, was a powerful elder responsible for managing threats in the southern territories, and the second elder held a similar role. What's the second elder's strength? He should also be at the clan leader level. That's somewhat reassuring, Kyōsuke muttered. With a powerful figure holding the line, he finally felt a bit relieved. After all, he didn't want to lose everything he had worked so hard to build. Kyōsuke. A familiar voice interrupted the teacher-student conversation. Looking up, under the blazing sun, a spiky-haired youth in red armor stood on the battlements, smiling down at him. The sunlight was dazzling, and Kyōsuke couldn't make out the youth's face clearly. But the overwhelming aura of dominance gave away his identity immediately. Madara. Chakra erupted beneath his feet as Kyōsuke shot forward like lightning. With a short sword in hand, faint electric sparks flickered along the blade. Bring it on. Madara drew his long sword, excitement evident on his face at the sight of his friend. However, their form of greeting was somewhat unusual. A terrifying burst of air pressure gathered as Madara slashed horizontally with his blade, bringing it down with the force of a crushing mountain. The sheer ferocity of his strike made Kyōsuke's heart skip a beat. Uchiha style, step explosion. This bastard is trying to kill me. Kyōsuke thought. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 33, Chapter 33. It'll be fine if your father is gone. After a long time, Kyōsuke finally met Uchiha Taijima again. He still looked gloomy as always, as if he disliked everyone he saw. He wasn't exactly the most likable person. It is said that the Uchiha clan produces beautiful men and women, but the appearance of this clan leader is really hard to describe. Kyōsuke silently complained in his heart but maintained the most basic respect on the surface. That's great, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Uchiha Taijima patted the young man's shoulder, looking self-satisfied. Anyone who didn't know might think that Kyōsuke's rise had something to do with him. His shameless attitude made Uchiha Madara, who was opposite him, slightly turn his head, thinking to himself, "Father, please don't embarrass yourself." After casually chatting for a while, the clan leader suddenly asked with great interest, "You two just fought, who won?" Upon hearing this, Kyōsuke and Madara exchanged a glance, both a little surprised. In Kyōsuke's eyes, Madara truly deserved to be the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. His strength had risen rapidly like a rocket. Especially his physical strength, the 11-year-old dance king had already entered a rapid growth phase. In their first direct confrontation, Kyōsuke almost couldn't hold onto his weapon. His physical strength had reached that of a jonin, chakra was at jonin level, and though his mental strength was hard to judge, Kyōsuke couldn't recall anyone who could trap Uchiha Madara in a genjutsu. With his unknown evolution of the Sharingan, Madara now possessed nearly the strength of a jonin at his peak. The rate of progress was no less than Kyōsuke's. On the other side, Madara was equally amazed. The boy was 2 years younger than him, but in a fight with someone his age, Madara felt like he might be defeated after just a few exchanges. His sharp kenjutsu, terrifying speed, and the need for full concentration when facing him made Madara cautious. He had heard that Kyōsuke had even developed a powerful form of lightning jutsu, which was particularly suitable for the Uchiha clan to use. Madara was eager to see it for himself. He also had the ability to use lightning release, but he preferred to research fire techniques instead. Madara answered his father's question. I see. Taijima's smile remained unchanged, as though he was genuinely pleased. But Kyōsuke wasn't buying it. The old man was thick-skinned and devious, smiling while stabbing a knife in the back. He couldn't understand how this person had fathered someone like the dance king. Glancing around casually, Kyōsuke suddenly asked curiously, "Where's Izuna? Why didn't that kid come to greet me?" At the mention of his younger brother, Madara chuckled. "He heard you've been making a name for yourself in battle and started demanding to join the battlefield." With a helpless glance at his father, Madara continued, "After father refused, Izuna locked himself in his room for intensive training. I can hardly see him anymore." Ha ha ha. Kyōsuke burst out laughing, his tone full of schadenfreude. "When I go to see him next time, I'll give him some motivation to continue getting stronger." Motivation? Of course, it would be to beat him up and push him to work harder. Izuna's strong-willed nature would surely drive him to train even more. At least that way, he wouldn't end up getting cut down by someone in the future. Kyōsuke thought of Senju Tobirama, and an image suddenly appeared in his mind. As he looked at the increasingly composed dance king, Kyōsuke knew that Madara had likely already begun his secret dealings with Hashirama. How far have those two developed? I'm really curious. Scratching his chin, Kyōsuke suddenly slapped his leg and decided to tail them in another world. Witnessing the scene where the two great gods come together, if he didn't experience it firsthand, it would truly be a regret. Soon, the major figures of the battlefield arrived one by one. With more than 200 ninjas at his command, Kyōsuke had become an influential figure in the clan. Except for the elders, no one dared to act arrogantly in front of him. Perhaps Taijima was trying to show off his strength and warn him not to have any foolish ideas. As for that, Kyōsuke didn't care at all. With Chidori in hand, he had the capital to recruit anyone. As long as his strength continued to improve, no one could stop his rise. In the future, the Uchiha clan would surely belong to him and Madara. Others would either choose to submit or leave the battlefield and enjoy their retirement in the clan. Uchiha Taijima was strong and skilled, but unfortunately, his vision was too narrow, making him incapable of achieving anything great. At the banquet, Kyōsuke drank freely without any hesitation, and even started a drinking contest with Madara. Age. That was a joke. No one present truly dared to treat him as a mere youth. Anyone who had such thoughts had long become the victim of his short blade. At night, Kyōsuke and Madara walked under the night sky, chatting casually about their experiences on the battlefield. When will the war end? The Dance King suddenly became a bit sentimental. With a glance at him, Kyōsuke casually responded, when the enemies are all dead, the war will naturally end. Yeah, Madara looked up at him, unusually hesitant. His unspoken words made Kyōsuke quite surprised. Just say whatever's on your mind. Why are you becoming so indecisive? Oh. Madara nodded blankly and finally spoke the words he hadn't even shared with his younger brother. Kyōsuke, do you think it's possible for us to resolve the grudge with the Senju? Huh? Are you brainwashed by Hashirama? Kyōsuke remained silent for a while, then gave a definitive answer. It's not hard to resolve the grudge. After fighting for 1,000 years, we're not tired, but the other side is. Madara looked at him in confusion, clearly not expecting such an answer from Kyōsuke. Not paying attention to Madara's surprised expression, Kyōsuke continued with his thoughts. I ask you, how many people still mention the grudges of the previous generation? What about the generation before that? Very few, right? Do you know why? Young Madara hesitated before answering, is it because everyone is old? Actually, he wanted to say they were all dead, but felt it would be disrespectful to the fallen clan members. In that moment, Madara seemed to grasp Kyōsuke's point. No matter how deep-rooted the hatred, it would fade with time. Unknowingly, the grudges of the older generation were rarely mentioned. To resolve the enmity, or even to build a village together, there was no need for excessive concern. Strength alone was enough to unify the two clans. Want to stir up trouble? One word, kill. After a few decades, all the old grudges would be forgotten. The reason was simple, those who couldn't forget the hatred would have already died. The new generation of ninjas grew up in villages, and it was difficult for them to empathize in the same way. After a moment of contemplation, Kyōsuke stopped. His views came from the storyline's natural development. In hell, many people would fight to survive. But once they experienced paradise, it would be hard to return to hell. That's why, in the end, Uchiha Madara was abandoned by everyone. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 34, Chapter 34 First Meeting with Senju Hashirama. A few words almost made Uchiha Madara dizzy. It's likely that the King of Dance is deeply shaken right now. If the timing weren't off, he would have immediately run to share this with his companions. I was right about you after all. The young Madara excitedly patted his shoulder. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he left with a simple sentence, wait for me, and returned to his camp. As the son of the clan leader and the future ruler of the Uchiha, Madara had a unit ready to take orders at any time. He and Kyōsuke would depart together in a week to fight the increasingly intense attacks from the Uzumaki clan. It seems that Taijima has noticed his son's abnormal behavior. No, to be more precise, he's probably already alert, but it's not yet time for action. While thinking, a sudden sharp noise from the distance broke through the air. Kyōsuke looked up with a glimmer of light in his eyes, raised his arm, and easily caught what was coming toward him. It was a sheath-long sword, and when the blade was drawn, it gleamed coldly under the moonlight. With a slight fluctuation of chakra, a faint blue glow began to spread across the blade, a sign of chakra visualization. Normally, metal weapons like kunai can conduct chakra as well. However, the conduction rate is very low. When transmitting 100% of chakra, only about 20% of it is effectively used. Thus, it's rare for anyone to use such weapons since the cost-to-benefit ratio is poor. But if special metals with a high conduction rate can be found, it would significantly improve the power of chakra attachment. For example, this weapon, which had a remarkable 60% conduction rate. With a little exploration into changing its properties, it could be perfectly manifested. Though it might not increase Kyōsuke's power ceiling, it would greatly enhance his basic combat capabilities. Simply put, it would make dealing with ninjas of the same level much easier. For opponents weaker than him, he could easily finish the battle, like cutting through vegetables. It effectively raises the lower limit of strength, which helps save chakra in battles. After all, it wouldn't make sense to rely solely on the body flicker and Chidori combination for every fight, it would drain all your chakra too quickly. Thanks. Kyōsuke took the weapon without hesitation, considering it a return gift from Madara. After all, even ideological education requires payment. In the distance, Madara, wearing his battle armor, approached. Hearing the insincere thanks, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't thank me. It was my father's order to retrieve the weapon from the clan's treasury." The Uchiha clan's treasury. Kyōsuke's expression shifted slightly. That place was filled with countless treasures. Madara certainly didn't go there just to pick a weapon for himself. Suspiciously eyeing him up and down, Kyōsuke only withdrew his gaze after a while when the King of Dance's body became stiff. Huff. Madara sighed, feeling like he had been seen through. Having visited the family treasury, he, of course, didn't leave empty-handed. In fact, Kyōsuke's arrival had already changed many things. In the original storyline, Madara's strength was unrivaled among his peers. Though he never slackened, his desire to grow stronger had always been somewhat lacking. Now, spurred on by Kyōsuke, a rare sense of tension rose in his heart. Strength must be honed, bloodlines developed, and even weapons should not fall behind. After visiting the treasury, he quickly chose a gift for Kyōsuke, and then began rummaging through boxes and cabinets in search of a divine weapon. In the end, the legendary Uchiha clan fan Gunbai was born about 6 or 7 years earlier than in the original timeline. Subconsciously touching the storage scroll at his waist, Madara coughed lightly and made up an excuse to leave. Kyōsuke, somewhat puzzled, gave up his attempt to investigate further and decided to visit his long-lost friend Izuna to catch up. That night, intense sounds frequently came from the second young master's training ground. The clan members were amazed, saying that Uchiha Izuna was a hard-working young man, still practicing diligently so late. Little did they know, Izuna had turned into a punching bag, becoming Kyōsuke's target for testing his sword. When Kyōsuke left contentedly, the battered young man could only lick his wounds in solitude. "That bastard, one day, I'll surpass you. And the same goes for my older brother. I, Uchiha Izuna, am the one with the strongest talent." If Kyōsuke had heard these bold words, he would have regretted going too easy on him. How could someone be so foolish? The next day, with nothing to do, Kyōsuke decided to challenge Madara for a second round. Izuna was too weak, and it wasn't even fun fighting him. The battle with the King of Dance had been much more satisfying. But when he knocked on the door, the butler informed him that the young master had gone to the mountains early to train. Something's off. Kyōsuke narrowed his eyes and followed the trail. In the mountains, by a small creek, young Madara was idly skipping stones, his mind filled with Kyōsuke's words. "That really is a good way to resolve conflict, but unfortunately, my father will never agree. But it's fine. As long as Kyōsuke and I are around, we can truly achieve peace in the future." As he was lost in thought, Madara suddenly felt the urge to urinate. He unbuckled his pants and started relieving himself in the river. Suddenly, a figure silently appeared behind him. "Hey!" The stream of water immediately stopped. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't continue. Hashirama. Ignoring his friend's angry shout, the thick-headed youth with the pot-shaped hair stared at him with a surprised look. "Madara, looks like you weren't lying. You really can stop immediately when someone's around. I've said it before, I can't pee when someone's watching, you bastard. You have to see it to believe it." After some noisy moments, the two finally returned to normal, and Madara took the opportunity to talk about Kyōsuke's idea. Using time to resolve hatred. Hashirama's eyes lit up with a sense of finding a kindred spirit. In the past, he had blindly sought peace, never even sure if it was achievable. But to his surprise, Madara's clan had such an insight. Nervously rubbing his hands, Hashirama really wanted to meet the person who had proposed this idea, even though he knew doing so would be extremely risky. Both he and Madara weren't fools, many things were left unspoken between them. If outsiders intervened, Hashirama feared it would ruin the friendship they had worked so hard to build. Lost in thought, the pot-haired youth suddenly tensed and turned to look at the forest behind them. 2 seconds later, Madara also sensed something and became vigilant. In the shadow of the trees, Uchiha Kyōsuke, dressed in black battle gear, stepped out. Seeing this, Madara relaxed slightly, relieved that it wasn't someone from his father's side. But he quickly grew tense again because Kyōsuke's footsteps never stopped. Placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, Kyōsuke activated his Sharingan and stared intensely at the suddenly pale-faced Hashirama. In the next moment, the sword's blade was already dangerously close to Hashirama's chest. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 35, Chapter 35 First Clash of the Three Gods. Kyōsuke, stop. Uchiha Madara never imagined that the situation would develop to this point. He had thought the two of them would get along, but Kyōsuke immediately attacked him upon meeting. As expected, the peaceful understanding he had hoped for was nothing more than a foolish wish that only the two of them could hold. Madara was caught in the middle, unable to decide, while the other two were fully engaged in battle. Facing Kyōsuke's lightning-fast slash, Hashirama's right arm suddenly emitted a massive blue light, a manifestation of chakra that had been overly condensed. Damn, does it have to be this exaggerated? It wasn't until they truly faced off that Kyōsuke understood why Uchiha Madara had always been suppressed by this man. The terrifying chakra was practically no different from a human-tail beast. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, when facing the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Uchiha Obito, Hashirama gravely remarked that Obito's chakra surpassed his own. Listen to that, what a terrifying statement. From this, one could understand just how terrifying the chakra of the God of Shinobi truly was. Without any protective armor, Hashirama resolutely used condensed chakra to defend against Kyōsuke's full-powered strike. Having the heaviness of earth, yet containing the cutting power of wind, what a terrifying guy. After their hard clash, Kyōsuke decided to test Hashirama's ninjutsu abilities. But the bowl-shaped head didn't give him a chance. He kicked up and directly sent Kyōsuke flying, the violent force causing the air to scream in protest. In addition to chakra, the innate monstrous strength was the second major weapon that allowed Senju Hashirama to dominate. It could be said that Tsunade's lifelong study of the Ine seal and monstrous strength were merely passive skills for Hashirama. When facing Uchiha Madara, Kyōsuke immediately sensed the limitations imposed by his body, and when it came to Hashirama, the gap between them instantly magnified several times. Boom. Kyōsuke, struck by the kick, was sent flying and landed at the top of a tree about 10 meters high. Kyōsuke. Uchiha Madara raised his hand in confusion, as if trying to dissuade him. The next second, a sharp, screeching sound immediately drew all his attention. This is the lightning release ninjutsu the outside world talks about. Madara momentarily forgot his internal dilemma. His instincts as a strong warrior had him anticipating the next battle. The Sharingan locked onto Hashirama, and at first, Kyōsuke just wanted to test the God of Shinobi's abilities. Now, he had changed his mind. The bowl-shaped head made him want to punch him in the face, and he had no idea who had cut that ridiculous hairstyle. Just for that, he decided to let this bastard eat his Chidori. With a firm resolve, the bird-like cry of the Chidori amplified several times, and the wildly dancing electricity caused the tree branches to collapse violently. What a terrifying lightning release technique. In contrast, Hashirama was more in awe of the technique. He heard his friends call and realized that the earlier words were indeed spoken by the young men before him. Moreover, although his opponent's moves were sharp, he did not sense any killing intent. This meant the young man was not fighting with the intent to kill him. I understand. Hashirama's eyes lit up as he figured out Kyōsuke's plan. He's testing me. No matter what we do in the future, we must have the power to change everything. Truly the wisdom to see the truth. Every action of his contains profound meaning beyond what I can fathom. Both hands suddenly clasped together, and the next moment, deep purple chakra surged from his body. Hashirama began to unleash his full strength. His chakra, far surpassing that of high-ranking ninjas, caused the ground around them to rumble. Come on, let me show you my resolve. Bull-headed, get the hell down. Sand and rocks shattered, the earth tilted, and the two figures quickly closed the distance between them. You both better stop. Just as they were about to collide, a large folding fan suddenly intervened, perfectly blocking the two surging chakra forces. Uchiha's rebound. To avoid hurting anyone, Madara intentionally reduced the force of the rebound. Damn, this guy's a pain. Kyōsuke, pulling himself out of the rock crevice, collapsed onto the ground. After a while, he finally caught his breath. Meanwhile, Hashirama quietly crawled out of the river. His face was an expression of utter frustration. Not long ago, he had seen Madara urinating in the river, and now he had swallowed a whole mouthful of water himself. If he was happy about it, it would have been a miracle. As for Madara, unable to think of a good way to resolve the situation, he simply decided to beat both idiots into submission. Backstabbing, Madara, you've fallen so low. Shut up, if you've got the guts, fight me together. Fine, Kyōsuke, let's team up and take him down. Half an hour later, the future three gods of the ninja world lay battered and bruised by the river. To punish Madara, Kyōsuke and Hashirama joined forces and forcefully pressed Madara to the ground, giving him a thorough beating. However, as they fought, internal discord arose, and the three ended up in a free-for-all brawl. Shameless Uchiha. Hey, you Senju aren't any better. With the Sharingan exposed, it was pointless to continue hiding their identities. But what made both sides happy was that their friendship hadn't been changed by their opposing positions. We're still too weak. Kyōsuke touched the bruises on his face and spoke in a low voice, this world is much more dangerous than we thought. In his mind, the distant Otsutsuki clan quietly emerged. Even excluding Kaguya, who was sealed on the moon, the shinobi world itself had no shortage of dangers. The long-active Jashin cult, the sage of the six paths hidden in the Pure Land, the enigmatic monk Jigen whose whereabouts and intentions were uncertain, and Black Zetsu, who was constantly scheming against the Uchiha. None of them were easy to deal with. If Kyōsuke had to face them alone, he would either be worn out or driven mad. For the sake of the future, he had to protect these two idiots by his side. Instead of foolishly allowing others to manipulate them, they should focus on figuring out how to step into the realm of 6 paths level power. Indeed, our strength is still insufficient, Hashirama agreed, his voice resolute after hearing Kyōsuke's words. Lying on the ground, he began describing the beautiful vision in his heart. But it might have been better if he hadn't said anything. Nearly every sentence was met with Kyōsuke's biting retorts. What do you mean, everyone mind their own business? Without the financial support of the daimyo, how do you plan to build a village? Are you stupid? Without the daimyo's endorsement, how could ordinary people trust a group of powerful shinobi? The idea of forced intermarriage, did you come up with that using your backside? There's no such thing as everlasting peace. You'll understand that sooner or later. Listening to their heated argument, Madara smiled contentedly. It seemed his role as the instigator hadn't been in vain. The road ahead was fraught with difficulties. Just thinking about the obstacles to resolving hatred was enough to give him a headache. Turning his head to glance at Kyōsuke, whose face was swollen, and Hashirama, who could barely see out of one eye, Madara felt an immense satisfaction. A satisfaction unlike anything he'd felt before. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 36, Chapter 36 Attack of Uchiha Taijima. Wow, what a beautiful view. At the future site of the Hokage Rock, 3 young men were envisioning the future. It's decided, Senju Hashirama, full of excitement, spread his arms wide open. I'm going to build a village here. A place free of discrimination, where children won't have to fight on the battlefield, and all clans can live in harmony. Beside him, Uchiha Madara also felt a surge of emotions, looking forward to that same future. What about you, Kyōsuke? Would you like to help us? Both of them turned to the new addition to their group. Me. Kyōsuke walked to the edge of the cliff, his gaze seeming to reflect the future image of the Hidden Leaf Village. The Hokage Building, Ichiraku Ramen, the food streets, the Ninja Academy. His complex expression left the two beside him completely puzzled. I'm also looking forward to the village's construction. Ha ha ha, great. Hashirama was overjoyed to the extreme. For so many years, he had been unable to share his dream with anyone. Not even his closest brother could understand his ideas. As expected, people can truly understand each other, even the Senju and Uchiha. Madara, Kyōsuke, I'm truly very... Wait a minute, Kyōsuke interrupted, cutting off Hashirama, whose expression was slightly twisted with excitement. Speaking calmly, Kyōsuke said, don't get too happy just yet. To the entire ninja world, we are insignificant. Yes, I understand. In the future, we will. You're too naive, Hashirama. Once again, Kyōsuke mercilessly cut him off. He turned his head, his gaze sharp. People's thoughts change with time, and you and I are no exception. When you truly understand the cruelty of war and the helplessness between people, you might not retain today's feelings. Stopping the young man who was about to argue, his tone became somewhat heavy. Think carefully before speaking, or you'll only make me look down on your dreams. Hearing this, Hashirama took a deep breath, his eyes firm as he said, I will overcome the pain and keep moving toward my dream. Looking at that seemingly genuine face, Kyōsuke wanted to ask, what if I personally killed Tobirama? What would you do? However, before he could speak, Madara quietly stopped him. After some thought, Kyōsuke decided not to press further. Perhaps, just now, he had recalled the tragic future awaiting the Uchiha. The great founders of the Hidden Leaf Village, one of the most powerful clans of the Warring States era, ultimately reduced to being suppressed by smaller clans like the Sarutobi and Shimura families. Looking at it now, it was nothing short of a comic joke. No one can predict what the future holds, Kyōsuke said with deep meaning. No matter how things unfolded, the 3 of them at least exchanged their thoughts today. After bidding farewell, with Hashirama leaving full of excitement, Madara suddenly asked, Kyōsuke, why are you here? Kyōsuke shook his head with a wry smile and, instead of answering directly, mumbled something incomprehensible. I've noticed that whenever it involves Hashirama, you become very irrational. That's impossible. He's just an ordinary friend, don't overthink it. Madara immediately launched into a series of denials. Be careful. Unwilling to elaborate further, Kyōsuke left him with only a warning, if I can sense your movements, do you really think no one in the clan knows what you're up to? If you keep hanging around him, you're bound to lose the clan's blessing. Yes, I understand, wait, what do you mean, hanging around him? Madara glared at him angrily. In response, Kyōsuke disappeared in a flash, far out of reach. When it came to speed, even the best dancers couldn't match him. With his companion's warning in mind, Madara refrained from meeting with Hashirama over the next few days. Unfortunately, secrets can never be hidden for long. One night, Uchiha Taijima cornered his son at home. Madara, who have you been meeting with recently? Taijima's tone was grim, his expression extremely angry. At first, Madara prepared to casually make up a lie to get by. But for some reason, he decided to probe his father's thoughts a little. 3 minutes later, Madara paid for his foolishness. The Uchiha making peace with the Senju and building a harmonious home together. The clan leader stared at his son as though he were an idiot. You've been influenced by the enemy. Taijima's tone was filled with disappointment, almost as if scolding an imbecile. I can't believe you'd be so naive. Have you told anyone else about this nonsense? Kyōsuke knows too. Idiot. The clan leader nearly collapsed from rage. Who is Uchiha Kyōsuke? He's your greatest rival for the future. You've handed him the perfect leverage to use against you. Hearing this, Madara also started to lose his patience. His father's constant talk of threats and conspiracies had long worn thin. I'm telling you, Kyōsuke isn't the kind of person you think he is. Madara, I never imagined you'd be this naive. Taijima, ever the stubborn and self-centered man, refused to listen to his son's reasoning. For someone like him, the concept of mutual understanding simply didn't exist. Snap. With a casual snap of his fingers, over 10 shadowy figures appeared in an instant. These were the family's elite secret ninjas, specially trained to handle matters the clan leader couldn't directly intervene in. Their purpose was simple, to deal with problems, or people, that needed removing. Uchiha Kyōsuke is guilty of treason. Take him down tonight. If he resists, execute him on the spot. Taijima's cold gaze fell on his son. What do you think of this arrangement? Madara clenched his fists. He knew his father was likely bluffing. But he didn't dare gamble, losing this bet would mean losing everything. What do you want? Madara finally gave in, feeling utterly exhausted. If persuading his father was this hard, convincing the clan would be impossible. Kyōsuke was right. To make everyone abandon their hatred would require extreme and oppressive measures. Hoping for universal understanding. That was nothing more than a child's foolish dream. Seeing his son concede, the clan leader waved his hand, and the secret ninjas vanished without a trace. Do you know who the person you met by the river is? Before Madara could answer, Taijima revealed the truth. His name is Senju Hashirama. Oh, you probably already know that. But do you know who his father is? He's the son of Senju Butsuma. Senju Butsuma, the current head of the Senju clan and one of the strongest figures of the Warring States era. One of Madara's brothers had died at Butsuma's hands. The hatred between the two clans ran deep, with both sides wishing death upon the other. Hashirama is. Madara's eyes widened slightly, unable to believe that his companion was the heir of the Senju clan. Could this be destiny? Now you understand. Taijima patted his son on the shoulder, his tone softening slightly. There's still time to turn things around, as long as you. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 37, Chapter 37 The Farewell of the Three Gods. Early the next morning, Kyōsuke received a summons from the clan leader. When he arrived, he saw the expressionless Madara and an angry Izuna. Kyōsuke immediately had a rough idea of what was happening. Sigh, so they found out after all. Honestly, it wasn't surprising. If Uchiha Taijima couldn't even figure this much out, he would have been ousted from his position long ago. Kyōsuke. Izuna immediately confronted him. Big brother may be reckless, but why are you messing around with him? Hearing this, Kyōsuke lazily picked at his ear with his little finger, ignoring the accusations of the little brat. Hey, you. Enough. Taijima stopped his youngest son. He understood that Kyōsuke was now confident in his position and wouldn't take this trivial matter seriously. Accuse him of colluding with the enemy? Ridiculous. Kyōsuke had only been on the front lines for a few days. How could he have any secret connections with the Senju? The clan members weren't fools, no one would believe such accusations. Even if evidence of their meeting was presented, Kyōsuke could easily claim he was following Madara. That would create more trouble than it was worth. Taijima knew all this. His scolding the previous night was merely to frighten his son. Taijima knew his children well. Madara was excellent in many aspects, but he often let his emotions cloud his judgment. Izuna was the same, and now it seemed Kyōsuke was also involved. However, upon reflection, perhaps this wasn't a bad thing. If his sons could subdue Kyōsuke, Taijima might no longer need to deal with the problem himself. Kyōsuke, Taijima said directly, not even addressing Kyōsuke's involvement. I've discovered a young member of the Senju clan, about Madara's age. Do you want to come along? Such an obvious test, Kyōsuke thought, but he nodded indifferently under their gazes. Sure. If we can capture him, we might be able to force Senju Butsuma to withdraw. Such a straightforward response. At that moment, Taijima wished Kyōsuke were his own son. If he had known the boy had such talent, he would have adopted him long ago. That would have solved many problems. Well said. Taijima clapped approvingly. No wonder you're a leader on the battlefield. Your reasoning is spot on, Kyōsuke. Let's do it. We'll capture him and use him as a bargaining chip to negotiate with the Senju. With that, the group set out for the river where they had met before, the area near what would become the Hokage Rock in Konoha. To protect his son's reputations, Taijima didn't bring any subordinates. He thought it would be foolproof, but he soon regretted it. By the river, Madara and Hashirama stood facing each other, silently communicating through their gazes. Madara, do you remember the first time we met? Hashirama asked. Madara smiled, picking up a stone from the ground. As he channeled chakra into his fingers to carve it, he replied, of course. You lost to me in a stone-skipping contest. Excuse me? You were the one who lost. Another moment of silence passed before the two simultaneously tossed their stones. Both caught the stones that had flown across the river. Run. It's a trap. In the nearby forest, Kyōsuke watched the scene and sighed. What a touching moment. As he turned his head, Taijima and his sons leapt out of the bushes, only to find two figures appearing on the other side of the river as well. On one side were the Uchiha, Taijima, Izuna, and Madara. On the other side were the Senju, Butsuma, Tobirama, and Hashirama. As the only outsider, Kyōsuke felt distinctly left out. As he walked out leisurely, the two clan leaders were already trading harsh words from across the river. Ignoring their verbal sparring, Kyōsuke focused on the gray-haired figure. Senju Tobirama, Kyōsuke thought, the most brilliant theoretical ninja in the Naruto world, the creator of countless famous jutsu. At the same time, Tobirama was someone Kyōsuke strongly disliked. In Kyōsuke's opinion, even without Black Zetsu manipulating events behind the scenes, Tobirama would have eventually targeted the Uchiha. Tobirama was a true hardliner. Even after founding the village, he never let go of his hatred for the Uchiha. He was clever, though, using the narrative of threats to justify his actions. By ordering the Senju to scatter and integrate into the general population of Konoha, Tobirama avoided future targeting of his clan while shifting attention to the Uchiha, who refused to bow down. One could argue that Obito and Danzo were merely executors. Tobirama was the true architect of the Uchiha's downfall. On the other side, Tobirama frowned slightly, sensing the hostility directed at him from Kyōsuke. People often say that when you suspect someone dislikes you, you're probably right, they likely hate you to their core. What puzzled Tobirama was why someone he was meeting for the first time would harbor such baseless resentment. Maybe that's just how Uchiha are, he thought. Finally, the two clan leaders simultaneously decided to end their argument. Senju Butsuma, noticing the Uchiha's numerical advantage, was ready to retreat. He feared his children might get hurt despite his own confidence. Taijima, however, opted to strike first. Madara, Kyōsuke, Izuna, capture those two brats for me. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Several spiraling fire dragons roared across the battlefield, their terrifying power causing the entire river to boil. Attack. Under his father's pressure, Madara gritted his teeth, drew his short sword, and charged forward. On the other side, Hashirama shouted, Madara, don't abandon our promise. This idiot, Kyōsuke muttered, rolling his eyes as he hurled a specially crafted kunai toward Tobirama. Kyōsuke. Hashirama called out, aware of the danger. He knew Tobirama's current skills couldn't match Kyōsuke's. What he didn't expect was how quickly Tobirama would fall. Dodging the peculiar kunai, Tobirama smirked as he weaved hand seals, summoning a massive wall of water. Water style, water formation wall. With the river giving him a natural advantage, Tobirama seemed invincible, until a heavy blow struck him from behind, nearly knocking him unconscious. The water wall shattered as Kyōsuke grabbed Tobirama by the throat, his demeanor exuding wild arrogance. Tobirama. Hashirama's chakra surged in panic. Using his monstrous strength, he kicked Madara away and rushed toward Kyōsuke. Let him go, Kyōsuke. Hashirama used the body flicker technique, appearing in front of Kyōsuke to throw a punch. In truth, Kyōsuke could have escaped with Tobirama using the Flying Thunder God technique, which he had recently mastered for carrying others. However, he hesitated and abandoned the tempting idea. To deal with future threats, the existence of Hashirama Senju was necessary. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 38, Chapter 38 Uzumaki Mito's Dissatisfaction. In the end, the Senju family left. Taijima couldn't capture Butsuma, and Hashirama's explosive power was unexpectedly formidable. Even the clan leader couldn't find fault with either of them, although he knew that both Kyōsuke and Madara had certainly not fought with all their strength. Let's go back. It was evident that Uchiha Taijima was extremely unwilling. This also indirectly reflected the kind of threat the Uchiha clan was currently facing. Perhaps not wanting his sons to rekindle their rivalry, as soon as they returned to the camp, the clan leader immediately ordered both of them to set off. Don't be too reckless. Before leaving, Taijima patiently advised the two of them, Uzumaki Ashina's strength is terrifying, and at your current level, you are not his match. Remember, ensure your own safety. Understood. Kyōsuke led the southern army at the front, and the main forces trained by Uchiha Madara followed behind. A team of nearly 500 ninjas marched toward the western battlefield. Madara. After finding the distracted Madara, Kyōsuke decided to offer some advice. What's wrong? Still not recovered from your loss. Humph, don't think I don't know, you could have captured that little Senju brat. Madara retorted with dissatisfaction. Madara was unwilling to fight his friend, and Kyōsuke hadn't fought to his full capacity either. Trying to taunt him with words, Kyōsuke wasn't nearly skilled enough. Kyōsuke, standing beside him, was slightly stunned. He had been speaking seriously, but suddenly Madara was acting prideful. Had he triggered some kind of switch? The two fell into silence for a few seconds. After some hesitation, Madara finally decided to speak the truth. Perhaps Kyōsuke was the only one he could confide in. Do you think that dream still has a chance of coming true? Madara looked very lost. What he wanted wasn't some village but an environment where his younger brother and his clan could live safely. As long as Azuna was safe and the children didn't have to fight on the battlefield at such a young age, his wish would be fulfilled. It was a humble desire, one that shouldn't really be seen in Uchiha Madara. However, this was the reality for Madara at that moment, not the 100-year-old man who was barely alive in the depths of the earth. The overly young Madara was simply a young man with great ambitions who wasn't good at expressing his feelings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become friends with Hashirama. Unfortunately, in the age of the warring states, his wish was as difficult to achieve as unifying the 5 great nations. The war never ceased, and even if one day the Uchiha and Senju united, there would still be threats from the other 4 nations. Wars between nations would only become more brutal. Even when they found a way to eliminate the contradictions between the countries, Black Zetsu would never give up. It would continue to incite conflict between people. At that point, the Fire Nation would inevitably be dragged into it. Fine, even if in the future, several people teamed up and completely defeated Otsutsuki Kaguya, there would still be other threats lurking. No matter what, the Otsutsuki clan would eventually arrive in the universe. There was no need for too many, even just 10 Kaguya-level enemies or beings on the level of Ishiki were enough to destroy the entire Earth. Peace. How could that be so easy? These were things Kyōsuke couldn't say to Madara, but he could still express his thoughts on the village's issue. Don't worry, the village will eventually be established. Kyōsuke said faintly, in response to Madara's surprised look, the exact timing depends on when you and Hashirama can gain full control of your respective clans. Once you completely control the Uchiha clan and sit firmly on the clan leader's seat, then you can marry Hashirama if you want. Madara furrowed his brow in confusion. You're babbling again. But you're right. I hope that fool can figure this out. You mean Hashirama? Kyōsuke implied, he's much smarter than you think. Madara, the real fool is you. In the Fire Country, on the western battlefield, the pre-war base of the Uzumaki clan. Father. Inside the tent, Uzumaki Ashina, with his red hair, was reading documents. He was in his prime, not yet the elder with graying hair he would later become. Normally, the Uzumaki clan's lifespan far exceeded that of ordinary humans. Even on the brink of death, they wouldn't show signs of white hair. Clearly, Uzumaki Ashina's death must have had other reasons, likely connected to some of the sealing techniques he had been researching. For example, the sealing techniques for tailed beasts. Or perhaps the creation of sealing techniques to connect with the Shinigami. Of course, these were his private studies, and outsiders hardly noticed. For Uzumaki Ashina, the most troublesome thing right now was how to deal with the furious young woman in front of him. Seeing her father lost in thought, the girl slammed her hands on the table, almost overturning it. The girl had an exquisite face, with long red hair tied into 2 buns, and wore a crown-like ornament on her head. When her hair swayed, the diamond-shaped seal on her forehead could be seen. She was none other than the princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito. Father, she shouted angrily, thrusting a piece of intelligence paper almost into her father's face. The reinforcements from the Uchiha have arrived. Oh. Uzumaki Ashina casually nodded, looking completely unfazed. He was the powerful man who founded the land of Whirlpool, and at present, was the greatest sealing master of this generation, likely the most powerful in hundreds of years. 2 unseasoned young brats, what was there to particularly worry about? With that much free time, he'd rather continue perfecting the adamantine sealing chain. Seeing her father's indifferent expression, Mito quickly turned and left. She felt that her father had become too arrogantly complacent. The Uchiha were such a formidable opponent, no matter how much attention was paid to them, it would never be too much. If the Uzumaki clan chose to intervene in the war, they must give it their all. Only by forming the deepest alliance with the Senju could they guarantee the Uzumaki clan's safety for generations to come. First, the Uchiha must be completely eliminated, as this was the premise of their offensive alliance. Her father's current indifference, in Mito's eyes, was a form of betrayal. After all, Senju Butsuma wasn't some kind-hearted man, and offending him could put the entire Uzumaki clan in jeopardy. I can't let this go on. I have to do something. Used to being in control, Mito decided to go to the front lines to meet with the two commanders, who were about her age. Speaking of which, the Uchiha really have no one left. Anyone can become a commander. Clearly, the young girl didn't believe those two could have any real ability. Rumors. They were just to fool the idiots. Without concocting some geniuses, how could Uchiha Taijima have smoothly completed the power transition? In the end, it was just the usual tactics passed down through family heritage. Let me, Uzumaki Mito, expose their true faces. The girl flicked her buns and led her personal guards as she set off. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 39, Chapter 39. Sorry, I'm not that easy. Uchiha Hiroki is one of the few senior elders still active within the clan. He is also the supreme commander of the Western Front. He is relatively close to Taijima and is one of the rare, nice guys in the clan. Even Uchiha Madara, the young clan leader, must show respect and address him as Elder Hiroki. Come in, take a seat, said the commander, with no airs about him. It's no wonder Uchiha Taijima trusted him with his son. This must be Kyōsuke, right? Truly, a hero emerges from the youth, Hiroki said, generously offering his praise. When I was your age, I didn't have the courage to step onto the front lines. After some modest words from Kyōsuke, he asked, Sir, what's the current situation? Hiroki sighed heavily. You've arrived just in time. If you had been any later, 10 days or half a month, the front lines would have been lost. So serious. Kyōsuke exchanged a look with Madara, both of their faces growing somber. From Hiroki's explanation, they truly felt how dire the situation on the Western Front was. The Uzumaki clan had mobilized in full force, with over 1,000 ninja, each proficient in sealing techniques. The individual strength of their enemies was not overwhelmingly superior, but their numbers were massively outmatching the Uchiha's forces. Thanks to the years of defense infrastructure laid out by the Uchiha clan, they had managed to hold out until now. It was similar to the Southern Front, but unfortunately, this time the Uchiha were no longer the dominant side. I want to see the front lines, Kyōsuke said, stating his intentions. As for the coordination with the army, he left that to Madara to discuss. With the commander's approval, Kyōsuke immediately decided to head out alone. With the Flying Thunder God technique, there were very few people in the world who could stop him. He quickly marked space coordinates all along the way, leaving kunai at hidden spots where marking wasn't possible. Soon, he crossed the entire defense line and arrived at the front lines. Boom. The violent rumble of ninjutsu instantly brought back memories from the past. Such a familiar sound, Kyōsuke inhaled deeply, a cold smile creeping across his lips. In his eyes, the Uzumaki clan were nothing more than a bunch of moving points of experience. No matter how powerful they were, with his unparalleled mobility, he could easily harvest their lives. Touching the blade at his waist, Kyōsuke muttered to himself, since I'm here, I might as well collect a bit of interest. With a swift series of hand signs, his figure disappeared from the spot. Uzumaki frontline camp. With her trademark bun hairstyle, Uzumaki Mito hurried to the front lines. Anything unusual? She asked the officer in charge. Unlike Uchiha Madara, as a princess of the Uzumaki clan, Mito held considerable influence within her clan. Even the frontline officer had to bow and show respect when addressing her. Princess, there have been no abnormalities, the officer answered cautiously. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the distinct explosion sound of a detonating tag echoed from outside. Is this what you call no abnormalities? Mito glared at him and immediately rushed to the site of the disturbance. Elsewhere, Kyōsuke, watching the surrounding enemies, let out a deep sigh. He had underestimated the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. He thought the infiltration would be silent and smooth, but before he could even stick a few explosive tags, he accidentally triggered the defense barrier. Now, his infiltration plan was completely ruined, and he had already lost over 10 unlit explosive tags. What a waste. With a malicious glance around, he wondered whether he should collect some interest before leaving. He wanted to show the enemy that he could come and go freely from their main base. If they forced his hand, Kyōsuke could even visit the Uzumaki homeland and check if the Naruto world's daimyo and his harem really did have the famed 3,000 beauties. It was an overt threat, meant to remind Uzumaki Ashina that the Senju clan couldn't always guarantee their safety. Quietly drawing his long sword, Kyōsuke felt the return of his long-dormant bloodlust. During the Warring States period, various clans paid great attention to the application of physical techniques, and the Uzumaki clan was no exception. With the Sharingan's enhancement, he wasn't afraid to clash physically with any foreign clan members. Today, I'll turn this place upside down. Just as he was about to act, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Little thief, who are you? Kyōsuke furrowed his brow, looking at the girl in front of him. Anyone who made him feel familiar was likely someone who appeared in the original plot. His eyes scanned the trademark bun hairstyle, and he hesitantly asked, "Are you Uzumaki Mito?" "Indeed, that's me," Mito said, hands on her hips, giving off a strong resemblance to Uzumaki Kushina. "What guts you have, daring to come in alone? Aren't you afraid of being surrounded by my clan's experts?" "Experts?" Kyōsuke snorted, openly mocking, "Just the Senju's lapdogs. You dare call yourselves experts? What did you say?" Blocking the move of an approaching clan member, Mito stepped forward, her gaze filled with the pride of a princess. "Let me show you today who's truly the frog in the well." With those words, the diamond-shaped seal on her forehead vanished instantly. Yin seal, release. The Yin sealing technique, used to store chakra, was a technique that Uzumaki Mito had mastered to accumulate power, which could play a crucial role in turning the tide of battle. In later generations, Tsunade would perfect this technique, creating the formidable S-rank forbidden technique, Creation Rebirth. The overwhelming chakra she unleashed made Kyōsuke feel as though he was facing Senju Hashirama himself. Stepping forward, Mito, who had been a proud princess just moments ago, transformed into a ferocious beast, like a mother dragon. "I can't match her," Kyōsuke thought as the three tomo of his Sharingan rapidly spun. Seizing the right moment, he sidestepped her assault. This move completely exposed his identity. Three tomo Sharingan. His age, now I know who he is. Uchiha Kyōsuke. Mito halted her forward charge, turning to face him, her gaze full of surprise and uncertainty. She had originally thought that Kyōsuke was just an ordinary assassin, but now she realized he was the infamous Demon-Faced Ashura of the Uchiha. Has he gone mad? Mito wondered. He was infiltrating the enemy base alone. On the surface, it seemed like a brave move, but in reality, it was foolish. Intelligence reports indicated that Kyōsuke was leading the southern army to the front lines to join the war against the Uzumaki clan. Mito knew that they would eventually meet, but she never expected it to happen under such strange circumstances. "So it's you, Commander Kyōsuke. I've heard so much about you," Mito said with a faint smile. "I've always wanted to meet you. Looks like we finally have a chance to talk." "Talk?" Kyōsuke raised an eyebrow and said something that almost made the young princess snap. "Sorry, I'm not that easy." Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 40, Chapter 40 Princess, welcome to the Uchiha clan. What do you mean by, "I'm not that easy"? Mito furrowed her brows in confusion, feeling like something wasn't quite right. She was young and didn't quite understand Kyōsuke's teasing words, but the other members of the clan certainly understood their meaning. "How dare you speak to the princess like that? You're not leaving here alive today. Princess, let us capture him together." Mito stopped the excited clan members. Today, she was determined to take him down herself. That way, the morale of the clan would soar, benefiting their upcoming battle against the Uchiha. "Uchiha Demon-Faced Ashura, I've been wanting to meet you." Boom. With a simple gesture, the ground beneath her feet immediately exploded. The overwhelming chakra fluctuations made Kyōsuke frown, thinking to himself, the sealing techniques are truly excellent. But unfortunately, if she couldn't hit the target, it was all in vain. Compared to the chakra, your control is still far from sufficient. Evading skillfully, Kyōsuke continued to taunt her verbally. The girl with the bun hairstyle was indeed powerful, but the problem was she focused too much on enhancing her power while neglecting control. Oh, or should I say, it wasn't that she didn't want to control it, she simply couldn't handle such a level of power. Relying on brute strength to defeat him, her thoughts were too naive. Her consecutive attacks were easily evaded by Kyōsuke, and Mito realized that she might not be able to land a single blow on him. Subconsciously, she began to form hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful jutsu to force him into direct confrontation. But before she could act, her expression darkened, and she stopped. There was no way she could wipe out her clan members with her attack, after all. Just as she hesitated, Kyōsuke suddenly blurred into motion, and his blade was at the girl's neck. "You lost." Kyōsuke looked at the furious Mito in silence, pondering whether to abduct her. If he played it right, he could force the Uzumaki clan into a ceasefire, or at the very least, make that old man wary of him. If it came to a full-on confrontation, Kyōsuke knew that the Uchiha would most likely not stand a chance. This was a fact acknowledged by Commander Hiroki himself, who had been repeatedly defeated by the Uzumaki clan's leader, Mito's father, in previous battles. If not for the Uzumaki clan holding back, refusing to utterly destroy the Uchiha, the entire front line would have collapsed by now. With Kyōsuke's arrival, he certainly couldn't allow the initiative to slip into their hands. Whether to fight or not, and how to fight, only he could decide. Thinking about this, Kyōsuke gently placed his finger on Mito's neck, whispering, "Sleep, my beautiful princess." Before losing consciousness, Mito was still filled with confusion, seemingly unable to believe that he would actually attack her. Did he think he could escape just because she was a hostage? How naive. In front of her father, all his status and privileges would mean nothing. Kyōsuke caught the falling Mito without a second glance at the Uzumaki clan members who were screaming in anger. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the largest tent in the camp. There, a terrifying presence had already locked onto him. Kyōsuke knew that the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Mito's father, was definitely inside. Still refusing to show yourself, huh? You sure have a big ego. Through the vast distance, Kyōsuke could almost feel the disdain emanating from the Uzumaki clan leader. It was the type of arrogance unique to older generations, and many of the older leaders, including Uchiha Taijima, carried that same attitude, looking down on the younger generation. For this, Kyōsuke didn't feel much. As for Taijima, he was nothing to him, but the Whirlpool clan leader, Mito's father, would soon pay the price for his arrogance. In the original storyline, the fall of the Whirlpool country seemed to confirm Kyōsuke's thoughts. Choosing to ally with the Senju, yet constantly hesitant during battle, did he really think that the Senju didn't notice? Now, the current situation was chaotic, but everything would eventually settle. The future of the world was certain, and it was time to settle old scores with the Uzumaki clan. Kyōsuke suspected that the Uzumaki clan leader would never imagine that, in the future, the Uchiha and Senju would form an alliance. In fact, he himself would become an outsider. Various forces were watching, and with the Black Zetsu plotting against them, the survival of the Uzumaki clan was the greatest anomaly. Foolish clan. Kyōsuke sneered as he began forming hand seals. Suddenly, a figure rushed out as if sensing a disturbance in the space-time continuum. The presence that flooded Kyōsuke's senses felt as though the entire world was collapsing upon him. It was the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Mito's father, an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. Such terrifying power. Kyōsuke quietly marveled, still waving at the approaching figure. At the next moment, both Kyōsuke and Mito vanished from their original positions. The Uzumaki clan leader, Mito's father, stood in place, his smile finally disappearing as he realized he had been tricked. He admitted that he had underestimated his opponent. The enemy had infiltrated the Uzumaki clan's base and had complete confidence in their ability to leave unscathed. How foolish of him to have underestimated the intruder. By the time he felt the disturbance in spacetime, it was already too late to save his daughter. Now the question was, if the Uchiha had taken Mito hostage, forcing the Whirlpool clan to surrender, how should he respond? His daughter's life and the victory of the battle were the questions weighing heavily on his mind. Uchiha clan camp. When Mito woke up, she realized she was already engraved with sealing techniques. She could move, but her chakra was completely sealed off, unable to gather. All around her, the fan symbols were clear indicators, this was the Uchiha camp. I've been captured. The girl stood up in disbelief, unable to understand how Kyōsuke had managed to abduct her from the camp. After some thought, the only plausible explanation was that the bastard had used her as leverage, forcing even her father and the rest of the clan into a precarious position. She couldn't help but feel how ridiculous the situation was. After struggling for a while and realizing she couldn't break the seal, she finally stopped. If I had known this would happen, I would have tried harder to learn sealing techniques from father. Mito couldn't help but regret her lack of preparation. As she thought, she heard footsteps approaching from outside. The girl with the bun hairstyle closed her eyes, pretending to sleep, hoping for a chance to subdue the intruders with her taijutsu. Just as her eyes closed, she felt two people entering the room. A familiar voice rang in her ear. Maya, I'm leaving her to you for now. Nobody, except for me, is allowed to take her. Not even Elder Hiroki. The voice was irritating, reminding her of the shame of being captured. Does this bastard really think she belongs to him and that no one else can take her away? Nearby, a slightly cold female voice responded, yes, but I have a question. What is it? Does Kyōsuke-sama intend to keep her? Should I train her a little? Enough, stop talking, Kyōsuke said, his voice tinged with annoyance. He longed for the days when Maya used to be silent. He waved his hand, sending his subordinate away. Turning to look at Mito, who was pretending to sleep, he slowly extended his hands. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 41, Chapter 41. The child's grandfather shows up. What is he trying to do? Pretending to be unconscious, Mito's mind suddenly flashed with the scenes from her cherished small books. The sin of being a captive. The 1001 Nights of the Enemy Camp. The story that must be told between me and the enemy. These were all books that the maid had found for her, and Mito immediately became engrossed in them. Quick, stop. Her sense of shame finally made her open her eyes. She realized that the young man was just removing the shackles from her body. Her chakra might not be able to gather, but her autonomous actions weren't a problem. Shaking away her wild thoughts, Mito took a deep breath and regained her usual calm. How did you bring me out? She asked the most pressing question. Kyōsuke, hearing this, didn't try to hide it. He probably couldn't hide it any longer. Have you heard of space-time ninjutsu? Isn't that something only in legends? The bun-headed girl paused, finally realizing why she was here. It made sense now, it must have been the mysterious space-time ninjutsu at work. Everything seemed to make sense. Even though her father was strong, he couldn't stop the effect of space-time ninjutsu. After a long silence, Mito asked the second question, what exactly do you want? It's simple. Kyōsuke shook his finger. As long as the Uzumaki withdraws their troops, I will personally go and apologize. Ha! Don't even think about it, the young girl scolded without hesitation. The Uchiha have committed many crimes. My clan will join the Senju to end your evil. Evil. Kyōsuke laughed and shook his head, not angry. He could see that the girl was the typical type who had been deceived. As for the so-called Uchiha evil, he didn't see the need to argue. The survival space was so small. If I don't fight you, sooner or later, the other side will strike first. In the original storyline, from the founding of Konoha, the village never took the initiative to start an invasion. What happened? The Third Great Ninja War, where Konoha almost became the target of everyone's attacks. So, are the sand, lightning, water, and earth countries, including the smaller villages like Rain and Grass, all evil? The land of fire is fertile and rich, with the best climate, and the people didn't want to face war. But other countries, not only were they poor, but their basic survival conditions were harsh. What else could they do but fight? Could they just wait to die? It turns out that peace is always relative. Kyōsuke understood, but others didn't have his unique experiences and couldn't view history from an outsider's perspective. He didn't intend to correct the girl's thoughts. After a pause, his smile suddenly turned malicious. Well, there's no helping it. For the future of both clans, I must take some unconventional measures. I, Uzumaki Mito, am not someone to be scared of. That's good. Kyōsuke clenched his fist and struck his palm, excitedly explaining, please stay here for a few months. During this time, I'll eat and sleep with you, and when our child is born, I'll personally escort you home. Children. Mito was stunned, unable to keep up with the boy's strange train of thought. Yes. Kyōsuke smiled and explained, once we have a child, the Uchiha and Uzumaki will be one family. Looking at the face of our grandson, Uzumaki Ashina will no longer make things difficult for us. Uchiha Kyōsuke. Mito was enraged, never before had she encountered such a shameless person. What do you mean, have a child? There's no way I'm going to have children with you. I, Uzumaki Mito, will remain single for life and will never marry you. Angrily sitting up, she had an urge to jump up and beat the boy. My lord. A voice came from outside the tent. With a simple description, Kyōsuke nodded and pointed to the bun-headed girl, instructing, watch her. Don't let anyone else approach. Yes. Turning his attention to the girl who had turned her head away, he smiled and said, the child's grandfather has come to visit. I must personally go and greet him. At first, Mito didn't react, but by the time she understood that the child's grandfather referred to who, the bastard had already disappeared without a trace. Bastard, you wait for me. Through the space-time coordinates he had set earlier, Kyōsuke quickly arrived at the frontline camp. He lifted the curtain of the tent and ignored the strange gazes of many people, walking calmly to his seat. Cough, Kyōsuke is here, the army commander, Hiroki, coughed, frequently giving Uchiha Madara a meaningful look. Reluctantly, Madara sighed and spoke, I heard you've captured the princess of the Uzumaki clan. Yep. Kyōsuke nodded, speaking nonsense, I plan to marry her and use our children to completely dismantle the Uzumaki clan from the inside. Uchiha Hiroki. Uchiha Madara. The other commanders, rubbing their aching heads. Uchiha Hiroki finally understood why the clan leader couldn't handle this boy. People who don't play by the rules are always the most troublesome because you can never predict their next move. Who would have thought he would dare to infiltrate the enemy camp and bring back the princess of a whole country? As for the child, everyone thought he was just talking nonsense. He was still a kid. Even if he wanted a child, he probably didn't have the ability to produce one. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara was more interested in the mysterious ninjutsu that had been mentioned in the intelligence reports. Do you really know how to use space-time ninjutsu? Madara whispered. Yep. Kyōsuke nodded modestly, not forgetting to boast, who am I? The greatest genius of the Uchiha clan in 100 years. It's nothing strange that I can use space-time ninjutsu. Did you create it yourself? Of course, I call it Flying Thunder God technique. What do you think of the name? It's just average. The two whispered while Uchiha Hiroki began preparing for the upcoming battle. The unexpected arrival of Uzumaki Ashina on the battlefield was something no one had predicted. Now, they had no choice but to face the threat of a top-level clan leader. The older generation of ninja all had lingering fears and didn't want to directly confront him, while the two younger generation members were eager to take action. What's there to fear? If the army comes, we'll fight back. If the water comes, we'll block it. Kyōsuke waved his hand confidently. Exactly. We'll know if we can win only after we fight, Madara agreed, nodding. He knew that in everyone's minds, thoughts like, a newborn calf isn't afraid of tigers, must be emerging. No problem, time would show who the true strong one was. Whether it's Uzumaki Ashina or Senju Butsuma, they would eventually become his, Uchiha Madara's, defeated opponents. This was the confidence of a strong person. As for Kyōsuke, he didn't have such an overbearing idea. With Mito in his hands, he wasn't afraid of Uzumaki Ashina turning on them completely. He was willing to bet that the indecisive men had probably not yet decided how to deal with the Uchiha clan. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 42, Chapter 42. Two gods join forces to let you know what madness truly means. When one surpasses 1,000, the sky is covered, and clouds are blocked. When one surpasses 10,000, there is no boundary, no shore. Kyōsuke's greatest feeling at the moment is the overwhelming red that seems to spread everywhere. On the southern battlefield, the three clans have never engaged in a large-scale direct confrontation. The largest battle he personally experienced was only a small chase battle in a canyon with a few hundred people. No wonder they built nations, the number of people here is really huge. Kyōsuke couldn't help but sigh. Humph, a bunch of fools. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms in front of his chest, his gaze full of icy dominance. The two of them stood side by side at the front of the formation, facing the surging tide of enemies without fear, talking and laughing in a manner that made others envious. If it were the Legion commander Hiroki, he admitted that he would not have been able to suppress the pressure in his heart. What kind of person was Uzumaki Ashina? Someone who could talk on equal terms with Senju's, someone whose strength reached the peak of a clan leader. Further still, that was a legendary realm, one that no one truly understood the details of. In other words, Uzumaki Ashina represented the strongest of the warring states period. Elder Hiroki was also a clan leader-level powerhouse, but he understood that there was an insurmountable gap between their strengths. That was also the main reason why he sought help. They couldn't match in quality, but at least they had to ensure numerical equality, or else there was no point in fighting. The surging red tide suddenly split open a gap, and Uzumaki Ashina walked forward, his aura locking onto the two most conspicuous figures in the enemy's formation. Kyōsuke, wearing black battle attire and with a long sword slung at his waist. Madara, in red armor, carrying the Uchiha fan on his back. He originally thought that Mito was the most outstanding successor, but he didn't expect Uchiha to raise two young prodigies at the same time. What luck, Uzumaki Ashina squinted his eyes, and a terrifying aura surged towards the two like a mountain crashing down. Unable to withstand it, the two would be unable to continue participating in the upcoming war. The terrifying battlefield pressure would gradually erode their hearts, turning once proud geniuses into mere mortals. However, Uzumaki Ashina ultimately underestimated the situation. His actions only caused the two Uchiha to activate their Sharingan, and seemingly did nothing else. To outsiders, it seemed more like a bully picking on the weak, with the founder of the Whirlpool Nation, whose daughter had been captured, resorting to pressuring two young boys. If word of this got out, it would be an embarrassment. Looking at the two who were unmoved, Uchiha Hiroki stepped forward and spoke loudly, "Uzumaki Ashina, you're only getting worse with age." Indeed, the Uzumaki clan leader laughed bitterly, then channeled the chakra and said solemnly, "Release Mito, or I will flatten your Uchiha clan today." With a single motion of his hand, the ninja formation behind him immediately readied itself. As soon as the clan leader gave the order, terrifying large-scale ninjutsu would rain down upon the enemy's formation. Faced with such a massive attack, even the Ten Tails in its incomplete form would be unable to escape in a short time. The power of the large-scale ninjutsu was clear to see. "You Uzumaki bastard, do you really think you can compare to us?" The Legion commander raised his arm and shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the battlefield, "Let the enemy see who the strongest clan in the Land of Fire is. Release." As soon as the words were spoken, 30 ninjas from the formation simultaneously formed hand seals, and the chakra fusion process was seamless. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique X30. Like meteors falling from the sky, enormous fireballs rushed over 100 meters and were about to engulf the entire enemy formation. At the critical moment, the Vortex Side's large-scale ninjutsu successfully formed. Water style, Water Formation Wall X30. The fiery sea of flames and the roaring water waves collided, creating a massive cloud of steam that filled the battlefield. Seeing this, Uchiha Hiroki immediately gave the order. Advance. With the Sharingan, the Uchiha had a clear advantage in the thick fog. If they didn't charge now, when would they? Follow me and kill. Kyōsuke was the first to charge forward. Behind him, over 80 ninjas skilled in the Chidori separated to avoid any potential strikes. Just as they formed their battle formation, a barrage of kunai and shuriken flew at them. Occasionally, a few powerful ninjutsu mixed in, attempting to strike them from a distance. Scatter. Kyōsuke waved his hand, and the formation immediately dispersed in a wide arc, easily avoiding the attack. At this point, the distance between the two sides was extremely close, and with his enhanced dynamic vision, Kyōsuke could vaguely see figures rushing through the mist behind the enemy formation. Hand seals, he said, and the sound of birds chirping echoed, followed by a series of sharp electric crackles, covering all other noises on the battlefield. This is his trump card, Madara observed from the rear, somewhat impressed. Such a grand scene was indeed rare. Faced with such a large-scale attack, any opponent would be completely overwhelmed. While thinking, the torrent of lightning struck deep into the enemy's formation, charging straight ahead and cutting through at an angle, even piercing through the enemy ranks. Again. Kyōsuke shouted, preparing to repeat the earlier attack. If he kept this up, he was sure to break the enemy's morale. At that point, the tide of the battle would tilt significantly, and without their numerical advantage, the Uzumaki clan would no longer seem so formidable. His plan was good, but unfortunately, someone was unwilling to allow it. Uchiha brat, don't be so arrogant, a red-haired stranger rushed towards him. The opponent didn't give him a chance to form a formation, and before he even arrived, a terrifying whirlwind swept through the area, covering the front. Reluctantly, Kyōsuke had to leave the formation and meet him head-on. Maya, retreat from the battlefield and prepare for the second wave of our assault. But, my lord. Don't worry, no one can stop me from leaving. With that, Kyōsuke immediately began charging backward. He quickly formed hand seals, and in the next moment, his body turned into a blur of light, charging straight into the enemy ranks. Arrogant. As he stood before the Uzumaki shinobi, Kyōsuke drew his long sword, flames immediately swirling around it. Today, I will show you what true arrogance is. Uchiha style, Halo dance. With an excellent conductive blade, he finally unleashed the full potential of the Uchiha style sword technique. Combined with the body flicker technique, he was a living version of Uchiha Shurusue. The intense flames scorched, sending a burst of blood across the enemy's chest. Within 3 seconds, Kyōsuke unleashed a flurry of 7 rapid sword strikes. However, even with such overwhelming attacks, the enemy wasn't defeated instantly. It was said that the Uzumaki clan had a tough constitution, and today, Kyōsuke had truly experienced it. You little brat, you can't escape now, the Uzumaki Jonin spat blood, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he prepared to take them both down. The little brat was so arrogant to charge into his ranks and fight him. Now that the attempt at a swift kill had failed, the only outcome left was death. With heavy injuries, he was willing to trade his life to take down the Uchiha prodigy, believing it was worth it. Die. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 43, Chapter 43 Dance of Death, Madara's Reckless Waltz. In large-scale warfare, the greatest fear is being surrounded by enemies. One misstep, and it's easy to be overwhelmed by multiple attackers. Take Kyōsuke's current situation, for example. Unless he had access to an absolute defense level jutsu, it was nearly impossible to fend off assaults from all directions. Die. Facing what seemed like an inescapable strike, Kyōsuke swiftly formed a series of hand seals. In the next instant, under the stunned gaze of his opponents, he disappeared completely, leaving only a custom kunai to clatter to the ground. VA vanished. The red-haired shinobi suddenly recalled the rumors he had heard before. They said that Uchiha's Demon-Faced Ashura might have mastered some mysterious space-time ninjutsu. Though he had made a note of it earlier, the men had completely forgotten about it in the heat of battle. It wasn't stupidity, it was simply that space-time techniques were so rare that most shinobi lacked any effective means to counter them. Damn it, don't let me catch you. Before he could finish, the man's vision blurred. Kyōsuke reappeared, his hand gripping a blade crackling with lightning. Chidori blade. With a sickening squelch, the sword pierced through the man's chest effortlessly. The paralyzing nature of the lightning ensured that the enemy couldn't even muster a final act of defiance. System notification, you have killed a high-ranking Uzumaki ninja. Points gained, 1,630. Not even 2,000 points. Guess you weren't all that strong, Kyōsuke muttered, shaking his head with a look of disdain. Starting from the Jonin level, the point rewards for defeating opponents rose significantly. However, it was clear that this particular Jonin was newly promoted, a far cry from seasoned veterans. 2 of him combined might not even match the points for a long-established Jonin. Assessing the significant chakra depletion in his body, Kyōsuke felt a surge of frustration. He couldn't help but think this encounter had been a loss. Casting the Flying Thunder God technique required a large chakra reserve to be set aside. For a Kage-level shinobi, this wasn't an issue. But Kyōsuke wasn't even at the chakra capacity of a Jonin yet. A single misstep, and he could have found himself in a precarious situation. Left with no choice, Kyōsuke quickly formed another seal and teleported to a fallback point 2 kilometers away to recover. This war was far from over. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Uchiha Madara was also locked in combat. Unlike Kyōsuke, Madara had already reached Jonin-level combat capabilities, allowing him to confront any opponent without fear. Take his current adversary, for example, a veteran Jonin from the Uzumaki clan. This one was worth at least 3,500 points. A truly formidable foe, with ample chakra reserves and devastating jutsu at his disposal. Yet despite the danger, Madara didn't retreat an inch. With his iconic Uchiha fan in hand, he faced his jutsu-wielding opponent with unshakable confidence. A massive torrent of water surged toward him. Without hesitation, Madara swung his fan, effortlessly absorbing the fearsome water dragon. What a foolish choice, the young Madara scoffed, a cold smile spreading across his face. With a flick of the fan, the water dragon was sent hurtling back toward the enemy forces. Uchiha reflection. As chakra swirled around him, Madara's scythe swept through the air, cutting down several enemies who dared to approach. Good, this is what I like. Burn everything and keep dancing. A glint of madness flickered in Madara's eyes as he reveled in the chaos of battle. Planting his fan firmly into the ground, Madara formed a series of seals. Intense flames began to gather. Fire release, majestic destroyer flame. This supposedly B-rank fire release erupted with near S-rank destructive power in Madara's hands. In the Warring States period, shinobi typically excelled in close-quarters combat. Fire-style jutsu like these were often used to disrupt enemy formations. However, what truly brought Madara joy was the visceral thrill of close combat, the deadly waltz where blades clashed mere inches from one's body. He wasn't sure how Kyōsuke was faring on his end, but Madara knew better than anyone the importance of a commander's strength. If you want to avoid your side suffering a large-scale defeat, the best strategy is to break through the enemy's formation and create a gap in their line. Activating his Sharingan, Madara dashed into the heart of the enemy forces. With fan and scythe working in tandem, he left a trail of carnage in his wake. Uchiha scum. You won't leave here alive today. An Uzumaki veteran Jonin closed in, his rage boiling over. Unfortunately, he charged straight into the smoke expelled by Madara's next jutsu. Fire release, ash pile burning. A cloud of high-temperature ash spread outwards, obscuring vision and burning anything it touched. After lingering for a short time, it erupted in a violent explosion. Boom. Stumbling out of the blast radius, the Uzumaki Jonin called for reinforcements. Forming a defensive formation with 4 others, they prepared to face Madara head-on. True to form, the arrogant Uchiha warrior charged straight at them alone. His blatant disregard for their strength was infuriating. You bastard. The 5 unleashed their attacks simultaneously, all converging on Madara. 3 minutes later. Covered in blood, Madara cast aside his tattered armor. Leading the reinforcements that had just arrived, he resumed his relentless assault on the enemy forces. Behind him, all 5 adversaries lay lifeless, the veteran Jonin among them. The man's decapitated body painted a grim picture of defeat. Not a bad dance, Madara muttered, leaving his fallen enemies with an oddly respectful remark. Of course, they neither heard nor cared for his praise. On the left flank, Kyōsuke's Chidori surge roared like thunder, striking terror into all who witnessed it. To those who heard it, it felt like receiving a death sentence. On the right, Madara's wild charge left a trail of mangled bodies. His killing efficiency was nothing short of monstrous. The combined efforts of the 2 Uchiha prodigies tore a massive hole through the enemy ranks, forcing the Uzumaki forces into retreat. Finally, Uzumaki Ashina could no longer sit idly by. Brushing aside his subordinates' protests, he personally led his troops to the front lines, cutting through all opposition with ease. It wasn't until Uchiha Hiroki appeared that anyone could stop his advance. The elder fought valiantly, managing to hold off the enemy commander in an earth-shaking duel. The clash of 2 clan leaders was so intense that no one dared to approach within 3 kilometers, no one except for the 2 madmen of the Uchiha. Take out their commander, and this battle is ours, Kyōsuke murmured as he quietly approached the battlefield using the Flying Thunder God technique. If we kill him, victory is guaranteed, Madara responded, breaking away from his unit to head straight for the heart of the fight. The Uzumaki forces noticed Madara's movement and suspected Kyōsuke might also join the fray. But bound by their leader's orders, no one dared approach the battlefield. Ashina's intentions were clear, use himself as bait to lure out the most important figures in the Uchiha clan. In doing so, he hoped to negotiate a prisoner exchange that would bring back his beloved daughter. As for the risk of failure, Uchiha Hiroki alone wasn't enough to defeat him. Perhaps if Uchiha Taijima himself were present, there might be a 30% chance. With recent advancements in sealing techniques, Ashina's power had reached unparalleled heights. Even among the shinobi world's strongest, few were worthy of his respect now. It wasn't arrogance, it was confidence born of true strength. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 44, Chapter 44 Difficult. Then don't do it. Sealing Technique, Fire Sealing Seal. A simple sealing barrier effortlessly extinguished the fire jutsu that the Uchiha relied on for survival. Elder Hiroki could only feel helpless, continuously cursing the terrifying power of the sealing technique in his mind. He drew his long sword, gathering a terrifying wind chakra. If this strike were to land, it would easily slice through the enemy like cutting tofu. You never learn, Uzumaki Ashina said, without making any special move. He simply raised his index finger and pointed heavily at the void in front of him. In an instant, the entire world seemed to ripple. The fierce, domineering slash couldn't break through the thick blockade. The closer it got to him, the weaker the power in the sword became. What the hell is this trick? Can't we just fight head-on? Elder Hiroki was on the verge of exploding with anger. Then, he was struck and sent flying by the sudden appearance of adamantine sealing chains. Coughing out a mouthful of blood, Elder Hiroki looked down at the spot where his abdomen had nearly been pierced, his gaze flickering. He realized the enemy's strength had grown even stronger. The adamantine sealing chain was a powerful secret technique capable of suppressing even the Nine Tails. It was Uzumaki Ashina's proudest creation. If it were used at full power, Hiroki's body would have been pierced on the spot. He would either die or be left severely injured. However, he hadn't fully committed to the fight yet, not wanting to completely antagonize the Uchiha clan. As many had evaluated, Uzumaki Ashina was a somewhat indecisive clan leader, without the relentless drive to become the strongest. If his daughter hadn't been captured, this battle might not even have started. Quietly getting up from the ground, Elder Hiroki's expression grew solemn as he thought about his countermeasures. Suddenly, a distant light flashed, and a specially crafted kunai flew through the air, coming from a blind spot toward the enemy's rear. It's impossible, Hiroki shook his head, knowing this attack wouldn't succeed. Ding! Without Uzumaki Ashina even looking back, golden iron chains automatically struck down the kunai. At that moment, Kyōsuke's figure appeared out of nowhere, and his Chidori blade quickly slashed toward the enemy a few meters away. Too far, he sighed inwardly, knowing this attack would likely be ineffective. Since the Flying Thunder God hadn't advanced to the second stage, it couldn't complete a teleport by changing coordinates. In other words, where he appeared depended on where the enemy had knocked the kunai down. A few meters might seem short, but it was enough for Uzumaki Ashina to react. Spacetime ninjutsu, as expected, it's extraordinary, the iron chain swept, sending Kyōsuke flying. The so-called elite shinobi-level combat effectiveness had no impact when facing Uzumaki Ashina. Using the chains to pick up the fallen special kunai, Uzumaki Ashina began making seals, seemingly trying to find a way to seal spacetime techniques. Such a good opportunity, of course, Kyōsuke wasn't about to miss. With his lightning-style chakra attached to his sword, he immediately teleported to the enemy's side, attempting a speed-based assassination. But then, he experienced the same frustration Minato and Tobirama had during the Fourth Great Ninja War when facing the Six Paths Madara. Even when he was close enough to land a fatal blow, he still couldn't break through the defensive blockade. After several attempts, Kyōsuke was inevitably sent flying each time. Even with Elder Hiroki's cooperation, they couldn't break through the dense chain defense. Are you kidding me? Kyōsuke sighed helplessly, realizing this was not going to work. From a distance, Uchiha Madara arrived late, but his presence wouldn't have changed anything. 2 simple rounds and the Dancing King understood the enemy's troublesome nature. It's difficult, Madara muttered softly. Then don't do it, Kyōsuke gave the two a signal, walking alone in front of Uzumaki Ashina, saying, Uzumaki clan leader, it seems today's battle is destined to end in no result. Hand over Mito, and you may leave freely. Uzumaki Ashina threw out his bottom line for negotiation. Clearly, he wasn't experienced in negotiations. Shaking his head and smiling, Kyōsuke said, Princess Mito loves the way the Uchiha host their guests. She probably won't be returning anytime soon. Seeing the other side preparing for action, Kyōsuke smiled and took something out of his pocket. It was an item from Uzumaki Ashina's camp. Its appearance in the young man's hands indicated that the other side had recently visited the Uzumaki camp. After a long silence, Uzumaki Ashina's expression finally darkened, Are you threatening me? With that, immense chakra gradually surrounded his body, revealing his full strength. Unfortunately, the more he revealed his power, the more it showed his helplessness. Kyōsuke had been able to infiltrate the camp and take something. He had the ability to assassinate anyone he wanted. It was a blatant threat, forcing Uzumaki Ashina to not dare make any rash moves. On one hand, his daughter, on the other, his clan, this naturally indecisive leader was even more uncertain about what to do. Moreover, the young man's spacetime ninjutsu could easily teleport the other two away. Even if he decided to act, he wouldn't be able to keep all 3 of them. What would it take for you to release her? Uzumaki Ashina's tone softened. The Uzumaki clan withdraws. Elder Hiroki proposed a highly unreasonable demand. As expected, the response was a direct refusal, with no possibility of negotiation. Madara's suggestion was the same, but in the end, it was Kyōsuke who came up with a relatively reasonable proposal: 1 year. 1 year from now, no matter the outcome, I guarantee Princess Mito can return safely. Why should I trust you? Unfortunately, you don't have a choice. Why wait a year? This question intrigued the other two as well. In response, Kyōsuke gave a surprisingly unexpected answer. We need a year to come up with a way to defeat you. 1 year. Uzumaki Ashina sighed, knowing he didn't have much of a choice. He hadn't wanted to fully side with the Senju, but buying a year seemed like a good option. Very well, I accept. Uzumaki Ashina scanned the three of them, his gaze full of sharp hostility. If anything happens to Mito, my clan will use all its strength to completely annihilate the Uchiha. With that, Uzumaki Ashina decisively turned and left. Sighing in relief, the three of them exchanged looks. The pressure from Uzumaki Ashina had been overwhelming. Madara even suspected that the other's strength might surpass his father's. Getting a year's time was great, but how would they find a way to defeat him? By borrowing outside power, Kyōsuke gave a clear answer. The Senju could form alliances with the Uzumaki clan, and the Uchiha could seek out allies as well. As for any nonsense about reputation, it meant nothing in the face of tangible benefits. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Once you understand that, nothing is impossible. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 45, Chapter 45 Bathing with Mito. The events basically went like this, Kyōsuke said casually while sitting on the side, leisurely peeling a chestnut to eat. I have to wait here for a year. Mito was dumbfounded. Why would her father agree to such a request? Delaying for a year would definitely cause strong dissatisfaction from the Senju clan. By then, the Uzumaki clan would be caught between a rock and a hard place. Kyōsuke quietly observed the beautiful Uzumaki princess, then after a moment of thought, he curiously asked, You at least still have your own land, why come to the land of fire and stir up trouble? At first, Mito didn't want to answer, but when she saw the boy loosening his clothes, she hurriedly explained, The Uzumaki clan has a special constitution, so there are many people in the black market willing to pay to capture us. If it weren't for being forced, we wouldn't have chosen to establish our country on such an isolated island. Upon hearing this, Kyōsuke began to understand the Uzumaki clan's struggles. As descendants of Ashura, their physical strength was top-notch, they could fight, endure, and were often used in various experiments. The Senju clan was somewhat similar, but the Senju were a prestigious family from the Warring States period, not a clan that could be easily raided. While Uzumaki Ashina was powerful, unfortunately, sealing jutsu were easy to learn but difficult to master, and the clan's strength didn't match its potential. If they didn't choose to ally with a powerful force, the Uzumaki clan would face danger sooner or later. The fall of their guardian deity would mark the beginning of the Uzumaki clan's extinction countdown. Mito understood all of this very well, which is why she unhesitatingly sided with the Senju clan, hoping to find a safe haven for her people. After listening to her explanation, Kyōsuke nodded, finally clarifying some of his doubts. Why not choose to ally with the Uchiha, he asked, feigning ignorance. You. Mito scoffed and slightly tilted her head, signaling for him to go see for himself. You should go take a walk around the camp and see if the Uchiha have tried to incorporate anyone other than their own. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was notoriously arrogant, considering themselves the descendants of Sage of Six Paths, looking down on any other clan except the Senju. Integrating other clans. Even their slaves were not considered worthy. Even during the era of Konoha, the Uchiha were isolated, behaving as though they were a kingdom within a country. It wasn't surprising that even the Hokage and other leaders found it hard to tolerate such a presence. The fact that the Uchiha had survived for 30 or 40 years without intervention was already remarkable. Thinking about his own clan's situation, Kyōsuke sighed quietly, unable to think of a good solution for the time being. The Uchiha were inherently this way, what could he do? As he untied the bindings on Mito's arms, Mito, eyeing him warily, suddenly felt a chill when Kyōsuke grinned and tugged at her sleeve. Ah, what are you doing? I already told you, in a year, we'll go to your father with a child. You're such a bastard. Calm down. Rip. Calm down. How can I calm down? Kyōsuke shot back impatiently. 2 hours later, the pair set off on their journey. To resist the joint forces of the Senju, the Uchiha had no choice but to form alliances with other powerful families. What others thought didn't concern Kyōsuke. As long as he was around, he wouldn't let the Uchiha repeat the same mistakes of the past. One thing was clear, nothing was impossible if the right efforts were made. To free the Uchiha, they would have to start by forming alliances with other clans. To resist the Uzumaki clan, allies would definitely need to come from the powerful families of the Land of Fire. Such families were rare, and most had a poor opinion of the Uchiha. They wouldn't throw stones while the Uchiha were down, but if Kyōsuke could present an overwhelming enough benefit, they might just help. Kyōsuke glanced at the gloomy Mito, and couldn't help but find it amusing. She really thought he was up to something sinister. She even threatened him with suicide by biting her tongue. The truth was, Kyōsuke simply wanted to make sure she wouldn't run away. He marked her arm with the Flying Thunder God seal as a precaution. A skinny little girl was barely useful, and he didn't particularly want to bring her along on his journey. But upon further thought, leaving her behind in the Uchiha camp didn't seem like a good idea either. As long as he was present, no one would dare to take action. But once he left, someone might get the wrong idea, especially if they tried to use Mito's life as leverage to force the Uzumaki clan to retreat. In such a case, the likely outcome would be disastrous for both sides. Reluctantly, he decided to take the princess with him. With the Flying Thunder God technique, she wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. The Een seal was strong, but its chakra buildup took too long. It was impossible to use it for long without a huge delay. Rather than constantly worrying about sabotage, it would be better to let her stay with him for a year, after which he would naturally send her back home to reunite with her people. Doesn't it sound like something's not quite right? Kyōsuke muttered as Mito continued fidgeting with her sleeve, occasionally rubbing her arm as if trying to erase the Flying Thunder God mark. Stop rubbing it, it'll be awkward if you rub off all the dirt. Kyōsuke smirked, looking at her mischievously. Umph. Mito snorted and slowed down her movements. Perhaps she realized she couldn't remove the mark by herself, or maybe it was Kyōsuke's comment that made her stop. Either way, the next few hours were spent in silence between the two. Until they passed through a small, remote town. I need to freshen up, Mito suddenly said, making her first request. She thought Kyōsuke would refuse, and then she'd be able to bargain with him. However, much to her surprise, Kyōsuke nodded and said, "You're right, we should find a place to rest. The battlefield conditions are too harsh." Ah. The red-haired girl blinked, suddenly feeling a strange sensation rise within her. It seemed like this guy wasn't as difficult to get along with after all. Unfortunately, this thought was soon shattered. Ah, Uchiha Kyōsuke, what are you doing? In the hot spring, Mito completely exploded. She had planned to soak in the hot spring to relieve the stress of the past few days, but before long, she saw that the bastard Uchiha had entered as well. What are you yelling about? Kyōsuke grumbled, covering his ears in annoyance. It's a mixed bath, you didn't check before you came in, so who's to blame? But. Go to the other side and don't bother me while I rest. Kyōsuke closed his eyes and even started snoring lightly. Seeing this, Mito quickly calmed down. She raised her hand, feeling the urge to strike. But before she could act on it, she heard Kyōsuke mumble with a sly grin, "Naughty little girl, time for a spanking." Mito's face immediately darkened, and she quickly covered herself with a towel, grumbling silently. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 46, White Blade goes in, Green Blade comes out, stabbing your gallbladder. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Kyōsuke ordered a table full of lavish breakfast dishes. In his words, "I'm still growing. I can compromise on anything, but the food must be perfect." Extravagant waste, Mito mocked habitually when she saw it. However, she soon faced the consequences. What? Kyōsuke asked, puzzled as he looked at her. This is what I ordered for myself. If you want to eat, go buy your own. Fine, you're ruthless, the bun-haired girl fumed, sitting down angrily and pulling out dry rations from her pack. Without saying a word, she took a fierce bite, as though the pancake was some annoying Uchiha. Eat sparingly, that's your food for the next few days, Kyōsuke said with his mouth full of oily food, twisting the knife even further. Mind your own business. Fine, but don't come begging me later. Watching the girl's proud but frustrated expression, Kyōsuke smirked mischievously. This little brat has such a stubborn personality. She needs to be tempered to avoid major losses in the future. He pulled a sealing scroll from his pocket and found the section marked Food to pack up the remaining dishes the innkeeper had prepared. This was an extravagant move. A single sealing scroll cost more than 100 times the value of the food it stored. Most people wouldn't even think of doing such a thing. But Kyōsuke wasn't the type to endure hardship if he could enjoy life. As a deputy commander, he had access to plenty of blank scrolls for personal use. Since his family footed the bill, why not take advantage? Little did he know, his actions caught the eye of a watchful observer. To bystanders, seeing two young kids casually using a sealing scroll for food screamed, "We're easy prey." It was almost as if Kyōsuke had a rich target tattooed on his forehead. For a band of thieves nearby, not trying their luck would have felt like failing their profession. Soon, Kyōsuke and Mito found themselves surrounded by a gang of bandits. Kid, come quietly with us if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, it's white blade in, green blade out, I'll stab your gallbladder. Kyōsuke gasped. Bandits these days have such flair. They're even threatening to stabbing your gallbladders now. Am I just going to die of bitterness? Mito, however, wasn't in the mood for his jokes. Already simmering with anger, she snapped when faced with these clueless bandits. They could only blame themselves for their poor timing. With a sudden explosion of chakra, the quiet girl turned into a rampaging beast, sending bodies flying left and right. Too violent. Too gory. Kyōsuke shouted theatrically from the sidelines. They just wanted to stab our gallbladders. Why did you go for their kidneys? No wonder you'll never find a husband. The remaining bandits looked like they wanted to cry. Boss, please stop taunting her. At this rate, we'll lose our remaining kidneys too. Grabbing the leader, a middle-aged bandit, Mito's voice turned icy. Speak. How many more of you are there? How much evil have you committed? Spare me. The bandit wailed, though his eyes betrayed a glint of murderous intent. Just as Mito prepared to use harsher methods, the seemingly ordinary bandit suddenly unleashed chakra rivaling that of an elite chunin. Within a second, he reversed the situation and held Mito at knife point. You. Mito's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe she had been deceived so easily. Why would someone with such skills resort to robbing travelers? You foolish girl, the men sneered, pressing a kunai to her throat. Behave yourself. Now that you've seen my strength, there's only one path for you, death. People must pay the price for their stupidity. Listen to him. Kyōsuke scolded from the sidelines, shaking his head. What he's saying makes perfect sense. You'd better take it to heart, got it? Take it to heart, my ass. Mito fumed. Even the bandit seemed confused by Kyōsuke's nonchalance. How is this guy still cracking jokes right now? Before the bandit could issue another threat, he suddenly realized something. Kyōsuke had vanished. It wasn't high-speed movement, he simply disappeared. Looking for me? The playful voice at his ear sent chills down the bandit's spine. Turning instinctively, he saw a pair of eerie, blood-red eyes. Clink. The kunai fell to the ground as the bandit froze like a puppet, allowing Mito to escape his grasp. Genjutsu. Mito frowned, surprised by Kyōsuke's mastery of illusions at such a young age. This guy is a little too versatile. Ignoring her doubts, Kyōsuke coolly interrogated the bandit. Who are you? He wasn't naive, the appearance of the skilled ninja hinted at a deeper motive. It was worth asking for more details. I'm Sarutobi Jichiro, a chunin of the Sarutobi clan. I was ordered to ambush travelers and raise funds for our clan's war efforts. The Sarutobi clan, one of the renowned noble families of the Land of Fire. After the founding of Konoha, its members became disciples of Tobirama Senju, including the future third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kyōsuke and Mito were both disgusted by the revelation that such a prestigious clan would stoop to such vile acts. What do you plan to do? Mito asked, watching Kyōsuke intently as if expecting something. Without hesitation, Kyōsuke flung a kunai, killing the men instantly. A passerby like me has no business playing the hero. Scoffing at the mere 200 points he gained from the kill, Kyōsuke turned and continued walking. Let's go. Unless you want to bring more trouble to the Uzumaki clan. His words struck a nerve. The Sarutobi clan was powerful, combining mysterious techniques with their summoning beasts. It was rumored they even had ties to the three great sage regions. Provoking them could bring disastrous consequences to the Uzumaki clan. I was too careless, Mito muttered, falling into silence as they approached the eastern border of the Land of Fire. Unbeknownst to them, someone had already begun tailing them. Even Kyōsuke, sharp as he was, failed to notice. What are you even here for? Mito finally asked. To find help. You know that, Kyōsuke replied with a wink, feigning ignorance. Left with no choice, Mito decided to keep following him. She was curious to see what kind of help he could find. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 47, The Descendants of Otsutsuki Himura. There is no doubt, the strongest clans in the Land of Fire are the Uchiha and the Senju. Even a 5-year-old child knows this. So, among the second-tier clans, which family holds the strongest position? Some say it's the Sarutobi clan, with their powerful summoning beasts. Others point to mid-sized clans with mysterious secret techniques. However, one name always comes up as one of the strongest among the second tier, the Huga clan, a noble family residing in the eastern region of the Land of Fire. The Huga clan, descendants of Otsutsuki Himura, is one of the founding families of the Hidden Leaf Village. Clan members inherit the Byakugan and the Gentle Fist, unique abilities in the ninja world. To preserve their pure bloodline, the Huga clan is divided into the main family and branch family. The main family inherits the Otsutsuki abilities, while the branch family ensures the clan's bloodline continues. They also serve as tools for the main family's lineage when needed. If one seeks allies capable of rivaling Uzumaki Ashina, visiting the Huga family is the right choice. As for their relationship, it's simple, there are no eternal enemies in the face of mutual interests. While Uzumaki Mito believed Kyōsuke planned to gain their support without giving anything in return, in reality, he had already prepared a gift. A gift the Huga family could not refuse. As a guest seeking an audience, Kyōsuke made no attempt to hide his presence. Not long after entering Huga territory, he was met by branch family guards. Stop. The guards assumed their gentle fist stances, showing no signs of underestimating him despite his young age. His appearance might deceive others, but the overwhelming chakra within Kyōsuke was like a shining beacon in the dark, impossible to ignore. I am Uchiha Kyōsuke. I request an audience with Lord Tenjin. Huga Tenjin, one of the strongest shinobi of the Warring States period. The reason why the Huga clan was considered a powerhouse capable of rivaling the Uchiha and Senju stems partly from this formidable ninja. At his peak, Huga Tenjin could suppress the so-called twin gods, Madara and Hashirama, when they weren't using their signature techniques like Susanoo or would release. This alone demonstrated his terrifying power. Faced with such a figure, Kyōsuke chose complete honesty. Transparency was the first step to establishing trust between them. Uchiha Kyōsuke. The guards' expressions changed, they clearly recognized his reputation. Cross-referencing the information they had, they quickly confirmed his identity as the real Kyōsuke. For now, the Huga clan remained neutral in ongoing conflicts, neither agreeing to participate in battles nor rejecting any visitors. This political wisdom, unique to the Huga clan, ensured their survival through many crises, even into the era when Uzumaki Naruto became Hokage. The guards' reactions reflected this careful neutrality. So, it's Commander Kyōsuke of the Uchiha Corps. The branch family guard bowed slightly in a show of respect. Please follow me. Lord Tenjin will likely be pleased to meet you. When Kyōsuke revealed his identity, someone had already relayed this information through their unique hand signals. With the Byakugan, long-distance communication was effortless. By the time Kyōsuke reached the clan's core area, a team of ninjas awaited him. At the forefront stood a young woman in white combat attire. Her striking beauty was slightly marred by the stern look in her eyes. Greetings. I am Huga Yayoi. Lord Tenjin is awaiting you in the main hall. Lead the way, Kyōsuke said, withdrawing his gaze. He could sense he was being observed. Activating his Sharingan, he glanced at the grand mansion ahead but found nothing unusual. So, it's the Byakugan's long-distance perception. What an annoying ability, he muttered to himself, deactivating his Sharingan and pretending nothing had happened. Let them look. It's not like I'm a young maiden with something to hide. Beside him, Uzumaki Mito's expression remained unreadable as she asked, Are you sure you want me to come along? What's there to be afraid of? Kyōsuke grinned. If we reach a sensitive part of the discussion, I'll make sure you don't hear a word. You're shamelessly honest, aren't you? Thank you. That's the Uchiha way. It's better than being two-faced like some other clans. You. At that moment, Huga Yayoi suddenly turned toward Mito and asked, It seems this person is not your servant. She. Kyōsuke waved casually. Her name is Uzumaki Mito, princess of the Uzumaki clan. Yayoi stared at Mito for a moment, her pale eyes flashing with a strange light. If I recall correctly, the Uchiha are currently at war with the Uzumaki, correct? Yes, you're not mistaken, Kyōsuke confirmed. This princess here is my prisoner. I see. Yayoi turned back to Mito, giving a slight nod. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Princess Mito. It's fine. Just pretend I'm not here, Mito said, pressing a hand to her forehead. She wanted to vanish from the room. Yet her curiosity about Kyōsuke's plans kept her rooted in place. She wanted to hear how this audacious man intended to convince the Huga clan. Hopefully, the negotiations fail, and the Huga just kill him outright, Mito muttered, though she didn't truly believe it. If the Huga were that impulsive and reckless, they wouldn't have managed to stay neutral for so long. Under Huga Yayoi's guidance, the two soon arrived at a serene meeting room steeped in traditional aesthetics. There, they met a refined middle-aged man, Huga Tenjin, one of the greatest warriors of the Warring States period. Lord Tenjin, both Kyōsuke and Mito greeted respectfully. Welcome, Tenjin said, setting aside a book and smiling at them. What brings you here? How can the Huga clan assist you? Kyōsuke gestured to Mito. I've captured a hostage to force Uzumaki Ashina to abandon his plans for war. However, Kyōsuke explained in detail how he had captured Mito and how he intended to pressure the Uzumaki clan into submission. While Kyōsuke spoke enthusiastically, Huga Tenjin's smile gradually faded. The clan leader realized he had taken on a significant problem. Kyōsuke's calm demeanor only made Tenjin more aware of the boy's unshakable determination. If I'd known, I would have had Yayoi stop him, Tenjin thought. Although, with his mysterious spacetime ninjutsu, even that might not have worked. When Kyōsuke finally finished, silence hung in the air. After a pause, Tenjin spoke. So, you want the Huga to intervene in your conflict with the Uzumaki? Yes, Kyōsuke replied, then glanced at the two people beside him. May I speak with you in private, Lord Tenjin? Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 48, Chapter 48. Do you know about the Tenseigan? Hey, are you afraid I'll find out? Mito tried to mock him. However, Kyōsuke didn't hesitate and nodded, saying, of course. Deals need to be secret. If too many people know, it can cause unnecessary trouble. All right. Huga Tenjin initially wanted to refuse immediately. He didn't see any reason to get involved in the conflict between the two clans. Not long ago, the Senju had also sent envoys, offering many tempting conditions, and he had sent them away without hesitation. Now that it's the Uchiha, things won't change. Listening was simply a sign of respect for the leader of the Uchiha. Soon, the two bystanders left, leaving only Kyōsuke and the Huga clan leader in the meeting room. However, he still shook his head, frankly stating, forgive me, but can you guarantee that this conversation won't be heard by a third party? Taking a deep breath, Huga Tenjin could clearly feel his patience wearing thin. However, considering the young man's status, he still held back his impatience and activated the necessary barrier for the meeting room. Don't worry, even the Byakugan can't see here. Good. Kyōsuke nodded and immediately said something that almost made Huga Tenjin jump up in surprise. Do you know about the Tenseigan? Subconsciously activating his Byakugan, the angry veins on his forehead completely erased the calmness that had once marked his demeanor. Now, he looked like a fierce leader from the Warring States period. Where did you hear about that name? Huga Tenjin asked. In fact, he was having difficulty staying calm. As clan leader, he had access to all the clan's ancient texts. In some incomplete books, he had heard about the existence of something like the Tenseigan, said to be the final evolution of the Byakugan. It also involved unknown words such as Hamura Otsutsuki, the Shinobi sect, the moon, and vague terms related to dangers in the shadows. At one point, Huga Tenjin had believed that he would never uncover the truth from centuries ago. Now, however, this young foreigner was feeding him information. Please sit, clan leader Tenjin. Their roles seemed to have switched, with Kyōsuke exuding the calm confidence of a master. Huga Tenjin, realizing he had lost his composure, made a great effort to sit down. He had to admit, this young man was well prepared. Once uninterested, Huga Tenjin was now fully intrigued, waiting to see how the young man would continue his persuasion. There's a rumor that the Sage of Six Paths saved the world, founded the Shinobi sect, and created 1,000 years of ninja history. Upon hearing this, Huga Tenjin didn't show much change in expression. He had heard many versions of such mythological stories and could even recite several versions. Of course, the clan leaders have heard of that, but you probably didn't know that the Sage of Six Paths had a brother. A brother? Huga Tenjin leaned forward, his attention now fully focused. Yes, his brother's name was Otsutsuki Hamura. Crack. Huga Tenjin, unable to control himself, crushed the armrest. Upon hearing the name of the ancestor Hamura, he was about 70% convinced. Even he had only heard of the name Hamura and couldn't connect it with the Otsutsuki or the Sage of Six Paths. He had so many questions, but soon stopped guessing because the young man's explanation continued. For some reason, the noble ancestor decided to leave the shinobi world and go to an unknown place to watch over a looming threat. Thus, his bloodline was split, and the bloodline that remained in the shinobi world became the Huga clan. Sitting across from Huga Tenjin felt almost like listening to a story in a tavern. Is this brat really just making up lies to deceive me? To gain his trust, Kyōsuke thought for a moment and then decided to reveal a little more information. The two of your clans inherited different powers from Otsutsuki Hamura. You inherited the eye, and another branch inherited the body. To activate the Tenseigan, the eye and body must combine, and that's when one can obtain power beyond the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't a secret among the higher-ups in the shinobi world. For a period, the Uchiha clan had many Mangekyo Sharingan users who once dominated the Fire Nation, only to be brought down by an internal conflict. To suppress Mangekyo users, the forbidden technique Izanami was created. This wasn't recorded in the clan's books. Kyōsuke had learned about it through the memories of a reanimated Itachi. By mentioning the Mangekyo Sharingan, he intended to emphasize the power of the reincarnation eye while also signaling that he wasn't just some clueless kid. After a long silence, Huga Tenjin finally regained his composure and spoke faintly. Your story is vivid, but it's not enough to convince me. It seemed like Huga Tenjin had never fully believed his words. However, these tactics didn't faze Kyōsuke in the slightest. Oh. Since clan leader Tenjin doesn't want to believe, then how about we lift the barrier? After all, it's just nonsense, why should we care if others hear it? Kyōsuke's words were a direct challenge. You don't believe me? Fine, then let's open the windows and air out all the secrets of the Huga clan to the world. Another long pause. After some time, Huga Tenjin finally spoke again, you'll have to show me some proof. Despite knowing the odds were slim, the temptation of the Tenseigan made him willing to try anything. Proof. Kyōsuke scratched his head in frustration before leaning forward, a wicked smile curving his lips. If clan leader Tenjin agrees to form an alliance with my clan, I can personally take you to meet the other side. Huga Tenjin hesitated briefly before decisively stating, very well. As long as you prove the plan's feasibility, the Huga will be your strongest ally. He didn't say Uchiha, but instead referred to your clan, showing that these old negotiators truly knew the art of bargaining. Upon hearing this, Kyōsuke smiled faintly and extended his right hand. Deal. I hope our cooperation will be a success. In the northern part of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Maya, leading elite ninjas, had been staying in the area for a long time. Based on the map provided by their master, she had searched thoroughly and finally discovered a starry, radiant spacetime barrier in a certain cave. The road to the moon. She ordered her team to carefully cover up the cave and record the exact coordinates, after which the team quickly left the area. Now that they had found the location, what came next was no longer her concern. Soon, Kyōsuke, who was visiting the Huga clan, received a message from Maya. Using the flying thunder god kunai set up along the way, it took him about half an hour to reach the cave. Next, the task was to study the spacetime barrier. When he could perfectly replicate it, that would be the moment he could lead the Huga clan to fulfill their dream of reaching the moon. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 49, Chapter 49 Kyōsuke first time. For the next half-month, Kyōsuke stayed at the Huga clan, eating and drinking freely. While casually wandering around, he secretly researched the spacetime barrier left by Otsutsuki Hamura. This was a long-range teleportation array. He couldn't destroy and rebuild it, but he could make minor adjustments to it. For example, he added a restriction so that only with his permission could the passage to the moon be opened. This way, he could use it to coerce Huga Tenjin. If they wanted the Tenseigan, they had to remember their cooperation with him. With the Flying Thunder God technique as a foundation, Kyōsuke didn't take long to complete the modification. Simply put, it was like installing a router, the main work still relied on the spacetime barrier set up by Otsutsuki. He ordered his subordinates to hide the cave, he didn't want anyone to know about the passage. At least not until he could cross star systems, the moon base's existence should stay hidden. Once Huga Tenjin succeeded in obtaining Otsutsuki's body, he would permanently close the passage. If the family ran into problems in the future, he could secretly move the clan members and make the moon base the Uchiha's stronghold. At that point, no one would be able to threaten the safety of the Uchiha clan. For now, though, he needed to show the Huga clan the existence of the Otsutsuki. He went to the clan leader's study and briefly mentioned the opening of the passage. Upon hearing this, Huga Tenjin's expression immediately brightened, feeling the excitement of soon facing history. Oh, by the way, Kyōsuke smiled faintly and reminded him, the people on the moon are very likely not to be friendly. I understand, Huga Tenjin nodded. He knew that their actions were essentially an invasion. They were even coveting their bodies, so it would be strange if they acted friendly. Looking at the thoughtful young man, Huga Tenjin had many questions he wanted answered. But without asking, he already knew the boy wouldn't tell him the truth. For historic matters, Kyōsuke could always use ancient texts to deflect. As for the spacetime barrier, he could say it was accidentally triggered during practice, who could argue with that? A man who didn't understand spacetime ninjutsu could hardly challenge it. Knowing he wouldn't get any answers, Huga Tenjin was too lazy to ask further. Now, it seemed like the young man's story was likely true. If there were any deceit or malice, the Huga clan would immediately march north and Uchiha would face a three-pronged attack, leading to their destruction. Both sides had their concerns, and this was the key to unlocking long-term cooperation. After Kyōsuke left, Huga Tenjin immediately gathered his trusted subordinates to form a team of elite jonin. Combining the Otsutsuki bloodline was said to be simple, but the actual process of awakening the eyes was definitely not that easy. Exploration was one aspect, but Huga Tenjin needed to find enough materials. Living on the moon meant that the Otsutsuki clan hadn't undergone many major changes, so there must be invaluable knowledge hidden there. In pursuit of the legendary Tenseigan, Huga Tenjin was determined to tread paths he should not have. Whether it would bring fortune or disaster, no one could know yet. Soon, 5 trusted jonin assembled, with the leader being an elite Huga. Together with Kyōsuke and Tenjin, 7 members gathered in the clan's forbidden area. This will do, Huga Tenjin explained. No one is allowed to approach this area without my order. It's the perfect place to set up your spacetime barrier. Got it. Kyōsuke nodded and began hand seals. A black net of mystical symbols spread out beneath his feet. After staring at it for a while, Huga Tenjin reluctantly shook his head, realizing he had no aptitude for space-time ninjutsu. Maybe we should let Yayoi try it. Yayoi Huga, the most outstanding talent of the current generation. Uchiha and Senju clans had produced exceptional people, and Huga clan was no different. Her understanding was powerful, able to restore powerful techniques that had long been lost from the clan's ancient records. Space-time techniques were mysterious, but Tenjin had confidence in his disciple. If everyone learned this technique, wouldn't he be controlled by others? Every time he wanted to go to the moon, he would need to ask Uchiha Kyōsuke for help. Over time, they would be in debt to him forever. Such is the nature of great favors turning into deep resentment. After about 2 minutes, Kyōsuke finally completed the router setup. With the Flying Thunder God barrier, the group could now teleport into the original passage and travel the 400,000 kilometers to the moon. Are you ready? Kyōsuke asked the others. In truth, he was also a bit anxious. The plot of Naruto reaching the moon was still about 70 to 80 years away, and who knew what the moon was like? According to the memories of Otsutsuki Tonari, it was likely a time of civil war among the Otsutsuki clan. As a human from Earth, rushing in might have unpredictable consequences. But for the sake of the larger battle, Kyōsuke had no choice but to take the risk. Of course, what happened to those people didn't really matter to him. The Otsutsuki clan attacking the ninja world. That would be even more interesting. It was always just Senju and Uchiha fighting each other, even he was getting bored. Anyway, there were enough crises on Earth, did the moon really need to be involved too? Kyōsuke completed the hand seals, and the space-time barrier immediately lit up. A breeze blew, and the Huga clan's forbidden area was no longer visible. Kyōsuke had completed his first moon landing operation. On the moon's surface, it was as barren as it appeared. Standing at the entrance of the teleportation array, Kyōsuke couldn't help but sigh, never imagining he'd have a day where he could land on the moon. Through a short teleportation journey, the group arrived at the Otsutsuki clan's palace. Unlike later times, the Otsutsuki clan was still alive here. As the entry point to Earth, it was tightly guarded. As soon as they appeared, their presence was immediately detected. Seeing this, Huga Kenji immediately took action, easily eliminating a few guards. Huga Kenji, Tenjin's direct subordinate, an elite jonin, and someone likely to reach the peak of power in the future. Sigh. Kyōsuke sighed softly, withdrawing his gaze. Not far away, Huga Tenjin's eyes lit up, he finally fully believed Kyōsuke's words. He took out the sealing scroll and sealed the 3 corpses of the Otsutsuki clan. After finishing this, the strongest, Tenjin, immediately activated his Byakugan and began inspecting the Otsutsuki palace. He found that the enemy's strength seemed very weak. Although they had strong chakra, their control was inadequate. What did this mean? It meant that the moon's Otsutsuki clan hadn't seriously developed ninjutsu. Their fighting style still lingered in the poor state of centuries ago. I found it. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 50, the Otsutsuki appearance. Otsutsuki Sujito was very angry, extremely angry. In the past 2 years, the rebel forces had grown stronger, and many of his clan members had expressed the need to punish Earth. As the clan leader, Sujito was determined to fight to the end in order to protect the will of the ancestors. Earth had not yet reached the point of no return, and as overseers, the Otsutsuki clan needed to show enough patience toward the ninja world. He believed that peace would come one day. But before he could come up with a solution, he received word that suspected Earthlings had broken into the palace and were killing his clansmen. In just 10 minutes, several of his people had already died, and the intruders were heading toward the data vault. The data vault. Sujito's furrowed brow loosened slightly. He knew that was a dead end. Once someone entered, they wouldn't come out alive. After thinking for a moment, he decisively issued the order, seal the information. We must not let the rebel forces obtain it. If they found out, they would definitely spread the news, convincing hesitant clan members to join the campaign to conquer Earth. Clan leader, one of his subordinates hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "The invaders are very strong. Our people are no match for them." If they weren't strong, they wouldn't have made it to the moon. Sujito gritted his teeth and decided to use one of the clan's most powerful secrets, the puppet army created by the ancestors. With them, casualties could be minimized. No matter how strong the enemy was, they could be worn down. The only problem was that currently, no one in the clan knew how to manufacture these puppets. Though numerous, their numbers were finite, and they couldn't be replenished. I hope we can take those bastards down quickly. As to why Sujito didn't go himself, the reason was simple, he was too weak. The clan had been living off its past glory by the time it reached his generation. If he were even a little more competent, the rebel forces would have already been completely wiped out. After receiving the order from the clan leader, his subordinates were preparing to leave when suddenly, another person rushed in a panic. "It's bad. The young master, he. Otsutsuki's Dairen, the only heir to the clan, was supposed to be the next leader. His strength and spirit far surpassed his father's. Upon hearing of the invaders from Earth, he immediately led his loyal followers to eliminate them. But as expected, he was no match for the Huga clan. Before he could even introduce himself, he was struck in the chest, sealing his chakra point with a single finger. In the end, he died from the uncontrollable chakra eruption inside his body. Crash! Sujito shattered his favorite cup and overturned the desk in front of him. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable rage. Earthlings are insatiable. One day, they will destroy everything. This was the rebel force's declaration, which he had once scoffed at. But now, he strangely understood its meaning. He pushed open the door to the meeting room and staggered toward the forbidden area behind the palace. It was rumored that his ancestor, Otsutsuki Himura, was buried in the forbidden area, where the ultimate weapon prepared by the ancestors for future generations was hidden. Only the most legitimate members of the main family could know this highest secret. Even if the rebel forces of the branch family won, they could never get the blessing of their ancestors. Earthlings, none of you will leave alive. Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps the ancestors were wrong. Earth truly is a place beyond saving. It must be completely wiped out. Outside the data room, Kyōsuke could feel his teeth aching. You killed the young master, and our clan will never let you go. Damned Earthlings, all of you should go to hell. I swear, one day we will drive you all out. Even though their words couldn't distract them, the moon people on the other side were still doing their best to fight. From their insults, Kyōsuke realized one thing: they had accidentally killed the only heir of the clan. Well, things have really escalated now, he thought, feeling a bit of stomach pain. To be honest, Kyōsuke didn't want to cause too much of a commotion. He just wanted to ensure the completion of their transaction first. But he couldn't help it, the Huga clan's elite shinobi were too ruthless, killing on sight. Even though the enemy was still kilometers away, they had already planned an ambush. As a result, they had taken down the young master on the spot, and the death was a horrific one. This guy, doesn't he know his own limits? Why come here and stir up trouble? He deserved to die. After cursing at him, Kyōsuke didn't join the battle. He was just waiting for the Huga clan's top ninjas to find the Tenseigan documents. He knew the data room was a dead end, and with the enemy's relentless attacks, they wouldn't hold out for long. Luckily, he had prepared in advance, leaving a Flying Thunder God mark at the barrier's location. Once they got the documents, he would use the Flying Thunder God to escape. Let them fight, just don't throw the moon at my face. After all, Otsutsuki Kaguya was sealed on the moon. If the moon were thrown, who knew what would happen to Earth, but Kaguya would definitely break free from her seal. At that point, the ninja world would really face its end. But on second thought, something like that probably wouldn't happen. The Sage of Six Paths, hiding by the banks of Pure Land River, his younger brother whose life and death is unknown, and Otsutsuki Ishiki who is hiding somewhere, no one would want to see Kaguya break free. If that day really comes, maybe the old Sage of the Six Paths will get so happy that he'll directly grant him full leveling power, and at that point, he might even get to play around with the Rinnegan. Boom boom boom. Ahead, a large number of human puppet troops were attacking. Compared to the techniques of Sasori of the Red Sand, the Otsutsuki's puppet technology was clearly more advanced. No matter the material, they could easily make human puppets, and the user could remotely control them wirelessly. It was incredibly convenient. The problem was their combat power wasn't very uniform. Apart from shooting energy balls, they had no other attack methods. Normal ninjas might think the energy balls were powerful, but for Huga clan ninjas, who excelled in taijutsu, the puppets were nothing special. 8 trigrams palm's heavenly rotation, and none of those balls would be able to get through. Even though there were so many puppet troops, they couldn't create a path, and the Huga clan's elite forces were truly formidable. Boom. Lost in thought, a loud explosion grabbed Kyōsuke's attention. What is that? Huga Kenji, one of the elite ninjas, exclaimed with panic. Through his Byakugan, he saw a massive, chakra-filled mass speeding toward them. One of the ninjas rushed forward, only to be killed instantly by the opponent. Damn it, we can't let this affect the clan leader, Huga Kenji signaled, calling the remaining 3 elite ninjas back. The final battle was about to begin. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 51, The Power of the Tenseigan. In order to protect future generations of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Himura left behind 2 powerful trump cards. The first was the terrifying human puppet-making technique. The second was an imperfectly evolved Tenseigan. The former emphasized quantity and could be used to resist foreign invasions. If the shinobi world ever faced a crisis, human puppets could also be used to suppress rebellions. The latter emphasized individual power. If an enemy as terrifying as Kaguya ever appeared, the Tenseigan could be used to confront them. For all these years, the second trump card was never used because there were too few people who knew of its existence. Otsutsuki Sujito, originally a moderate leader who respected the clan's teachings and didn't want to start any wars, was pushed to his limits when invaders killed his only son. It was intolerable. Driven by hatred, he decisively activated the Otsutsuki clan's final trump card. An imperfectly evolved Tenseigan. You will all die. The chakra constantly expanding within him made Sujito feel as though he might explode. To avoid dying from chakra overload, he could only release the energy within his body. Ha! He opened his mouth and roared. A terrifying green chakra sphere formed in front of him. The surrounding walls cracked under the pressure of the terrifying wave. This damn bastard. Huga Kenji, who witnessed the entire process through his Byakugan, knew that this would be a devastating attack. While silently gathering his chakra, he marveled at the power of the Tenseigan. What he didn't realize was that these eyes were only in their initial embryonic stage. Unable to enter the Tenseigan chakra mode, unable to form the truth-seeking orb, and unable to perform the devastating techniques that could split the moon in two. Apart from enhancing his chakra, Otsutsuki Sujito could only use the basic abilities of attraction and repulsion. Even so, for an average elite jonin, his power was already overwhelmingly strong. Buzz. The massive chakra sphere whizzed toward them, destroying everything in its path. Even Kyōsuke felt the unusual disturbance. What the hell is that? Kyōsuke took a deep breath, momentarily thinking it was a tailed beast bomb being launched at him. Then he quickly realized that there could be no tailed beast on the moon. Even the 10 tails, now just a shell, couldn't mobilize chakra anymore. That green energy. No way, do they already have the Tenseigan? He finally guessed the source of the problem. Kyōsuke quickly prepared to flee. Opening the Tenseigan chakra mode would make its user a 6-paths level warrior. At this point in time, they would be strong enough to dominate the entire ninja world. Without breaking a sweat, just using the chakra orb could easily annihilate a large number of clan leaders. Step back a bit, Huga Kenji said as he assumed a gentle fist stance, exuding a terrifying aura. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher. The users of Gentle Fist could freely control the chakra points of their body, meaning they had exceptional control over chakra. The 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher was a technique that condensed chakra to create a force far beyond what it could normally produce. Although his chakra was no match for the enemies, by striking with precision, he was able to destroy the incoming green sphere. Boom. A loud explosion echoed, shaking the entire palace. In the blink of an eye, Otsutsuki Sujito broke through the fog and appeared in front of the two of them. The surge in his power gave him a false sense of dominance. You will all die here today. Sujito's voice was filled with hatred. On the opposite side, Huga Kenji braced himself, knowing that the enemy's strength was on par with the clan leaders, definitely a formidable opponent. Kyōsuke, on the other hand, appeared puzzled. The enemy's strength was overwhelming. On the contrary, the man's power didn't match his status as a Tenseigan user. Apart from the dazzling eyes, he hadn't activated any special chakra mode, hadn't summoned the truth-seeking orb, and couldn't even float. The powerful dojutsu of the Otsutsuki Himura had been reduced to merely a chakra amplifier in his case. It was ridiculous. Perhaps, the Tenseigan has stages of evolution, similar to the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kyōsuke mused. Clearly, this person wasn't worthy of the title of Tenseigan wielder, or perhaps his eyes weren't a perfect dojutsu. From the most straightforward observation, the enemy did possess clan leader-level destructive power, but in other aspects, he was severely lacking. Simply put, it was like a child holding a gun, the destructive potential was there, but there was no mastery of the weapon. For someone like Huga Kenji, the power might be enough to overwhelm him, but for someone of equal rank. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the direction of the information room, and in just a few seconds, Huga Tenjin appeared next to Kyōsuke. He was holding the corpse of the young clan leader in his hand. Bastard, put down my son's body. Otsutsuki Sujito's anger flared, and his attacks grew more vicious. Take the body, Tenjin said indifferently. I've checked the relevant information. To activate the Tenseigan, you need to use the most direct Otsutsuki bloodline. Kyōsuke seemed to understand what he meant. He ordered Huga Kenji to retreat, then, before leaving, Tenjin decided to test the enemy's power. Having studied many records, he knew the enemy's state. The posture didn't seem like the true power of the Tenseigan. With a cross-step and a graceful movement of his arms, he took the same stance as Huga Kenji. Both were preparing for the 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher, but the difference in their power was immense. Chakra gathered with terrifying force, and with a swift motion, Tenjin struck at the critical point. In an instant, an invisible shockwave spread out, destroying the green chakra sphere and obliterating the palace 1,000 meters away. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher. This was one of the Huga clan's most powerful techniques. Its power was comparable to a tailed beast bomb, making it an S-rank skill in the realm of taijutsu. Dazed, Otsutsuki Sujito finally snapped out of his delusion. He realized that, even with the blessing of the ancestors' power, he couldn't unleash such terrifying attacks. Unless, of course, the Tenseigan evolved to a higher level. As the palace exploded, the enemy vanished from sight, and Sujito could not track their movements. My child. Hatred continued to spread, torturing his mind and body. After venting for a while, Otsutsuki Sujito made up his mind. He would take revenge on the hateful Huga clan. But first, he needed to cultivate the evolved state of the Tenseigan. As he thought about it, Sujito's gaze fell on the bodies of the Otsutsuki clan members being carried over. They were dead Huga clan members. Wait. One day, I will find you all. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 52, The Container for the Otsutsuki Cells. The Shinobi World, the forbidden ground behind the Huga clan's ancestral mountain. I think. Huga Kenji swayed his dizzy head, feeling the urge to vomit. Your spacetime ninjutsu needs some improvement. Long-distance teleportation feels like riding a boat, with a swaying sensation that can make some people feel nauseous or even vomit. Poor Huga Kenji, who would never be able to master the simplest spacetime ninjutsu even in 10 lifetimes. Thank you for your hard work. Huga Tenjin spoke, sincerely thanking Kyōsuke. The young men from the Uchiha clan would never have guessed that the key to awakening the Tenseigan would lie on the moon. Now that they had acquired the body of the Otsutsuki clan's head, with some time for experimentation, Huga could create a powerful expert beyond the clan leader level. His own abilities had already plateaued, with little room for further development. Such a precious bloodline shouldn't be wasted on him. Moreover, Huga Tenjin had agreed to the alliance request from the Uchiha clan and didn't have time to slowly cultivate the eye. But his son was different. He was young and had immense potential for growth. As long as the transplant succeeded, he would definitely gain that legendary ultimate power. Thinking about this, he couldn't hold back his excitement. Give me a few days. I'll make the arrangements, and then we can depart immediately. Please feel free, Tenjin clan leader, Kyōsuke said, understanding, and left. He knew that Huga Tenjin would begin research immediately, but unfortunately, the Otsutsuki clan's genes were not so easily obtained. In the original storyline, Orochimaru, Danzo, and other scientists in the ninja world spent decades researching the cells of Hashirama, with little success. The only product that came out of it was Yamato, a man who specialized in cultivating plants and greenery. The cells in the bodies of Edo Tensei Madara and Edo Tensei Hashirama were well preserved, but they required the use of Edo Tensei's body. To successfully transplant them into a human body. It wasn't until after the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Naruto's severed hand was used, that they succeeded. However, it was still unclear if the Sun Power and Ashura Chakra had anything to do with the success. Now, in the Warring States period, when electricity was just starting to become widespread, the idea of perfectly transplanting Otsutsuki clan cells seemed nearly impossible. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon wasn't like the true Six Paths brothers. Their bloodline had been diluted to the point that only the main family members still had noticeable Otsutsuki features. The rest of the clan resembled normal humans from Earth. Based on Kyōsuke's understanding, transplanting the cells should be slightly easier than the cells of Hashirama. With the current technology Huga possessed, it would take 30 to 50 years for it to succeed. Thinking this, he unconsciously glanced at the system's knowledge exchange section. As long as Kyōsuke wanted, he could quickly become the strongest scientific scholar in the world. Gene cloning, cell transplants, he could even replicate Iron Naruto if he wished. Too bad, there isn't a suitable research environment right now, Kyōsuke muttered to himself. He suppressed his scientific dreams and turned to go back to his room, intending to check on how Yuzu's young lady was doing. Tun. As he approached the door, he heard a sound from inside the room, reminiscent of an old cow drinking water. Cough. Kyōsuke lightly cleared his throat, then kicked the door open. Good morning, Mito. With a loud splash, Mito sprayed milk from her mouth in shock. Her milk bottle fell to the floor, and her bun-style hair hit the ground as she began coughing violently. You, cough, you bastard. One day, cough, I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Poor child. Kyōsuke shrugged, ignoring her unconvincing threat. By the time she could control the Nine Tails, he would have already mastered his complete Susanoo and be flying in the sky. If she wanted to kill him, there was probably only one way. Kyōsuke thought of something, and a terrifying laugh escaped from him, causing Mito's hairs to stand on end. This bastard is definitely up to no good, Mito thought, unable to control her anger. She lunged at him, baring her teeth. I'll fight you. Meanwhile, Huga Tenjin couldn't wait to begin his research. As his direct disciple, Huga Yayoi also had the privilege of joining in. This is what the master brought back from his trip, she said, taking a deep breath and beginning the initial blood transplant. There were plenty of prisoners in the clan, so experimental materials were in abundance. It didn't matter if they died. Otsutsuki blood was different from any common blood type in the ninja world. It could be said that it would 100% cause adverse reactions. However, no one expected the rejection to be so violent. In just 20 seconds, the test subject, who had Chunin-level strength, was sent to the afterlife in a bloody storm. Let's continue. Tenjin furrowed his brows, a bad feeling slowly rising in his heart. It turned out that his bad feeling was right. In the next 10 experiments, no one could last half a minute. As soon as the Otsutsuki cells entered their bodies, a complete breakdown reaction occurred. If this continued, not only would the test subjects die, but the blood from the corpse bodies wouldn't be enough for further experiments. Damn it, it's really not that easy to obtain the power of our ancestors. For an entire night, Huga Tenjin struggled with the experiments. Eventually, he reluctantly came up with a not-so-great solution. The caged bird seal, a special mark unique to the branch family of the Huga clan. This seal was incredibly powerful, the strongest technological achievement of the Huga family over thousands of years. Even the Byakugan, which possessed the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, could be suppressed by the caged bird seal. This was also why the Huga clan had never produced a truly legendary expert. By using the sealing technique, they could restrict things on a microscopic level. But would it work on the cells entering the body? Over the next few days, Tenjin conducted experiments on his hypothesis. The results were promising. The caged bird seal indeed worked. With it, the Otsutsuki cells couldn't spread throughout the body. However, another problem arose. To keep the cells intact, they had to be constantly infused with chakra, and the person in control of the seal needed to frequently strengthen and seal the cells. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. In this age of technological scarcity, there was no way to preserve a corpse for a long period of time. To preserve the Otsutsuki cells and chakra, they needed to use a living person as a container. Furthermore, this person had to be particularly loyal, someone who was willing to sacrifice everything for the main family. After much thought, Huga Tenjin finally reached out to his most talented disciple. Yayoi, I have an important task for you. The confused Huga Yayoi thought her master was just asking her to help, unaware of the pain this special task would bring her. Ah. That night, in the back mountains forbidden area, Huga Yayoi's screams echoed. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 53, Chapter 53 My Rules Are the Rules. When Kyōsuke saw Huga Yayoi again, the young girl was already wrapped in bandages, becoming somewhat silent and withdrawn. Perhaps noticing his concerns, Huga Tenjin calmly explained, Yayoi will be coming with us. She needs more opportunities to gain experience. While that was the explanation, Kyōsuke couldn't shake the feeling that something was being concealed. Looking at the girl's appearance, he couldn't help but silently criticize, now even Danzo has become the target of cosplay. At this moment, Huga Yayoi looked almost like a second version of Danzo, especially her right eye, which was hidden behind bandages. Wait a minute, her right eye. Kyōsuke's eyelid twitched but quickly masked his thoughts. Huga Tenjin and the others didn't notice any changes in him, but Uzumaki Mito, who was nearby, subtly sensed something was off. Why does he keep secretly observing people? Recalling the mysterious disappearance of everyone earlier, Mito suddenly understood something. I see, no wonder he was able to get Huga Tenjin to come out of seclusion. To stop her father, he actually chose to marry into the Huga family. Her lips unconsciously pouted, and Mito couldn't figure out why she was so angry. Humph, it must be because of that bastard, Mito tried to justify herself. Confirming the existence of the Tenseigan and even assisting the Huga in achieving their moon mission, Kyōsuke had clearly exceeded the expectations of their agreement. Now it was the Huga's turn to fulfill their part. Given the current situation, Huga Tenjin didn't bring many forces with him. Dealing with Uzumaki Ashina alone was enough, the rest of the issues would be handled by the Uchiha clan. Of course, Huga Tenjin didn't let his guard down. He still brought along 10 elite subordinates with formidable strength, just in case something unexpected happened. These 10 could help him escape any enemy entanglement. Although he believed the Uchiha would never make any irrational moves, he understood that the true enemies were the Senju and the Uzumaki clans. If the Huga continued provoking them, the Uchiha might really face an extermination war. Knowing this, he felt comfortable bringing Huga Yayoi to the battlefield. After all, the girl wasn't just the clan leader's disciple, she represented the hope for the family to dominate the ninja world, and she was also a vessel for his son to become a top-tier warrior. No mistakes could be allowed. Once we get to the battlefield, I ask you, General Kyōsuke, to take good care of Yayoi, Huga Tenjin suddenly spoke up. He had noticed that the Uzumaki princess was constantly emitting hostility towards his disciple, so he had to make this request. In response, Kyōsuke gave his full assurance, don't worry, clan leader Tenjin, I will do my utmost to ensure her safety. In reality, besides the threat from the Senju, he was also a little concerned about retaliation from the moon. Fortunately, he hadn't done anything too remarkable, so the extraterrestrials wouldn't be able to trace the Uchiha clan's activities. If retaliation did come, Huga Tenjin would be at the forefront, and in that case, Kyōsuke might be able to uncover some hidden truths. For example, the Sage of Six Paths hiding in the Pure Land, or Otsutsuki Ishiki, who is currently unknown, meditating somewhere. Kyōsuke even suspected that the ancestor from the moon might not have fully died yet. Sigh, all these troublesome figures, Kyōsuke sighed quietly. His actions once again caused Mito to misunderstand. What's with you? They're asking you to protect their disciple, not make you a son-in-law. Look at you, acting so useless, Mito couldn't help but complain. What? Kyōsuke was stunned. How did she even get to the topic of son-in-laws? Oh right, Mito probably miscalculated his leverage, thinking that he had gained Huga Tenjin's support through marriage. Thinking it over, it was a pretty clever way to think, but unfortunately, she was underestimating herself. Stop overthinking, or you won't get any food tonight, Kyōsuke threatened sternly. Usually, their interactions were like this, teasing and scaring each other, but he wasn't serious enough to actually let Mito go hungry. What was meant to be a casual remark, however, seemed to strike a chord with Mito this time. She glanced at the silent bandaged girl and the visibly impatient Kyōsuke. Mito struggled to hold back her tears, which began to fall uncontrollably. She didn't even know what was causing the deep sadness in her heart. The speaker may have meant nothing by it, but for the listener, it struck a nerve. Her soft voice didn't go unnoticed by the perceptive Tenjin, who was always alert. Huga Tenjin, who was leading the group, suddenly smiled lightly and said, Princess Mito's suggestion is very good. Yayoi is about the same age as you, it's indeed a good idea to grow closer. His reasoning was simple, if his disciple and Kyōsuke became a couple, he knew Kyōsuke would never let his lover suffer from the torment of the Otsutsuki cells. At that point, the Huga would have a direct channel to the world on the moon. Like Kyōsuke, Huga Tenjin also had his eyes on the land there. Although many areas seemed barren, there were still plenty of habitable regions. Compared to the Huga's current domain, the moon was vast beyond measure. Using the moon as a base to watch the turmoil and conflict of the ninja world would be the most ideal path for the Huga family's development. Kyōsuke had considered it, so it was no surprise that less informed Huga Tenjin would feel the same. With that in mind, he almost wished he could marry them off right away. However, that was simply a wishful thought on his part. But that was okay. Yayoi was beautiful, gifted, and talented, spending more time with her would surely make Kyōsuke fall for her. If it all worked out, Huga Tenjin might even release his disciple from the caged bird seal. Forget about the so-called rules, the real value of that seal was to be broken. For example, the union of Naruto and Hinata in the future, despite being the second child, Uzumaki Himawari should have been branded with the caged bird seal. But in the end, who in the Huga family dared to bring up this issue? Were they looking for death? To preserve the family tradition, Huga Hayashi even allowed Hinata to take the Uzumaki surname. Originally, regardless of gender, the person should have joined the Huga family. But when it came to Naruto, known as the seventh Hokage, the strongest in the ninja world, and the child of prophecy, virtually all traditions were abandoned. This shows that even the Huga family's rules weren't as unbreakable as they seemed. Ha ha ha. Kyōsuke laughed awkwardly in response to Tenjin's obvious hint. In truth, both of them understood that this was just a joke. An Uchiha-Huga union. Its significance was far beyond a mere marriage. It symbolized the positions of two great clans. After a brief laugh, everyone chose not to focus on it anymore. The only one who remained silent was Huga Yayoi, who suddenly turned her head towards Kyōsuke, who was facing away from her. The complexity in her gaze disappeared in an instant, and no one noticed the subtle shift in her expression. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 54, Madara's Resolve, the Flame of Garuda. At the front lines, in the Uchiha camp. Has Kyōsuke still not returned? Uchiha Hiroki sighed deeply. The two sides had secretly agreed to a one-year truce, with Uzumaki Ashina promising not to break through the Uchiha defenses during that time. However, Ashina wasn't foolish, how could he not anticipate enemy scheming? If he deliberately slacked off, Senjubutsuma would surely come looking for him afterward. At that point, Uzushio would face the wrath of both the Senju and the Uchiha. Could their nation survive such a predicament? Not to mention, the Land of Water had always harbored hidden hostility. If not for the ongoing turmoil, Uzumaki Ashina's greatest concern would likely have been the forces of the Land of Water. Reluctant to offend the Senju clan, Ashina frequently launched terrifyingly intense attacks. He didn't aim to break through the Uchiha lines, instead, he sought to inflict as much damage as possible on the battlefield. Soon enough, Uchiha Hiroki and his troops realized their casualty rates were mysteriously climbing. At this rate, they wouldn't last the full year before their forces were utterly crippled. As Kyōsuke's promised reinforcements had yet to arrive, they were forced to request aid from Uchiha Taijima. A bunch of fools who can't even handle someone like Uzumaki Ashina, Taijima reportedly fumed when he received the plea for help, nearly spitting blood. Not only did he openly berate the troops for their incompetence, but he also seized the chance to vent. As a commander, Kyōsuke abandoned his post during a war. If he doesn't bring back reinforcements, he can go guard the gates. If it were anyone else, Taijima would have had more than enough reason to kill them several times over. But given Kyōsuke's past contributions, and not wanting to lose such talent, Taijima begrudgingly issued the gate guarding punishment. This allowed him to diminish Kyōsuke's reputation while ensuring his safety. Taijima's actions were calculated. Currently, Taijima didn't want Kyōsuke dead. However, he was also wary of Kyōsuke's growing influence. In Taijima's eyes, Kyōsuke should be a blade to wield at his command. Only then could he trust handing him over to his son. Otherwise, Kyōsuke would inevitably become a threat. Forget the close bond between Madara and Kyōsuke, hadn't he and Uchiha Rei once been like brothers, even taking hits for each other on the battlefield? And look how that turned out. Now, they dreamed of each other's demise. Taijima believed that someday Madara and Kyōsuke would stand on opposing sides. When that day came, it would spell disaster for the entire Uchiha clan. For now, he refrained from drastic actions, as the situation was still salvageable. But if Kyōsuke showed any signs of defying control, he wouldn't hesitate to strike mercilessly. Madara was unaware of these machinations. Although he knew his father to be narrow-minded, his attempts to guide him in a better direction often had limited success. Not long after the plea for help was sent, Uchiha Azuna arrived at the battlefield with reinforcements. Brother. The saying goes, united, brothers can conquer anything. Fighting side by side on the battlefield was indeed exhilarating. However, it did little to change the grim state of the battle. The reinforcements merely delayed the inevitable defeat. At this rate, Hiroki's forces would likely face total collapse within 6 months. Clang. Drawing his scythe, Uchiha Madara led Azuna in repeated assaults on the Uzumaki defensive lines. Though it hadn't been long, Madara's presence had grown steadier, his strength noticeably improving. Madara was now entering a period of rapid growth. After parting for just a few days, anyone who saw him again would be amazed. Fire style, dragon flame loud singing jutsu. Facing a surge of enemies, Madara's expression remained cold as he unleashed 5 blazing fire dragons that instantly vaporized his opponents. With a sweep of his scythe, the remaining Chunin were felled. Behind him, Azuna showcased his own formidable prowess. Anyone attempting to approach Madara met Azuna's blade, the brothers' teamwork tearing through the enemy formation. But the Uzumaki forces were far too numerous, vastly outnumbering the Uchiha. The brothers had to retreat quickly after each assault, or risk being captured. At first, their raids were smooth, costing them only minor injuries. But this time, Madara's carelessness came at a price. Uchiha brat, I've been waiting for you. Black sealing marks spread across the area as the distinct aura of a sealing jutsu unfolded. Many were trapped before they could retreat. Damn it. Madara furrowed his brows, realizing he had underestimated his enemy. Seeing his brother's panic, he repeatedly reminded himself not to let Azuna come to harm. As masters of fire style, the Uchiha had naturally developed S-rank fire style jutsu over the centuries. However, such techniques were rarely used due to their difficulty and lack of decisive advantage in skilled combat. Rather than waste chakra, many opted for B or C-rank jutsu to create opportunities. But to break through the enemy's barrier, Madara needed the most destructive single-point attack. Even if it meant risking his body, he decided to try. After 20 seals, Madara's chakra transformed, fiery energy gathering in his mouth. Though the jutsu had yet to be released, the surrounding temperature soared. Even Azuna, closest to him, instinctively stepped back. Don't underestimate Uchiha Madara. With a roar, Madara unleashed the S-rank forbidden jutsu. The Flame of Garuda. The golden flaming bird, born of intense fire chakra, blinded everyone upon its appearance. It was so intense that looking directly at it felt like one's eyes would burn. With wings of fire, the divine bird crashed into the barrier, shattering the seemingly impenetrable seal. And it didn't stop there. When the caster tried to escape, the bird pursued and detonated its fiery energy. Boom. Using this forbidden Uchiha fire jutsu, Madara obliterated the Uzumaki ambush squad's plans. Accept your deaths with dignity, scum, Madara taunted, his stance unsteady but his arrogance undiminished. Though the powerful attack defeated the ambush squad, it also drew the attention of hidden enemies. Azuna, go ahead. I'll cover you. Despite the severe burns near his mouth, Madara prepared to fight again. Brother. At that moment, an unusual kunai landed nearby. Seeing it, the brother's stern expressions finally softened. That bastard finally showed up. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, The Method to Create Truth-Seeking Orbs. Ninja Art, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. A terrifying gentle fist technique instantly cleared a wide path. In the blink of an eye, a few figures appeared in front of the brothers. "Yo, you two are still alive," Kyōsuke greeted with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Izuna habitually started bantering. After all, with his big brother present, he wasn't afraid of Kyōsuke retaliating against him. As for Madara, his gaze was fixed on Tenjin Hyuga. His instincts told him that this man possessed extraordinarily powerful abilities. "You're impressive," Tenjin Hyuga remarked as he stared directly at the two brothers, his eyes full of admiration. He had long heard about the emergence of 3 exceptional talents in the Uchiha clan. Kyōsuke had already amazed him, even leading him to believe that no peer ninja could surpass him unless someone awakened the Tenseigan. But upon arriving at the battlefield, he witnessed the stunning spectacle of the Garuda flame explosion with his own eyes. If I'm not mistaken, the young leader of the Uchiha is only 11 years old. Truly remarkable. Retracting his gaze, he turned to glance at his disciple beside him. With these eyes, the Hyuga clan could finally produce a peerless genius of their own. That day shouldn't be far away. "Take them to get treated," Tenjin Hyuga instructed, then turned his focus toward his target. He had heard countless tales of Ashina Uzumaki, a master of sealing techniques and a contender for the title of the strongest in the shinobi world. For someone who prided himself on invincibility, Tenjin Hyuga couldn't miss this opportunity to meet such a figure. "Since I've come to the battlefield, I should pay my respects to the Uzumaki clan," he said before leading his clan members away. With the perceptive powers of the Byakugan, Ashina Uzumaki had no way of avoiding him. "We should head back," Kyōsuke said as he grabbed the hands of the brothers and performed the Flying Thunder God technique. As they crossed into the zone between the two clans' battlefronts, Kyōsuke had already spread word of the Hyuga clan's arrival, ensuring no friendly fire occurred. The formidable Tenjin Hyuga's temperament made him charge straight to duel the enemy commander, leaving Kyōsuke, a small fry by comparison, out of the confrontation. Battles between clan leaders could kill you with just the energy shock waves. Besides, Kyōsuke truly feared Ashina Uzumaki's mastery of sealing techniques. If the men somehow countered his Flying Thunder God technique, things could turn grim. The Flying Thunder God isn't omnipotent. Powerful sealing techniques can even nullify Kemui. "I must stay vigilant," Kyōsuke reminded himself. Points, 8,596. Glancing at his accumulated points, Kyōsuke realized he hadn't focused much on gathering points during his recent travels. Though not a large amount, it was enough to exchange for a jutsu he had been eyeing. Shadow Clone Technique, a B-rank jutsu developed by Tobirama Senju. It creates physical clones of the user that can act independently and retain their own consciousness. These clones are highly durable and, upon dispelling, return their memories and experiences to the user. During the Battle of the Final Valley, Naruto's shadow clones withstood Sasuke's Chidori without breaking. Aside from wood clones, no other clone techniques in the ninja world could rival this one. Shadow clones are invaluable for reconnaissance, training, and infiltration. Even better, the clones can use most of the user's jutsu, including those derived from Kekkei Genkai. Combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, the Shadow Clone technique would drastically enhance Kyōsuke's safety. When it came to training, Naruto had compressed 2 years' worth of chakra nature transformation training into just a few days. This was thanks to the Shadow Clone technique transferring memories to the user's main body. If Kyōsuke aimed to ascend to 6 paths level power in the future, Shadow Clones could save him an enormous amount of time. At the very least, they could help him develop the truth-seeking orbs. To create truth-seeking orbs, one needs to fully master the 5 basic chakra natures as well as yin and yang chakra. For most people, this would take lifetimes. Fully developing just one chakra nature can elevate someone to the level of an elite jonin or even a kage. Mastering all chakra natures. Even prodigies would need decades, if not centuries, to achieve it. But with the Shadow Clone technique, Kyōsuke could compress time proportionately. If mastering a single chakra nature usually took 80 years, 80 clones could accomplish the same feat in just 1 year. Including yin and yang chakra, Kyōsuke would need only 7 years to master them all. With truth-seeking orbs in hand, no opponent below 6 paths level would be a threat to him. However, such progress required near-tail beast levels of recovery. There were 2 ways to achieve this. First, directly seal a tailed beast and become a Jinchuriki. Second, exchange for a sage body and gain the regenerative buff. Neither of these paths is easy, Kyōsuke sighed. System notification, spent 7,500 points. Successfully exchanged for the B-rank jutsu, Shadow Clone technique. Unconsciously, Kyōsuke had added another powerful jutsu to his arsenal. Looking at his skill set, he was gradually approaching perfection. Now, all he needed was dedicated practice to hone each technique to mastery. At his current trajectory, he would eventually achieve near 6 paths level power. With only 1,000 points remaining, Kyōsuke resolved to save his points for now. Accumulating enough for the Mangekyo Sharingan would be the fastest way to become a Kuga-level powerhouse. 100,000 points doesn't seem so far away anymore. Elsewhere, Tenjin Hyuga confronted Ashina Uzumaki, the strongest of the Uzumaki clan. Both men stood as titans of the Warring States period. Their clash was as expected, earth-shaking. In their first encounter, the two fought fiercely, devastating the landscape for kilometers around. No one dared approach their battlefield. Ashina's unparalleled sealing techniques posed an impenetrable defense even against Tenjin's overwhelming attacks. Conversely, Tenjin's mastery of gentle fist left even Ashina in awe. Not even the fearsome adamantine sealing chains could subdue him. Tenjin Hyuga demonstrated what it meant to truly overcome strength with finesse. A month later, the two sides engaged in a second confrontation, but once again, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. The third time, the fourth time. Soon, the entire ninja world became aware of the clashes between these two pinnacle-level clan leaders. Countless people were paying attention to this battle, eager to see which side would ultimately emerge victorious. Before anyone realized it, a year had already passed. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 56, The Birth of Chidori Stream. In the camp courtyard, Kyōsuke was busy enjoying his meal. In front of him, two subordinates were sparring, using real combat to address their weaknesses. Over the course of a year, despite Kyōsuke's corps being formidable, they inevitably suffered heavy casualties. Currently, the corps had 168 members, with dozens having perished. Considering how difficult it was to train subordinates, 6 months ago, Kyōsuke decided to implement intensive elite training during their free time. He used his resources to maximize the growth of his soldiers. Strength is the foundation of survival. After 6 months of rigorous training, the entire corps had made significant progress. Chidori squad focused on further developing their lightning release techniques. By stimulating cell activity, they increased their movement speed. Body Flicker squad was made up of those who couldn't learn Chidori. They specialized in Kyōsuke's body flicker technique and kenjutsu, achieving speeds comparable to Chidori users while compensating for killing power with their sword techniques. Kyōsuke's philosophy for his corps was simple: strike fast and retreat faster. No room for hesitation or sluggishness. Can't keep up with the pace? Then don't blame anyone but yourself when you die. He encouraged them. If you don't want to die, double your training. Only by becoming stronger can you increase your chances of survival. Suddenly, a crackling sound of lightning clashing erupted, scattering sand and dust everywhere. The disruption made Kyōsuke put down his plate. What are they doing now? He sighed, putting his meal aside and casually cleaning his teeth. Still, he looked forward to grabbing a bucket of fresh milk later. His body was about to enter its growth spurt. Finally, the issues that had plagued him for years would be resolved. In the past year of relentless training, Kyōsuke's skills had significantly improved in all areas, except for one: his physical strength, which remained stuck at the level of a chunin. Age limits body growth. Kyōsuke often sighed about his misfortune as a child. Meanwhile, across the yard, Uchiha Madara was progressing rapidly. His chakra reserves skyrocketed, and his taijutsu surpassed Kyōsuke's by a considerable margin, all thanks to his physical development. Kyōsuke couldn't help but compare this to Sasuke Uchiha's growth. In just 2 years, Sasuke went from a small boy to someone who could fight Orochimaru and Deidara head-on. Only Indra's lineage could manage such a leap. Madara was no different, already 2 years older than Kyōsuke. If not for Kyōsuke's secret techniques, he would have fallen behind long ago. Hashirama Senju, too, likely shared Madara's trajectory. Hashirama's probably awakened would release by now. Kyōsuke mused, thinking of the bowl-cut boy by the river. The thought of facing Hashirama's overwhelming would release in the future made Kyōsuke grimace. The so-called God of Shinobi, he smiled bitterly, gripping his kunai tightly. Suddenly, a figure burst into view, brimming with intense chakra. It was Uzumaki Mito. "Die, Uchiha Kyōsuke," she screamed with fury. Around her, everyone stopped what they were doing, unfazed by her attempt to assassinate the corps leader. Seated comfortably, Kyōsuke casually flicked his kunai toward her. To his surprise, she crushed it with her bare hands. Her monstrous strength is growing more terrifying. With a powerful strike, Mito missed her target. Undeterred, she quickly wove seals for a sealing technique, aiming to trap Kyōsuke. As black markings spread to surround him, Kyōsuke smirked. Too naive, Mito. With a flash of electricity enveloping him, Kyōsuke unleashed Chidori flow. The crackling lightning dispersed every approaching seal, leaving Mito stunned. What? Onlookers gasped. No one had expected Chidori to evolve into such a new form. Having demonstrated this new technique, Kyōsuke subtly indicated the corps' next training goal. Want to continue, he teased, beckoning Mito. After the arrival of Huga Tenjin, the balance between forces had been restored, and Kyōsuke no longer restricted Mito's freedom. She could have left any time but chose to stay, claiming she needed to uncover Uchiha's hidden plots. Kyōsuke didn't mind. Her presence as a sparring partner was a bonus. Smiling mischievously, Kyōsuke summoned a Chidori sharp spear, slicing off a lock of Mito's hair. You still have more? Mito scowled, angry at her inability to match his growth. Her only accomplishment seemed to be mastering more sealing techniques, whereas Kyōsuke was leaving her far behind. Frustrated, she threw up her hands and stormed off. Done already? Kyōsuke teased. Shut up. Don't push your luck, she snapped, rolling up her sleeve to reveal a flying thunder god seal. This mark ensures I can never beat you, she muttered bitterly. Seeing this, Kyōsuke stepped forward, grabbing her arm. Startled, Mito shouted, "What are you doing? Giving in to your beastly desires?" Shut up, bean sprout. Kyōsuke rolled his eyes. I'm removing the seal. As he reached to erase the mark, Mito pulled her arm back. Who knows if you'll curse me with something worse, she huffed. Speechless, Kyōsuke activated Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting them away. From a hidden cave, agonized cries of a woman echoed. Huga Yayoi clenched her fists, staring at the rocky walls with seething hatred. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 57, Chapter 57 Cell Cultivation, the technological talent of Huga Yayoi. Yayoi tore off the bandages from the corner of her eye, revealing the right side of her face as pale and bloodless as that of a corpse. For a whole year, Huga Yayoi had endured unimaginable torment. The Otsutsuki cells within her had an overwhelmingly invasive and assimilative effect. If not for her Huga bloodline, which shared a common origin with the Otsutsuki of the moon, she would have died 100 times over. Even so, the pain was unrelenting. Yayoi constantly needed to suppress the spread of the cells with chakra. The agony was akin to an endless swarm of termites gnawing at her flesh day and night. As the saying goes, suffering either destroys you or forces you to rise. Unable to bear it any longer, Yayoi began searching for her own way out. Would she accept the fate of bearing the caged bird seal and surrendering her life and death to the main family? Fine. If that was her destiny, she could endure it. Would she obey the order to marry the clan's worthless son? Fine. Yayoi had no choice but to comply. When her very life wasn't her own, marriage was a trivial matter. But why did the clan leader have to torment her so cruelly? It wasn't just about enduring pain anymore. Yayoi was determined to seek vengeance against those who had harmed her. With the bonds of her clan no longer holding her back, she made the most critical decision of her life. She sought out Uchiha Kyōsuke, pleading for his help in resolving her body's abnormal condition. To this day, Yayoi didn't fully understand the origins of the Otsutsuki. She only knew her body had been sealed with some terrifying cellular matter. She believed only Uchiha Kyōsuke could help her. As proof of her resolve, she ambushed and killed a fellow Hyuga Jonin during the chaos of war, presenting his head as a token of allegiance. If Kyōsuke reported her to Hyuga Tenjin, the clan's leader, her fate would be death by the curse seal. By holding this token of her loyalty, she hoped to secure Kyōsuke's aid in alleviating her suffering. Ah! The sensation of something crawling beneath her skin, like a centipede wriggling, elicited agonized screams from Yayoi. I swear. I'll kill them all myself. By the time Kyōsuke and Mito arrived, Yayoi was on the brink of collapse. Save her. Kyōsuke commanded as they both began performing the mystical palm jutsu to stabilize her condition. Under his pressure and guidance, Mito had recently delved into medical ninjutsu, and within months, she successfully developed the mystical palm jutsu. Kyōsuke himself, though less inclined toward delicate work, occasionally read medical texts and was proficient enough to suppress cellular disruptions with chakra. Together, the two worked swiftly to bring Yayoi back from the brink of death. Move aside. Mito pushed Kyōsuke out of the way, took a deep breath, and placed her hands on Yayoi's cheeks. Finjutsu, 4-symbol seal. A spiral-shaped seal spread across the right side of Yayoi's face. Kyōsuke, seeing her breathing stabilize, asked curiously, why use the 4-symbol seal for this? Pointing at the curse mark on Yayoi's forehead, Mito explained calmly, the caged bird seal can no longer suppress the power within her. A stronger seal was necessary. So, you're sealing the Otsutsuki cells as if they were a tailed beast. Kyōsuke mused. On second thought, it seemed like a reasonable solution. Yayoi, a prodigy among the Hyuga clan, had unmatched talent. It was impossible for Kyōsuke to turn away someone who might awaken the Tenseigan in the future. As for easing her pain, aside from the mystical palm jutsu, the only viable solution was to remove the caged bird seal entirely. Only the purest Byakugan could integrate with Otsutsuki chakra and evolve into the Tenseigan. Kyōsuke sought the help of sealing expert Uzumaki Mito because the process was too complex. Otherwise, he would need to spend a staggering 15,000 points to exchange for the complete caged bird seal formula. Anything but spending money, Kyōsuke muttered to himself. The Huga clan's centuries-old techniques weren't something Mito, still a girl, could unravel. Even if Uzumaki Ashina himself were present, it would take decades of research to comprehend the seal's secrets. If it were so easy to break, the Huga clan would have been destroyed long ago. The caged bird seal ensured that the branch family, forever oppressed, couldn't rebel against the main family. The lack of such incidents was simple, no one had yet figured out how to break the seal. After months of attempts, Kyōsuke was close to giving up. Without spending points to exchange for the seal's formula, there was no other way to save her. The next step was clear, Yayoi had to prove her worth. If her value exceeded the 15,000 points needed to break the seal, Kyōsuke would gladly help her. Loyalty. Too abstract. Absolute loyalty didn't exist in this world. Kyōsuke didn't have Orochimaru's brainwashing abilities, and Yayoi's strong will made her immune to manipulation. Her combat potential was obvious. As Huga Tenjin's disciple, she was bound to reach the level of a clan leader. But that wasn't enough. To evaluate her talent, Kyōsuke spent 3,000 points to exchange for knowledge on cell cultivation. The material spanned from basic observation to advanced reproduction techniques, rivaling modern medical science in complexity. Kyōsuke didn't lack combat-oriented allies, he needed skilled experts in fields like sealing and biological sciences. He gave Yayoi 2 years to master the basics of cell cultivation. If she succeeded, he would free her from the caged bird seal. But to his surprise, only 6 months later, Yayoi used a secret method to summon him. That led to the present moment. Wobbling to her feet, Yayoi led Kyōsuke and Mito into her hidden laboratory deep within a mountain cave. Donning a white lab coat, Yayoi retrieved a stack of documents and announced flatly, "I've succeeded." In front of them, a glass container held a pulsating mass resembling flesh. It originated from the Otsutsuki's body but was not original tissue. Instead, it was a product of Yayoi's cell cultivation efforts. She had completed Kyōsuke's test over a year ahead of schedule. Of course, the provided research material was instrumental. Without it, she would have needed 100 years to achieve this on her own. Even so, her innate talent was undeniable. Kyōsuke himself had struggled to even comprehend the documents, finding them dizzyingly complex. In conclusion, Yayoi's performance was extraordinary. She had the potential to become a top-tier scientist. Such talent was not something Kyōsuke could afford to let slip away. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 58, Chapter 58 Big news in Ninja World, the Princess of Uzumaki is pregnant. I hope you understand, this is a necessary measure. Kyōsuke wasn't stingy with trust, but he had learned to assume the worst about people. Helping Huga Yayoi. No problem. Spending 15,000 points to do so. That was also acceptable, as long as she proved valuable. However, complete trust was out of the question. A single show of allegiance wasn't enough. For true cooperation, he needed to have control over her life and death. In just 3 days, Kyōsuke fully absorbed the knowledge of the caged bird seal and successfully helped Yayoi remove her curse. In the process, he accomplished 2 additional tasks. First, he requested Uzumaki Mito's help to seal the Otsutsuki cells, while also using the 8 trigrams seal to disguise it as the caged bird seal. Second, he would cast a new curse on the girl, one that would not affect her Byakugan, but would allow him to take her life at any moment. Huga Yayoi was smart. She knew that only by submitting to such measures would Kyōsuke truly trust her. "This is the price of freedom," she said. Kyōsuke planted the new seal on her wrist, embedding it with a Flying Thunder God marker for additional control. Once the work was done, he handed her a second document. "This is a guide to cellular transplantation techniques. Master it, and perhaps you can eventually remove what's on your face. Of course, I don't recommend that you do so." With only the 2 of them present, Kyōsuke didn't hide the existence of the Tenseigan. As he explained, Yayoi finally understood that the source of her torment came from the cells of her clan's ancient ancestors. When she learned that the Tenseigan could grant her power rivaling clan leaders, it only took her 3 seconds to decide, she would keep the cause of her pain. All for the sake of gaining strength. Kyōsuke commended her for her resolve and shared numerous warnings based on his knowledge. "The new caged bird seal I've placed on you is incredibly deceptive. Unless I activate it, even Huga Tenjin won't notice anything unusual. Personal strength is crucial, but until you reach a certain level, never underestimate the power of a group. Set aside your hatred. Use the Huga clan as a tool in your hands. That will be the ultimate revenge for a branch family member like you." Indeed, Kyōsuke didn't just want a talented researcher, he wanted an ally to help him overthrow the entire Byakugan clan. When the time came, he would simultaneously wield the power of the Huga and Uchiha clans. Compared to such gains, the cost of 15,000 points was insignificant. Control the Huga clan, huh? Yayoi accepted the research materials, her eyes gradually revealing an ambitious gleam. Seeing this, Kyōsuke smiled and said, I want you to understand that I'm not looking for a mindless puppet. I need a partner who can fight alongside me. The dangers we'll face in the future may exceed anything you can imagine. To be honest, I'm not confident I can face them alone. Hurry up and get stronger. The day you reach the level of a clan leader, I'll personally remove your curse seal. A mix of strict discipline and calculated encouragement. The method was simple but effective. Combined with Kyōsuke's knack for painting a grand vision, Yayoi no longer had the heart to think of anything else. She was deeply moved. For Kyōsuke, it was merely a few points he had spent. But for Yayoi, he was the person who saved her from misery, freed her from her curse, and gave her precious knowledge. Moved wasn't enough to describe the waves surging in her heart. Locking eyes with Kyōsuke, Huga Yayoi spoke with determination. Rest assured. Yayoi will not disappoint you. Good. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can achieve. After concluding this critical meeting, Kyōsuke turned to focus on two matters before him. First, to eliminate the threat posed by the Uzumaki clan. Second, Mito Uzumaki was finally leaving. At the camp's entrance, Mito stood with her pack slung over her back, glaring daggers at Kyōsuke. What? Kyōsuke asked in confusion. I'm letting you go. Why do you look like you want to kill me? If he hadn't spoken, it would have been fine, but once he did, Mito exploded. You bastard. You spread the rumor that I'm going back to the clan to prepare for childbirth. Buffed, Kyōsuke almost choked on his spit. After coughing hard, he waved his hand dismissively. Of course not. We're friends now. How could I spread such a rumor? Really? Mito asked, still skeptical. She was indeed heading back, not to prepare for childbirth but to help her father with clan affairs. The next time they met, it would likely be on the battlefield. Thinking of this, Mito's anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of irritation and frustration. As a princess of Uzumaki, her status constrained her, often forcing her to suppress her emotions. After staring at Kyōsuke's face for a while, she suddenly grabbed his arm and bit down hard on his wrist. What the hell? Kyōsuke yelled. After biting him, Mito stood with her hands on her hips and declared confidently, this is a warning. Next time we meet, I'll make you regret it. Mito turned away, her lips moving as if silently mouthing something. Then, without looking back, she disappeared from Kyōsuke's sight. Don't forget me, she said. With an escort team ensuring her safety, Mito returned to the Uzumaki clan's territory without incident. Her arrival was met with jubilation from the Uzumaki ninja, who celebrated as if they'd won a war. Her father, Uzumaki Ashina, was pleased but maintained a stern demeanor as he called her into his tent. When he learned she wasn't returning to prepare for childbirth, Uzumaki Ashina finally sighed in relief. Those damned Uchiha, no daughter of mine will marry into their clan. For some reason, Mito felt a sharp pang in her heart. After a long silence, she softly said, Father, teach me adamantine sealing chains. This powerful sealing technique was difficult, and she had previously resisted learning it. But now, Mito understood one thing. Only with sufficient strength could she turn the impossible into reality. This was a lesson Kyōsuke had taught her. Ha ha ha, good. That's the spirit of a princess of Uzumaki. Uzumaki Ashina was delighted. After a year of trials, his daughter had finally matured. With the will to grow stronger, he was confident she would become a top-tier ninja under his guidance. At that time, he would definitely find a chance to avenge himself, preferably by capturing that Uchiha brat. After a year of fighting, Uzumaki Ashina had enough of the elusive boy. If you asked him which ninjutsu he hated the most, the Flying Thunder God would undoubtedly be at the top of the list. Forget it, let's not think about that for now. Let's let the soldiers celebrate today, Uzumaki Ashina said, smiling with relief. Chapter ends. Author note. Today is a special day for me as I turn 18 years old officially, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank you all for the incredible support you've shown for this novel. Your responses mean so much to me, and I'm truly grateful for each of you. I promise to keep giving my best effort in every chapter. Also, I'm currently working on a new novel and I'll do my best to post it as soon as I can. Once again, thank you so much for your unwavering support, it truly means everything. Blackheart Whiteheart. Chapter 59, Chapter 59 Facing My Bastard Child. Elder Hiroki, did you call for me? Lifting the curtain, Kyōsuke found that a group of important figures had gathered inside the tent. Even Tenjin was present, which was unusual, as he usually refrained from attending Uchiha meetings. This scene indicated that they were preparing for something significant. Ignoring Yayoi, who was kneeling at the back, Kyōsuke confidently sat down and asked with a light chuckle, I'm here, just tell me what the matter is. Seeing this, Elder Hiroki took out a declassified letter and passed it around for everyone to read. When it reached Kyōsuke, the Dance King couldn't help but ask, a surprise attack on the convoy in the land of the whirlpools. That's right, Elder Hiroki nodded and said, the enemy is conducting long-distance operations, and their subsequent supply lines are likely to face problems. Reliable sources have informed us that several supply caravans disguised as merchant convoys are heading toward the battlefield. I need you to intercept them. Upon hearing this, Kyōsuke and Madara exchanged a glance, still not understanding Elder Hiroki's true intention. Attacking the supply convoy could be done by sending a few subordinates, so why make such a big deal out of it? This meant that Elder Hiroki likely had other plans. Sure enough, Elder Hiroki soon revealed his true purpose. After destroying the convoy, I want you to charge deep into the land of the whirlpools and cause chaos. I will launch a full-scale assault at the same time. If Uzumaki Ashina doesn't retreat, he will face the fall of his country. Clearly, Elder Hiroki had no intention of continuing to stall with the enemy. Deep into enemy territory, Kyōsuke shrugged, showing no concern for the difficulty of the task. With the Flying Thunder God technique, it didn't matter whether the battle was in enemy territory or not, it made no difference to him. Not only Elder Hiroki, but Kyōsuke was also tired of fighting against the Uzumaki clan. In fact, his long years of warfare had made him mentally and physically exhausted. If it weren't for the point system, he wouldn't want to keep immersing himself in bloodshed. He enjoyed fighting, yes, but it couldn't go on endlessly. Can't even let me live, he sighed inwardly. The Flying Thunder God still hadn't reached the second stage, largely due to his ongoing war career. If he had enough time to practice, he would have mastered the ability to teleport to moving coordinates by now. I really want to take a break, Kyōsuke thought with a sigh. Meanwhile, Madara's expression shifted, as if he had realized the brilliance of the plan. The mobility of space ninjutsu would make it difficult for the enemy to track their movements. If the enemy couldn't find them, the land of the whirlpools would continue to be passive, and eventually, the Uzumaki clan would have to take action. At that point, the power of the Uzumaki clan would easily be resolved. It's a good plan, Madara nodded, his voice serious. The team shouldn't be too large. Just the two of us will be enough. 2. Elder Hiroki glanced at Izuna, hesitating slightly. Isn't that a bit too few? I'll go too, Izuna spoke up, but was immediately silenced by his older brother's glare. Stay here and help Elder Hiroki, Kyōsuke said with a side glance. The troops they brought were loyal to their father, Taijima, and without them, the entire camp would be in disarray. Therefore, Izuna had to remain behind. However, 2 people were indeed a bit too few. If they encountered a large-scale encirclement, they would only be forced to flee. Maya and Izumi needed to lead the troops, so Kyōsuke couldn't bring them along, and Madara's side was likely in a similar situation. Without near-elite Jonin-level strength, they would only be a hindrance. For a moment, no one could find a suitable candidate. Until Tenjin spoke up. For the team, let Yayoi go with you, Tenjin suggested. With her Byakugan, the mission should go smoothly. What he didn't say was that his disciple's strength was likely comparable to that of the 2 others. Yayoi, 13 years old, a little older than Madara, originally had extraordinary talent. Since implanting the Otsutsuki cells, her cellular activity had greatly increased. In other words, her chakra reserves had grown significantly. Although not on the level of Mito's Ine Seal or Hashirama's, her chakra far exceeded that of an average Jonin. In fact, her chakra reserves might even surpass Madara's current capacity. Of course, Kyōsuke knew the price behind this. No power came without a cost. All gifts of fate had their price. Accepting power meant enduring the pain of cellular backlash, and to accept this help, Yayoi had to betray her entire clan. No one would freely give such gifts without a hidden agenda. The only difference was whether the recipient was aware of it. Fine. Elder Hiroki smiled, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them. This war is entrusted to you. Once I leave, the camp will be in your hands. After taking the supplies prepared by Maya, he gave a brief instruction and made his way to the agreed meeting point. Soon, he met the lightly armed Madara. Seeing the large bag on Madara's back, Kyōsuke couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. He knew there was no convincing him to live in poverty. This guy, wherever he went, needed to be well-fed and well-treated, never compromising on food. What a shame, Madara said regretfully, patting Kyōsuke's shoulder. We couldn't keep the princess of the Uzumaki clan. If you had married her, the land of the whirlpools might have become our ally. Huh. Kyōsuke looked at him in disbelief. Marry that bean sprout? Maybe when she's on par with Tsunade, then we can talk about it. Wait a second, did Madara just? Kyōsuke turned his head, his face darkening. Do you have anything to explain about the rumors that have been circulating lately? He had thought, how could rumors about Mito's pregnancy have spread so suddenly? Now it made sense, it was all Madara's doing. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Madara replied, avoiding Kyōsuke's glare. Stop turning away, look me in the eye, you bastard. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hey, your ability to lie is as bad as your body flicker technique. The two stood at the entrance of the camp, bickering, until Yayoi arrived, bringing a temporary halt to their argument. Let's go, Madara took charge, and the three-person team quickly headed east toward the Land of Fire. To disrupt the morale of the Uzumaki clan, they had to make the enemy fear them. So, after eliminating the disguised supply convoy, they would charge straight into the enemy's headquarters. With the capital in danger and their family at risk, Kyōsuke was certain that the Uzumaki clan couldn't stay idle for long. To avoid their extinction, the Uzumaki army had to return quickly. For Kyōsuke himself, the Land of the Whirlpool still held many treasures worth exploring, such as various sealing scrolls, and the strange mask that could connect to the Shinigami. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 60, Infiltrating the Hidden Whirlpool Village, Hashirama Awakens would release. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams Vacuum Palm. The head of the Huga clan was not lying. Huga Yayoi's strength was indeed remarkable. It could be said that her contribution in the surprise attack on the supply convoy was absolutely crucial. The Byakugan is indeed useful, even someone as proud as Madara had to admit her excellence. With the restrictions of the caged bird seal lifted, her Byakugan gradually began to return to its original state. However, the damage was irreversible, and her eyes would never return to their purer form. Kyōsuke speculated that, relying solely on her strength, it might be impossible for her to awaken the Tenseigan, unless she could acquire a pair of Byakugan that had not been tainted by the cursed seal. To do that, she would have to take action against the Huga clan. Since her current strength was insufficient, Huga Yayoi decided to wait. Attacking the main branch of the Huga clan was no small task, even the slightest mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. Moreover, transplanting eyes was not as simple as just inserting them, she first needed to master the relevant techniques. Boom. The Great Fireball technique cleared the area, and the trio continued toward their next target. According to intelligence, 7 teams were advancing along different routes. Finding them all would be difficult, as it would require considerable time and effort. Fortunately, the team had a perfect countermeasure. They had scattered Flying Thunder God Kunai throughout the area, using the Byakugan to monitor passing merchant convoys. As soon as a suspicious target was found, the team could reach it instantly. Following the principle of better to kill an innocent than to let one enemy escape, anything marked as suspicious was immediately destroyed, regardless of the truth. Would anyone resist? Even better, this would solidify the adversarial stance, making it easier to kill them without psychological burdens. In about 3 days, the team destroyed over 20 merchant convoys, possibly including some unreported supply teams. In any case, the task of cutting off supply lines was complete, and now, the real action was about to begin. The surprise attack on the capital of the Land of Whirlpool. The Land of Whirlpool was not very large, about a third of the size of the Land of Water. As for the Land of Fire, it could accommodate 6 times the area of the Land of Water. The Land of Wind and Earth were even larger, but most of their land was dangerous, uninhabitable areas. The Land of Fire had the most habitable land. The team took a boat from the border, and after drifting for a week on the sea, they finally set foot on the Land of Whirlpool. Looking at the lively coastline, Kyōsuke couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Konoha has good relations with the Land of Whirlpool. These people practically have a natural barrier to defend against the Land of Water. The sea was turbulent, and without fixed routes, it was easy to encounter danger. For the Mist Ninjas to reach the Land of Fire, they had to pass through the Land of Whirlpool shipping routes, which meant Konoha could be alerted in advance. Such is politics. The Land of Whirlpool had 13 cities. Although the land was small, it had produced a large number of influential figures in the ninja world. Starting from the clan leader Uzumaki Ashina, the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito, and the second generation's Uzumaki Kushina. There is also Fuso, who escaped from the Rain Country, Nagato's mother, Nagato, who liked to carry rice, and even Karin from the Orochimaru's team, who is also a member of the Uzumaki clan. P.S. Pain is known in China as the person who carries rice, as for why you can Google it. Not to mention the future Uzumaki Naruto and his son, who would change the course of the ninja world. The Uzumaki clan was naturally gifted with powerful chakra, which made them ideal candidates for being Jinchuriki or test subjects for forbidden jutsu. However, the degree of awakening of their chakra differed from person to person, leading to significant variations, much like the Uchiha clan. The Uzumaki clan members were also known for their longevity. You could find elderly members living over 100 years. Thus, the Hidden Whirlpool Village was often called the Longevity Village. The Hidden Whirlpool Village was the highest authority in the Whirlpool country, combining military and political control, one of the few places in the ninja world where such a system existed. To cause significant upheaval, the team would have to infiltrate this village. But before carrying out the mission, Kyōsuke wanted to find something valuable. He took out 2 special kunai and handed them to his companions. I'm going to scavenge a bit. Uzumaki Ashina definitely has some good stuff. I had the same idea, Huga Yayoi nodded, her eyes glimmering with interest. She had now fully transformed into a researcher, immersed in the pursuit of knowledge. The Uzumaki clan was a natural experimental body, and she couldn't resist the temptation. On the other hand, Madara was indifferent. The Uchiha clan's treasure trove was his to take at will, he could take the ancestral fen whenever he wanted. The Uzumaki treasures? Madara wasn't interested in them. You guys do as you please, I'll go explore the more important facilities, Madara said, prioritizing the mission. The difference between maturity and immaturity was clear. After a swift journey, the team arrived at the outskirts of the hidden whirlpool village just before nightfall. Let's wait until dark, Kyōsuke observed the area. He knew that the small village was likely covered by some sort of barrier. If they tried to force their way in, they would quickly alert the guards. Even the act of throwing kunai from the air could easily raise the enemy's suspicion. What should we do? Kyōsuke turned his head and looked around. Soon, he spotted a convoy entering the checkpoint for inspection. I have an idea. As long as they took advantage of the insufficient number of guards and placed a flying thunder god kunai on one of the carriages, they could pass by unnoticed. I'm such a clever little genius, Kyōsuke thought to himself, feeling proud of his idea. Finding a hidden spot to rest, the team recuperated while waiting for the night to fall. As they ate soft bread, Kyōsuke suddenly sighed and looked at the absent-minded Uchiha Madara. Did you get the news? What are you talking about? Madara looked at him in confusion, only to see Kyōsuke gesturing with his hair to imitate a pot lid. Madara struggled to suppress the twitching of his lips. With others around, he didn't want to make a move that could ruin his image. Kyōsuke's exaggerated facial expressions weren't lost on him. He knew exactly who Kyōsuke was imitating. Every time he woke from a dream, that figure had appeared in his mind, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't forget it. Hashirama. Before they left, news came from the front lines. A young man from the Senju clan had appeared, able to use strange ninja techniques. After various verifications, it was finally confirmed that the young Senju ninja was using a mysterious power called wood release. This technique was incredibly dangerous. It had the dense power surpassing earth release, the wide range comparable to water release, and the destructive force exceeding fire release. Faced with such potential in this young ninja, Uchiha Taijima certainly wouldn't leave him unchecked. A 3-member assassination squad of elite jonin infiltrated the enemy camp, preparing to carry out an assassination on Senju Hashirama. It was during this battle that the God of Shinobi first gained fame. Having successfully mastered the wood release clone technique, Hashirama single-handedly defeated 3 Uchiha jonin. In no time, news of his power spread throughout the entire ninja world. Chapter ends. Author note, sorry for the delayed post. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 61, Chapter 61 The Shinigami of the Naruto World. Hashirama was strong, and Madara had already realized this. However, he didn't expect that while he was still troubled by the Uzumaki clan, Hashirama had already made a name for himself on the front lines of battle. In the heart of the Land of Fire, where the Uchiha and Senju clans clashed, the battlefront stretched for thousands of miles, filled with bloodshed and carnage, where clan leaders became regular participants in the war. Compared to the brutal warfare over there, their battle with the Uzumaki clan was like child's play. Recalling their past agreement, Madara couldn't help but murmur, is that distant, unreachable dream what drives you forward? Looking up at the crescent moon in the sky, Madara's expression slowly shifted. For both personal and professional reasons, he couldn't afford to linger here any longer. Once the Uzumaki clan was dealt with, he would have to head to the main battlefield, where true combat, filled with blood and steel, awaited. Beside him, Kyōsuke shook his head with a helpless smile. Every time Madara spoke of Hashirama, he would fall silent and become completely lost in his thoughts. He had initially planned to discuss the composition of wood release and possibly ask Madara for a way to counter it. But now, it seemed Madara was completely immersed in sweet memories, forgetting there were 2 others present. After what felt like an eternity, Madara snapped out of his reverie and stood up, his face serious. It's about time. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately performed the transformation technique and placed their hands on Kyōsuke's shoulder. Let's go. Before the words had even fully faded, the 3 of them had vanished from sight. Hidden Whirlpool Village, South Corner. Looking around at the completely different scenery, Madara and Yayoi exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of nostalgia. Neither of them were new to traveling with Kyōsuke, but the experience of being transported to a location several kilometers away in the blink of an eye never failed to amaze them. Go ahead, take your kunai, and I'll find you if anything happens, Kyōsuke said. He then raised both hands, crossing 2 fingers in front of him. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 clones, identical to the original, caused Madara and Yayoi to blink in surprise. What the heck? How can we not tell which one is his real body? The strength of the Shadow Clone Jutsu lies in its ability to create near-perfect copies. While it's not impossible to differentiate the clones from the original, it requires exceptionally sharp eyes, something neither of them could achieve at the moment. This was also due to Kyōsuke's exceptional mastery of the technique. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Level 4. As one of the most commonly used ninja techniques, he had pushed his Shadow Clone Jutsu to Level 4. Based on his estimations, reaching Level 6 would unlock the possibility of learning multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Thinking about this, Kyōsuke's gaze instinctively shifted to his attribute panel. Name, Uchiha Kyōsuke. Age. Physical strength, Elite Chunin. Mental strength, Jonin. Chakra level, Jonin. Skills mastered, Uchiha style Kenjutsu, Level 6, 3 body technique, Level 6, throwing techniques, Level 7, chakra control, Level 5, hand seals, Level 6, Shursui's style body flicker technique, Level 5, Chidori, Level 6, flying thunder god technique, Level 3, shadow clone jutsu, Level 4. Bloodline limit, Sharingan, 3 Tomo. Summoned beast, none. Ninja tools, none. Points, 4,268. Apart from the shadow clone, other abilities had also seen significant growth. However, once a skill reaches Level 6, the speed of upgrading slows dramatically. Throwing techniques were simple, and every use of them increased experience. Aside from that, there were no other abilities that could surpass the Level 6 cap. The Flying Thunder God technique was especially absurd. Despite a year of intense study, it had only reached Level 3. Kyōsuke had a rough idea of how long it took for Minato Namikaze to perfect this technique. From his conversations with Obito, there had likely been a gap of 4 or 5 years, or possibly even longer. With that thought, Kyōsuke felt a bit more at ease. His mental and chakra strength were currently at the typical Jonin level, not outstanding but still far beyond the average Chunin. As for his physical strength, there had been some improvement, but his 10-year-old age still limited his development in taijutsu. There was nothing to be done, so Kyōsuke continued to focus on studying the Chidori, starting with its shape transformation and gradually moving on to studying the nature transformation of lightning release. This was a skill the system couldn't help with, and only hard work would lead to mastery. Thus, the Shadow Clone Jutsu became extremely important for him. By using shadow clones, he managed to impress his companions, and with satisfaction, Kyōsuke gave different orders to each of them. One clone was tasked with searching for the location of the shrine. Another had to set up Flying Thunder God Kunai to prevent the inevitable enemy pursuit. One more was assigned to find Uzumaki Ashina's residence to loot his sealing scrolls. Kyōsuke's main body could wander around freely while the shadow clones did all the hard work, tirelessly fulfilling their roles. If he had this ability in real life, he could work 6 or 7 jobs and take advantage of capitalism. What a thrilling thought. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Kyōsuke finally received intelligence from his shadow clones. Using the coordinates left by the dissipating clones, he performed a Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at the legendary Uzumaki Shrine. Looking at the familiar scene, his thoughts drifted, and he seemed to envision a future moment where Orochimaru would bring Sasuke to this place. Now, which one is the so-called Shinigami mask? Kyōsuke curiously approached. From his memory, he quickly found the demon mask, which resembled the Shinigami. Driven by curiosity, he placed the mask on his face. The next moment, an indescribable terror descended, and strange chakra seemed to come from the skies, enveloping Kyōsuke's body entirely. Damn. As his chakra flared up, he struggled to remove the mask. This cursed Shinigami was too bizarre, it felt like his body was being taken over. The cold, eerie energy felt familiar to chakra but had some strange differences. In the dim shadows, a terrifying phantom appeared behind Kyōsuke, and the chilling force intensified several times over. He could barely hold on. Get the hell off me. At the critical moment, Kyōsuke activated his Sharingan. The sudden surge of mental energy allowed him to break free from the supernatural grip. Seizing the opportunity, Kyōsuke ripped off the mask and threw it to the ground. Phew. That was absurd. After a long while, he finally managed to calm his rapidly beating heart. Picking the mask back up from the ground, Kyōsuke frowned deeply, a question rising in his mind. What exactly are these so-called gods, like the Shinigami and the Jashin worshipped by the Jashin cult? Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 62, Chapter 62A Map recording the location of a legendary weapon. Kyōsuke carefully stored the mask. He had a feeling that one day he would definitely need it. Now, what's next? Looking at the ancient shrine in front of him, he quickly formed hand seals and released a sea of fire that engulfed the shrine completely. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. This strange place doesn't need to stay. With his words, Kyōsuke was already 2 kilometers away, standing in front of a mansion. This was Uzumaki Ashina's residence. His shadow clone not only found the place but also discovered some interesting things. Kyōsuke picked up a scroll that his clone had found. Upon opening it, it clearly recorded the methods of training sealing jutsu. Perhaps Uzumaki Ashina never imagined someone would be so daring to break into his house and steal from him. The painstakingly drawn sealing jutsu techniques were now handed over to Kyōsuke, his enemy. In fact, it wasn't just the sealing jutsu scroll. Kyōsuke bent down and picked up a map. Compared to the scroll which didn't contain any S-rank sealing techniques, the map recorded even more intriguing content. In the ninja world, weapons come in many types, and their prices can fluctuate drastically depending on their chakra conductivity. Among them, legendary weapons can perfectly transmit chakra and are exceptionally sharp. Their sturdiness reaches an astonishing level where nothing can destroy them. The map Uzumaki Ashina had collected recorded the location of the Kusanagi sword. Since the beginning of his training, Kyōsuke had never given up on honing his kenjutsu. In the future, when facing enemies who are immune to ninjutsu, his excellent kenjutsu would provide a significant boost to his strength. Therefore, he was very interested in finding the Kusanagi sword. Looking up at the dim moonlight and the increasingly noisy village around him, Kyōsuke smiled slightly, knowing it was time to take action. He slowly raised his palm. At first, Kyōsuke wanted to burn down Uzumaki Ashina's mansion with fire, but suddenly, the image of the angry girl with a bun on her head appeared in his mind. After a moment of thought, he abandoned the idea. I can't leave her homeless. With a light leap, Kyōsuke left the mansion. As he was in midair, he raised his hand, releasing a shower of phoenix fire. Soon, the surrounding houses were ablaze due to the fire style. Who's there? A ninja quickly approached, clearly noticing the suspicious arsonist. The one who's going to take your life. Kyōsuke's voice was cold as he fired a Chidori sharp spear that pierced the ninja's heart instantly. System prompt, killed a lower ninja from the Uzumaki clan, gained 50 points. Feudal struggle. Kyōsuke coldly shook his head. His killing intent flared as his sword pointed toward a nearby group of incoming ninja. An enemy jonin appeared. Lightning appeared faintly around him as Kyōsuke instantly turned into a blur and dashed forward. As his chakra control improved, he had gradually combined two different body flicker techniques. He stimulated his cells with lightning chakra while using the unique body flicker technique developed by Shirasue. His speed was so fast it was jaw-dropping. Uchiha style, Chidori scatterflower. His self-created sword technique struck. The lightning bloomed like flowers among the enemies. Drops of crimson fell, and except for a lucky jonin who barely escaped, the rest of the ninjas died instantly under Kyōsuke's sword. Chakra is down by a third, I still need to save some for the Flying Thunder God technique. Knowing he couldn't keep wasting chakra, Kyōsuke decided to challenge this jonin using his kenjutsu. Of course, he wouldn't go without auxiliary measures. Scarlet light suddenly appeared, and 3 dark tomo locked onto the enemy. Sharingan, activate. With a nimble flip, Kyōsuke dodged the incoming sharp wind blades, slashed at the enemy with his sword, and predicted all of the enemy's possible evasive movements. You bastard, don't think I'll let you leave alive. The Uzumaki jonin didn't dodge and easily blocked Kyōsuke's full-powered sword strike with kunai. The difference in their physical strength was immediately evident. Close combat is still not enough. Kyōsuke sighed inwardly, applying a bit more force. The blue chakra flowed over the entire blade. Chidori blade. The kunai shattered, and Kyōsuke's sword left a gash on the jonin's left shoulder. Though not a fatal blow, it was enough to hinder the enemy's mobility. If it had been an average ninja, they'd have been decapitated by now. Such a strong lightning release technique, this person's strength is truly terrifying. The Uzumaki jonin's face grew serious as he endured the excruciating pain and unleashed a powerful water release jutsu. The attack wasn't that strong, but Kyōsuke couldn't break through the water jutsu's blockade immediately. To make matters worse, a second jonin-led squad arrived. After all, we are surrounded by enemies. Slowly sheathing his sword, Kyōsuke looked at the jonin who had barely survived. I'll let you live for one more day. Without waiting for the enemy to respond, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and headed toward Madara's location. At that moment, the King of Dance was surrounded by enemies, his armor stained with blood, panting as he wielded his fan. When he saw Kyōsuke arrive, Uchiha Madara frowned. You could have waited. It would have been easier for you to collect my corpse later. Heh, stop acting like a child. Grabbing him, the two of them appeared beside Huga Yayoi in the next second. Compared to the two disheveled Uchiha, Yayoi, with her Byakugan, could easily avoid attacks from all directions. In terms of mission completion, Kyōsuke and Madara together couldn't compare to her individual contribution. Let's leave here first. After tonight's battle, the trio had a rough understanding of the strength of the hidden Whirlpool village. Without the Flying Thunder God technique, none of their squad could escape the siege. Uzumaki Ashina, the bastard, didn't expect him to have such power left behind. Uchiha Madara leaned against a wall, slowly recovering from the excessive chakra consumption. Quite normal, Kyōsuke, lying nearby, spoke his thoughts. Uzumaki Ashina isn't an idiot. He wouldn't give everything up for the Senju. His lair definitely holds considerable power. What's our next move? Huga Yayoi asked. After tonight's commotion, the enemy would certainly be on high alert. Infiltrating was no problem, but it would likely be impossible to cause as much chaos as today. We'll keep toying with them, Kyōsuke said with a smile. If a direct confrontation isn't possible, then we'll go for assassinations, targeting only those of the Chunin rank or higher. Hey, you're trying to wipe out Uzumaki Ashina's bloodline. Uchiha Madara chuckled, not refusing the idea. Though arrogant, he wasn't so stubborn. Assassination was an expected tactic for ninjas, and in Madara's view, there was nothing more important than achieving their strategic goals. As long as Uzumaki Ashina doesn't return, the three of them would continue to torment the enemy, seeing who would end up more frustrated in the end. Let's recover quickly, and we'll strike again at dawn. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 63, Chapter 63. Except your mother, no one can make me feel this miserable. At the front line, in the Uzumaki clan's camp. Outrageous. Uzumaki Ashina slammed the table, his eyes turning red, looking as though he had Uchiha blood. Next to him, Mito didn't even lift her eyelids. She was fully aware of the information in the report. A surprise attack on the rear forced the Uzumaki to retreat, and it must be said that the Uchiha's strategy was quite sound. Their execution was equally impressive. In fact, Mito never favored getting too close to the Senju clan. To her, getting involved in the Land of Fire's conflicts seemed unwise. Now, the Senjus were using them as allies, but once things went awry, the Uzumaki could end up in a very difficult situation. The Uchiha had been a pillar in the Land of Fire for 1,000 years, they were not an existence that could simply be eradicated. Although the war was not over, the Uzumaki had already tasted the bitterness of retaliation. With that brat's spacetime ninjutsu, the clan members stationed at the rear could do nothing to stop him. Father, retreat, Mito suggested. Sighing deeply, Uzumaki Ashina finally spoke candidly, how I wish we could retreat, but we can't. To fail in our first external war would make the ninja world believe we're weak and easy to bully. It would bring endless trouble in the future. Uzumaki Ashina didn't say it aloud, but he believed the Senju clan's credibility was secure and would eventually become the Uzumaki's strongest ally. The sacrifices made now were all for the future generations of the Uzumaki clan. We can't retreat, Uzumaki Ashina decided firmly. He would soon research a weapon to turn the tide of the war. The chaos in the rear was largely due to the brat's spacetime ninjutsu. If he could stop it, the crisis would immediately end. Give me a little more time, Ashina almost pleaded. Seeing her father in such a state, Mito couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. She couldn't find the words to comfort him. Sighing, she could only sigh deeply in response. In the blink of an eye, the unrest in Uzumaki had lasted for an entire week. The enemy's unpredictable attacks had made life miserable for the stationed forces. In desperation, the forces had to expand their search radius in hopes of reaching any location in time. Although everyone knew this was just a temporary measure, it was all they could do. The destruction the enemy caused was still present, though the damage was slightly reduced. For instance, at this very moment, in broad daylight, 3 people openly attacked the village's largest hospital. Ninjutsu, Chidori sharp spear. With a 5-meter limit, it was enough for Kyōsuke to become a great demolition expert. None of the 3 were proficient in earth release, so the demolition had to be done personally. In a week's time, the Uzumaki clan showed no intention of retreating. According to reports from the front, Uzumaki Ashina's attacks became more and more frantic, even putting the Huga clan on the defensive. In Kyōsuke's words, they hadn't made the enemy feel enough pain yet. From the moment the frontline report arrived, the team decided to launch a round of indiscriminate attacks. The first target was the Uzumaki Hospital. Fire style, forbidden technique, the flame of Garuda. Compared to Kyōsuke's smaller-scale attacks, Uchiha Madara was much more ruthless. He immediately unleashed his strongest S-class fire style, obliterating an entire hospital building. Such a killing intent, Kyōsuke muttered, appearing on the rooftop to prepare for the incoming enemy forces. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure fleeing through the window, clearly affected by the attack. It's him. The men escaping the building was the Uzumaki Jonin Kyōsuke had fought a week earlier. Fate had led them to meet again under these circumstances. Pulling out a special kunai from his pouch, Kyōsuke felt the need to greet his old enemy properly. The kunai shot out, aimed directly at the enemy Jonin. The men sidestepped to avoid the kunai attack, then quickly formed hand signs as a fierce gust of wind surged toward the incoming great fireball. A bunch of bastards, how dare you come here and cause trouble? Today, I'll make sure you leave unable to go anywhere. The men gritted his teeth and cursed. Is that so? Kyōsuke's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. The sound of the Chidori crackled, and before the enemy could react, Kyōsuke struck with a hand chop that pierced the man's heart. I told you, you can't escape. Having successfully claimed the man's points, Kyōsuke stretched contentedly. The enemy is here. Huga Yayoi, who had been responsible for reconnaissance, appeared, her hands still stained with fresh blood. She was primarily in charge of reconnaissance, ensuring the team wouldn't fall victim to ambushes or surprise attacks. Additionally, she was scouting for the next attack location. Starting today, the team would launch a full-scale, relentless offensive. The target area, the entire Uzumaki village. Soon, the three of them used the Flying Thunder God technique to reach another coordinate. Several fire-style jutsu were unleashed, setting everything in sight ablaze. Without hesitation, they moved on to the next location. With Yayoi's Byakugan aiding them, Kyōsuke was able to avoid teleporting to enemy ambush points. If the number of enemies was small, they simply launched a decisive assault, completed their mission, and left immediately without hesitation. In just one day, they launched 2 attacks, causing damage that far surpassed the effects of an entire previous week. A few days later, when Uzumaki Ashina received the rear's battle damage report, he nearly spat out blood on the messenger's face. Uchiha Kyōsuke. Clearly, he had directed his hatred primarily at Kyōsuke. Without the Flying Thunder God, how could 3 young kids be causing such chaos? They even openly attacked ordinary villagers. The Uchiha were nothing more than a group of beasts in human skin. After smashing everything in sight, Ashina weakly collapsed onto the ground. Since Mito's mother passed away, he had never felt such exhaustion. When the princess with the bun hurried over, Ashina had already tidied himself up, regaining the dignity of a clan leader. Mito announced the ceasefire. Ignoring his ecstatic daughter, he had already begun to think about how to explain things to Senju Butsuma. The 2 powerful clans of the Land of Fire, the Uchiha saw the Uzumaki as their enemies, so they had no choice but to cling to the Senju clan's support. If the Land of Water attacked in the future, without external help, the Uzumaki would be reduced to a wasteland. Such was the tragedy of small nations. Soon, the news of the Uzumaki clan's retreat spread to many factions. Naturally, the Uchiha clan celebrated. With the Uzumaki no longer a threat, they could now gather their forces to deal with the troublesome Senju. The operations behind enemy lines were a great success, and the returning team was highly praised. However, Elder Hiroki noticed that Kyōsuke had mysteriously disappeared. Him. Uchiha Madara explained, I heard he's off looking for some kind of legendary weapon. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 64, Chapter 64 The unexpected appearance of the dangerous snake woman in Ryuchi Cave. Cool jade fingers, cheeks aflame, enchanting eyes that play the game. Softly singing, hearts to claim, twining tongues that leave their stain. On the forest path, an intriguing little tune echoed, filling the air with a strange, uplifting melody. The villager riding the cart found it quite amusing, adding some novelty to their otherwise monotonous journey. On top of the cart shed, Kyōsuke, chewing on a piece of dry grass, sighed. If it weren't for the Uchiha clan, I could have pursued a career as a singer. One day, when he tires of being a ninja, he could join the music industry, showing those villagers what real rap sounds like. He could be the first ninja idol. His personal interests, singing, dancing, rapping, and killing. Wait a second, maybe killing isn't exactly the best fit for an idol persona. Looking at the blue sky, Kyōsuke took a deep breath, feeling a rare sense of relaxation. After crossing into the world of Naruto, his life had been filled with constant killing, and he had almost forgotten what normal life should feel like. During the critical moment when the Uzumaki clan's forces were migrating, and the Uchiha were gathering to face the Senju, Kyōsuke leisurely made his way to the northernmost part of the Land of Fire. The journey to find the Kusanagi sword was proving to be much more difficult than he had anticipated. The map only provided a rough location, so to find the hidden cave entrance, he would have to explore it bit by bit. Fortunately, with shadow clones, Kyōsuke didn't have to do the work himself. Speaking of which, shadow clones were the best way to slack off. Even someone like Naruto, who mastered the sexy jutsu, could be useful in certain situations. Cough. Cough. Kyōsuke rolled over, spat out the dry grass in his mouth, and decided to take a nap before continuing. The cart driver was a local from a nearby village. He had gone out hunting and encountered a giant bear over 3 meters tall. If Kyōsuke hadn't happened to pass by, the driver would have been killed by the bear. After talking with the driver, Kyōsuke learned the information he needed. He was told that there was indeed a cave in the area, and it was considered a forbidden place by the villagers. The cave was located in an area where no animals could be seen for miles around. It was rumored that any living creature that entered was killed by some kind of monster. The village had once issued a request for help, but even powerful ninjas, seemingly like gods, had disappeared without a trace. Since then, the area had become a forbidden place, and no one dared to venture in. The cart driver advised him not to take the risk, but Kyōsuke wasn't the type to be scared off by some old legends. In fact, he was now even more intrigued. As a storage site for the legendary Kusanagi sword, the mysterious cave was bound to have something extraordinary, or else it would be quite a disappointment. As for the danger? Well, sorry, but with the Flying Thunder God technique in his possession, there were very few things in the ninja world that could pose a real threat to him. Soon, the shadow clones sent back their memories, and they successfully found the exact location of the cave entrance. Thanks, old man. As soon as he finished speaking, Kyōsuke vanished from the top of the cart shed. The driver stood alone, shivering as he looked at the empty roof. Before long, another eerie tale would surely be spreading around the village. A ghostly figure who sings inappropriate songs. At the entrance of the cave, Kyōsuke immediately felt a tightening in his muscles. This is interesting, he thought, sensing an unusual threat nearby. Tightening his grip on the weapon at his waist, he stepped into the cave, feeling as if he were entering the mouth of some mysterious giant beast. Following his instincts, Kyōsuke ventured deeper, only to realize that the cave was far larger than he had imagined. This vast space, there might be some kind of large summoning beast hidden here, he thought. As he pondered, he didn't notice the shadow quietly following him from above. What was strange was that the shadow seemed to float in the air. While Kyōsuke was lost in thought, the shadow moved silently, drawing closer to him like a falling leaf. "Heh, such a delicate little guy," the snake woman, Tagriheim, said as she bared her sharp fangs, preparing to swallow the person below her whole. Just as she was about to strike, a sharp, screeching noise suddenly filled the entire cave. Kyōsuke leaped into the air, drawing his Chidori blade, and with a flash of lightning, he slashed upward at the snake woman. Swish. Facing the incoming deadly strike, Tagriheim calmly raised her arm and, to Kyōsuke's surprise, managed to block the Chidori blade with her flesh. The Chidori blade was said to be an unstoppable cutting technique, sharper than even wind-based jutsu at the same level. Even the legendary 7 ninja swords couldn't withstand its cutting power, but the snake woman, who appeared to have a humanoid form, was able to resist it with such remarkable skin hardness. Wait, a snake woman. Kyōsuke suddenly realized something. This couldn't possibly be the Ryuchi Cave, could it? The Ryuchi Cave was a mysterious sage region, on par with Shikatsu Forest and Mount Myoboku. The 3 sage regions, snakes, frogs, and slug, were each governed by different groups. The founder of the Ryuchi Cave was a giant white sage snake who had lived since the era of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Everything that happened here would be heard by the white snake sage, a terrifyingly powerful being. If you weren't at the 6 paths level, you had to be at least an elite S-rank ninja to challenge such a presence. Dealing with Kyōsuke now would be child's play. As for this snake woman in front of him, she was likely a high-ranking member of the Dragon Cave, comparable in status to the 2 sages of Myoboku Mountain. Under the influence of his Sharingan, Kyōsuke could feel the overwhelming chakra within her body, as if it was about to burst forth. The most troublesome part was that she could also use Sage Mode chakra, which was why her scales could resist his Chidori blade. While he was thinking, the snake woman swiftly evaded his blade, and without moving her body, her neck suddenly elongated. Die. She hissed, looking furious as she lunged at him. With the help of Sage Mode chakra, her attack tore into Kyōsuke's body. But instead of blood spilling, only bright lightning flashed from his form. Lightning release, shadow clone technique. Ah! Tagriheim screamed in agony. Not only did she fail to catch him, but she also ended up chewing on a mouthful of lightning. Her anger grew to the breaking point. Suddenly, Kyōsuke reappeared, and with full power, a Chidori thrust directly at her chest. Sage Art, Inorganic Reanimation. Without any chakra fluctuations, the surrounding stone walls seemed to come alive, rapidly turning into a deadly trap that pierced him from every direction. Boom. Fortunately, that was another shadow clone. Bloodline of the Shinobi clan. Tagriheim said coldly, her body beginning to change in strange ways. Knowing time-space ninjutsu would be futile here, because in the Ryuchi Cave, escaping was impossible. At the cave entrance, Kyōsuke's expression darkened slightly. It wasn't because his 2 shadow clones had been destroyed, but because he suddenly realized that he could no longer sense the spatial coordinates of the outside world. What did this mean? It meant he had already been separated from his original space. No one knew where the real Ryuchi Cave was, but it was certainly not in the same dimension as the ninja world. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 65, Chapter 65 White Snake Sage, Ungrateful Indra. Are you kidding me? Upon realizing he couldn't escape, Kyōsuke immediately became a lot more obedient. Sage Chakra is incredibly powerful, and learning it would make one reach the peak of strength instantly. Unfortunately, it's like nuclear energy, without chakra and physical strength at the level of an Kage-level shinobi, the only result from attempting to use it would be death. As an artificial human, Mitsuki, who had mastered a weakened version of the Sage Mode through Orochimaru's cursed seal, found his body collapsing shortly after activating it. Orochimaru, with his mastery over clone technology, used all his resources to barely restore Mitsuki's body to its original state. The last time he had experienced such despair was when he had dealt with the terminally ill Kimimaro. Unless he used an Orochimaru version of the Cursed Seal, Kyōsuke wouldn't be able to absorb natural energy in the short term. The snake lady who attacked him earlier, whose name was likely Tagriheim, was one of the 3 great leaders of the Ryuchi cave. Her real strength was hard to gauge, but it was clear she wasn't weak. Not to mention, just dealing with her jutsu, inorganic reanimation, would overwhelm Kyōsuke. If possible, it would be best to avoid fighting and try to reach a peaceful resolution. In the worst-case scenario, maybe he could just give up the Kusanagi sword. Kyōsuke used his shadow clones to move forward along the cave. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed in his mind. "A curious little brat, come to me." As soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding environment rapidly began to shift. Kyōsuke hadn't moved a step, but by the time the mist cleared, he found himself in a massive cave. The shadow clones that were in ambush disappeared, and the kunai with flying thunder god technique that he had left along the way had also vanished. At this moment, he had no way to solve the problem except to face the threat directly. Taking a deep breath, he scanned the cave and the group of young women present, eventually locking eyes with the giant white phosphorus snake seated on a high platform. "You filthy human brat," someone glared at him. Tagriheim, a beautiful woman with green hair and a crown on her head, looked at him with disdain. Anyone would be surprised to know that under her human form, she actually had a snake's body. Having seen her in her true form, Kyōsuke couldn't help but feel uncomfortable whenever he saw her in this form. In contrast, the other snake lady looked much more normal. "Enough noise," spoke a young-looking girl with long dark blue hair and a striking appearance. Despite her youth, the energy she radiated was far more deadly than the others. This was Ichikishimaheim, a name given to her by the White Snake Sage. "White Snake Sage, we brought the intruder here," the blue-haired snake lady said before stepping aside without even looking at Kyōsuke. "Human," the White Snake Sage spoke, "what is it that brings you to my Ryuchi cave?" Kyōsuke turned his head and was surprised to find that the towering white phosphorus snake was gone. Instead, on the high platform, there was an elderly woman leaning on a cane, staring coldly at him. The old woman, dressed in a white robe, smiled, but it sent a chilling sense of danger to Kyōsuke, as though he were prey being eyed. Sticking to the principle of being honest and low-key, Kyōsuke calmly spoke, "I came here following the map's instructions and didn't mean to intrude. Please forgive me." "Map. That's right." Kyōsuke pulled out the troublesome treasure map from his clothes. Sensing the energy around him, he casually let go, and the map floated towards the old woman's hand. Observing this, Kyōsuke noticed that compared to the toads of Mount Myaboku, these snake ladies seemed more adept at utilizing external natural energy. "The Kusanagi sword," the old woman muttered, thinking for a moment. "Do we have something like that in our cave?" At that moment, the third snake lady, Tajitsuheim, spoke up. "Report, White Snake Sage. 800 years ago, one of the Kusanagi swords did fall into our hands." "Oh, now I remember." The old woman recalled with a hint of nostalgia, adding, "I recall someone trying to steal it back then, didn't they?" "Yes, but they were personally repelled by you." "Humph, an ungrateful little brat, trying to cause trouble in my domain. If it weren't for his father." The old woman suddenly went silent for a while before turning her gaze to Kyōsuke. "The little brat back then couldn't take it, but now you, his descendant, have come to fulfill his wish." "Ancestor?" Kyōsuke hesitated before asking, "That little brat you mentioned. I think his name was Indra." Kyōsuke nearly choked on his own breath. His current mood is probably similar to how Eno-Shika-Cho and Choji felt when they defeated Kakuzu, only for him to claim he once battled the first Hokage. Whether it was true or not, it certainly sounded impressive. What a clueless Indra, White Snake Granny really knows how to make you act all high and mighty. Despite his chaotic thoughts, Kyōsuke maintained a respectful demeanor. "No, that's not the case. I just happened to obtain the map from the land of Whirlpool." "Oh. Whirlpool. A branch of the ninja clan, one of Ashura's descendants," the old woman sneered. "That little brat doesn't have much charm." Now, another unpleasant Ashura appears. "You're the boss, so do as you please." Laughing at herself for a while, the old woman waved her hand lightly. When Kyōsuke looked again, she was holding a long sword, sheathed, but it radiated an aura of antiquity. Its form was similar to Sasuke's sword, but this one seemed to carry the burden of time. Having caught Indra's interest, the sword must have some special power besides transmitting chakra. "Do you want it?" the White Snake Sage grinned. "It's not impossible, but you should know, anyone who enters my Ryuchi cave must pass a test. If you pass, we can negotiate, but if you fail, you'll have to choose one of my 3 daughters, and see which one you'd like to end up inside." "Ah." Kyōsuke blinked, carefully asking, "What kind of test?" "Tagriheim, is that place still there, right?" "It is," Tagriheim replied. She stepped forward and handed Kyōsuke a detailed map of the ninja world. 3 years ago, a group of people kidnapped children from this cave. Due to an agreement, we can't leave. Find the children, and this Kusanagi sword is yours. After quickly explaining the mission, Tagriheim returned to the side, clearly uninterested in any further contact with him. She also handed him a scroll for a contract. Write your name, and you'll earn the trust of the children. Oh. Kyōsuke obediently signed the contract. He knew he didn't have the option to refuse. Once you succeed, we will reverse summon you back. With that, Kyōsuke suddenly found himself outside the Ryuchi cave. Inside the cave, the White Snake Sage was deep in thought, using her powers to peer into the boy's future. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 66, Peering into the Future, Kyōsuke at 6 paths level. The rulers of the 3 great sage regions all possess uniquely powerful abilities. The Toad Sage can foresee the future, glimpsing certain events that are destined to happen. The White Snake Sage has a similar ability, but hers is more focused on specific targets. Whenever a human enters the Ryuchi cave, she activates her power as a way of screening potential targets. Before Kyōsuke left, the White Snake Sage had already activated her power, causing time to leap forward several decades. What she saw was a vast, desolate land, with a blood moon hanging in the sky. The eerie light illuminated the figure of a man holding a sage staff. 8 truth-seeking orbs floated quietly behind him as he stood in midair, gazing at the stars. The White Snake Sage was shocked. She never expected that the young boy could reach such a level. As someone who had witnessed the battle between the Otsutsuki brothers during the Six Paths era, she knew what kind of destructive power they had. Indra and Ashura were incredibly strong, standing at the pinnacle of human power, but they were still far below their father. Kyōsuke was the descendant of Indra, not even a host of the reincarnation chakra. How could he possibly awaken such a godlike form? Curious, the White Snake Sage decided to observe more closely. Although she could not see everything from the future through her limited control over time, she could still deduce some things based on the brief moments she saw. The blood moon. This doesn't look like the ninja world. His eyes, they seemed to contain some unusual transformation. What struck her the most was the vast field of corpses beneath the man's feet, as if the entire earth had been turned into a mountain of bodies. Kyōsuke of the future stood atop this sea of blood and corpses, looking up at the stars. Looks like it's about time. A hoarse voice echoed as the entire land began to shake. With a snap, the future Kyōsuke clasped his hands together and shouted, "God, Earth Explosion Star." Thousands of years ago, to seal their mother Kaguya, the Six Paths brothers created the moon. But in the future, Kyōsuke was able to create 9 massive celestial bodies the size of the moon all by himself. The ground split open, the heavens cried out, and it felt as though the entire world trembled at his command. Have you seen enough? The sudden question left the White Snake Sage stunned. Were there still enemies around? She couldn't see anyone else on the shattered land. As she was processing this, she was shocked to see the men turn around and look directly at her. You. I'm asking if you've seen enough. How could you sense my presence? She was completely stunned. When peering through the river of time to view someone's past or future, it was like watching a movie. There was no interaction between the two. If she wanted, she could even freeze time. But now, the character in the movie had suddenly seen her and was asking if she had seen enough. It was ridiculous. Before she could respond, the future Kyōsuke raised his hand, and the sage staff transformed into a blade that cleaved through the endless river of time. For the first time, the White Snake Sage felt the fear of death. Ah! A scream woke her from the illusion. She barely managed to prop herself up, as if still caught in the effects of her power. At the last moment, she had successfully broken the illusion, so the mysterious sword strike had no real effect on her. Feeling a sense of relief, she turned to her 3 daughters and saw them watching her in fear. Her snake head lowered, and she noticed a massive wound running across her body. This. She didn't feel any pain, as the structure of her serpent body was different from that of humans, especially since she was a white snake who had trained for thousands of years. However, it was unheard of for someone to injure her through the river of time. In theory, this should be impossible, unless the person also wielded time-based powers. This was the only way to explain how she had been exposed. A human couldn't possibly. Right, that eye of his. It's the power granted by Indra's bloodline. Damn Indra, I shouldn't have let you go so easily back then. Irritated for a moment, the White Snake Sage quickly regained her composure and began considering how to handle the Uchiha boy in the future. Even though she had been struck by a sword, she felt strangely happy. This boy's future achievements were so high that forming a connection now would surely make him a protector of the Ryuchi cave in the future. The ninja world wasn't safe, and she understood that better than anyone. That Otsutsuki who had narrowly escaped death back then, and Kaguya, who was still waiting for a resurrection after thousands of years of silence. She knew the dangers that still lurked, such as the Toad and the Otsutsuki brothers secretly plotting behind the scenes. She was also fully aware of the disgusting slug of the Shikatsu forest and what it hid. The great battle from 1,000 years ago was just the beginning, the real threat had not yet come. The Six Paths brothers had plans in place. If they were unable to face the external dangers, they would reunite the Ten Tails or even release their mother Kaguya to fight. The White Snake Sage knew all of this. She also understood that, one day, war would come to the Ryuchi cave. If they weren't prepared, they would truly become a snake on the chopping block. Fortunately, he has already signed the scroll. He is technically a contract holder of the Ryuchi cave. She thought about it carefully and realized that simply having a contract might not be enough. Her vertical pupils scanned her 3 daughters, and a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Humans are sexual beings, and the strong often have many different partners. She was considering whether to offer her daughters to the boy. If one wasn't enough, then perhaps all 3 would suffice. Better to bear offspring. That way, the Ryuchi cave won't have any worries. The scenes in the time illusion had left a deep impression on her. In order to win the favor of the Uchiha boy, she was willing to give up even her daughters, who had served her for thousands of years. She wondered what Kyōsuke would think if he knew all of this. At this moment, he was using the tools given by the White Snake Sage to search for the kidnapped children of the Ryuchi cave. By dripping the child blood onto the scroll, he would perform a reverse summoning to bring them back. Seems like it's not that difficult after all. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 67, A Permanent Little Home for You. On a wooden sailboat, Kyōsuke leisurely savored grilled fish. Beside him, 2 shadow clones were hard at work, one fishing, the other grilling, each diligently fulfilling their roles. This division of labor made it evident why Kyōsuke's shadow clone technique had advanced so quickly in just a year. Idiot, watch out for fishbones choking you, grumbled the fishing clone. As a clone, he couldn't enjoy the grilled fish. By the time the jutsu was dispelled and the memories returned to the original, the fish would already be gone. Anyone would complain in his shoes. Don't be so mean. Spitting out a fishbone, Kyōsuke chuckled. If someone saw me arguing with my clones, they'd think I was crazy. Ha, sneered the grilling clone. Stop joking around. If you've got guts, let's switch. You grill, I eat. What's the difference? It's like watching adult content versus experiencing it firsthand. The memories might be similar, but the experience is completely different. Why is a shadow clone being so chatty? Just do your work or I'll make you pull overtime later. At this, the grilling clone snapped. Kid, do you think I can't handle you? He stood by the fire and made a move as if to sit on the hot grill. The pain of a clone transfers to the original, you know. I'm ready to roast my rear if it means roasting you along with me. Wait. Kyōsuke quickly surrendered. He couldn't guarantee that the clone wouldn't follow through with the threat. Even if he dispelled the jutsu, the painful memory would pass on to the next clone. There would be no escape. Left with no choice, Kyōsuke had to compromise. The 3 of them took turns eating grilled fish. Getting threatened by my own clone. What is my life even? Kyōsuke sighed while holding his fishing rod. Ugh. Spitting out another fishbone, Clone 2 sneered. Instead of complaining, why not think about how to finish the mission? What about it? Are you stupid? Clone 2 crossed his legs and impatiently explained. We already gathered intel. The child was kidnapped by a group of hunters who supply gladiators for wealthy clients. And then? You don't even bother thinking anymore, do you? Clone 2 sighed. Remember Sasuke's Shinden, the Book of Sunrise? That finale with the amazing animation. Little Chino. Of course, I remember. So cute. Idiot. We're heading to a place like that underground arena. As Clone 2 explained, Clone 3, who still hadn't tasted the grilled fish, chimed in. Wait, does that mean we'll meet Chino? Shut up, you moron, Clone 2 snapped. It's the Warring States era. There is no Chino. What a shame. While the 2 clones bickered, Kyōsuke managed to reel in another fish. Why bother thinking when he had clones? Clone 2 would figure it out, and Kyōsuke would inherit the solution. Come to think of it, Clone 2 was exceptional, proactive and smart. Rubbing his chin, Kyōsuke had an idea. What if he preserved Clone 2? Not permanently, but by creating a system where this particular personality could always be summoned when he performed the shadow clone technique. This way, they could share the same memories and abilities, but Clone 2 could handle all the intellectual labor while Kyōsuke reaped the results. What a brilliant plan. It would save effort, improve the technique, and pave the way for mastering the multi-shadow clone jutsu. What are you doing? Clone 2 glared at Kyōsuke, realizing for the first time how annoying his original self could be. Handsome, yes, but infuriatingly so. Giving you a permanent little home, Kyōsuke replied, dispelling the quieter Clone 3. What's going on? Clone 3 asked before vanishing with a puff of smoke. Moments later, he reappeared in the same spot. Clone 2 widened his eyes, circling the revived Clone 3. Huh. That's clever. Then it hit him. Turning to Kyōsuke, Clone 2 growled, "You jerk. You're trying to make me work forever, aren't you?" Bingo. No prize, though. Stop with those ancient jokes already. Ah, is it my turn for grilled fish now? Clone 3 asked meekly. Shut up. After sending Clone 3 off to eat, Kyōsuke and Clone 2 sat down to discuss their next steps. From now on, this will be our way of brainstorming. We're the same person, but once split, small differences in thought emerge. That makes it perfect for tackling problems from different angles. Clone 2's efficient, sharp demeanor resembled that of a corporate secretary to a tyrannical CEO. Amazing, amazing. Clap, clap, clap. Kyōsuke applauded. Awesome. Clone 3 joined in, fish still in his mouth. Ignoring their antics, Clone 2 continued, the situation there is complex. It's likely tied to a massive web of interests. For now, I suggest avoiding direct confrontation. Using the Flying Thunder God technique would draw too much attention. Clone 2's point was clear. One wrong move could bring unnecessary trouble to the Uchiha clan, which was already stretched thin against the Senju. Plus, we might profit from this, Clone 2 added, recalling the arena's rules, winners could claim complete control over the losers. Who knows? They might even acquire some rare Kekkei Genkai users. And as for money? Even the Akatsuki, who aimed to destroy the world, needed funds. Kyōsuke would need wealth to support future plans like moving to the moon and building a settlement. Robbing the arena outright wasn't an option. Look out, Uchiha Kyōsuke is here to snatch all the supplies, run for your lives. Just imagining it made Kyōsuke cringe. With that, their first three-way brainstorming session concluded. Soon, their little boat reached the shore. Ignoring the boatman's odd look, Kyōsuke leisurely strolled toward the island. On the surface, the island appeared to be a tourist paradise, but in reality, it was one of the largest underground trading hubs in the ninja world. Ninja gladiatorial fights were just a small part. Human trafficking and smuggling of contraband were the real business. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Genjutsu, Sharingan. With the illusion technique clearing his way, Kyōsuke entered the fighting arena without any hindrance. Go for it. Take him down. Give it your all. I placed a big bet on you. Kill him. Destroy your opponent. The noisy environment made Kyōsuke feel a bit uncomfortable. While the outside world was engulfed in war, with people struggling between life and death, it was surprising to see that some people here found amusement in watching others fight to the death. After a brief moment of silence, Kyōsuke approached the backstage manager and donned his long-forgotten Oni mask. Upon recognizing him as the infamous Demon-Faced Ashura of the Uchiha clan, the organizers immediately erupted with excitement. Sir, I've heard that the Demon-Faced Ashura of Uchiha has a unique lightning release technique, the cautious manager said, trying to verify Kyōsuke's identity. Zzz. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air as Kyōsuke unsheathed his weapon and turned to face the guards who were rushing in to investigate. He activated the body flicker technique, and the lightning blade sliced through one guard's neck. By the time he turned to attack the second guard, blood began to spurt from the first man's wound. That's enough, sir, the manager attempted to stop the fight. However, Kyōsuke, now red with bloodlust, no longer paid attention to anyone. His years of battlefield experience had deeply impacted him. Whether he admitted it or not, Kyōsuke had become accustomed to taking lives. Killing. It had become as natural as eating or sleeping. With his Sharingan locked onto every move of his enemy, Kyōsuke continuously swung his Chidori blade, trying to limit the opponent's ability to dodge. The space inside the room was small, and the two were so close that there was no opportunity to use ninjutsu. Life and death could be decided in an instant, and this intense feeling of being on the edge was something Kyōsuke found thrilling. Stop immediately. The manager's face had darkened completely. Kyōsuke continued to press forward. His opponent's taijutsu was impressive, even awe-inspiring, but it wasn't enough to dampen his rising bloodlust. Seeing that he couldn't win quickly, Kyōsuke gritted his teeth, and a surge of electricity erupted from his body. Chidori stream. Caught off guard, his enemy was immediately struck by the lightning chakra, causing his movements to stiffen. Seizing the opportunity, Kyōsuke used his chakra to charge forward, his blade piercing the man's heart. You bastard, didn't you hear me telling you to stop? The manager shouted angrily. Both guards were highly skilled. It was surprising that one had been killed by a careless move, and the other had been struck dead while unable to use ninjutsu. The manager, now fuming with anger, couldn't contain his frustration. No matter how infamous the Demon-Faced Ashura of the Uchiha clan was, here, only he had the final say. Ryota, the men seemed to be calling someone. Yo, boss, running into trouble. A mocking voice followed. Kyōsuke then sensed something speeding toward him at high speed. The speed was so fast that even his Sharingan couldn't keep up. Boom. He barely managed to block it, but the kick sent him flying 4 or 5 meters, crashing into the wall before he could stabilize himself. Such speed. The opponent had used some sort of explosive ability that exceeded even his body flicker technique. Today had certainly opened his eyes. Stop it, the manager frowned and asked, you didn't come here to uphold justice, did you? Of course not. After calming down, Kyōsuke shook his head and spoke, I need to secure a spot for the fight. Normally, entering the tournament required going through complex procedures, including identity verification and proof of assets. If someone lost without being able to pay, the organizers would have to cover the costs. However, with the reputation of the Demon-Faced Ashura, Kyōsuke was able to skip all the troublesome steps. Welcome aboard, the manager immediately changed his tone, smiling broadly. He even waved to signal the extremely fast men to leave. TCH, so boring. The man shook his head and threw a provocative look at Kyōsuke before leaving the office. Seeing this, the manager smiled and explained, Ryota is just like that. Please don't mind him, sir. Who is he? Kyōsuke asked, trying to learn more about his opponent's abilities. That speed was almost like teleportation, and simple body flicker technique couldn't explain it. Ah. The manager thought for a moment before deciding to speak the truth. Ryota is a ninja with a rare Kekkei Genkai. By the way, there are many Kekkei Genkai warriors here. Sir, please don't underestimate the power of the underground world. Kyōsuke immediately thought of a special term, could Ryota be a user of the swift release? Ah, it seems you really have sharp eyes, sir, the manager confirmed with a nod. That's right, Ryota possesses the swift release. Swift release, an ability that allows the user to unleash incredible speed. Some even said this person was capable of moving at near light speed. Whether that was true or not was impossible to verify. Kyōsuke felt that this trip hadn't been in vain upon encountering a swift release user in the underground arena. Sir, the manager asked with a smile, what kind of fighting permit do you need? A fighting permit referred to the gladiator who would participate in the battle. The losing side would lose their fighting permit in addition to their bet. Kyōsuke didn't have one, but he could use himself as his own fighting permit. This name sounds strange. He muttered to himself. Soon, he completed the necessary procedures to enter the tournament. As for the deposit, that wasn't an issue for Kyōsuke, who had just finished a successful raid in the land of whirlpools. Thanks to the generous contributions of Uzumaki Ashina, his participation would surely influence the arena's profits. Considering the mutual benefits, Kyōsuke didn't hide his true purpose. A newly captured serpent-summoning beast. The manager thought for a moment before replying, don't worry, I'll notify you as soon as we have news. The tracking scales given to him by the White Snake Sage could only locate the general area. This island was so complicated that it was impossible to search every corner. Rather than searching blindly, Kyōsuke preferred to rely on the local manager's help. A win-win situation. As it turned out, Kyōsuke had made the right decision. After enjoying a meal at a local barbecue restaurant, the manager's message came through. The kidnapper had been found, and an afternoon battle was already arranged. If Kyōsuke won, he would naturally be able to take the summoned beast with him. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 69, Are You a Child? After a satisfying afternoon of eating and shopping, Kyōsuke finally returned to the battle arena. His upcoming fight was not only about retrieving the child from the Ryuchi cave, but also about testing his skills against other ninjas. Perhaps, he could even recruit a few talented Kekkei Genkai ninjas. In the end, even if he didn't use them himself, sending them to Yayoi for experimentation would be a great option. Make full use of everything, Kyōsuke thought. A single person's strength is always limited, but when you're lying on the operating table, perhaps thousands or even millions of you could emerge. Kyōsuke's ideas were grand, but Yayoi's abilities were still insufficient. Cell cloning was an extremely advanced technique, and even if one were to copy it precisely from the data, it would take a long time to perfect. She was still figuring out cell transplantation. Scientific research really needs assistance, Kyōsuke mused. Yayoi's abilities are impressive, and it shouldn't be a problem for her to cultivate loyal subordinates within the clan. With the temptation of setting free from the caged bird seal, I'm sure no branch family members will refuse her offer. He refocused on the arena, where he could hear the announcer passionately introducing him. He is the greatest genius of the Uchiha clan, the Rakshasa who strikes fear into all enemies. The one who drove the 3 major clans to disgraceful retreats, the creator of the bloody massacre night in the land of the whirlpool. His talent is unparalleled, and his spacetime ninjutsu is unfathomable. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome this legendary Uchiha Rakshasa with the loudest applause. With a simple body flicker, Kyōsuke, wearing a mask, appeared in the arena. Immediately, the applause in the crowd surged again. Uchiha. 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 In truth, Kyōsuke wanted to interact with the audience and make a note of the top-tier rich people in attendance, in case he could recruit them later. However, considering his less-than-stellar reputation, he decided to let the opportunity pass. It's more important to focus on the child, he reminded himself. The announcer was now introducing another major sponsor, along with their rare summoning beast card. A talking summoning beast is indeed rare, Kyōsuke nodded. He wasn't surprised that someone would dare to kidnap a child from the Ryuchi cave. When there's enough profit at stake, people wouldn't hesitate to steal even something like Kagaya's undergarments, if they could reach the moon. Boom. A muffled sound from the opposite passage drew everyone's attention, including Kyōsuke's. His face shifted slightly. It seemed that the child was a bit larger than he had expected. A few seconds later, when a huge snake head broke through the protective wall and appeared amidst the astonished cries of the audience, Kyōsuke's jaw nearly hit the floor. Its size couldn't rival Gamabunta, but its length was comparable to a large truck from Kyōsuke's past life. If it stood upright, it could easily reach 6 or 7 meters tall. Damn it, Togorehime, you call this a child? Kyōsuke grumbled. Meanwhile, the giant purple-skinned snake sniffed the air, sensing a familiar aura. It blinked its large eyes in confusion. Why did the human before it smell like Sister Togorehime? Could it be that someone had sent this person to rescue it? The snake was quite intelligent and quickly pieced together the truth. Kyōsuke suddenly asked in a deep voice, "Are you a child?" The giant snake head swayed up and down, deciding to cooperate with the human. "How old are you?" 8 years old. An 8-year-old child, yet towering at nearly 10 meters. Perfectly reasonable. After a brief moment of silence, Kyōsuke decided to stick to the rules and win the match through sheer strength. "Let's finish this match first," he instructed the small purple snake, signaling it not to look like it was just there for the taking. That would make others suspect they were rigging the match. Determined to make a substantial profit, Kyōsuke waved his hand, putting in 5 million ryo, almost all the money he had earned from his recent plundering. Although it seemed like a lot, in a room full of rich people, it wasn't that remarkable. Of course, if he managed to win 5 consecutive matches, the prize money would become an astronomical sum. No matter the initial investment, the returns would continue to multiply. Kyōsuke suspected the organizers would send in strong opponents to stop him, but when he defeated them, not only would he earn money, but he could also claim their cards. Though cards would be more accurately called slaves. These people had cursed seals implanted in their body, with no chance of rebellion. Otherwise, who would risk their lives to please these wealthy people? Roar. The small purple snake let out a loud roar and charged at Kyōsuke. It was like a large truck speeding straight towards you on the highway. An ordinary person might be paralyzed with fear, but for Kyōsuke, the speed was still too slow. After all, summoning beasts were more suited for battlefields, not for intense personal combat. The legendary Sannin earned their fame largely due to their performance on the battlefield, where summoning beasts played a crucial role. Such a pity. In front of the Uchiha, everything is but an illusion. Kyōsuke's eyes narrowed slightly, and 3 black tomo appeared in his Sharingan. At nearly the same moment, the small purple snake's eyes also changed, matching his pattern. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Boom. The giant snake's massive body crashed to the ground, and Kyōsuke didn't even budge, his expression calm and unfazed, prompting another round of excited cheers from the crowd. Uchiha, the name was almost synonymous with Genjutsu. Though the scene was certainly dramatic, upon closer reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. Except for that rich man who had worked so hard to acquire the small purple snake. "You bastard." The portly man angrily pushed the woman in his arms aside, hastily pulling up his pants and storming onto the stage. "Don't think you'll leave alive. I'll make you regret it in the next round. Go, bring that beast here. Tell it that if it kills the opponent, I'll grant it freedom." The wealthy man was furious and decided to use his trump card. Meanwhile, Kyōsuke wasn't bothered by his opponent's display. He was still casually chatting with the small purple snake. "Don't rush. I'll take you home once I'm done here." "Thank you, Kyōsuke-sama." "It's nothing. By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Manda." "Ha." Kyōsuke stared at the large-eyed, obedient-looking giant snake, unable to reconcile it with the one that was always demanding to eat people in the future. Now that he had saved the small Manda, it was unlikely it would grow up to be as violent as its future self. He smiled, feeling good about doing a good deed. As he watched Manda leave, Kyōsuke suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of threat. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 70, the user of the 8 inner gates. If the little Manda gave him the feeling of a large truck, then the next person to appear felt like a giant meteorite several kilometers in diameter. No place to escape, no place to hide. No matter how much you resist, you will only turn into dust under the impact. In the dark passage, a tall man in a blue training outfit, his body covered in muscles, stepped forward. Compared to the sneaky ninjas, he gave more of a samurai vibe. He came to a stop in front of Kyōsuke, eyeing him indifferently, and slowly spoke, "If I kill you, my boss promised to give me my freedom." Sunfen. That's the name of the one who will take your life, remember it well. Such confidence. Kyōsuke smirked, not even bothering to reply. Even Senju Hashirama wouldn't speak to him like that. What makes you think you're special? The next moment, the gladiator named Sunfen proved where his confidence came from. A green energy aura surrounded him, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The man was so strong that his chakra visibly extended outside his body. No, wait. Kyōsuke instinctively activated his Sharingan and realized that the green energy wrapping the man wasn't chakra, but something else. It was like the steam people emit after intense exercise. Yes, the green energy swirling around him was not chakra, but rather the steam emitted from his body, a sign of the intense power he was channeling. With his hair standing up like a scion and the intense green steam, a term suddenly popped into Kyōsuke's mind. The 8 Gates. The man was using the forbidden technique, the 8 Gates. This forbidden technique has existed since ancient times. Madara Uchiha mentioned to Might Guy that he had heard of someone who could fight using crimson steam. But Madara had never seen it in person. The fact that it had spread to Konoha indicated that there had always been practitioners of the 8 Gates in the ninja world, and Kyōsuke never expected to encounter it today. Looking at the man's pained expression, he estimated that the man's gate level wasn't too high. If it doesn't exceed the 5th gate, defeating him should not be difficult. Kid, don't think you can continue to be so relaxed. I'm really strong. 5th gate, the gate of limit, open. Green steam surged exponentially, and the man's exposed skin turned red, as if he was being boiled alive. The man instantly closed the distance and struck with a punch, creating a wind so sharp that it almost sliced through Kyōsuke's skin. He was so fast that the air currents from his movements overturned the ground beneath him. A terrifying physical warrior. It's over. Something knew there was no way for Kyōsuke to dodge anymore. But his decisive strike directly pierced through Kyōsuke's body. An afterimage. The man's pupils shook as he realized that his opponent's reaction speed was astonishing. Staring into those crimson eyes, Sunfen took a deep breath. He had now witnessed the power of the Uchiha. As for the Sharingan's Genjutsu. Inside his body, chakra was crashing and clashing like a boiling volcano. There was no force that could trap him in Genjutsu. This was true. In the moment their eyes met, Kyōsuke attempted to use Genjutsu to control him. However, his Genjutsu was nowhere near strong enough to control such a powerful foe. Genjutsu doesn't work, and I can't face you in Taijutsu. Then let's see who is faster. The previous afterimage was a high-level application of Shisui-style body flicker technique. Having recently upgraded to level 6, Kyōsuke had finally mastered it. This technique allows the creation of near-substantial afterimage clones. The principle was similar to Goku's vanishing technique from Dragon Ball. Kyōsuke's most powerful application of the technique was his constant high-speed teleportation, overwhelming his enemies with impossible-to-predict movements. Against such a powerful and fast opponent, using shadow clones would only waste chakra. If he wanted to win, he'd have to either defeat him head-on or hold out until the enemy's chakra ran out. The 8 Gates works by unlocking the chakra pathways within the body, granting temporary but immense power. The extent of the power boost varies depending on the individual's base chakra. Might Guy opened the Gate of Death and could barely defeat 4 of the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swordsmen. His son, Might Guy, opened the same gate and nearly defeated the 6 paths of Madara. The gap between the two was very obvious. From Kyōsuke's observations, the man named Sunfen had far greater base strength than Might Guy. He may not be at Guy's level, but he was still a terrifying martial artist. If I can defeat him, the 8 Gates will be mine. Kyōsuke thought, his heart heating up. Chakra gathered, then exploded violently. In an instant, over 20 afterimages of body flicker appeared. The afterimages not only confused the enemy but also allowed Kyōsuke to strike with pure taijutsu attacks. While it might not work against an opponent who is several levels stronger, it was perfect for grinding down weaker foes and stalling for time. Just like the current battle, Sunfen, after opening the 5th gate, rampaged through the area like an ancient beast, causing constant explosions wherever he went. But he couldn't even touch the hem of Kyōsuke's clothes. Without the aid of the Sharingan, Sunfen couldn't tell where Kyōsuke's real body was. Thus, no matter how strong his taijutsu was, he could only keep guessing. 1 miss, then 2. When he charged at the 3rd afterimage, Kyōsuke could easily track his movements. He continued to split his afterimages in different places, keeping his opponent distracted. A very underhanded way to fight. Fortunately, both were fast enough that no one else could figure out what was going on. Kyōsuke's reputation as Uchiha Rakshasa remained intact. Ha! Bastard. Are you even a man? Don't run if you've got the guts. Sanfeng yelled angrily. Sorry, I'm just 10 years old, a naive little boy. I must have let you down, right? Kyōsuke gave a sly smile, fully embracing the spirit of crushing his opponent mentally. Not only did he wear them down physically, but he also aimed to break them mentally. If either side made a mistake, the advantage could quickly switch. Don't forget, besides regular afterimages, Kyōsuke also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. After several minutes of this chaotic chase, the area was already littered with his special kunai. He was just waiting for the moment his enemy exhausted himself. The chase lasted about 3 minutes, and finally, Sanfeng couldn't keep going. At the moment when his chakra began to weaken, Kyōsuke instantly appeared in front of his opponent, pressing his weapon forcefully against the man's chest. You've lost. Yeah, I lost. Sanfeng lowered his head, the green steam surrounding him gradually dissipating. To the victor go the spoils. Once defeated, he had to accept his fate. If it weren't for his opponent showing mercy, he would have already been pierced through the heart by now. The grace of not being killed was a great favor, and in some ways, Kyōsuke was his savior. Following such a powerful individual might not be such a bad thing after all. This was the thought that crossed Sanfeng's mind. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 71, The Visit of Monk Jigen. Defeating the opponent meant that Sanfeng would be bound to him, serving as his personal pawn in future battles, effectively a combat slave. However, Kyōsuke didn't want to make him do anything, and this person wasn't valuable enough to be sent to the experimental table. Leave behind the method to practice the 8 inner gates, and I can give you the greatest amount of freedom. The greatest amount of freedom meant not restricting the opponent's actions most of the time. Unless it was a particularly critical moment, you could do whatever you liked as long as you didn't cause trouble to the Uchiha clan. Such conditions were like divine mercy for someone who had been locked in a cell, with every move restricted. Afraid that Kyōsuke would go back on his word, Sanfeng quickly nodded in agreement, ready to return and transcribe the training method of the 8 inner gates, while also summarizing his own experiences. At this moment, he was completely different from the person who had sworn to kill Kyōsuke earlier. Kyōsuke himself didn't particularly care. The man was simply seeking a way to survive. Even ants cling to life, let alone a living person like the Sanfeng. Of course, if Kyōsuke had been the one using the 8 inner gates, this battle wouldn't have stopped at the 5th gate. If the roles were reversed, he would have made sure to show just what cruelty meant. After 2 consecutive high-level battles, the atmosphere at the scene had reached its breaking point. The organizers had initially planned to stop Kyōsuke's battles, but after thinking it over, they decided it was better to keep him around. After all, a bit of financial loss was nothing. The reputation he was leaving behind here was far more valuable than mere wealth. As long as he could come back a few more times, the organizers were confident they would earn 10 or even 100 times that amount. Considering this, the organizer simply gave up on sending powerful figures to stop him. The arena had been around for over 100 years, and behind it hid countless dark secrets. Sanfeng were strong, but far from the strongest. If someone wanted to target Kyōsuke, the organizers could immediately send out even stronger individuals. Some could surpass Kyōsuke in speed, others in ninjutsu proficiency. There were even formidable dojutsu users, whose genjutsu could make even the 3-tomo Sharingan, forcing it into submission. If such individuals took turns fighting, no matter how strong Kyōsuke was, he would eventually meet a bitter defeat. Forget it. Let the big shots do as they please. The organizer chuckled and stood up to leave. With no more interference, Kyōsuke easily won the next 3 matches. Incredible, he really defeated 5 top gladiators in a row. Now, let's give a warm welcome to our new king. Oh. Kyōsuke paid no attention to the fervent applause, walking away with his head held high, leaving the crowd captivated by his lingering presence. Time to collect the payment. He had no fear of others backing out on their payments. If they did, he would mobilize his forces and wipe the island off the map after the war was over. He gave that foolish organizer a piece of his mind. Kyōsuke then went to calm down the uneasy little snake, promising to take it home soon. Next, he was led by the attendant to the organizer's office. As he entered, he was greeted with the organizer's warm and enthusiastic smile. There was no trace of the previous plan to completely defeat him in the arena. You're here, the organizer said warmly as he pulled him in. Your deserved payment is ready, and I guarantee not a single penny will be missing. Mr. Kyōsuke, if you ever have time, feel free to visit us again. Many spectators are eager to see your return. I believe that the Senju will soon be defeated, and the glory of the Fire Country will belong solely to the Uchiha. It was clear the organizer was trying to flatter him. He was probably afraid that Kyōsuke would leave and never come back. It could be said that if Kyōsuke agreed, the organizer would definitely offer him a generous reward. However, Kyōsuke was completely indifferent to the organizer's feelings, focused solely on his own objectives. Noticing the young man's gaze, the organizer smiled apologetically and pointed to the handsome monk standing nearby, whose age was indeterminate. Master Jigen just happened to pass by. Upon hearing you were here, he asked me to introduce him. The monk wore a white haori, his hair gathered at the top of his head, and a long braid at the back. His gaze was indifferent, with the Roman numeral 4 tattooed under his left eye, giving him an air of mystery. Using chakra to forcibly control his heartbeat, he revealed no sign of nervousness. Kyōsuke turned to face him, looking at the monk as if he were a stranger. I see. May I ask what business master has with me? The monk's gaze remained indifferent, and his voice was cold and emotionless. I am here to save you. Save me. Kyōsuke tried to remain calm, showing just the right amount of disdain. In reality, every nerve in his body screamed for him to run, to flee at all costs. But he suppressed his instincts, holding them back with extraordinary self-control. Yes. The monk nodded and said calmly, your brilliance is too overwhelming. Danger is gradually closing in on you. Without my help, you have a high chance of not escaping this calamity. By this point in the conversation, Kyōsuke had nearly regained his composure. He knew the monk's physical condition was quite poor, and it was unlikely he would take action against someone as insignificant as Kyōsuke. Since there was no reason for a battle, they might as well talk about the so-called threat. Unfortunately, no matter how he inquired, the monk remained silent, clearly withholding information. I've warned many others with the same words, he implied. Those who didn't listen are now dead. In fact, if Kyōsuke hadn't known the monk's identity, he might have thought he was just another crazy person. The monk, Jigen, was originally a monk from the Fire Country, living in the ancient times thousands of years ago. In that era, 2 members of the Otsutsuki clan came to Earth to plant the god tree, intending to absorb the life force of the entire planet. However, the Otsutsuki servant, unwilling to become nourishment for the tree, attacked their superior, severely wounding him. At that moment, Monk Jigen happened to pass by. The wounded Otsutsuki shrank its form and parasitized him to survive. With the Otsutsuki's power, Jigen managed to survive for thousands of years. Of course, the being controlling him was no longer the traveling monk. Later, the monk began a long process of healing, but due to the severity of his injuries, he could only wait for a suitable host to reincarnate into. This wait lasted for 1,000 years. As for the Otsutsuki servant who had successfully rebelled, she planted the god tree on Earth. However, she didn't absorb humans but instead fell in love with a man. Unfortunately, in the end, she was sealed by her 2 sons, suffering a fate even worse than that of the monk. This servant who had harmed the monk was none other than Kaguya Otsutsuki, the mother of Hagoromo, the sage of 6 paths. And within the monk's body was the terrifying being Kyōsuke had always feared. The Otsutsuki Ishiki. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 72, Acquiring the Kusanagi Sword. Kyōsuke silently stared at the monk before him for a long time before suddenly asking, forget threats for now, what exactly do you want from me? He almost wanted to add, should I help you clean out your ears? A shrunken Ishiki Otsutsuki, using his eye technique Sukune Kona, had parasitized the monk's ear. Once a dignified Otsutsuki, whose status surpassed even Kaguya's, he was now reduced to spending his days surrounded by earwax. The thought was honestly quite pitiful. At first, Kyōsuke had been wary, but now he could see through that this guy is strong on the outside and weak on inside. Sure, he could erupt with a power that temporarily overshadowed the entire ninja world, but that only lasted a few minutes before fizzling out. Without a suitable vessel to reincarnate into, the Otsutsuki would face true death. Knowing this, Kyōsuke realized he had nothing to fear. Even if he publicly exposed the monk's identity, Jigen, the monk, would have no choice but to flee in disgrace unless it was a life-or-death situation. With this understanding, Kyōsuke wasn't intimidated at all. In response to Kyōsuke's inquiry, Jigen spoke calmly, become my ally, and I will grant you eternal life. Eternal life? Kyōsuke sneered mockingly, pretending not to understand. By eating vegetarian and chanting with you, master. Of course not, the monk replied, shaking his head with great patience. Having lived for thousands of years, he had encountered countless people and events. His once proud sharpness was now deeply tempered. A few casual remarks weren't enough to anger him. I'll take my leave so you can talk in peace, the host excused himself wisely, knowing better than to pry into matters unrelated to his monetary dealings with Jigen. Eternal life. Ha, what a joke. Promising freedom for every slave sounded just as hollow. In reality, no one had ever left his clutches alive. Once the host departed, Jigen began explaining the existence of the chakra fruit. He withheld specific methods but promised that once the fruit was obtained in the future, Kyōsuke could share in its bounty, provided he became Jigen's ally. Take your time deciding, Jigen said, rising and glancing toward the host's retreating figure. But make it quick, threats are already closing in around you. Kyōsuke scoffed inwardly. Do I look like someone who scares easily? Retracting his gaze, Kyōsuke realized the monk had vanished without a trace. Playing tricks again. Mimicking the monk, Kyōsuke used space-time ninjutsu to leave the room. In the lounge, Sanfeng had written down the 8 inner gates training methods and summarized key precautions based on his experience. Sir, it's yours. He understood very well that identity would change with one's position. Good, Kyōsuke nodded, pulling a letter from his pocket and handing it to him. Deliver this for me. From now on, stay within the Huga clan's territory. The letter was addressed to Yayoi Huga, roughly outlining the presence of a certain man as a precaution for her safety. Sanfeng wanted the freedom, and Kyōsuke agreed to give it to him, but it would be a big mistake to think that he could completely let go. At least he should try his best to play his due role, such as running errands and killing people for Huga Yayoi. After dismissing the taijutsu expert, Kyōsuke quickly found the long-waiting young snake Manda. Using a summoning scroll, he absorbed the snake's blood, knowing that reverse summoning would soon take him to Ryuchi Cave. Glancing back at the hidden island, Kyōsuke felt a tinge of sentiment. The secrets of the 8 inner gates, swift release, who knows what other powers lie hidden here. The appearance of Jigen further reinforced Kyōsuke's awareness of constant danger. Patting the papers in his pocket, Kyōsuke resolved to begin training in the 8 inner gates formation as soon as possible. Until he reached the 6 paths level, this technique would significantly enhance his strength. Although the training was grueling and often took decades of hard work, even unlocking the first few gates would provide a considerable chakra boost. Still, this trip was worth it. With a smile, Kyōsuke disappeared from the island. Ryuchi Cave. Sister Togorihime Kami, I'm back. The young snake lay contentedly on the ground, its eyes squinting in delight despite being berated by Togorihime. As for Kyōsuke, he had obtained the Kusanagi sword preserved in Ryuchi Cave. Zzz. Blinding lightning illuminated the dark cave like daylight. Perfect conductivity. It lives up to its name as a legendary weapon, Kyōsuke remarked, clearly pleased. Previously, achieving the same effect required 3 to 4 times as much chakra. Now, just a tiny activation of lightning-released chakra turned the sword into a devastating Chidori blade. He swung the blade lightly at a nearby boulder, which split cleanly in 2 without any resistance. Incredible sharpness, ordinary kunai couldn't withstand its slashes. Armed with the Kusanagi sword, Kyōsuke's kenjutsu capabilities skyrocketed. Facing the Senju clan would now be far easier. That's enough, you can leave now, Togorihime said irritably, clearly upset by his property damage. Like a scorned partner, she swiftly changed her attitude after Kyōsuke had gotten what he wanted. Rolling his eyes, Kyōsuke asked, now that I'm a contract holder, who'll respond to my summons in the future? He glanced at the young snake, hoping it wouldn't be his default partner. The small snake blinked pitifully, clearly hurt by his unspoken thoughts. Don't worry, Togorihime waved dismissively. The white snake sage specifically arranged for powerful summons to answer your call. Good. Kyōsuke patted the young snake's head before departing Ryuchi Cave. Watching him leave, Togorihime muttered through gritted teeth, to hell with it. I'm not seducing him, anyone else can do it. Sister Togorihime, why would you seduce Lord Kyōsuke? Mind your own business, kid. Oh, okay. After leaving Ryuchi Cave, Kyōsuke swiftly made his way toward the battlefield to face the Senju in the decisive clash. The Uchiha were at their limit, retreating further would expose their heartlands. To protect their families, every Uchiha fought desperately, including their young clan leader, Uchiha Madara. Hashirama. Madara. The two clashed in a fierce confrontation. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 73, The longest journey is Hashirama's schemes. On the battlefield, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had become the most dazzling stars. Anyone below Jonin level would essentially meet death if they got involved. Even Jonin could easily lose their lives with just a single misstep when facing these two. Eventually, both sides agreed to let these prodigious young clan leaders handle things themselves. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha Madara's growing strength exuded an increasingly commanding aura. A fan-shaped inferno swept forward, leaving many Uchiha who prided themselves on mastering fire-style techniques utterly awestruck. The young clan leader is a genius among geniuses. I heard that Kyōsuke from the southern forces is also quite remarkable. Who knows? I still think Lord Madara is stronger. The sea of fire advanced, burning everything in its path. Seeing this, Hashirama sighed, realizing that his friend was once again getting overly serious. Why take it so seriously? Isn't it better to pretend? Clapping his hands together, wooden walls burst from the ground, quickly forming a formidable barrier. No matter how ferocious the flames were, they couldn't break through the unified defense. Wood style, tree wall barrier. Hashirama had become adept at using wood-style techniques. However, limited by his current strength, he couldn't yet unleash powerful moves like the Wood Dragon, Wood Golem, or even Deep Forest Emergence. Nevertheless, his abilities had grown significantly, making him resistant to most conventional ninjutsu. Damn wood style, Madara muttered, annoyed. If long-range attacks didn't work, he would settle things in close combat. With the Sharingan's support, he was confident that Hashirama wasn't his match. He activated the body flicker technique, a deceptively simple yet effective move. In an instant, Madara vaulted over the wooden barricade, appearing directly above his friend. Prepare to die, Hashirama, he shouted, swinging his scythe in a vicious downward arc. Hashirama dodged by ducking, but he overlooked Madara's already prepared fan in his left hand. Whack! The fan smacked Hashirama's head, sending him flying. Before he could hit the ground, Madara was already upon him again. You've lost, Madara declared, his tone cold and brimming with confidence. Hearing this, Hashirama twisted his body despite the scythe inches from his face, extending one hand toward his friend. Wood release, smothering binding technique. Wooden tendrils erupted from his arm, wrapping around Madara in an instant. No matter how he struggled, the bindings wouldn't budge. Haha. Hashirama laughed foolishly. But before the laugh faded, Madara shook his head and vanished with a poof. Surprised. Madara's scythe pierced through Hashirama's back, the blade emerging from his chest and shattering his chest armor. This is Kyōsuke's shadow clone technique. Unless you have a highly advanced Sharingan, it's impossible to discern. Blame yourself for not being an Uchiha, Madara said coldly, though his trembling voice betrayed his hesitation. Should he truly kill Hashirama? Though he had resolved to do so, at the critical moment, he deliberately avoided striking any vital organs. Despite the seemingly severe wound, Hashirama's internal organs were unharmed. For someone as resilient as him, a month of rest would suffice for full recovery. Madara, you're such a weak-willed fool, Madara muttered, attempting to provoke himself into action. But no matter how much he tried, he couldn't bring himself to deal a fatal blow. Madara, Hashirama's trembling hand reached out, his voice weak, I'm not going to make it. Do you still remember our dream? Our friendship? What's happening? Madara's eyes widened in panic, thinking he might have accidentally hit a vital point. Don't move. I'll get a medical nin right now. Hang on, he said frantically. Don't go, Hashirama grabbed him, his eyes filled with a hazy, dying glow. I've been dying for a while. Wood style has consumed too much of my life force. As your best friend, I'm happy you could send me off. Hashirama. Tell me, Madara, do you still remember our dream? Holding his friend's hand, Madara wanted to say that not only did he remember, but he knew Kyōsuke still held onto it too. But before he could speak, Hashirama's body shattered into pieces of wood. Damn it. Hashirama emerged from behind the wooden wall, slamming his hand down in frustration, his face full of regret. So close. He had been so close to getting Madara to open up. If he could just speak the words, their relationship wouldn't have to remain as it was. Haha, Hashirama awkwardly scratched his head, muttering, that's my new wood-style technique. Even the Sharingan can't see through it, can it? Hearing this, Madara couldn't help but recall the earlier scene. His anger flared uncontrollably. Uchiha Madara, you bastard, I'm going to kill you today. Furious and humiliated, the Dance King charged at Hashirama, and the two clashed again. Fire style, Dragon Flame Song technique. 4 fiery dragons roared toward their target. Forest barrier. Fire style, Great Fire Destruction. The fireball, resembling a falling meteor, was far more potent and expansive than the Great Fireball technique. Hashirama, my forest barrier. Damn it, Hashirama, don't you have any other jutsu? Madara realized that facing this guy made it too easy for him to lose his usual composure. Despite knowing better, he always ended up matching ninjutsu with him. Taking a deep breath, Madara regained his calm and used body flicker technique to close in on Hashirama again. Now, it's a life-or-death battle, Hashirama. With his ancestral scythe, Madara dominated in close combat, having relied on it to win several previous fights. However, the Senju clan also had their fair share of legendary weapons. Seizing an opportunity when Madara was pushed back by wood style, Hashirama retrieved a scroll from his waist, performed a series of seals, and unsealed a pair of sharp dual blades. Madara wielded a scythe in his right hand and a fan in his left, so Hashirama naturally countered with twin swords. That's only fair. Madara. Hashirama. Both unleashed their chakra to the fullest, clashing like two titans, creating shockwaves that shook the battlefield for hundreds of meters. Amid the chaos, a figure wielding a short sword crept closer. The target. A fatigued Uchiha Madara, momentarily drained from the intense battle. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 74, Kyōsuke appears and beats Tobirama senseless. From a long time ago, Tobirama had always been wary of Uchiha Madara's existence. To him, it was Madara who poisoned his elder brother's mind with words. The Uchiha clan was nothing but a group of untrustworthy villains. How could they ever be considered friends? He conveniently ignored the fact that it was Hashirama who persistently pursued the friendship. In Tobirama's view, once Madara was dead, his brother would return to normal. As for the idea of building a village, sure, no problem, wipe out the Uchiha first, and the Senju would unify the land of fire. With that achieved, they could even overthrow the daimyo and claim the throne. Unfortunately, his plans for ambushing Madara were repeatedly ignored by both his brother and father. His elder brother refused to harm a friend, while their father, Butsuma Senju, was too focused on dealing with Taijima Uchiha. If Hashirama chose not to participate, how much would it cost to kill Uchiha Madara? Not to mention, the Uchiha weren't fools. A one-on-one fight might work, but if they smelled a trap, they'd immediately call for reinforcements. After calculating all the factors, Tobirama realized he had, at most, 20 seconds to kill Madara. Even if Butsuma himself took action, it was impossible to eliminate the current Madara in that short time. Thus, the plan was shelved. Ultimately, neither Madara nor Hashirama was seen as a real threat by the true powerhouses of the era. The battlefield between the Uchiha and Senju clans was the highest stage of the Warring States period, featuring clan leaders and countless elite jonin. While Madara and Hashirama's clashes were thrilling, they weren't enough to sway the overall battle. Of course, Tobirama personally disagreed with this. He knew his brother's strength better than anyone. In less than 10 years, his elder brother would stand atop the shinobi world, unmatched and unshakable. At that time, the Uchiha clan across from them would undoubtedly become a significant threat. Understanding this, Tobirama resolved to kill Uchiha Madara today, even if it meant facing his brother's wrath. Die. Using Earth Release to tunnel closer, Tobirama suddenly emerged, launching his most lethal attack. Water Release, Water Severing Wave. A high-pressure, razor-sharp jet of water shot from Tobirama's mouth, capable of slicing through stone and trees with ease. Tobirama excelled in ambush tactics, always opting for stealth kills over direct confrontations. This habit was evident even in his childhood. Tobirama. Hashirama shouted, trying to stop his brother. It wasn't that he feared for Madara's safety, in fact, his sensory abilities told him that a familiar figure was rapidly approaching the battlefield. If Tobirama's sneak attack angered this individual, things could spiral out of control. It's true that a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. A familiar voice sounded, causing Uchiha Madara's arm, which was about to be raised, to slowly fall down. You're finally back, Kyōsuke. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Kyōsuke, who had rushed to the battlefield just in time. With his fingers forming a seal, a lightning release, Chidori sharp spear pierced through the air, intercepting Tobirama's water jet. The two high-compression jutsu collided and neutralized each other, resulting in a draw. Emerging from the ground, Tobirama cautiously eyed Kyōsuke and asked, "What do you mean by that?" For a shinobi, ambushing an opponent was standard practice. What did he mean by comparing him to a dog eating its own sh*t? Feeling insulted, Tobirama frowned deeply. What do I mean? Kyōsuke sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. He harbored a strong grudge against Tobirama, this man who plundered enemy shinobi for his experiments on Edo Tensei, killed Azuna using Flying Thunder God technique, obstructed alliances many times, and fostered animosity toward the Uchiha. Each of these actions contributed to Madara's eventual departure from Konoha, sowing discord for decades to come. Looking at Hashirama's anxious expression, a thought crossed Kyōsuke's mind. What if, back then, it wasn't Azuna who died but Tobirama? Would Hashirama have still wholeheartedly accepted the Uchiha? Well, let's find out. Without waiting for a response, Kyōsuke drew his Kusanagi sword and dashed toward the gray-haired boy. Kyōsuke, go easy on him. Hashirama rushed forward to intervene, only to be kicked aside by Madara. Fool. How dare you look away during our fight? Madara snarled, launching an all-out assault. Back on Kyōsuke's side, he refrained from using his Chidori katana to gauge the Kusanagi sword's sharpness. Tobirama instinctively blocked with a kunai while using one hand to weave seals for a jutsu. Water Release, Water Clone Jutsu. It had to be said, Tobirama's talent for ninjutsu was extraordinary. Unfortunately, today he faced his natural enemy. Ignoring the clone, Kyōsuke applied a bit more force, shattering the kunai and leaving a deep gash across Tobirama's chest. The water clone, meanwhile, proved useless against the surrounding Chidori current, disintegrating upon contact. Such a sharp blade, Tobirama thought, realizing he needed to keep his distance. Water Release, Water Formation Wall. With a few simplified seals, a water barrier rose between them. Maintain a 10-meter distance. Be wary of his body flicker technique. ZZZZZT. The sound of lightning surged through the air. Before Tobirama could retreat, Kyōsuke's Chidori sharp spear pierced through the water wall and struck his shoulder, paralyzing him. Approaching the downed Tobirama, Kyōsuke stomped on his face, sneering. "Brat, today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your brother." Kyōsuke stepped closer to Tobirama and ruthlessly kicked him square in the face. Before Tobirama's body could stop rolling, a shuriken whistled through the air, pinning his left hand, just as he tried forming a seal, firmly to the ground. "Ah!" Tobirama screamed in pain. "Oh, you scream pretty loudly, huh?" Kyōsuke chuckled darkly, stomping on Tobirama's face with force. "If you want to live, then beg for mercy. Say it, say that the entire Senju clan is a bunch of bastards born of bitches. Say it, and I'll let you go." As expected, Tobirama refused to yield. Despite any flaws he might have, his stubborn pride wouldn't allow him to submit. Of course, that was exactly what Kyōsuke loved the most. If they didn't resist, how could he enjoy inflicting more pain? A Chidori sharp spear pierced through Tobirama's other shoulder, intensifying his paralysis. Ignoring Hashirama's desperate shouts, Kyōsuke resumed delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Soon enough, Tobirama's face was so battered that his eyes had swollen to narrow slits. "Kyōsuke!" Hashirama's voice roared in fury, filled with desperation. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 75, First Clash with Hashirama. Two wooden clones were created to temporarily block Madara, who was trying to advance. Hashirama, desperate to save his younger brother, rushed toward Kyōsuke without hesitation. "Yo, can't remember your dreams now?" Kyōsuke mocked, his face full of sarcasm. Kicking aside the unconscious Tobirama, he drew the Kusanagi sword and activated the Chidori blade, unleashing a powerful strike like the descent of Thor. Uchiha style, sword leap thunderclap. Such overwhelming power, Hashirama's pupils contracted as he realized that the weapon in Kyōsuke's hands was no ordinary blade. Fortunately, the double blades passed down in the Senju clan were also legendary weapons from the Land of Iron, with chakra conductivity nearly at full capacity. He wasn't afraid to clash directly with Kyōsuke. When they first met by the river, they had a brief skirmish, but unfortunately, it was interrupted by the King of Dance. "Come on, let's continue that unfinished fight." Super strength, double thorns explosion. With a roar, the chakra surrounding the two swords surged, extending over 2 meters in length. When the lightning blade collided with the double blades, the ground shattered like foam, and the clash resonated with the roar of chakra. Sand and stones scattered, and a violent wind howled as the two figures were sent flying backward. The men with the bowl-shaped hair staggered back 3 steps, while Kyōsuke was forced to retreat 7.5 steps. Hashirama was a year older than Madara, making him over 3 years older than Kyōsuke. Additionally, his sage body had started to advance to a higher level, giving him immense physical strength. Even though his weapon had an advantage, Kyōsuke still found himself at a slight disadvantage in this clash. Looks like brute force doesn't work after all. Kyōsuke moved his feet, planning to rely on his speed to win. More than 10 afterimages of his body flicker technique filled the area, mixed with his shadow clones. With illusion and reality blending, Hashirama, who didn't have any eye techniques, could not distinguish which was which. Fortunately, he didn't need to chase Kyōsuke around the battlefield. Clapping his hands together, Hashirama quickly performed a set of hand seals in less than 0.1 seconds. To any non-dojutsu ninja, it would look like he was releasing a jutsu without hand seals, just by clapping his hands. With his power, the ground around him suddenly sprouted many small saplings, which grew rapidly at an astonishing speed. Wood release, tree bind flourishing burial. Though he couldn't use the deep forest emergence, Hashirama certainly had backup secret jutsus to substitute for it. While the effect wasn't as devastating, it was still a good method for clearing the area. In just 2 breaths, the tiny saplings instantly grew into large trees, blocking Kyōsuke's advance and spreading rapidly. This destroyed his fixed path of retreat, preventing him from using body flicker again. Reluctantly, Kyōsuke had to activate the Chidori sharp spear and started acting as a temporary lumberjack. The tree bind flourishing burial was nothing to worry about. The trees were only about 3 or 4 meters tall, nowhere near the giant trees that could reach dozens of meters in height. Kyōsuke, armed with his blade, quickly eliminated the threat posed by the trees. Looking at Hashirama standing among the trees, Kyōsuke sighed deeply, feeling only one thing. This is really fucking exhausting. He hadn't realized it before, but when facing Hashirama, Kyōsuke began to understand the trouble with wood release techniques. The strength of these techniques wasn't particularly outrageous, many ninjutsu could destroy trees. The biggest problem wasn't the quality, but the overwhelming quantity. With sage body physical strength and chakra, even if you can't defeat me, you can still wear me down until I'm exhausted. This was Hashirama's true fighting style, which could be considered shameless in its efficiency. At that moment, Kyōsuke suddenly realized he didn't have a powerful enough jutsu to end things quickly. Not being able to clear the field on a large scale meant it was difficult to approach Hashirama easily. The Flying Thunder God technique was an option, but he could only use the second stage of it after further progression. Given his current progress, that was still a long way off. I need to figure out a powerful jutsu. Kyōsuke casually released a great fireball, but seeing that Hashirama was still holding up an impenetrable defense, he shook his head and lost interest in continuing the fight. He couldn't touch Hashirama, and Hashirama couldn't catch him, so what was the point of fighting? It was just a matter of who got exhausted first. Instead of wasting time, he might as well go kill a few enemy ninjas to quickly accumulate points. I'm not fighting anymore. With that, Kyōsuke left the battlefield. He had just returned from the outside and hadn't reported to the clan leader yet, so he shouldn't have been on the battlefield. However, there were few in the Uchiha clan who had the authority to command him, so when Kyōsuke felt like it, he just took a stroll on the battlefield. And that's when he saw Tobirama trying to sneak attack. By the way, I guess I helped Senju Hashirama educate his little brother. Shouldn't he thank me? After he left the battlefield, Madara was silent for a moment before saying nothing and followed Kyōsuke back to the camp. As for Hashirama, seeing that his opponent was gone, he dispersed the trees around him, his face filled with disappointment. He had once thought that Madara was his best friend, and Kyōsuke was the one who truly understood his dreams. He had hoped to persuade his stubborn friend through Kyōsuke, but after their reunion, he found that Kyōsuke harbored such great hostility. Is being honest with each other such an unreachable dream? Hashirama wondered, confused. On the other side, Kyōsuke briefly described his experience during the return trip. The Ryuchi Cave. Madara rubbed his chin, looking quite intrigued. The 3 great sacred lands were recorded in the clan's archives. He had initially thought it was a fabrication, but now Kyōsuke had actually encountered it. It's like nothing that happens to you is surprising, Madara suddenly said with a sigh. What about Azuna? Not wanting to delve deeper into the matter, Kyōsuke naturally shifted the topic. Madara grinned when talking about his younger brother. He's training with father, and he don't have the ability to lead an army on his own yet. Besides, father and I aren't comfortable with him taking risks. What could Kyōsuke say about that? It's nice to have someone protecting you. Unlike him, who, at the age of 7, had to step onto the southern battlefield. If not for the time travel, he probably would have already died. As they talked, the two quickly returned to the camp. They were greeted by Azuna and Uchiha Taijima, who was sitting in the tent with a fake smile. Welcome back. Taijima grabbed Kyōsuke's arm, his enthusiasm akin to that of a hostess trying to attract customers in a red light district. Ignoring the awkward looks on his 2 sons' faces, Taijima couldn't stop praising Kyōsuke, claiming Azuna needed to study harder and that Hashirama didn't even deserve to shine his shoes. He praised Kyōsuke to the skies, as if the person who had once suppressed him wasn't himself. It was utterly hypocritical. Patriarch. Kyōsuke interrupted Taijima's self-congratulation and asked in a deep voice, whatever you want to say, just tell me. Seeing his straightforwardness, Taijima didn't hesitate and pulled out a battle damage report. The report clearly showed Kyōsuke's army's remarkable performance. Battle achievements, 1st. Enemy kills, 1st. Efficiency, 1st. Casualty rate, the lowest in the entire army. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, even if it's my own father, he must die. Several statistics put him at the top of the Uchiha clan, proving his painstaking efforts were not in vain. Setting down the war report, Kyōsuke seemed to realize something. Taijima had taken an interest in his signature jutsu. It seemed the pressure from the Senju was so great that even he was willing to lower his pride and seek Kyōsuke's help. Too bad. He would have to disappoint the clan leader. Seeing Kyōsuke's silence, Uchiha Taijima smiled and took the initiative to speak. It's like this, after a discussion, the clan elders believe Chidori should be widely taught, and I'm here to seek your opinion. They wanted him to give up his jutsu. Kyōsuke swirled the water in his cup, neither agreeing nor refusing, and calmly asked, did Elder Ray approve this decision? Taijima's smile instantly faded. Elder Ray is at the front lines and didn't attend the elders' meeting. How ungrateful. Taijima inwardly cursed. He had hoped to use this opportunity to win Kyōsuke over, but the latter was proving stubborn. In that case, he wouldn't hesitate to use his authority as clan leader. I see, Kyōsuke set down his cup, smiling faintly. I'm sorry, clan leader, but I must decline the elder's proposal. Why? Taijima frowned. You've already taught this jutsu to several people. Allowing more clan members to learn it would only strengthen our collective power. Oh, so now it was moral coercion. Kyōsuke met Taijima's gaze, chuckling coldly. Increasing the strength of our clan is certainly my duty as a squad leader. I've heard that your signature fire release techniques are the finest in the ninja world. If you're willing to teach them without reservation, I'll gladly offer the Chidori technique in return. Since they wanted to talk about contribution, then the clan leader should set an example. My fire release techniques are too advanced, Taijima offered a flimsy excuse. Forcing others to learn them could result in unnecessary injuries. How weak was his reasoning? Judging by Azuna's uneasy expression, it was clear he found the situation embarrassing. I see, Kyōsuke countered coolly. Chidori also has a high risk factor. Forcing its use might increase casualties among our clan members. Is there really no room for negotiation? Taijima's face darkened. He knew Kyōsuke had grown powerful, but he didn't expect him to openly defy orders. This only confirmed Taijima's suspicions that Kyōsuke was harboring ambitions. It seemed his initial decision to be wary of this individual had been correct. If Kyōsuke indeed had access to spacetime ninjutsu, it would explain how he could assassinate Uchiha Hikoichi without anyone knowing. Heh, I still say the same thing, I'll give it to you if you give it to me. Kyōsuke's eyes were cold, not caring about the clan leader's attitude at all. After today's conversation, both sides had a complete falling out. Taijima's shameless demands had exhausted Kyōsuke's patience. In the world of shinobi, keeping one's techniques to oneself was the norm. Asking him to surrender his jutsu was as outrageous as demanding someone's bank pin in the modern era. If he didn't refuse outright, Taijima would only push further. Turning his back on the clan leader, Kyōsuke showed no fear. Father, Madara interjected, Kyōsuke is weary from travel. Let him rest for now. Very well. Surprisingly, Taijima's tone softened after their fallout. No longer interested in his hypocritical words, Kyōsuke left without a glance, Madara following thoughtfully. Exiting the clan leader's tent, Kyōsuke sighed deeply. As I've said before, only power can change everything. With that, he walked away, leaving Madara deep in thought. Meanwhile, Taijima, now rid of his younger son, dropped all pretense, his murderous intent plain. Uchiha Kyōsuke, you are such an ungrateful person. After a moment of contemplation, Taijima clapped his hands, summoning a figure from behind a screen. What do you think? Taijima asked. Unexpectedly, the visitor knelt on one knee, lowered his head and said sincerely, Kyōsuke is too ungrateful, please punish him severely, clan leader. Oh. Taijima smirked. Aren't you his cousin? Do you truly wish him harm? Uchiha Kaijun lowered his head further. I swore my allegiance to you, clan leader. Even if he were my own father, defiance against you cannot be tolerated. Ha! Taijima laughed heartily. After a moment, he helped Kaijun to his feet, his expression approving. How is the task I assigned you progressing? Please, take a look. Kaijun eagerly demonstrated. With a few hand seals, sparks of electricity crackled in his palm, a rudimentary form of Chidori. Excellent, Taijima said, pleased. Many had observed the technique, but none had been able to replicate it. Even Taijima himself had failed. Kaijun, though not as talented as Kyōsuke, had proven himself a valuable asset. More importantly, he was obedient. After a few words of encouragement, Taijima dismissed Kaijun, instructing him to perfect the technique as soon as possible. Kyōsuke, do you think you've kept your secret safe? Taijima sneered. I'll show you what it means to outsmart yourself. Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed throughout the camp. In his own tent, Kaijun unclenched his fists, his face a mix of bitterness and determination. He hated Kyōsuke for overshadowing him, hated Taijima for treating him like a tool, and hated the entire Uchiha clan for looking down on him. But he had no choice but to endure, for now. Kaijun. A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Before he could turn around, the speaker wrapped their arms around him. No matter what happens, I'll always be here for you. The woman's voice soothed him. Turning to face her, Kaijun saw the concern etched on her beautiful face. If there was anything in the world that brought him joy besides revenge, it was her. Kochu-chan, he murmured. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, dumplings are better than good food, fun is better than good entertainment. In the headquarters of Kyōsuke's army. Be careful from now on, he briefly described what had just happened. Bang. Uchiha Maya stood up, gritting her teeth as if she were ready to bite off Uchiha Taijima's head. They're bullying us. This isn't negotiation, this is outright coercion. The clan leader, resorting to such despicable means, really disgraces the Uchiha family. On the side, Uchiha Izumi wasn't as hot-headed as Maya. It's not that he wasn't angry, but he understood that Uchiha Taijima's filthy thoughts went beyond this. I've heard that your cousin is highly valued by the clan leader. Oh. Hearing this, Kyōsuke's interest was piqued. Over the past year, Uchiha Kaijun has made rapid progress. I heard he's had 3 different teachers assigned to him. At this point, Izumi glanced at Kyōsuke, who was listening with great interest, then paused before continuing. One of them is Uchiha Keisuke, your teacher. That ghost father teacher. Kyōsuke rubbed his chin and murmured, well, with the help of Keisuke-sensei, I'm sure my cousin is benefiting greatly. Both his subordinates exchanged confused glances. Why did Kyōsuke seem so odd about this? Normally, one would expect him to be more angry. Anything else? Yes, the subordinate continued, it said that the clan leader has already started researching the Chidori technique. Many people are trying to reverse engineer it from the hand seals. Indeed, with so many of our subordinates having learned Chidori, the hand seals can't be kept secret. It's inevitable that someone will steal it. This statement left the two of them more bewildered. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Kyōsuke smiled and shook his head. You need to think bigger. The Uchiha's strength is our strength. Eventually, this power will be used for our benefit. Our clan leader has many good qualities, but his vision is too narrow. He can't see beyond the present. Kyōsuke's high-flown talk completely confused the two subordinates. They didn't fully understand, but now one thing was clear in their minds, Kyōsuke's level of thinking was truly high, beyond what ordinary people like them could fathom. Remember, don't get angry. Anger lowers your intelligence. And don't hold grudges against your enemies. Hatred clouds your judgment. Once Kyōsuke was done venting, he leisurely asked, so, did our clan leader succeed? I don't think so. Of course not. If he had succeeded, they wouldn't have had that previous scene. Report. At that moment, someone outside the tent suddenly sent a message. Not long ago, a sound similar to Chidori ninjutsu was heard from the clan leader's tent. Hearing this, Maya immediately asked coldly, was there anyone else inside the tent besides the clan leader? Uchiha Kaijun. As soon as the words were spoken, the tent fell into a deep silence. Realizing something was off, the subordinate quietly withdrew, vanishing without a trace. Looking at Kyōsuke, who remained silent, the two of them exchanged another glance, wondering whether he would be upset. Seeing nothing amiss, they decided to excuse themselves and leave. When they were alone, Kyōsuke could no longer suppress his frustration, muttering a string of curses under his breath. After a while, he calmed down, using a secret command to summon a hidden ninja, one whom even Maya and Izumi didn't know existed. The two whispered for more than 10 minutes, then the secret ninja disappeared, and Kyōsuke, as if nothing had happened, left the camp. Come to think of it, I really do miss that cousin of mine. Outside the camp, at a hidden training area, Uchiha Kaijun gritted his teeth, gathering chakra inside him. After a long period of study and trial, he had nearly perfected the Chidori technique. 70% of the progress was his own doing, and the other 30% was thanks to his girlfriend's help. Uchiha Kochu, an ordinary chunin with no remarkable features other than her sweet and cute appearance. By chance, Kaijun had saved her from danger, and since then, they had fallen deeply in love and never left each other's side. Without his girlfriend's encouragement and support, Kaijun might have given up long ago. As a person who had crossed Kyōsuke, there were many who wanted to take their frustrations out on him, especially the barbarian army returning from the south. Without the clan leader's protection and his girlfriend's encouragement, Kaijun might have already ended up dead in some filthy gutter. Looking at his girlfriend, who was silently wiping sweat off his forehead, Uchiha Kaijun swore he would never let anyone harm her. Just as he was about to steal a moment alone with his girlfriend, footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Turning around, Kaijun's face instantly changed. His Sharingan activated, and he quickly pulled his girlfriend behind him. What do you want? He demanded, his voice cold. Hearing this, the visitor looks very hurt. Come on, is there something wrong with wanting to meet my own brother? Brother. Uchiha Kaijun fought to keep his anger in check and tried to sound calm. We've met now, but I have things to do, so I won't be accompanying you. He started to pull his girlfriend away, but just as he took a step forward, a kunai appeared right at his neck. I didn't say you could leave, Kyōsuke said with a cold smile, his gaze turning to the defiant girl. Ah, so this is my sister-in-law. How delicate and soft. Even I, as a younger brother, can't help but feel tempted. With Kaijun glaring murderously at him, Kyōsuke reached out and began to caress Kochu's face. Do you want the complete method for mastering Chidori? Kyōsuke suddenly brought up the important point. Upon hearing this, Kaijun's heart sank as he realized the secret had been exposed. If you can't produce the completed technique, our dear clan leader won't let you off. Kyōsuke's gaze then shifted to Kochu. You wouldn't want him to suffer the clan leader's punishment, right? What do you want? Kochu asked, tears in her eyes as her body trembled slightly. Despite her fear, her face still showed defiance, much more than her boyfriend. Want to learn Chidori? I can teach you. Kyōsuke kicked Kaijun aside and grabbed Kochu's hands, pulling her into his embrace. A perfect opportunity. You should consider it carefully. I'm not someone who forces others. Releasing her, Kyōsuke shot Kaijun a disdainful look and used his body flicker jutsu to leave the area. Behind him, Kaijun, who had been holding back, finally exploded. Uchiha Kyōsuke, one day, I'll personally kill you. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 78, I'm also a snake charmer. In the end, Kyōsuke did not wait for the woman to knock on the door. Feeling rather bored, he decided to find a quiet spot to work on developing a new jutsu. Hashirama's would release was too troublesome to deal with, one wrong move and it would turn into a battle of stamina and chakra depletion. Instead of wasting energy in endless battles, it made more sense to focus on creating new techniques. In fact, he had started this research quite some time ago. As Kyōsuke's power continued to grow, his understanding of ninjutsu also deepened. With his grasp of the release principles, reverse engineering and advanced application of Chidori wasn't too difficult. It wouldn't be long before he mastered his first high-power offensive S-rank ninjutsu. During breaks in his research, he'd wander the battlefield, taking down enemies to earn more points. Life couldn't have been more satisfying. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Move aside, make way. Izuna shouted, frantically clearing a path. Behind him, carried on a stretcher, was the bloodied and unconscious clan leader, Taijima. Not long ago, the Senju launched an unprecedented large-scale assault. This war had dragged on for too long. Both the Senju and Uchiha clans were eager to end it. Sensing the fatigue among his clansmen, Senju Butsuma decided to make a bold gamble. He mobilized all available forces for a decisive, all-out confrontation with the Uchiha. If they won, the Land of Fire would be entirely under Senju control. If they lost, they would retreat and focus on recovery for a few years before making another attempt. Reluctantly, Uchiha Taijima rallied his forces to resist the relentless waves of enemy attacks. Half a day ago, Butsuma personally led a charge and came face-to-face with his longtime rival, Taijima. The two clan leaders engaged in a deadly duel, with neither willing to back down. The result? Both men were gravely injured and had to be carried back to their respective camps for treatment. Though the clan leaders were down, the battle raged on. Seizing the opportunity, Kyōsuke doubled down on harvesting points, carefully avoiding Hashirama's repeated challenges. Meanwhile, Madara relentlessly pursued Hashirama, refusing to give him any respite. Izuna also clashed fiercely with Tobirama, their rivalry growing more intense with each encounter. On the battlefield, Kyōsuke laughed uproariously when he heard the news, nearly tempted to celebrate with a few great fireballs. If only both of them would just drop dead already, he muttered, a hint of regret in his voice. Sir, enemy forces spotted ahead, one of his subordinates reported, snapping him back to reality. Kyōsuke nodded to Maya and stepped forward, taking the lead, positioning himself at the forefront of the group. During this period, the Legion's fighting style changed slightly. Previously, the strategy was simple, activate Chidori and charge recklessly, leaving survival up to individual skill and luck. But considering the escalating intensity of the battlefield and the high casualty rates, Kyōsuke decided to implement a new approach. He would handle the main assault while the others stayed behind, offering support from a safe distance. Ninja Art, Summoning Jutsu. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the battlefield, causing chaos among the enemy ranks. Boom. By the time the Senju noticed, a colossal snake, over 30 meters long, was already tearing through their formation, crushing trees in its path. Haitai, aim for the enemies and use your venom, Kyōsuke commanded. Yes, Lord Kyōsuke, the snake replied. Haitai, a venomous serpent from the depths of Ryuchi Cave, wasn't the largest or most fearsome of the snakes, but its venom was unparalleled in potency. In an era where medical ninjutsu was still rudimentary, its venom was a terrifying weapon. With Haitai at his side, Kyōsuke had the confidence to lead the charge on his own. The serpent moved with incredible speed, far too quick for group jutsu to target effectively. Before the Senju could react, a spray of purple venom engulfed several of their comrades, killing them instantly. Only after the destruction did a few stray jutsu harmlessly streak through the air. Knowing better than to linger, Haitai slithered out of the enemy's range, ignoring the futile provocations. Just as the snake retreated, the thunderous sound of lightning erupted. Kyōsuke's Chidori strike team descended upon the battlefield, turning it into a blood-soaked slaughterhouse. Senju camp, front line. Damn it, it's that wretched kid again. Senju Nobunaga slammed his hand on the table, his chakra surging so violently that the entire camp seemed to tremble. Oddly enough, the table itself remained perfectly still, a testament to his exceptional chakra control. Senju Nobunaga, Butsuma's trusted younger brother, had naturally assumed command in the clan leader's absence. Moments ago, a scout reported that yet another joint squad had fallen to Kyōsuke's forces. As expected, they had been utterly annihilated, with only 3 survivors managing to escape. The colossal venomous snake had become the bane of countless low-ranking ninjas, a nightmare they couldn't escape. We need to find a way to stop him, Nobunaga muttered. He understood the devastating impact this serpent had on their morale. Senju ninjas could accept dying in battle, but the thought of being devoured by a giant snake was another matter entirely. Unfortunately, Kyōsuke was too cunning, avoiding large-scale confrontations and fleeing at the first sign of trouble. Several attempts to trap him had ended in failure. And that damn flying thunder god jutsu. What kind of twisted genius comes up with something like that? Nobuyama cursed, his frustration boiling over. Nearby, Tobirama frowned but remained silent. While he didn't share his uncle's disdain, he couldn't deny Kyōsuke's brilliance. Both the Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God Jutsu were remarkable techniques, earning his grudging admiration. Still, admiration wouldn't stop him from eliminating Kyōsuke given the chance. As Nobunaga said, the boy was far more dangerous than Madara, whose straightforward nature made him predictable. The key to defeating Kyōsuke lay in neutralizing the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. While the group deliberated strategies, an unexpected guest arrived with an intriguing proposal. "I have a plan to take down Kyōsuke once and for all," the visitor declared. "You?" Nobunaga exclaimed, clearly surprised by the person's identity. Given their shared enmity with Kyōsuke, it wasn't entirely unexpected that this individual would appear. "We'll leave it to you, Lord Ashina." "Not at all. I must thank Lord Butsuma for his trust." The visitor, Uzumaki Ashina, leader of the Uzumaki clan and a master of sealing techniques, had come to personally offer his assistance in eliminating Kyōsuke. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 79, Mito appears, the approaching killing trap. Looking up at the sky, the moon is smiling. Looking down at the ground, the giant snake is jumping. With the summoning beast, Haitai, life for Kyōsuke has been incredibly comfortable. At first he was standing at the snake head and giving orders, but later he found it too tiring to even stand, so he got a small mat and lay down on it. His leisurely posture made his subordinates, who had to walk on foot, quite envious. "My lord, I've heard that Haitai comes from a legendary mysterious sage region." One subordinate began to subtly ask. "Yes," Kyōsuke lazily sighed while lying on the broad snake's head. Orochimaru once mentioned that the white snake sage had a strange and difficult personality, hard to communicate with. But Kyōsuke didn't feel that way at all. Knowing Kyōsuke liked lounging on Haitai's back, the white snake sage adjusted the contract, using her own sage chakra to greatly extend the summoning beast's duration. Otherwise, Kyōsuke wouldn't be able to enjoy it as much. Glancing at his smiling subordinates, Kyōsuke spat out some grape skin, stretched lazily, and slowly asked, "Do you want to sign a summoning contract with the Ryuchi Cave?" "Yes, yes." Signing a contract with one of the 3 great summoning locations is a difficult task, way beyond the usual level. However, since the white snake sage seemed easier to talk to, maybe with some negotiation, it could be arranged. Rumors really do ruin everything. She looks so kind and gentle, but Orochimaru says she's hard to get along with. I think sometimes Orochimaru is unreliable too. Promising to consider the request, Kyōsuke waved his hand, dismissing the subordinate. After a good meal and some rest, Kyōsuke decided to go out and find some enemies to practice against. However, instead of finding any enemies, he suddenly noticed a flying thunder god coordinate wandering around the battlefield. At first, Kyōsuke thought someone had picked up one of his kunai, but after focusing, his expression changed. Why is this girl on the battlefield? He gave a simple command and used the flying thunder god to teleport near the coordinate. Pushing aside the leaves in front of him, he found that the person hiding under the tree was none other than Mito Uzumaki, the bean sprout. "Hey, what are you doing here?" "Ah." The sudden voice scared Mito so much that she nearly jumped out of her skin. Shaking the 2 talismans dangling from her hair bun, the little girl turned around angrily, looking like she wanted to pounce on him and take a bite. "You're scaring me." She rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. After a brief silence, Mito sighed and said, "I came with my father. He's already developed a method to deal with you." "Really? What kind of method? Please don't tell me he's going to try scaring me with a ridiculously high dowry. Can you be serious for once?" To his surprise, Mito wasn't embarrassed but instead explained with a worried expression, "Remember? You left behind a lot of kunai with Flying Thunder God marking in the land of whirlpools. Yeah, did your father enshrine them or something?" Ignoring his sarcastic remark, the bun-haired princess continued, "After careful research, my father has successfully developed a sealing technique to block space-time ninjutsu." Hearing this, Kyōsuke finally grew serious. At the same time, he understood why Mito had snuck onto the battlefield like a thief. She probably didn't want him to get into trouble, so she came to warn him. This girl. Jumping down from the treetop, Kyōsuke reached out and gently rubbed Mito's red hair, smiling as he asked, "So, what does your father plan to do?" "I don't know either." Mito shook her head and roughly explained the principle of the time-space sealing technique. "It's probably a variation of the contract seal. It must be engraved on your body to isolate the space-time coordinates." Contract sealing. Kyōsuke recalled the battle between Masked Tobi and Minato. The 4th Hokage, as a son-in-law of the Uzumaki family, used the contract sealing technique to sever the control of the Nine Tails. Uzumaki Ashina really lived up to the title of sealing technique master, quickly developing a method to block the Flying Thunder God coordinates. Unfortunately, the conditions for using the sealing jutsu were too harsh. The person performing the sealing had to be almost as fast as him. Such a ninja might not be impossible to find, but certainly not in the land of whirlpools. Ha, your father really is a fool. One day, he'll realize that the Senju are not reliable. Seeing him indifferent, Mito puffed up her cheeks and anxiously grabbed his arm. Don't be so careless. It's not just my father, Senju Nobunaga will also be involved in this assassination. If they team up, you won't stand a chance. Relax, Kyōsuke waved his hand dismissively. They won't have the chance to seal me. But Mito's expression turned serious, clearly worried for his safety. It's not just my father who can use the time-space sealing technique. Who else? Don't tell me that old bastard Senju Butsuma can learn it too. If he could, even a dog could use sealing jutsu. Of course, it's... She suddenly grinned mischievously, it's me. Sealing technique, time-space seal. The black sealing formation spread rapidly and immediately severed Kyōsuke's connection with the coordinates in an instant. Even though Kyōsuke kicked Mito away, the sealing technique didn't fade. Looking at the girl getting up from the ground, Kyōsuke's eyes clearly showed disappointment. But he said nothing. The deed was done, and there was no need for further conversation. The princess of the Uzumaki clan had made the choice she thought was right, and that was it. Drawing his sword, Kyōsuke surveyed the surroundings and coldly shouted, "Come out, no need to hide." Clap, clap, clap. With a light applause, Senju Nobunaga appeared like the final boss. You little brat, you'll soon learn what happens when you talk big. It was clear that he was very sensitive to the term old bastard, possibly due to his somewhat greenish hair color. Soon, Uzumaki Ashina appeared from the other side, and numerous afterimages began to enter the arena. To ensure the trap was set, the Senju clan sent many of their elite members. After all, aside from his spacetime abilities, Kyōsuke's explosive body flicker jutsu was also quite formidable. If there were fewer people, there might be a chance for Kyōsuke to escape. With a swing of his sword, Kyōsuke sneered and taunted, two old dogs leading a pack of pups, thinking they can take down the mighty lion. Oh, go ahead and talk. Senju Nobunaga replied with smug satisfaction. You won't live much longer anyway, so just say as much as you can. Oh, by the way, if you beg me, maybe I'll pass your last words to the Uchiha. Bang. A smoke bomb suddenly exploded. Using it as cover, Kyōsuke sent out 12 shadow clones, each rushing in different directions. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 80, Chapter 80, S-Rank Ultimate Technique, Wrathful Thunder Beast roars across the world. A killing field. Facing two clan leader-level experts and a group of formidable Senju ninjas, even if it were Taijima himself, there was a high chance he would fall in battle. Direct confrontation was out of the question, which is why Kyōsuke resorted to using a smoke bomb to execute the shadow clone jutsu. Hiding his real body amidst the smoke, he waited for the right moment to break through. Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The clones frequently unleashed fire-style ninjutsu, attempting to carve a path through the encirclement. Seeing this, Senju Nobunaga directly positioned himself in front of the shadow clones, blade in hand, ready to block their way alone. Stop struggling. There's only one outcome for you today, death. After finishing his words, he blew on the kunai in his hand. The potent wind nature chakra infused into it turned the weapon into an unstoppable wind blade. In the Warring States period, 9 out of 10 clan leaders excelled at taijutsu, and Senju Nobunaga was no exception. Wind release, vacuum blade. With overwhelming power, he shattered the combined attack of 3 shadow clones head-on. Boom. With the ground caving in, Senju Nobunaga charged toward the remaining clones, showing no intention of giving his opponent any room to breathe. You have no chance of escape. Surrender, he said while pressing forward, piling psychological pressure on Kyōsuke. God, you're annoying, growled a clone of Kyōsuke. Drawing his blade, he slashed angrily, extending the Chidori sharp spear from his left hand and instantly becoming a two-sword fighter. Uchiha style, Astonishing Nightingale. A pure swordsmanship clash. The result, Senju Nobuna's left arm was cut, while Kyōsuke's clone was pierced through the chest by the wind blade. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Ashina began his move. Rather than attacking directly, he rapidly weaved signs with his hands, creating a crimson sealing barrier. Sealing Jutsu, Crimson Flaming Seal. Unless you can fly away, you'll have to defeat me to break this barrier. The ruthless Uzumaki clan leader demonstrated his resolve to kill Kyōsuke. Before Kyōsuke could react, Ashina changed his hand seals. 7 or 8 glowing chains shot out, instantly destroying the 2 nearest shadow clones. Your existence is too dangerous, Uchiha Kyōsuke, Uzumaki Ashina said, staring at him with a determined look. He knew that this action might make his daughter hate him for life, but as the mysterious man had warned, if Kyōsuke wasn't eliminated, the land of whirlpools would never know peace. With the flying thunder god Jutsu's terrifying potential, once this boy fully matured, who in the ninja world could stop him? If they didn't strike early, not only the Uzumaki clan but the entire land of whirlpools would have no future. I hope your plan is thorough enough, Uzumaki Ashina thought as he glanced inadvertently in the direction his daughter had disappeared. Adamantine chains raged across the battlefield. Clang. The crimson barrier walls repelled the kunai Kyōsuke had thrown. Not only physical attacks but even airflow can't get through. Kyōsuke's eyes flickered, he seemed to have thought of a way to break the stalemate. System notification, successfully exchanged for chakra recovery potion, costing 10,000 points. These system points sure have a way of disappearing at the worst times, Kyōsuke muttered. Before drinking it, he split off 3 more shadow clones to guard him. Gulping down the potion, he felt his chakra surge and immediately began casting fire-style ninjutsu. Fire-style, Dragon Flame Song Technique. Fire-style, Dragon Flame Song Technique. Fire-style, Dragon Flame Song Technique. For a moment, the barrier was filled with blazing fire dragons swirling through the air. Has he lost his mind? Uzumaki Ashina frowned slightly. Something about Kyōsuke's actions felt calculated. Unfortunately, Kyōsuke's body flicker technique was too fast. Even with the adamantine chain's overwhelming power, they couldn't defeat him in a short time. Senju Nobunaga, that fool, was still wildly slashing at the shadow clones. System notification, defeated a Senju clan Chunin, earned 360 points. System notification, defeated a Senju clan Chunin, earned 480 points. System notification, defeated an Uzumaki clan Chunin, earned 400 points. At least this makes up for some of my losses, Kyōsuke thought. The fiery dragons weren't effective against clan leaders but were deadly to ordinary ninjas. Beyond recouping points, the increasing heat inside the barrier was also part of his strategy. Wiping sweat from his brow, Kyōsuke felt like he was in a steam bath, his skin reddening from the heat. Kid, is this the grave you've chosen for yourself? Senju Nobunaga sneered, finally locking onto Kyōsuke's real body. His wind blade slashed horizontally, clashing head-on with Kyōsuke's kusanagi sword. The collision sent Kyōsuke flying, his chest feeling like it had been struck by a heavy hammer. This won't work. I'll have to redeem more, Kyōsuke thought grimly, exchanging another chakra recovery potion. System notification, successfully exchanged for chakra recovery potion, costing 10,000 points. Using the body flicker technique to distance himself from his enemies, Kyōsuke gulped down the potion, his chakra once again returning to full strength. Damn it, these old fogies cost me 20,000 points. I swear, one day, I'll make the Senju clan pay tenfold. Kyōsuke leapt up, electric light surging in his hand. Above, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashing ominously. A storm loomed. Using his Sharingan to read the path of the lightning, Kyōsuke directed a beam of energy into the clouds, ignoring the enemy closing in on him. Bang. He took a heavy kick to the chest, his shadow clones sacrificing themselves to block the worst of it. This brat. Senju Nobunaga sensed something was off. The lightning in the sky was unnatural, far too concentrated. But it was too late. Sizzle. Thunder and lightning crazily gathered in his palms, blood dripping from his mouth. Kyōsuke stared coldly at his enemies below. A monstrous thunder beast emerged from the clouds. What is that? Uzumaki Ashina shouted, immediately casting a defensive barrier. Senju Nobunaga, lacking strong defensive techniques, could only use Earth Wall, but it was insufficient to block an overhead attack. Just try and survive this. A sudden gust of wind swept his hair as Nobunaga looked up. The thunder beast was already attacking. In the blink of an eye, the beast's jaws engulfed him, its attack faster than the speed of sound, leaving no room for hesitation. Perish with the thunder's roar. Lightning release, Kirin. Boom. The devastating lightning obliterated Uzumaki Ashina's barrier. Aside from the swift-reacting Uzumaki leader, everyone else was annihilated by the Kirin's onslaught. In the distance, a scorched corpse stirred slightly. Taking advantage of the lingering smoke, it slipped into the grass and quickly vanished. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 81, Kyōsuke's death. That charred body was naturally Kyōsuke's, who had been affected by the Kirin technique. This lightning-style jutsu has a terrifying destructive power, but unfortunately, the conditions for its use are too strict, so it cannot be used as a conventional means of confrontation. Without the help of the barrier to funnel the thermal air to the clouds above, Kyōsuke might not have been able to use it in the battle. For the past 2 months, he had been focusing on studying Kirin. Unexpectedly, the first time he used it, it saved his life and also completed the eradication of a powerful enemy. System prompt, killed Senju Nobunaga, gained 16,000 points. This was the first time the system reported a name, indicating that clan leader level figures were indeed special existences. The clan leader level, or Kuga level during the village era, gives a minimum of 10,000 points for a successful kill, with a cap of 40,000 points. From this, it is clear that Senju Nobunaga's strength was not all that great. It's not that he's at the bottom of the Kage level, but it's unlikely he was much better. However, a Kage is still a Kage and a crucial strategic resource. The unexpected loss of such a strong figure would undoubtedly be a blow to the Senju clan. What had once seemed like a promising battle might now collapse because of it, especially since they had yet to achieve their original goal. When Kirin struck, Kyōsuke used Chidori to counter the lightning. At the time, he was near the barrier and was not directly harmed, so he narrowly escaped disaster. Otherwise, he would have had to spend 20,000 points to buy a recovery potion. Points, 24,742. Kyōsuke, whose body was blackened, glanced at his remaining points and sighed. Saving up points is indeed an extremely difficult task. After struggling for a while, once his spacetime jutsu failed, he used the last of his strength to summon a summoning beast. Take me back. After speaking, he collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness completely. Kyōsuke-sama. The snake was startled, then, after a moment's thought, swallowed Kyōsuke into what seemed like an alternate space within its stomach before canceling the summoning. Not specifying where to take him, the summoned beast naturally assumed it was returning to the Ryuchi cave. In a way, this unintentionally helped Kyōsuke. When the Legion leader didn't return for a long time, and Haitai suddenly dispelled the summoning, anyone with a brain would know something went wrong. The ambush had caused such a commotion, it was impossible to keep it hidden from either side's forces. Soon, the details of the incident were put on the table. The Senju clan designed an ambush against Uchiha Kyōsuke. Senju Nobunaga is dead, Uchiha Kyōsuke's whereabouts are unknown, suspected to have used a lightning jutsu to perish together. Staring at the report on the intelligence, Uchiha Madara remained silent, his body radiating a dense killing intent. That feeling made Izuna, who was beside him, nervous. He had never seen his older brother this angry. Of course, Izuna was also furious. Kyōsuke was the target he had always wanted to surpass and the only person within the clan whom he considered a true friend. He never expected that his friend would die due to the enemy's plot. If he didn't avenge this, Izuna swore he would never consider himself human. In the midst of his thoughts, Uchiha Madara, sitting in the commander's seat, suddenly stood up without a word and walked outside. Izuna, go to the front line. Brother, what are you going to do? Kill someone. Uchiha Madara's eyes were icy cold, and his entire aura had changed dramatically. It seemed as though something within him was awakening. On the other side, the situation in the Senju clan was similar. How could this be? Tobirama's eyes widened in disbelief. This was his uncle, and he couldn't believe that he had died at Kyōsuke's hands. No matter how many times he read it, he couldn't believe the report. Damn it. Where's the Uzumaki Ashina? He shouted in rage. The Uzumaki clan leader has already returned, and it is said that he was also seriously injured, was the response. That bastard still has the nerve to go back and recuperate. A look of hatred flashed across Tobirama's eyes. If it weren't for that guy, his uncle wouldn't have died. Now he walks away like nothing happened, without even considering the situation of their clan. The land of the whirlpool. Tobirama muttered to himself. This grudge, he had made a note of it. As for Hashirama beside him, his sadness was even more intense than anyone else's. His uncle's death pained him, but Kyōsuke's fall dealt an even heavier blow. Had he known earlier, he would have spared no effort to stop it. That's why, when the ambush plan was discussed, everyone had deliberately avoided him. Now, it was too late. His relative was dead, and his like-minded companion had vanished without a trace. These consecutive blows made Hashirama feel completely defeated. Big brother, you need to pull yourself together. Father is unconscious. You must bear the responsibility of leading the war, Tobirama continued to try and motivate him. For the first time in his life, Hashirama felt his brother was being overly insistent. In the end, Hashirama still stepped onto the battlefield amidst the angry cries of the clan. War. This meaningless slaughter, when will it end? Is it really as Kyōsuke said, that I must possess the power to control everything? Unknowingly, Hashirama's mindset began to shift. As his emotions changed, a strange power began to awaken within him. Ugh, the strange ceiling. Kyōsuke, wearing the special edition mummified skin, groggily opened his eyes. Beside him, a beautiful girl with deep blue hair was looking at him with an emotionless gaze. You're finally awake. You're really bold, kid. How dare you use the Ryuchi cave as a shelter? If it weren't for the White Snake Sage's orders, you'd have already turned to waste and been expelled from Y body. This cold-voiced girl was none other than one of the 3 high-ranking members of the Ryuchi Cave, the Snake Princess, Ichikishima. Kyōsuke blinked, silently cursing the unreliable summoning beast python in his heart. It was supposed to bring him back to the camp, but somehow it ended up here at the Ryuchi Cave. Oh, that's right, he didn't give any special instructions before he fell unconscious. So, it wasn't really the beast's fault. Damn it, now he was even more upset. Carefully glancing at the girl, Kyōsuke hesitated before speaking. Sorry, I can leave right now. Leave. Ichikishima coldly laughed and said, if it weren't for the timely arrival, you'd have been dead by now. What? Kyōsuke gasped, not expecting that he had been injured so severely. If he had known, he would have just exchanged for a healing medicine. In fact, the healing potions in the system have different levels. For such severe injuries, a recovery potion costing 20,000 points was required to heal him. The problem was, he just couldn't bring himself to spend that much. If he continued like this, it would take a long time to earn enough points for the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thank you, miss, for saving me. I will forever be in your debt. All right. Ichikishima interrupted him, saying something that made Kyōsuke's heart jump. I never said you're safe now. To truly recover, you'll need to visit the Ryuchi Trapped Pond. It contains abundant natural energy that might help restore your injured body. The premise is, of course, that you don't turn into a mindless beast. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 82, Semi-finished Sage, Kyōsuke's Curse Mark Mode. Big sister, is this really okay? Don't pull, I'll do it myself. Big sister, your strength is too much. Outside the Ryuchi's trapped pond, Togoriheim was giving Kyōsuke a full-body oil spa. Togoriheim's technique was extremely skilled, but her movements resembled preparing ingredients before a meal. She was applying a lot of pressure, making Kyōsuke yelp. Don't move, unless you want to explode and die, she warned threateningly. Deep in the Ryuchi's cave, there is a pond with extremely magical healing effects. Unfortunately, except for summoning beasts the size of the Great Serpent, other smaller snakes cannot enjoy the healing of the pond's water. This is because the pond contains not dew but a solidified liquid formed from natural energy. Snakes do not have the necessary physical structure to withstand it, and humans, with their relatively fragile bodies, would die the moment they entered. Without breaking through a layer of ointment, Kyōsuke would have exploded the moment he entered. This thing is really damn. He wanted to ask if there were any other treatment methods, but before he could finish his question, Togoriheim kicked him into the pond. Splashing in the water, he instinctively struggled, but soon realized he wasn't having trouble breathing. How amazing, he said, lifting his head out of the water and looking at the snake woman on the shore. This is really effective, where does it come from? Hee hee. Togoriheim smirked, answering cryptically, trust me, you won't want to know. Kyōsuke grinned, half because of her unspeakable answer and half because his body suddenly started itching. Is this natural energy? In the atmosphere, there is floating energy that can be absorbed. Since nothing in the world is truly destroyed, this energy will remain forever. This is the source of natural energy. When absorbed into the body, it mixes with ordinary chakra to create a higher quality chakra known as sage chakra. Ordinary chakra is made by mixing physical energy and mental energy. When natural energy is added, the 3 energies form a perfect balance, allowing the user to enter a special state known as sage mode. In this mode, every action and jutsu are greatly enhanced because they are infused with high-quality sage chakra. To activate sage mode, one must first gather sage chakra. The method is to force 3 different energies to reach a balance. The closer the balance, the more perfect the sage mode. For example, Jiraiya is not particularly skilled in this area and needs the help of 2 toads to succeed. Naruto is perfect in the traditional sense. The process is slow, but the energy balance in his body is better than his master. Hashirama is overbearing. He relies on his high level of sage body to directly absorb natural energy and force conversion. If anyone else tried that, they would have died many times over. But not Hashirama. He absorbs and converts the energy instantly without needing to consider balance. As for Orochimaru, he does it differently. He completely assimilates his body with natural energy, so there is no need for conversion. If you disregard appearances, he is the most perfect user of sage jutsu. He has a permanent sage buff, which is terrifying when you think about it. That's why the Uchiha brothers teamed up to deal with him. Kyōsuke's current disadvantage is clear. His 10-year-old body is not strong enough to withstand sage chakra. However, he plans to take a different path, following the route created by Orochimaru. He uses the curse mark for storage and transformation, utilizing diluted natural energy to fight. Though the effect is weaker, it is undeniably helpful for him at this stage. With the ability to analyze the caged bird cursed seal, he reverse-engineered it and quickly figured out how to use Orochimaru's curse mark. After all, he doesn't need to worry about reincarnation. He only needs the steps of storage, conversion, and release. Touching his neck, Kyōsuke gave up on biting himself and directly formed a curse mark symbol on his shoulder. It's done. On the shore, Togorihime frowned, wondering if he had gone mad. Usually, when others enter the Ryuchi pond, they are tortured to the brink of death. But this guy was smiling in the water like a fool. Definitely got water in his brain. As time passed, once he completed the modification of the curse mark, Kyōsuke immediately began to attempt to channel the diluted natural energy. Then, Togorihime saw him start twitching uncontrollably. Sigh. With a thought, the pond water seemed to have a life of its own as it spat out Kyōsuke. Not wanting to look at his swelling face, Togorihime raised her arm and slapped him across the cheek. The slap instantly drained all the natural energy from Kyōsuke's body. For the first time in his life, he felt that being slapped was actually quite pleasant. Looking at the clear Ryuchi's trapped pond and then at the snake woman in front of him, Kyōsuke's face turned serious as he pleaded, "Please, continue treating me this way." As soon as his words left his mouth, Togorihime's gaze changed instantly. She had thought of humans as annoying, but now she realized that the other party harbored such dark thoughts. This is so exciting. Her face flushed inexplicably as she tried to remain calm and waved her hand, saying, "Don't worry, since you're so earnest in asking." Unaware of the change, Kyōsuke nodded gratefully and, with a burst of strength, rolled back into the pond. The next period of time passed smoothly under the constant encouragement from the snake women. With her enthusiastic help, Kyōsuke successfully completed the experiment and was able to initially control the diluted natural energy. As his body grew, he would naturally be able to transition into Sage mode, opening a path toward the peak of the Kaga level. "I never noticed before, but you're really a good person, or, a good snake." Kyōsuke sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Ahem, it's nothing." Togorihime waved her hand, her gaze towards the human tinged with a hint of reluctance. The two formed a rather subtle bond of friendship. Before he knew it, Kyōsuke had spent his 11th birthday in the Ryuchi's cave. During this time, aside from his daily training, Kyōsuke began frequently visiting the underground black market exchange. He accumulated points by capturing rogue ninjas, which were needed to exchange for the Mangekyo Sharingan. This method tested one's luck, as the results were entirely up to fate, but Kyōsuke didn't mind, finding it rather relaxing. Soon after his birthday, a major event occurred in the Land of Fire. The Senju clan began a large-scale troop withdrawal, ending the long war that had lasted for years. It seemed the Land of Fire was on the brink of peace, but other countries didn't slow down because of it. Some people were even unwilling to see the Uchiha and Senju clans end their war. Beneath the surface, dark currents continued to stir. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 83, Black Zetsu's Scheme. On the western border of the Land of Fire, there exists a clan as prominent as the Huga. The Fuma clan. Known for their combative nature, the Fuma clan consists of formidable warriors with ambitions of expanding into the Land of Fire's heartland. However, standing in their way is the Uchiha clan, an opponent of overwhelming strength. To guard against the Fuma clan, the Uchiha kept a battalion stationed on the western border, even during their climactic battle against the Senju. The current Fuma leader, Yukishi Fuma, is a fearsome figure with immense strength befitting a clan head. He had long desired to partake in the Land of Fire's power struggle, but as the war concluded, the opportunity never arose. Frustrated, Yukishi shifted his sights to other nations, particularly a small, conflict-averse country. Report to the clan leader. News has arrived, a subordinate announced, knocking on Yukishi's door. Taking the detailed report, Yukishi learned of the year-long turmoil in the Land of Rain. A year ago, a mysterious faction invaded the Land of Rain, dismantled its daimyo regime, and took control of the nation. The borders were sealed, few outsiders knew what transpired within. The Fuma clan had paid a steep price to obtain this intelligence, but their efforts finally bore fruit. As Yukishi carefully read the report, he muttered, "It seems your judgment was correct." Of course, came a voice from within the room. Yukishi's shadow quivered, and half of his face became shrouded in darkness. It seemed as though his shadow had come alive. "Black Zetsu, is this the Moon clan you spoke of?" Yukishi Fuma asked in a low voice. He, none but them could wield such astonishing puppet techniques," Black Zetsu replied. "No, this has surpassed the realm of puppetry, it's more like a form of divine artistry," Yukishi murmured, awe evident in his tone. The shadow was none other than Black Zetsu, the will of Kaguya Otsutsuki and the mastermind behind countless calamities in the shinobi world. Manipulating wars and reviving his mother required a strong ally. The Fuma clan was a product of Black Zetsu's grooming, with Yukishi as his handpicked disciple. The clan leader followed Black Zetsu's instructions without question. In fact, Black Zetsu had long since uncovered the inner workings of the Land of Rain. Having survived since ancient times, Black Zetsu possessed countless hidden powers, including a small number of White Zetsu clones. Though lacking in combat capability, these clones excelled in intelligence gathering, able to infiltrate even under the five Kage's watchful eyes, a testament to their effectiveness. The reason Black Zetsu had Yukishi Fuma conduct the investigation was simple: it intended to leverage the Fuma clan's strength to rekindle the flames of war in the Land of Fire. If the Senju and Uchiha refused to fight, then external forces would force their hand. As the embodiment of Kaguya Otsutsuki's will and her so-called third child, Black Zetsu had one greatest fear: anything related to his two brothers. During the era of the ninja sect, he acted with extreme caution, avoiding any overt schemes. After enduring countless years, when the ninja sect finally dissolved, Black Zetsu thought it could live peacefully for a while. However, its brief respite was shattered when it discovered that the descendants of its second brother had returned from the moon. Indeed, the Moon Clan Black Zetsu referred to was none other than the Otsutsuki on the moon, who had descended to the earth seeking vengeance against the Huga, and by extension, the entire shinobi world. The reason for sealing the Land of Rain and barring entry or exit was simple: Otsutsuki Sujito intended to amass a puppet army to exact his revenge. Realizing this, Black Zetsu hatched a new plan: why not align the Fuma clan with the Moon clan to reignite a war against the Uchiha? War was the only way to temper the brothers Black Zetsu was manipulating, guiding them toward his ultimate design. As for obstacles, Black Zetsu had contingencies for those as well, including the troublesome child adept in spacetime ninjutsu. By using a White Zetsu clone to impersonate the Uzumaki princess, Black Zetsu lured him into a carefully crafted trap. The spacetime seal used to confine him was, of course, Black Zetsu's handiwork. As a creation of pure spiritual energy and the ultimate manifestation of Yin chakra, no one rivaled Black Zetsu in sealing techniques. Even the founding of the Land of Whirlpools by Uzumaki Ashina was part of his machinations. While it served immediate political purposes, its true intent was to lay the groundwork for the eventual eradication of the Uzumaki clan. From Fuma Yukishi to Uzumaki Ashina, Black Zetsu had strings on countless families and factions across the ninja world. Peace. That was nothing but an illusion. Under Black Zetsu's manipulation, Fuma Yukishi decided to send emissaries to the Land of Rain to discuss an alliance with the Moon clan, aiming to take down the Uchiha clan. The environment of the Land of Rain was harsh and its population sparse, nothing like the resource-rich Fire Country. However, with Black Zetsu's influence, Fuma Yukishi believed that he could swiftly help his allies establish a puppet army. The plan was to first destroy the Uchiha, then annihilate the Senju, and finally, eliminate the Huga. With that, they would dominate the Land of Fire and set their sights on unifying the entire ninja world. It wasn't that Fuma Yukishi was foolish, rather, Black Zetsu had been subtly planting these ideas in his mind since his childhood, convincing him that he was the chosen one, destined to end the chaos and bring about a great new era. There's no time to waste. Let's set off now, Fuma Yukishi said. Agreed, responded his ally. For the Moon clan, their goal was clear: revenge on the entire ninja world. However, Otsutsuki Sujito soon discovered that things were not as easy as he had imagined. The shinobi world, spurred by the shinobi sect's legacy, had evolved. Advanced jutsu emerged, leaving even him astonished. The Moon clan's reliance on green energy orbs seemed laughably outdated. After suffering losses, Sujito decided to amass more puppets and learn shinobi techniques. So when Yukishi offered aid, Sujito agreed readily. Fool. Did you think my goal was mere revenge on the Huga? Sujito sneered inwardly. Both leaders believed they were manipulating the other, oblivious to Black Zetsu's masterful strings. Elsewhere, Uzumaki Mito wandered the shinobi world. Half a year into her travels, the Uzumaki princess had essentially run away from home. Ever since learning of her father's actions, she had been contemplating leaving her clan. At the very least, this princess wanted to confirm if Kyōsuke was still alive. Following various leads, she discovered a mysterious figure operating in the underground bounty system, a figure resembling Kyōsuke. Though others might not notice, Mito had spent enough time with him to spot familiar traits. Please let it be you, she whispered. Yet, before she could find him, Mito caught the unwanted attention of human traffickers. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 84, The Hidden Snake Technique, Kyōsuke in Action. Recently, a large number of bounty hunting missions suddenly emerged from the underground money exchange. No matter the level of strength, any ninja could be used for trading, as long as the body remained mostly intact. Once this news spread, bounty hunters from all over the place grew excited. Jonin-level ninjas were usually off-limits for most people, but there are no such concerns when it comes to Chunin or Genin. Especially the Genin-level ninjas. Many small families and wealthy merchants had a few Genin-level ninjas as guards. These individuals, typically weak and lacking in significant jutsu, were the easiest to target. Wandering aimlessly through the forest, Mito was secretly watched by a group of bounty hunters. A ninja's attire, looks young, probably just a Genin-level ninja. Red hair, could she be from the land of whirlpools? Haha, looks like today is our lucky day. The price for regular ninjas was fixed, but rare individuals, even if they were still genin-level ninjas, could fetch tens or even hundreds of times the price. Having run the underground money exchange for many years, Black Zetsu and the organization behind it had the means to offer exceedingly high rewards. Not to mention genin and chunin-level ninjas, if Kyōsuke were to bring Uchiha Taijima tomorrow, Black Zetsu would still be able to pay a price that matched the Uchiha clan leader's worth. Little girl, all alone. Several rogue ninjas appeared and surrounded Mito. Noticing this, the young girl with the bun hairstyle spoke coldly, I suggest you leave quickly, or else there will be a few more corpses around me. Haha, little girl, your chest isn't big, but your temper is. Today, I'll teach your family a lesson. Before he could finish, a kunai pierced his forehead. Mito, not wanting trouble, turned into a ruthless avenger, quickly dispatching all the rogue ninjas with ease. Trying to use me to make money? Maybe in your next life. Mito bent down to pick up her pink kunai, gave a cold snort, and walked away with a graceful, carefree demeanor. Not far behind her, a strange white figure flashed by, unnoticed by anyone. In the land of fire, dark currents surged as the Fuma clan and the land of rain secretly worked together. While others may not notice, Kyōsuke, however, had seen through it all. He was, after all, the top performer on the Money Exchange's achievement board for 7 months in a row. With a single word, he could have countless middlemen bring him the information he needed. The Fuma clan is definitely planning something behind the scenes, Kyōsuke realized, knowing that if they made a move, the Uchiha would be their first target. With nothing urgent to do, Kyōsuke decided to investigate alone. After all, he was a dead man, and no one would suspect him. Even if I can't find any leads, I'll kill a few annoying ninjas. At least it won't be a wasted trip. Once in Fuma's territory, Kyōsuke summoned a small snake and used a jutsu to hide inside the snake's belly for a stealthy infiltration. Ninjutsu, poisonous snake concealment technique. Inside the snake's belly was a barrier that blocked detection, allowing Kyōsuke to hide without anyone noticing his presence. This was truly an essential technique for infiltration and assassination. The summoning contract with the 3 Great Sage Lands was not just about providing combat power, it was much more intricate. Quick, take him inside, the small snake slowly slithered through the Fuma clan's territory. It quickly used its sensory abilities to locate a suspicious target. It was a team of rogue ninjas dressed in pirate-like outfits, driving a suspicious carriage, passing through a checkpoint guarded by Fuma clan sentries. The summoning beast informed it that the carriage was filled with a faint scent of blood and the overpowering stench of decaying corpses, which the preservatives inside could not conceal. Combining this with the intelligence from the underground exchange, Kyōsuke deduced that this must be the cargo being prepared for transport to the Land of Rain. Follow them. About 15 minutes later, the carriage stopped at a warehouse entrance. The rogue ninjas, having received their bounty, happily departed, while the Fuma clan's ninjas began unloading the cargo, grumbling and cursing as they dealt with the bodies. What is this all about? A male ninja complained. We don't fight enemies or invade foreign lands, and yet all we do is handle these disgusting things. I feel like I'm turning into a corpse maggot. Keep your voice down, another, older ninja whispered. Just endure it. Don't forget what happens if we offend those people. Not long ago, an emissary from the Land of Rain had come to negotiate. Someone from Fuma's clan had accidentally offended them, and the leader had immediately executed them. In the end, the entire group was punished, while the outsiders left arrogantly. This incident left many disgruntled, but no one dared speak out due to the clan leader's authority. Ugh, the clan leader is acting like he's lost his mind. Who says he's not? What can those guys from the Land of Rain even offer us? Enough talking. Let's just get to work. While they were talking, the 2 men didn't notice a small snake watching them from behind. Slowly emerging from the snake's mouth, Kyōsuke, cloaked in a cape, swiftly and silently knocked both of them unconscious. The entire process was clean and efficient, making barely a sound. Approaching the older men, Kyōsuke peeled open his eyelids, and his 3-tomo Sharingan began to glow with an eerie light. Memory reading. Depending on the strength of the Sharingan, different abilities could be unlocked. Basic techniques like illusion jutsu, hypnosis, and memory reading were among the first, eventually reaching the ability to erase specific memories. Given Kyōsuke's current Sharingan power, he could only perform memory reading, as stronger targets would resist the mental strain. In the memory fragments, he quickly found the scene of the day in question, and was greatly surprised. The moon's Otsutsuki. How did these people descend from the moon, and why are they working with the Fuma clan? From the memory of the middle-aged ninja, he learned that not only had he seen the dominant Moon clan, but also that the Fuma clan had been providing supplies and teaching jutsu to them. At this moment, Kyōsuke finally pieced everything together. The operations behind the money exchange and the Fuma clan's involvement were all part of a hidden effort to support the Otsutsuki from the moon. Their goals could be many, perhaps even to invade the Land of Fire. Kyōsuke speculated that the Fuma clan leader likely had no idea of the true nature of the Moon Clan, unaware that they were a group bent on destroying the ninja world. Oh, perhaps it wasn't the case before, but since Huga's return from the moon, he suspected that the enemy had been dreaming of revenge ever since. As for how the two sides had formed this alliance, Kyōsuke had some guesses, but he wasn't ready to confirm them just yet. The root of the problem lies with the Fuma clan leader. Finding him might reveal the truth behind it all. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 85, the 3,000-strong puppet army. In the clan leader's study, Fuma Yukishi was reviewing a series of letters. This month's expenditures totaled 70 million ryo, with most of it invested in building the Moon Clan's army. The clan's negative sentiments are steadily growing. We need to find a way to alleviate them. Skimming past issues like military preparations, transportation, and trade, Yukishi's gaze landed on the most critical piece of data. The puppet army has surpassed 3,000 in number and continues to grow rapidly. This single accomplishment made all the previous investments worthwhile. It's almost time. The Fuma clan will soon reign supreme over the entire Land of Fire. Senju Butsuma, Uchiha Taijima, I'll show you who the true master of this world is, Fuma Yukishi declared. In a corner of the eaves, Kyōsuke, hidden within a snake's belly, sneered silently. If it weren't for considering the summoning beast's feelings, he would have spat on the ground in disdain. Taijima was a scheming villain, and Butsuma was an obstinate fool, but at least they were at the pinnacle of the warring states period. And this Yukishi. What was he, to even dare to measure up? As Kyōsuke silently ridiculed him, the Fuma clan leader's shadow began to tremble. Before long, half of Yukishi's body was completely engulfed by a dark shadow. Black Zetsu had appeared. Taking down those two fools won't be difficult, Black Zetsu said, also focused on the intelligence report. 3,000 isn't enough, we'll need at least 7,000. The human puppets of the Moon Clan are designed to sustain themselves in battle, every enemy they kill becomes their nourishment, Black Zetsu explained. When enough resources are accumulated, we'll launch a blitzkrieg to annihilate several prominent clans. By the time others react, the Land of Fire will no longer have the strength to resist us. As he spoke, Black Zetsu silently muttered to himself, when the time comes, I can execute my plan, to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in Indra's reincarnation. I'll bring him under my control and wait for the other one to mature. When the powers of Yin and Yang combine, he will become the vessel for Mother's release from her seal. The devoted Black Zetsu had meticulously planned everything. It was merely waiting for the Moon Clan to complete the puppet army. However, even the cunning Black Zetsu was unaware that Otsutsuki Sujito's descent this time was not to assist, but to destroy the entire shinobi world. While Black Zetsu thought it was using Sujito, the grieving clan leader of the Moon Clan who had lost his child was also manipulating Black Zetsu. If the day ever came when he truly ascended to rule over the Land of Fire, it was highly likely that things wouldn't go as this devoted son had envisioned. Fortunately, perhaps Black Zetsu wouldn't have to wait long for that day of disappointment. So, it really is him, Kyōsuke muttered as he stood up involuntarily. Ever since the issue began to involve money exchange offices, he had suspected Black Zetsu's involvement. He hadn't expected the Fuma clan to be mere puppets, with the true mastermind being none other than Kagaya's third son. As his emotions stirred slightly, Kyōsuke suddenly noticed Black Zetsu's shadow starting to detach from its host, its gaze shifting as though searching for something in the room. It didn't take long for its eyes to lock onto him, meeting Kyōsuke's gaze through the snake's skin. Damn it, are you kidding me? Just as he prepared to urge the snake to flee, a pitch-black rod shot forth, pinning the snake's body to the ground. This was a yin-yang release black rod, crafted by a person who possessed both yin and yang chakra attributes through yin-yang release techniques. Anyone struck by it would experience a disruption in their internal energy, rendering them incapable of molding chakra. Essentially, it was an advanced version of Gentle Fist, not even requiring a strike to the body's pressure points. Additionally, those with the Rinnegan, such as the resurrected Madara and Rinnegan Obito, could freely create these black rods. Fuma Yukishi's mastery of this technique was entirely thanks to Black Zetsu. Without its assistance, there was no way someone of his caliber could grasp the nature transformation of yin-yang chakra. Staring at the dead snake on the ground, Black Zetsu frowned. Could my senses have been wrong? It had clearly detected an unusual mental fluctuation, yet now there seemed to be no sign of anything amiss. Mr. Black Zetsu, is something wrong? Nothing, let's continue. Just as Black Zetsu was about to give up its search, a white figure suddenly emerged from the ground. It was one of the white Zetsu clones, carefully preserved. After thousands of years of use, the remaining stock was already scarce, so Black Zetsu was particularly cautious about deploying them. I found the whereabouts of that Uzumaki girl, Mito, White Zetsu reported, providing a piece of rather valuable information. Uzumaki Mito. Black Zetsu's eyes narrowed, and its mind immediately conjured several sinister schemes. For now, the priority was to capture the Uzumaki princess. Yukishi, I'll need you to dispatch 2 reliable subordinates for this task, Black Zetsu instructed, fully aware of Mito's formidable power. With her mastery of the Yin seal, ordinary ninja would only throw their lives away in vain. To ensure success, they needed elite Jonin-level fighters. Leave it to me. Fuma Yukishi nodded, rising to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu, still uneasy, moved forward to inspect the dead snake. Upon closer examination, it truly noticed something unusual. A creature from Ryuchi Cave. Black Zetsu's gaze darkened instantly. The other 2 of the 3 Great Sage regions, Mount Maiboku and the Shikatsu Forest, were closely connected to Black Zetsu's 2 elder brothers. The only exception was Ryuchi Cave. But who could truly understand the stance of the White Snake Sage, a creature that had lived for thousands of years? Let's hope I'm just overthinking things, Black Zetsu muttered darkly. Outside the Fuma clan's territory. Thanks to the pre-marked Flying Thunder God coordinates, Kyōsuke successfully escaped being pinned down by the Black Rod, avoiding the disastrous fate of losing his combat abilities. The rod's effects were troublesome, a single misstep could render a fighter powerless. Using the dying senses of his summoned snake, Kyōsuke caught sight of White Zetsu's appearance and learned that their group had set their sights on the traveling Mito. White Zetsu. Kyōsuke's eyes flickered. He had something he needed to verify. Back when Mito ambushed him, it had put him in the greatest danger he'd faced since arriving in this world. But upon reflection, Kyōsuke found her behavior during the encounter to be rather strange. Combining this with Otsutsuki Ishiki's warning and White Zetsu's sudden involvement, a bold theory emerged in his mind. The person who had placed a sealing technique on him that day, was it possible that she weren't actually Mito at all? No matter what the truth was, he had to see it for himself. As for whether this was a trap, Kyōsuke touched the Tomo marking on his shoulder and smiled faintly, exuding an unshakable confidence. Having replicated Orochimaru's signature curse seal, and harnessing the power of diluted natural energy, Kyōsuke had achieved the combat capacity of an elite Jonin. With his diverse and intricate offensive techniques, he could even hold his own against clan leader-level opponents. At this moment, Kyōsuke had truly ascended to the pinnacle of the Warring State's power structure. Focusing his mind and calming his breath, he extended his senses to locate the Flying Thunder God coordinates in his range. It didn't take long for Kyōsuke to pinpoint Uzumaki Mito's location. What he hadn't considered yet was this: if the culprit truly turned out to be the Uzumaki princess, what choice would he make then? Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 86, Curse Seal 2, The Wailing Chidori. Yin Seal, Release. Mito's power was incredibly strong, especially after unlocking the seal on her forehead. In a short time, she would possess chakra equal to that of a clan leader. To put it in modern terms, her chakra level was at least at the 5-card level. The sudden surge of power allowed her to use the difficult-to-control adamantine sealing chains, which she had previously struggled with. Even with just 2 chains, she could kill a formidable Chunin in an instant. However, the real opponent she faced now was a battle-hardened elite Jonin. Not only was he extraordinarily powerful, but his combat experience was also incredibly rich. Had he not been trying to capture her alive, Mito would have likely already been defeated. Do you still want to keep going? The elite Jonin, named Fuma Kenji, was a slender man in his 30s. Despite his frail appearance, he was highly skilled in taijutsu, and Mito dared not let him get close. Just moments ago, she had taken a kick from him, and she felt as though her internal organs had shifted. Now, every step she took caused a sharp, stabbing pain in her abdomen. Why bother? Fuma Kenji continued to pressure her. Didn't the princess of the Uzumaki clan get captured by the Uchiha as well? Oh, that's right. Maybe I'm just not as attractive as that Uchiha genius. The proud princess of the Uzumaki clan, throwing away everything to stay in enemy hands, what a disgrace to the Uzumaki name. Such a pity, Fuma Kenji sneered coldly, then uttered a sentence that immediately made Mito lose control. The boy is already dead, I heard his remains were unrecognizable. A heart-wrenching blow. Not only did he want to capture her, but he also sought to destroy her spirit. This way, he wouldn't need to worry about the girl escaping. Shut up. Mito's chakra exploded, her red hair standing on end. The adamantine sealing chains danced in the wind, making her look like a fearsome demon. Kyōsuke won't die so easily. The one who's going to die is you. Forcing a chakra explosion, Mito quickly closed the distance to the enemy, despite her legs beginning to spasm from muscle cramps. Even so, her eyes remained cold and unwavering, with only one thought in her mind, to kill the men who had spoken such disrespectful words. However, the enormous gap in their strength wouldn't change just because of her extreme emotions. In fact, the reckless attack only exposed weaknesses that shouldn't have appeared. With a standard evasive body technique, Fuma Kenji dodged her desperate strike, then swiftly drew a kunai, planning to make a small wound on the girl's body first. As long as she doesn't die, that's all that matters, was the order given to him by the clan leader. At this critical moment, a figure draped in a black cloak suddenly appeared next to Mito. One hand wrapped around her waist, while the other pressed firmly on the enemy's arm. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Kyōsuke, who had been watching from the sidelines for a while. Good work. Kyōsuke flashed a bright smile at the girl, whose expression was one of disbelief. From Mito's earlier actions, Kyōsuke had already figured out a lot of things. Some things didn't need to be asked, both of them understood it without words. As Kyōsuke held the girl in his arms, Fuma Kenji wasn't happy about it. Who are you? Fuma Kenji frowned, raising his left hand, ready to deliver a deadly blow to the arrogant youth. However, the next moment, several venomous snakes suddenly erupted from the boy's sleeves, forcing him to retreat and abandon his attack. Let me deal with him first. Releasing Mito from his arms, Kyōsuke turned to face the enemy, knowing full well that this was a tricky opponent. Without any intention of testing the waters, he directly unsealed his cursed seal and let the diluted natural energy flow through his entire body. The black markings covered his body, transforming Kyōsuke into what appeared to be a handsome vampire. Cursed Seal 2, activate. His cursed seal pattern was reminiscent of Sasuke's. This was done intentionally by Kyōsuke, not for strength, but for the flight ability it provided. With a powerful flap of his wings, Kyōsuke gradually ascended into the air, his Sharingan activating. He looked down on his enemy with a cold gaze. Sharingan. Fuma Kenji's tone was filled with disbelief. How was it that the Uchiha Sharingan had become so common? Anyone could now casually summon a 3-tomo user. Moreover, the opponent didn't seem very old, at most around 13 or 14 years old. At that age, Fuma Kenji himself had still been struggling at the Chunin level. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the overjoyed Mito, who was filled with joy, and a bold thought flashed through his mind. You're Uchiha Kyōsuke? Fuma Kenji demanded loudly. Heh. Kyōsuke slowly formed hand seals, mocking as he spoke, I didn't expect you to be smart right before you die. ZZZT ZZZT ZZZT. The familiar sound of Chidori rang out, but this time, the lightning in Kyōsuke's hand was no longer pure blue of the original technique. Black lightning. Mito stared at the scene in shock. With her extraordinary sensory abilities, she could vaguely sense something unusual. She glanced at the surrounding ninja, and after a moment's thought, she decided to trust Kyōsuke and ignore Fuma Kenji's presence. Her mission was simply to make sure no one disturbed Kyōsuke's fight. Ugh, every time I use this, it feels like my arm is going to tear apart. The black lightning was a combination of Chidori and the cursed seal's energy. Wailing Chidori. It was the same technique Sasuke used to knock out Naruto in the Valley of the End. Its power was incredibly destructive, even elite jonin have a hard time resisting it. Looking down at Fuma Kenji, who was waiting cautiously, Kyōsuke spoke coldly, don't move. What did that mean? Before the enemy could react, Kyōsuke suddenly flashed, appearing directly in front of him. Flying Thunder God technique. While saving Mito earlier, he had inscribed a space-time coordinate on the enemy. Most people would simply teleport to strike, but given the enemy's strength, Kyōsuke decided to use his strongest attack. It proved to be a very wise decision. Kyōsuke didn't possess the lightning-fast reflexes of Minato Namikaze, who called dominate the shinobi world. This meant that after he instantly appeared, there would be a slight delay in detecting and taking action. Although the time was short, it was enough for the enemy to react slightly. He couldn't defend, but Fuma Kenji managed to move his body just enough with his instincts, preventing the Chidori from piercing a fatal blow. It granted him a brief moment to breathe, though it wouldn't change his fate. Futile struggle. The black lightning instantly tore through Fuma Kenji's body. He could have died peacefully, but since he wanted to be tortured, he made sure to leave no part of him intact. Kyōsuke, feeling his body being torn apart in pain, gritted his teeth and deactivated the cursed seal mode. As expected, this thing wasn't good, prolonged use placed a huge burden on the body. Fortunately, he had healing medicine, but for someone else, they'd probably run into serious problems sooner or later. Kyōsuke. After dealing with the remaining enemies, Mito leaped into his arms. Rubbing her beautiful hair, Kyōsuke spoke gently, I'm back. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 87, what's the point of disguise if it gets exposed? Beside the campfire, the two recounted their experiences over the past year. You idiot, Mito scolded, hands on her hips, as though she wanted to flick Kyōsuke's forehead hard enough to send him flying. How could you be so easily fooled? My fault, Kyōsuke replied with a helpless smile, thinking to himself that, aside from Kyubi, who could sense malice, most people would struggle to detect White Zetsu's disguises. That thing could even mimic chakra and mental fluctuations. No wonder it was a creation of the God Tree and considered a powerful tool by Kaguya to resist her clan. By the way, why did you run away from home? Kyōsuke asked, perplexed. Why would a princess abandon her comfortable life to roam as a vagabond, nearly getting abducted by Black Zetsu in the process? Mito hesitated at his question. She couldn't possibly admit that she left because she refused to believe he was truly dead and had scoured every corner of the land of fire in search of him. If she said that, this guy would surely hold it over her forever. No, she needed to come up with an excuse to fool him. Cough, how would a commoner like you understand a princess's thoughts, she said, tilting her head proudly. Traveling far and wide, gaining knowledge, do you get it? Seeing Kyōsuke's skeptical look, her eyes darted, and she suddenly raised her voice to change the subject. Tell me, why have you been hiding all this time? Is it because the snake princess at the Ryuchi's cave is too beautiful? Mem, she is quite beautiful, Kyōsuke replied honestly. I'm telling you, when I grow up, I'll definitely be even more beautiful. The bean sprout of a girl puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction. We'll see. Damn it, stinky Kyōsuke. After the playful argument, Kyōsuke finally shared his thoughts. I originally wanted to return, but I discovered something unusual in the Land of Rain. Having met Huga Yayoi and knowing much about their relationship, Mito had even helped seal Otsutsuki chakra before. With that in mind, Kyōsuke didn't hide anything and detailed the events involving the moon. So back at the Huga clan's territory, you guys actually secretly went to the moon behind my back. Mito, with her hair tied in round buns, was utterly shocked. So, the pioneer of lunar exploration was right beside her all along. It took her a while to come to terms with missing out on such an extraordinary experience. Clearly, her priorities were a little skewed. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Kyōsuke continued explaining, to investigate covertly, I have to go to the Land of Rain. There was something else he hadn't said. One of the advantages of staying in the shadows was avoiding the prying eyes of those with ill intentions. Had he stayed in the open, Black Zetsu might have successfully misled him. His goal was to infiltrate the Land of Rain, investigate, and find a way to destroy the production chain of those human puppets. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the Moon Clan would become uncontrollable. Hearing his plan, Mito immediately raised her hand, volunteering to rid the ninja world of this menace. Take you with me. Kyōsuke eyed her round buns and the defiant look on her face that screamed, refuse me, and I'll bite you. In the end, he could only sigh and give in. She was proficient in adamantine sealing chains, making her stronger than the average jonin. Especially her expertise in sealing techniques might prove crucial in certain moments. Come to think of it, having her along might not be so bad. But let's make one thing clear, you must follow my orders, or I'll kick you back to the land of whirlpools. Got it. Mito's cheerful skipping suggested she hadn't heard a word he said. This girl. Mission failed. Not only did Fuma Yukishi lose his composure, but even Black Zetsu, lurking in his shadow, couldn't but shiver slightly. A failure involving an elite Jonin-class operative tasked with capturing a mere Uzumaki girl. It wasn't like they were up against someone like Uzumaki Ashina. How could they fail? Due to the rarity of white Zetsu clones, Black Zetsu hadn't personally sent it to monitor the mission. Unexpectedly, this oversight had led to such a significant setback. Black Zetsu-sama, Yukishi growled through gritted teeth, attempting to control his anger. Do you know who's responsible? I'll kill them right now. I'll find out soon, Black Zetsu, his voice fading away. Inside the room, Fuma Yukishi lowered his head, concealing his expression as much as possible. Black Zetsu, I'm no longer the persecuted branch family orphan of the past, he muttered. Some things. It's better not to push too far. A few minutes later, Yukishi straightened up, his demeanor returning to normal as if the vengeful person from earlier had never existed. Unaware of this, Black Zetsu had already left to investigate. The Land of Rain was situated at the crossroads of the lands of Earth, Fire, and Wind. Its geography destined it to be a battlefield, unable to enjoy lasting peace. Driving a wagon disguised as a traveling merchant's cart, Kyōsuke entered the rain-drenched land. As for the esteemed Princess Mito, naturally, she stayed inside to avoid getting wet. According to her, too much rain stunted growth. Kyōsuke highly doubted this claim, suspecting she was just making excuses, possibly believing some rumor she had heard. The Land of Rain, constantly shrouded in a drizzly environment, had many buildings made primarily of steel, with a considerable number of stone houses. Every building featured countless steel pipes standing tall, used for drainage and water flow, creating a unique and beautiful sight in the ninja world. Kyōsuke, I'm hungry. That food stall over there looks pretty good. Buy me some candied fruit skewers. Kyōsuke. 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 Finally his patience wore thin, he grabbed a whip and stormed into the cart. Ah. What are you doing? Can't you just speak nicely? A few minutes later, the round-bun princess reluctantly took the reins, steering the cart through the rain as water dripped steadily from her straw hat. As for Kyōsuke, he lay comfortably in the cart, taking a nap. If this little bean sprout didn't get some discipline, she'd be impossible to handle. Wake me up when we arrive, he said, settling down. And keep an eye out for those human puppets. Humph. Ignoring her displeased snort, Kyōsuke focused on his plans. The Moon Clan's puppet-making techniques weren't something just anyone could replicate. Instead of wasting energy on the puppets themselves, finding the puppeteer behind them would be far more effective. This required him to take risks and most likely attract unwanted attention of the enemy. Lost in his thoughts, Kyōsuke eventually dozed off. The last image in his mind before he fell asleep was the shining Tenseigan in Otsutsuki Sujito's eyes. If he could take it, he was sure that Yayoi would be thrilled with this gift. Clang. He was abruptly woken by a sudden jolt. Pulling back the curtain groggily, Kyōsuke saw Mito, disguised, being questioned by a group of ninjas. After a quick glance, he identified two of them as Moon Clan human puppets. It seemed he'd found the right place. It's fine, she can handle a simple interrogation, he thought. Before he could step out, however, Mito punched one of the ninjas square in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Kyōsuke froze. I've been exposed, Mito announced nonchalantly. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 88, Puppets. No, that's a treasure trove of points. Since Mito had already made her move, Kyōsuke naturally couldn't just watch her get bullied. By the way, I've never fought against a human puppet before. He unsheathed his Kusanagi sword, with lightning crackling along its blade, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the enemy, cleaving through the green chakra ball that had been shot at him. Still the same, only able to shoot those little chakra projectiles, huh? Whether it was the puppet master or their small creations, in battle, aside from taijutsu, all they could do was shoot those chakra energy balls. It seemed the teachings of the Fuma clan still hadn't made much progress. Turning his body into several afterimages, he used the body flicker technique to confuse the enemy's tracking. Seizing the opportunity, Kyōsuke swiftly closed the distance and aimed a sword thrust at the Moon's clan member, the jutsu user. Don't even think about it. The enemy sneered and, with a thought, ordered one of the nearby puppets to leap forward and block the attack with its body. The sharp blade pierced through its heart, but the attack that should have been fatal didn't stop the puppet's movement. At that moment, Kyōsuke finally understood the difficulty of dealing with these things. No wonder they dared to make such bold statements. It seems that Otsutsuki Hamura still left some hidden resources behind. With no vital weak points, and no need for manual control, the puppets could be operated with just the user's thoughts. Compared to the puppet units of Sunigekure in later times, the craftsmanship here was far superior. Sigh. Kyōsuke sighed quietly. He knew deep down that this chaos wouldn't be so easily resolved. Seeing the enemy firmly clutching the sword, preventing him from pulling it back, Kyōsuke had no choice but to temporarily abandon his weapon. Just as he stepped back, several basketball-sized chakra balls swarmed and engulfed the puppet that had been struck by the sword. Aside from being durable, they can also be used for baiting tactics. Thoughts constantly raced in his mind as his hands moved swiftly. Before the next wave of chakra balls could come, he had already completed the necessary hand signs. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he teleported back to the Kusanagi sword's location, avoiding the dense light ball attacks. He then unleashed a burst of flame that engulfed two puppets in the distance. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The intense heat immediately shattered the puppets' bodies. With such heavy damage, they could no longer continue to function. Few didn't expect this to be a bit tricky. Just as he was about to continue his actions, a sudden system prompt nearly caused him to lose control of his expression. System notification, killed a Moon Clan human puppet, gained 230 points. System notification, killed a Moon Clan human puppet, gained 180 points. These things can reward me with points. Kyōsuke widened his eyes, and his entire mental state shifted. Points, 67,510. Glancing at his current points, he silently started to calculate something in his mind. Done. It seemed that he had made a firm decision. Kyōsuke suddenly exploded with all his strength and quickly dealt with the last puppet. He captured the enemy's puppet master, used his Sharingan to probe his recent memories, and then snapped the man's neck, tossing his body into a nearby pond. I remember Black Zetsu talking about how many puppets the Moon's clan had. Seems like it's 3,000. Numbly, he returned to the cart, packing up his things, feeling that the past year had been wasted. If he had discovered the situation in the Land of Rain sooner, his points might have already reached the level required to exchange for the Mangekyo Sharingan. What a miscalculation, truly a grave miscalculation. Of course, Kyōsuke likely wouldn't realize it now, but had he come a year earlier, there might not have been enough human puppets for him to exploit so freely. Speaking of which, perhaps he should thank Black Zetsu and the Fuma clan for their help. As he sharpened his blade, preparing to make a big move in the Land of Rain, Mito, unaware, thought she had caused some trouble. All right, I'm sorry. Don't be so stern, the bun-haired girl relented, a rare display of submission. Huh. Kyōsuke blinked, finally snapping his attention back to reality. It seemed like she had misunderstood something. With a slight turn of his eyes, Kyōsuke suddenly spoke in a low voice, now that you know, let me ask you, does the Uzumaki clan have particularly strong sensory abilities? Of course. Upon hearing this, Mito's tail almost seemed to stand up in excitement. Let me tell you, aside from the Huga clan, no one can compare to us Uzumaki when it comes to sensory skills. Even the Senju. Their chances of having sensory ninjas are lower than ours. She admitted reluctantly, before striking a triumphant pose, hands on her hips, proudly continued, if you're asking for my help, no problem, with me around, you won't be trapped by the enemy. It seems your sensory abilities are really impressive. With a small compliment, Kyōsuke's expression became serious as he said, but it seems you misunderstood. I'm not asking you to help me hide. I plan to go on the offensive, to destroy the foundation of their strength directly at the source. Mito was stunned, her mouth slightly agape. In the depths of the Land of Rain, Moon Clan's temporary base. Ugh. Otsutsuki Sujito clutched his throbbing eyes, his expression twisted with pain. To avenge his child and wage war on the ninja world, he had even sought help from the rebel forces. The sheer strength required to challenge the Otsutsuki clan's centuries-long rule was proof of their power. If it weren't for the incomplete Tenseigan, Otsutsuki Sujito would have long lost his position as a leader. During the battle on the moon, the Huga clan had left behind several corpses. Sujito had planned to seize their Byakugan, but a mysterious force incinerated the remnants entirely, robbing him of the spoils. Outsiders might not understand, but Otsutsuki Sujito himself knew that his eyes could no longer last long. Without replenishing its dwindling ocular power, the Tenseigan would never evolve. Now, even his vision was beginning to blur. I have to find a solution, he muttered. Otsutsuki Sujito's plan was simple, capture the pure Huga bloodline, obtain an untainted Byakugan, and resurrect his Tenseigan. Once he mastered this power, no one in the ninja world would be able to stand against him. Ha 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 ha, I am the true savior, he declared, his laughter descending into madness. Only by destroying the ninja world created by the Six-Path Sage will humanity be given a chance to be reborn. The pain of losing his child had already driven the man, who once didn't want to start a war, into madness. Knock knock knock. Urgent knocking interrupted Sujito's thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Suppressing the discomfort in his eyes, he shouted, "Go away! Didn't I tell you not to disturb me?" But, clan leader, we leave. Hearing his furious roar, the messenger fled in terror. Compared to their life, the news they had seemed much less pressing. For now, let's avoid disturbing the clan leader further, murmured one of the guards, glancing uneasily at the door. Elsewhere, in a corner of the Land of Rain. Kyōsuke, 7 o'clock direction. Got it. Following Mito's guidance, Kyōsuke continued to search for the human puppet force's tracks. Whenever he encountered large units, he avoided them. Smaller squads, however, were swiftly eliminated. For a moment, it felt as though he had returned to the days when he earned the title of Ashura. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 89, Rebellious Otsutsuki Takuyas. From hundreds of meters away, Kyōsuke accurately detected the movements of his enemies. They've started hunting me down. And with just this scale. Looking at the distant squad, he instinctively frowned. It wasn't because there were too many enemies, on the contrary, Kyōsuke found the search party too small. Over the past few days, he had launched more than a dozen attacks. The enemy teams ranged in size, sometimes just 2 or 3 individuals, and at other times 7 or 8 puppet soldiers moving together in unison. The points he gained fluctuated, mostly hovering around the level of genin, earning him anywhere from 20 to 100 points per kill. Even so, he had managed to accumulate nearly 8,000 points in total. Pulling out a uniquely designed kunai, Kyōsuke used his excellent throwing skills to hurl it quickly toward the puppet squad in the distance. After several days of battle, he had gradually come to understand the characteristics of the Moon's clan puppets. First, these creatures had no vital points, neither their hearts nor necks were vulnerable to fatal attacks. In essence, they were nothing more than animated corpses. Second, slashing attacks had minimal effect on them. The most effective method was always to use high-powered ninjutsu to completely destroy the puppets. Alternatively, a member of the Huga clan could use the Byakugan to locate and destroy the spiritual core hidden within the puppets' bodies. Lacking that ability, Kyōsuke could only rely on his high-powered ninjutsu to take them down. The kunai sliced through the rain and reached the puppets in an instant. At that moment, the puppet squad detected Kyōsuke's presence. 3 puppets raised their palms in unison, and in the next moment, a barrage of light chakra orbs engulfed the spot where Kyōsuke had been standing. Boom. 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 Is it over? The puppet master hiding in the distance hesitated slightly in his thoughts. Over the past few days, their enemy had appeared and disappeared like a phantom, causing no small amount of trouble for the lower-ranking members of their clan. To be honest, the puppet master himself didn't believe the fight could end so easily. ZZZZT. The crackling sound of Chidori stream drew the man's attention. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Kyōsuke teleported into the midst of the enemy formation and unleashed the full power of Chidori stream, instantly shattering the puppets, none of which exceeded the level of a Genin-level shinobi. System notification: killed Moon's clan puppet. Points earned: 80. System notification: killed Moon's clan puppet. Points earned: 65. TCH. Kyōsuke shook his head silently but didn't complain about the small number of points. He understood the principle of many a little makes a mickle. After all, Chunin-level shinobi weren't as common as cabbages, encountering them wasn't something that could be done with his eyes closed. He raised his head, gazing at the faint drizzle in the sky, and let out a heartfelt sigh. He knew that fire-style jutsu would lose much of their power in this kind of weather. To maintain efficiency in combat, he had to rely on the high-powered Chidori stream each time, which was a terrifying drain on his chakra reserves. While he could use his sword to slice the enemy puppets into pieces, which would also do the job. But that method was far too excessive, and, truth be told, the puppet's taijutsu skills were surprisingly formidable. Lost in thought, Kyōsuke failed to notice the puppet master hidden in the distance. It wasn't until after Kyōsuke left that the puppet master emerged from his hiding spot and returned to the base with a look of anger. Based on the ninjutsu and combat techniques displayed by the enemy, the puppet master was able to deduce Kyōsuke's identity. This was none other than the infamous intruder who had invaded the moon and killed their young clan leader. Surely, the clan's leader would not sit idly by while someone so dangerous stirred up chaos within their territory. It didn't take long before Otsutsuki Sujito was informed that Kyōsuke was still alive. He's really not dead. Sujito stood up abruptly, excitement flashing in his eyes. The fact that his nemesis was still alive meant he had the chance to exact revenge personally. Once he captured Kyōsuke, he would ensure the men experienced what it truly meant to live a fate worse than death. "Someone, call Takuya over for me," he ordered. Otsutsuki Takuya, once the leader of the rebel forces, was a formidable figure whose strength rivaled or even surpassed that of Sujito under normal circumstances. It was only after agreeing to an alliance to jointly subdue the shinobi world that Takuya willingly submitted to Sugito's authority and accepted his commands. Not long after, a broad-shouldered man pushed open the door. "You summoned me, clan leader." "You're here," Sujito acknowledged with a nod and got straight to the point. "A rat has infiltrated our territory, and its strength is proving troublesome. Take a squad of high-level puppets and eliminate it." "Don't worry," Takuya said with confidence. "I won't fail you." Without hesitation, Takuya turned and left, exuding an air of certainty, as if he had never doubted his own success. Through his study of the Fuma clan's ninjutsu scrolls, Takuya believed he had significantly enhanced his own strength. Forget some mere intruder, Takuya was convinced that even Sujito himself was no longer his match. Of course, this assessment hinged on the condition that Sujito didn't use the ancestral Tenseigan. "When I obtain the pure Byakugan, it will mark the end of the main family," Takuya muttered to himself. To merge the Tenseigan, the bloodline power of both main and branch families was required. Without sufficient bloodline and ocular strength, one would remain trapped in the early stages of awakening, unable to progress, just like Sujito. Unaware of these intricacies, Takuya naively believed that obtaining the pure Byakugan was the key to unlocking the Tenseigan's ultimate form. This misunderstanding explained why, in the original canon, it hadn't taken Otsutsuki Tonari long to awaken his Tenseigan. It was because the Otsutsuki Moon clan had collectively contributed their Byakugan, enabling him to awaken the Tenseigan in just a few days. Meanwhile, in his room, Sujito clutched his eyes and decided to inform Black Zetsu of Kyōsuke's presence. He believed that enigmatic being created by Eno-Release would be particularly interested in this information. It's said to have an extraordinary influence in the shinobi world. "Perhaps it can help me acquire the pure Byakugan," mused Otsutsuki Sujito. Through the clan leader Sujito's revelations, news of Kyōsuke's survival quickly spread. Black Zetsu soon caught wind of it. Based on the traces left behind, it didn't take long for him to deduce who was aiding Mito in secret. "Your life truly is tenacious," Black Zetsu chuckled darkly, a sinister smile curling on its face. It didn't seem overly concerned. Now that he understood the intricacies of space-time sealing, capturing the boy would be a simple matter given the right opportunity. For now, however, his priority was to further escalate conflict in the shinobi world. His ultimate goal wasn't the destruction of the Uchiha clan. Rather, he sought to push the two brothers to awaken their Mangekyo Sharingan. Though, it had hoped the news of Kyōsuke's death would provoke the desired result, but it seemed a more drastic measure was necessary, perhaps even requiring the sacrifice of the Uchiha clan leader himself. "Kihihi. Taijima, your time is running out." The eerie laughter of Black Zetsu echoed through the room. Elsewhere, Otsutsuki Takuya quickly located the invaders' whereabouts. Kyōsuke had avoided direct confrontations with high-ranking core members until now. But he overlooked one critical detail: there were those within the clan who had awakened the Byakugan. Despite this, the clan rarely used the Byakugan in combat, as they lacked the expertise in gentle fist techniques. Instead, they primarily utilized the dojutsu as a convenient auxiliary tool. Without Mito's assistance, Kyōsuke would never have been able to carry out his repeated ambushes so effectively. "TSK, how careless," Kyōsuke muttered, now finding himself completely surrounded by enemy forces. He had unwittingly walked into a trap. "Give up," Takuya said, stepping out alone from the encirclement. Veins bulged around his eyes as his activated Byakugan locked onto Kyōsuke with an unrelenting gaze. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 90, the second stage of Flying Thunder God. Kyōsuke stood alone in the encirclement. Mito had been left in a nearby village for safety. Honestly, even if Mito were present, the enemies would still struggle to keep up with him if he decided to escape. Before heading anywhere, Kyōsuke always made it a habit to mark Flying Thunder God coordinates in the vicinity. But instead of leaving, Kyōsuke had decided to take a gamble. Sure, living on plain rice and pickled vegetables kept him alive, but it was nothing compared to the thrill of a grand feast. Otsutsuki Takuya, a figure whose shadow appeared in the memories of almost every enemy. He was one of the leaders of the branch family, an imposing and powerful leader. If their forces were evenly matched, Takuya could easily overthrow any opposition. Such a prominent figure must be worth a lot of points, Kyōsuke murmured, licking his lips in anticipation as he pulled out a scroll from his waist. Points, 75,980. He was just over 25,000 points away from reaching 100,000. As long as the opponent wasn't a clan leader-level powerhouse, Kyōsuke was confident in his chances of winning. To be honest, Kyōsuke was still far from reaching the level of a Kage. In a direct battle, he would only be able to escape using his space-time ninjutsu. Still, there was no harm in trying. If things went south, he could always retreat. One must always have dreams, he said to himself with a smirk. Activating his Sharingan, the crimson glow of his eyes flashed as he tore open the scroll in his hands with all his might. In an instant, a barrage of kunai rained down like a storm of feathers, enveloping most of the enemies in its deadly shower. How ridiculous! Takuya clasped his hands together, summoning a shimmering green barrier around his body. The kunai clattered against the shield, producing a clear ringing sound, but unable to leave even a scratch. What a strange technique, Kyōsuke muttered, activating his curse seal. The black markings spread from his shoulder across his body. Curse seal stage 1, activated. Let's see how your taijutsu hold up, he said. With his Chidori blade humming in his hand, Kyōsuke used a Flying Thunder God kunai as his anchor to teleport behind Takuya. But Takuya had been prepared. The moment Kyōsuke appeared, a barrage of green chakra bullets greeted him. Kyōsuke could destroy the barrier with a direct attack, but doing so would mean taking the full brunt of the chakra bullets. TCH, his reflexes are sharp, Kyōsuke muttered, retreating. High-level puppet masters like Takuya could synchronize their thoughts with their puppets. This allowed them to coordinate seamlessly and prepare for Kyōsuke's Flying Thunder God. Kyōsuke quickly moved to a nearby position and realized that each specially crafted kunai was surrounded by hidden puppets, waiting in silence. As soon as he revealed himself, the puppets would immediately launch a barrage of attacks. This kind of coordination was impossible for humans, but for thoughtless puppets, it was second nature. Flying Thunder God has a counter like this. Interesting, Kyōsuke murmured. Still, a sly grin appeared on his face. Too bad your intel is outdated. He flashed back to the original spot, picked up the storage scroll from the ground, and upon closer inspection, Kyōsuke seemed to be holding onto a thin steel wire. Today let me show you something new, Kyōsuke said, pulling the wire. The kunai on the ground suddenly rose into the air. Ninja art, manipulated shuriken technique. A high-level shuriken technique only usable by the Uchiha clan. With this technique, the shurikens could be controlled like vehicles, with their directions easily manipulated. While it wasn't powerful enough to kill outright, it was perfect for disrupting the enemy's plans. The Otsutsuki Moon's clan had gathered complete information on Kyōsuke. Without this, Otsutsuki Takuya wouldn't have been able to identify the intruder so quickly. The records clearly stated that the Flying Thunder God technique required the use of relatively stationary coordinates. To deal with him, mobile tactics were the best approach. Takuya laughed coldly as he watched the flying kunai. Trying to distract me? A naive thought. Otsutsuki Takuya sneered, completely uninterested in Kyōsuke's actions. From the moment he had detected Kyōsuke, a large number of puppet soldiers had been closing in on his location. In just 2 minutes, the army would complete the encirclement, and with their massive numbers, they could ensure that every coordinate point was covered by a puppet. This was the vast net Otsutsuki Takuya had woven for his enemy. Once trapped, there would be no escape. This is the end for you, Uchiha. But just as he finished speaking, Kyōsuke vanished, only to reappear at various spots across the battlefield at high speed. One of the puppets, which had locked onto the kunai's position, was suddenly split into pieces by a flash of lightning that appeared right in front of it. Not far away, another puppet attempted to approach Takuya, but after just a few steps, its body shattered into pieces. What's happening? Takuya's eyes widened in disbelief. In a split second, half of the puppet army under his command had been wiped out. Only then did Otsutsuki Takuya realize that the enemy had been able to teleport by manipulating the flying kunai. Had the intel been wrong, or had the enemy's ninjutsu evolved? Both were possibilities, but the key issue was that his encirclement plan had failed. With the ability to move through coordinates, the puppet army he had set up in advance had lost most of its effectiveness. Unless he could drain Kyōsuke's chakra, Otsutsuki Takuya knew that no matter how many people he sent, he would never be able to trap the boy. Realizing this, Takuya recalled his remaining puppets and stepped into the open, baiting Kyōsuke into an attack. "Come on, let me see what other tricks you have." As he spoke, he and the puppets unleashed a barrage of green chakra bullets. His intention was clear, not allowing Kyōsuke any chance to rest and to deplete his energy as much as possible. This guy. Kyōsuke's heart skipped a beat as he seemed to sense the enemy's intention. Flying Thunder God Technique, Level 4. Not long ago, his Flying Thunder God Technique had reached Level 4, allowing him to capture moving coordinates. Its practicality had increased several-fold, and it could now be formally used in enemy engagements. However, the cost was still a bit too high for him at the moment, or else he wouldn't have to enter the Cursed Seal state to fight. Points, 76,860. After a round of fighting, his points had increased by about 1,000, which was a small gain. His chakra was running low, and continuing to fight forcefully, not only would he not be able to ensure a kill, but he would also likely face a situation where his chakra ran out. He didn't want to have to exchange for a chakra recovery potion, it cost 10,000 points, and just thinking about it made him feel reluctant. Flashing to the treetop behind him, Kyōsuke ignored the attacks that followed and locked onto a coordinate 2 kilometers away, teleporting there using the Flying Thunder God technique. The harvest today had been decent, and it was better to call it a day before the enemy arrived to surround him. They might have some new tricks up their sleeves. Time to make my escape. In the blink of an eye, the scenery changed, and Kyōsuke appeared 2 kilometers away. As soon as he showed up, countless chakra bullets flew toward him. Damn, these guys are relentless. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 91, that person is still alive. Thanks to his successful advancement of the Flying Thunder God technique, Kyōsuke managed to escape the encirclement unscathed. By the time he returned to the inn in the small town, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Ignoring the worried gaze of the girl with the bun hairstyle, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Mito was startled. After carefully checking his condition, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the boy covered in blood and grime, still wearing his shoes, she puffed up her cheeks in anger but reluctantly began removing his shoes and socks. Always fighting and killing, why does he have to push himself so hard? After wringing out a clean towel, Princess Mito imitated the maid's usual methods and began to carefully clean Kyōsuke's body. After an exhausting effort, she finally managed to wipe him clean. She intended to go out to rest, but considering that Kyōsuke was still unconscious, she decided to sit by his side, fighting off sleep to keep watch. Half asleep, Mito felt someone lifting her. Her subconscious tried to wake her up, but the familiar scent that drifted into her nose made her smack her lips and fall back into a deep sleep. This girl. Gently placing her on the bed and carefully tucking her in, Kyōsuke walked to the window and gazed at the moonlight outside, lost in thought. By his estimation, he had been asleep for about 6 hours. During this period, there had been no sign of any investigation from the Moon Clan. Perhaps they didn't want to, or maybe they couldn't. Either way, it seemed that Otsutsuki Sujito hadn't managed to fully control the Land of Rain. That makes sense. Someone hell-bent on destroying the shinobi world isn't likely to treat the people of the Land of Rain kindly. Reflecting deeply, Kyōsuke roughly pieced together Otsutsuki Takuya's plan. He had to admit, the combination of remote-controlled human puppets was indeed a viable way to completely block his Flying Thunder God escape routes. But unfortunately for them, no matter how meticulously they planned, they didn't anticipate that Kyōsuke's Flying Thunder God would evolve ahead of time. The ability to track moving coordinates meant it was now much harder to predict his landing points. With his extraordinary kunai-throwing skills, making the kunai curve mid-air was no problem at all. With the second stage Flying Thunder God, my actual combat power is already approaching the clan leader level. Unfortunately, age still limits my physical growth. Looking at the still sleeping little Kyōsuke, he sighed deeply, knowing the road ahead would still be long. The longer, the better. After enjoying the moonlight for a while, he returned to the bed and shifted the little bean sprout clutching the blanket further inside. Then he lay down beside her, continuing to recover his strength through sleep. The night passed without incident. Ah! A terrifying scream jolted Kyōsuke awake from his sleep. An enemy attack. Instantly unsealing his curse mark, he was surrounded by crackling lightning in less than a second, ready for battle. Looking around, however, he realized there was no abnormality in the room except for a furious bun-haired girl standing there, arms crossed. Glancing at his sleeping spot, Kyōsuke had a vague idea of what had happened. Before the little girl could explode, he quickly took the initiative, pointing at her and scolding loudly. "Can't you stay calm in a situation like this? We're in enemy territory. What if your scream attracted an enemy we couldn't handle?" Ah. Mito initially wanted to question him but quickly realized she might have overreacted. After all, when they were out in the wild, they often rested while leaning on each other. This was just a change of location to a bed, it wasn't worth making such a fuss. Feeling slightly wronged, she pursed her lips and replied sulkily, "Okay, I get it." Ruffling her messy hair, she left the room with her head down, intending to fetch some water to wash up. Seeing this, Kyōsuke let out a small breath of relief. What a gullible little girl. Scare her a bit, and she forgets everything. If she'd been given a chance to blow up, he wouldn't have had peace for a long time. Sometimes, the less you're in the right, the louder you need to be, he mumbled. Of course, he justified this strategy for himself but wouldn't tolerate anyone doing the same to him, unless they wanted to face his blade. His philosophy of roaming the ninja world was simple, conquer with morality. And everyone knew that about him. After tidying the room and disguising himself with the transformation jutsu, Kyōsuke left to have a hearty meal before continuing his hunting journey with Mito. Following the battle the day before, he noticed the Moon's clan had strengthened their human puppet patrols. Every time he entered their danger zones, enemies equipped with Byakugan would issue an early warning, summoning reinforcements to support them. Although this significantly reduced his efficiency, the Flying Thunder God technique remained powerful enough to let him escape before the enemy could encircle him. Slower progress in earning points was frustrating, but Kyōsuke wasn't in a rush. Each day, he teased Mito, killed some enemies, and lived quite comfortably. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since he arrived in the Land of Rain. He was on the verge of accumulating enough points to achieve a crucial power boost, Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan, an evolution of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit and perhaps its ultimate form. To awaken Mangekyo, one must endure profound emotional trauma, such as witnessing the death of a loved one, which would produce the special chakra needed for the evolution. The Mangekyo would enhance the original Sharingan's abilities but also grants 2 unique powers based on the user's traits. Abilities like Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Kamui, and others were diverse and each exceptionally powerful. Kyōsuke couldn't help but wonder what abilities he might awaken. Of course, such tremendous power came at a cost. The more one uses the Mangekyo, the faster its user approaches blindness. Only by transplanting another Mangekyo from a close relative or fusing it with high-level Senju cells, Hashirama cells, could one avoid losing vision. As for the regular Mangekyo, Kyōsuke planned to exchange points for it. After all, he wasn't about to kill someone he cared for. For the eternal Mangekyo, he had just the right relative in mind, his gullible older cousin, Uchiha Kaijun. Taijima thought he'd gained an ally, but little did he know Kyōsuke was eager to offer him a generous gift, one that would ensure Taijima put all his resources into grooming Uchiha Kaijun. "My dear clan leader, I'll be counting on you for my future eyes." With just a step remaining to reach the 100,000 point threshold, Kyōsuke decided to take a bold risk against his enemies. The bastard who had set up the ambush for him had lived long enough, it was time to turn him into a string of numbers on Kyōsuke's system panel. "Sigh, I'm just too kind. Even though I could have dealt with you earlier, I let you live for 2 more months. You're always too soft-hearted, too soft-hearted." Meanwhile, word of Kyōsuke's survival had silently spread throughout the shinobi world. While some were overjoyed, others were deeply troubled. Among them was Uchiha Kaijun, who had recently been promoted to deputy corps commander but hadn't had a good night's rest in days. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 92, Uchiha Kaijun, I've gained the power, hear the applause. A year ago, the news of Kyōsuke's death shocked many people. Among the mourners, the greatest impact was undoubtedly felt by his invincible corps. This corps, with a roster nearing 200 members, had most of its members mastering the Chidori technique, with 3 Jonin-level ninja boasting extraordinary strength. Such a force was coveted not only by clan leader Taijima but also by Uchiha Rei, who resided far to the south. It's easy to imagine the immense pressure placed on Izumi and Maya, the deputy commanders, during this time. Uchiha Rei, to maintain his image before his former subordinates, attempted a gradual approach, intending to dismantle the corps from within through persuasion and bribery. Uchiha Taijima, on the other hand, abandoned all pretense, going so far as to almost threaten Maya with a blade to force her to submit. Uchiha Izumi, being naturally aloof and inarticulate, often left Maya to manage most affairs whenever Kyōsuke was away. Upon hearing the news of Kyōsuke's death, the core experienced several small-scale upheavals. In the face of temptations of power and wealth, not everyone possessed the resolve to refuse. Especially since, without Kyōsuke, the future of the core was uncertain. Before long, some clan members began using various excuses to leave the core, severing ties with Kyōsuke's faction entirely. After several rounds of departures, the team dwindled to 135 members, with most defectors joining the clan leader's camp. Having tasted the benefits, Uchiha Taijima decided to take it further, issuing an order to dissolve Kyōsuke's core entirely, intending to absorb it fully. However, Taijima underestimated Kyōsuke's influence. Neither power nor wealth could sway them. How could a mere order compel the remaining 135 loyalists to submit? When faced with disbandment and reassignment, the entire core resisted to the end, vowing never to comply with Taijima's demands. In the first month, Taijima visited the core daily, offering warm greetings. He treated its members with more affection than his own two sons. In the second month, Taijima shifted his strategy to target their families. Families of the core members frequently received various resources, accompanied by promises extolling the benefits of aligning with the clan leader. By the third month, Taijima's patience had worn thin. He couldn't fathom why this group was so stubborn. It's just a dead man, why such unwavering loyalty? After all, loyalty didn't fill bellies. What Taijima failed to grasp was the reason behind Kyōsuke's unique influence. In any world, the concept of disciples surpassing their masters often led to hesitation in sharing power. This made Kyōsuke's actions stand out even more. Everyone knew how valuable Chidori was as a ninjutsu. When Kyōsuke offered to teach it freely, his subordinates couldn't believe their ears. It was akin to joining a company as a low-level employee, only for the boss to gift you shares in a publicly traded company. Such generosity inspired unwavering gratitude. For the remaining members, their sentiment was simple. The commander may be gone, but as long as we remain, the core lives on. Neither threats nor temptations could shake the ironclad resolve of the 135 members. Seeing his schemes fail, Taijima resorted to sending Kyōsuke's core to the front lines. In the western border of the Land of Fire, clans like the Fuma, Ataki, and Inuzuka were growing restless, frequently skirmishing with the Uchiha. Taijima's intent was clear: you think you're strong. Prove it on the battlefield. As the deputy leader, Maya couldn't outright refuse a war order, doing so would be considered treason. Reluctantly, she led the core to the western battlefield, engaging in a series of deadly battles with various clans. Without Kyōsuke's leadership, the core lost much of its former prestige. After half a year of warfare, the core had dwindled to just 105 members, 30 comrades had fallen on the battlefield. Though Maya earned the title Bloodstained Rose and their team was hailed as the strongest hundredman corps, those accolades couldn't bring back their lost comrades. Frustrated that his plans hadn't succeeded, Taijima set his sights on using Uchiha Kaijun to gain control of Kyōsuke's core. Yes, the very same cousin who had once plotted to harm Kyōsuke. After mastering the full version of Chidori from a traitor, awakening the three-tomo Sharingan fueled by hatred, and receiving 2 years of extensive training from a powerful mentor, Kaijun had grown formidable. While he couldn't compare to the legendary Uchiha trio, his strength far surpassed that of most ninjas his age. True to the Uchiha way of keeping dirty laundry hidden, only Izumi and Maya knew the true nature of Kaijun's relationship with Kyōsuke. Thus, Kaijun indeed had an opportunity to join the core as Kyōsuke's cousin, provided the two deputy commanders approved. However, Maya knew exactly what kind of person Kaijun was. Upon learning of his intent to join, she outright rejected him, citing his lack of strength. To her dismay, this played right into Kaijun's hands. Seizing on her words, he publicly asked whether defeating the two of them would earn him the right to join the core. Kaijun didn't forget to subtly imply their questionable backgrounds, reminding everyone that they had once been subordinates raised by Madara. In other words, we're all in the same boat. Cornered, Maya agreed to Kaijun's challenge. In their first match, Maya used her superior Jonin-level skills and genjutsu to defeat Kaijun easily. Before leaving, she told him they would fight again the next day. Returning to Taijima, Kaijun underwent intensive training targeting his weaknesses, focusing on genjutsu resistance, enhancing his cell activation with lightning-style techniques, and learning exclusive fire-style jutsu. Thanks to his innate talent and the Sharingan's memory retention, Kaijun's strength soared. By the time of their second duel 2 months later, the 15-year-old Kaijun narrowly defeated the Bloodstained Rose. But the pinnacle remained, Uchiha Izumi, the core's true second-in-command and a peak jonin. A few days later, Kaijun challenged Izumi but was thoroughly defeated. The gap between their levels was insurmountable. Frustrated, Taijima left Kaijun with a cryptic remark. If you can't win within 6 months, Uchiha Kochu will marry Madara. The mere mention of Kochu nearly caused Kaijun to erupt. Realizing Kaijun's deep love for her, Taijima played his final card, a mental lock forged from love and hatred. Kaijun began a grueling 6-month training regimen, pushing himself to the brink of death daily. Fueled by hatred for Kyōsuke and love for Kochu, his growth defied all expectations. When Kaijun re-emerged, drenched in bloodlust, no one recognized the man he had become. Facing Izumi again, Kaijun declared, "One match to decide it all. If I lose, I'll disappear from your lives forever." Izumi agreed without hesitation, and the two clashed in an intense battle. The fight was ferocious. Izumi's experience countered Kaijun's sheer determination. Both unleashed Chidori in a high-speed, long-range collision. Though Izumi maintained a chakra advantage, a surprising twist occurred. "Kaijun, you can do it." Kochu's voice pierced the tension. Kaijun's veins bulged, and his Sharingan erupted with rage. With a deafening roar, he overwhelmed Izumi, standing victorious by sheer willpower. But before Kaijun could savor his triumph, someone burst in, shouting, "Everyone! Big news, Commander Kyōsuke isn't dead." Kaijun's triumphant shout abruptly ceased. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 93, Hashirama's marriage proposal. Kyōsuke is still alive. The astonishing news spread swiftly throughout the entire Uchiha clan. At the same time, it was like a resounding slap to Uchiha Kaijun, brutally reminding him that no matter how hard he tried, he would never measure up to that person. Why? Why now of all times? Why do you have to come back now? Puffed. Uchiha Kaijun spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. When he finally woke up, the proud and spirited man he once was nowhere to be found. It was as if the news of Kyōsuke's return had shattered Kaijun's vitality entirely, leaving him utterly devoid of the will to move forward. At least, Maya thought so. To her, it seemed as if Kaijun had completely lost his edge, to the point where he even ignored the orders of Uchiha Taijima. How dare a mere speck of dust challenge the sun and moon? Maya thought to herself. No matter how hard Kaijun tried, in her eyes, he would never be worthy of comparison to him. If he insisted on defiance, the only result would be the complete destruction of his self-confidence. Yet, only Uchiha Kochu understood the truth. Her boyfriend wasn't broken but was instead using his passive behavior to conceal his true sharpness. When he reappeared before the world, it would be in a way that would leave everyone stunned. Somewhere on a desolate battlefield in the land of fire. Tiger, hare, dog, ram, dragon. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Invisible blades of wind came hurtling forward. Uchiha Madara smirked disdainfully, dodging effortlessly with a few swift movements, closing the gap between him and his opponent. Ducking to evade an incoming slash, Madara didn't even bother drawing his weapon. Instead, with a quick knee strike followed by a spinning kick, he easily subdued his opponent. Applying slight pressure with his hand, his foe let out a groan of agony, unable to bear the force. "Do you also wish to dance?" Madara's icy gaze bore into the men. Lately, he had noticed an unusual influx of Wind Country shinobi within the Fire Country's borders. This strange occurrence piqued his curiosity. Perhaps things were even more dire in the land of wind than in the land of fire. The Senju and Uchiha were overwhelmingly powerful, forcing most clans to maneuver around them in a tense political game. The land of wind was different. With over a dozen major noble clans of similar strength, their battles were exceedingly fierce. They couldn't even manage their own turf, yet had the gall to invade the land of fire. Fools who've grown tired of living. At this moment, Madara's appearance had changed significantly compared to a year ago. Whatever he had experienced, it had transformed his entire demeanor. In short, Madara was increasingly becoming the legendary ghost of Uchiha of the shinobi world. Just as he was about to probe his opponent's memory to uncover their recent activities, another wave of Wind Country shinobi appeared in the distance. Among them were even a few puppets. To Madara, the so-called puppet techniques of the Land of Wind were nothing more than children's toys. As for this battle, ridiculous. What adult would seriously fight with a child's plaything? With his black hair fluttering slightly, the next moment, an intense sea of flames consumed all the enemies. Fire release, majestic destroyer flame. Such a dull fight. Madara's expression was somber as he reminisced about the battles with Hashirama. Those intense clashes, where his adrenaline spiked and his focus was pushed to its limit, were the kind of battles he yearned for. Everyone else was just a distraction to pass the time. With the war between the Uchiha and Senju concluded, it meant the Uchiha clan wouldn't engage in conflicts for a long time. Even the mighty Senju couldn't defeat them. If other clans joined the fray, wouldn't it just be suicide? On the other hand, Kyōsuke's presumed death had dealt a significant blow to Madara. For the first time, he found himself desperately seeking power. Whether to change the clan or protect those he cherished, Madara needed power surpassing everyone else's. Rejecting his younger brother's request to accompany him, Madara shouldered his belongings and set off alone on a journey through the shinobi world. Perhaps guided by fate, but he, too, ended up at a bounty exchange run by Black Zetsu. Through battles with formidable foes, he relentlessly honed his strength. At some point, Madara began to notice something peculiar. His chakra seemed to grow at an almost visible rate. Its rapid increase even left him astonished. He was no longer the same as he had been a year ago. If he faced Hashirama again, Madara felt confident he could defeat him within 3 minutes. "I can't wait to meet you again," he muttered, a flicker of excitement breaking through his cold exterior. Only the thought of that man could soften his icy facade, a change even Izuna couldn't bring about. Picking up his long blade, Madara casually decapitated a corpse and strolled in a specific direction. Soon after, he arrived at a rusty wall inside an old toilet, suppressing his irritation as he forced it open. "Asshole," he grumbled, though it wasn't clear who he was cursing. Entering the bounty exchange, Madara handed over the blood-stained head as proof of his kill. Just as he was about to leave, the manager suddenly pulled out a sealed envelope. "You still owe me 50,000, the manager said with a sly grin, resembling a scheming weasel. Hearing this, Madara slowly turned around, his voice icy cold as he replied, "Are you saying I owe you 50,000 to buy your coffin?" "Ah." Feeling the oppressive killing intent enveloping him, the manager swallowed nervously and forced a smile as he waved his hand. "What I mean is, I've got some information here that I think will definitely interest you." As he spoke, he lifted the envelope in his hand. In truth, if anyone else had dared to act this way, they wouldn't have left this place alive today. But since Madara appeared, many bounty hunters had already set their sights on him. After all, Uchiha Madara's name was infamous, perpetually listed among the top-ranked bounties. Many dreamed of claiming his head for the prize. And yet, a year had passed, and despite dozens attempting to take him down, Madara still walked openly and unscathed. As for those who sought the bounty, needless to say, they all became victims of his blade. Sigh, power is everything. "I admit defeat, you're the boss," the manager repeatedly consoled himself in his heart. "Better to bend than break," he told himself, recalling his mother's wisdom. Madara eyed the envelope in the manager's hand and, after a moment's thought, casually pulled out some money. Since the other party had spoken with such confidence, there must be something of value. If the information proved valuable, it would be worth the price. But if the intel turned out to be unworthy? Hey, his money wasn't that easy to take. Ripping open the envelope, Madara gave it a brief glance. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of fury erupted, filling the room with oppressive energy. He's alive. He's really alive. The manager, cowering behind the counter, began trembling uncontrollably. Amid his terror, an odd realization surfaced. The young man before him suddenly felt alive. Not in the sense that he had been lifeless, but rather, there was now a faint human warmth radiating from him, a quality he'd lacked before. "Please, I beg you, just leave already," the manager thought, silently cursing his own greed. "Thanks." To everyone's disbelief, the so-called ghost of Uchiha actually uttered a word of gratitude with a smile. Damn it. Was this a genjutsu? Ignoring the stunned expressions of those present, Madara unleashed a fire release technique, blowing open an exit before dashing off in the direction of his clan. After a year, it was finally time to return home. That bastard dared to roam freely outside without him. Once found, Madara resolved to give him a thorough beating. Thinking of Kyōsuke's body flicker technique, Madara hesitated briefly before deciding to call in Izuna as well. With the two of them together, they'd surely be able to bring Kyōsuke to his knees, crying for mercy. Meanwhile, at the Senju clan. Damn it. That bastard's still alive. Senju Butsuma tore the letter apart, his gaze seething with volcanic rage. During his period of coma, his younger brother had been killed by that very individual. To make matters worse, Senju Nobunaga had become the laughingstock of the Land of Fire. Ambushing and attempting to kill a 10-year-old was already a despicable act. Yet, the boy's body was never recovered, and instead, Nobunaga himself had been struck down by a lightning release technique so devastating that his corpse had to be pieced back together painstakingly by others. Such a grudge, how could Butsuma endure it? Initially, he had blamed the entire Uchiha clan for this tragedy. Now, with this twist of fate, it turned out the boy who was ambushed had survived. Smashing his desk with a punch, Butsuma roared, "That damn Uzumaki Ashina. Can't even confirm if the target's dead or not. I'll." Standing nearby, Senju Tobirama also felt a surge of anger, but he remained far calmer than his father. "Father," Tobirama interrupted Butsuma's tirade, hesitating slightly before asking, "Should we still continue discussing Big Brother's marriage?" The truth was, Tobirama's frustration mirrored his father's. The Uzumaki clan's duplicity infuriated him. They sought the protection of the Senju but refused to commit fully to their battles. Years ago, if not for Uzumaki Ashina deliberately delaying their efforts, they might have crushed the Uchiha clan entirely. With the Uchiha forced to retreat, Taijima would have had no choice but to dedicate all his forces to defense. Who knows? The Senju might already be ruling the Land of Fire by now. To Tobirama, the Uzumaki clan was an unreliable ally, but his father clearly didn't share the sentiment. Sigh. After venting his rage, Butsuma finally calmed down. The marriage arrangements remain unchanged. The Uzumaki clan is exceptionally strong and can aid us in defending against the Land of Water's invasions. With them as allies, we'll have no worries on the battlefield. But big brother. Tobirama glanced at Hashirama, who had remained silent. As his younger brother, Tobirama knew well that Hashirama had no desire to marry. However, due to his unique status, Hashirama was destined to become a pawn in the Senju clan's efforts to forge alliances. After all, what better show of sincerity than having the future clan leader marry one of your daughters? The Uzumaki clan, thoroughly convinced of this goodwill, would undoubtedly become a loyal ally, dedicating themselves to the Senju's grand ambitions. Get everything ready, Butsuma said with a rare smile as he turned to his eldest son. Once you return from the Huga clan, I will officially send the betrothal gifts to Uzumaki Ashina. Uzumaki Mito is a good girl. She'll make an excellent wife and support you in the future. Hashirama cast a glance at his father, then sighed deeply, nodding reluctantly. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 94, Kyōsuke's Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. The border of the Land of Rain, by the river. Lighting a bonfire and skewering fish on bamboo sticks, Mito planned to celebrate the long-awaited clear weather. With food, drink, and a place to sleep, the princess with the bun hairstyle was content. Unfortunately, that person was not by her side at this moment. What's his deal? He could have just gone back and called for reinforcements, but no, he had to wander into the enemy's base for a thrill. There was a hint of complaint in the girl's voice. It was clear that she wasn't too happy about Kyōsuke taking such risks. The shinobi world was vast, and space-time ninjutsu was not invincible. Mito feared that Kyōsuke would develop a habit of underestimating the world's strongest. Such an attitude could easily lead to life-threatening consequences. Sigh, he never listens to me. Such a willful child, ha ha ha. Mito sat by the river, entertaining herself. Meanwhile, the child she spoke of, Kyōsuke, was heading alone into the enemy's stronghold. We, as a clan, bear the mission of cleansing the shinobi world. Do not waver. Do not fear. As long as you stand with me, no foe shall ever block our path. Otsutsuki Takuya stood on a high platform, his voice passionate and inspiring. Below him, a crowd of Otsutsuki clan members raised their arms, cheering in unison. The scene resembled a certain kind of sales rally. If only there were rhythmic applause to make it complete. Clap, clap, clap. The peculiar sound of applause quickly drew everyone's attention. Looking toward the source, they found a young man clapping enthusiastically. For some inexplicable reason, his clapping rhythm seemed to perfectly match the atmosphere. Under his influence, a group of people unconsciously began to clap in sync. What's going on? Even Otsutsuki Takuya was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, I'm giving a motivational speech here. I should be getting hoarse cheers, not synchronized clapping. Yet, strangely enough, it didn't feel too bad. As he followed the crowd's gaze, the figure of the young man came into focus in Takuya's vision. You're... The former rebel leader's face showed complete disbelief, as though he had seen a ghost. Uchiha Kyōsuke. You've got some nerve. The name alone sent waves of shock rippling through the gathered crowd. Before anyone could react, Kyōsuke's Kusanagi sword flashed out of its sheath, and a dazzling bolt of electricity burst forth among the gathered enemies. Uchiha style, Chidori scatter. System notification, killed a Chunin-level ninja of the Moon Clan, earned 280 points. System notification, killed a Genin-level ninja of the Moon Clan, earned 75 points. System notification, killed a Genin-level ninja of the Moon Clan, earned 90 points. There are not many opportunities left to rack up points, Kyōsuke sighed as he used Flying Thunder God to escape the encirclement. Just as he left his previous spot, a barrage of green projectiles bombarded the area, engulfing it completely. What a rude welcome. A mocking smile appeared on Kyōsuke's lips as he released his curse mark. Behind him, a pair of fleshly wings unfurled. Ignoring the swarm of puppets soaring towards him from the horizon, he flapped his wings and soared straight into the sky. Boom. The terrifying roar of thunder gradually drew everyone's attention. The Land of Rain, perpetually shrouded in rainy weather, was the ideal battlefield for the lightning-style Kirin. Why had he been holding back all this time? The reason was simple: if he acted too soon, the enemy would be alerted and have time to prepare. Instead of using the technique blindly, it was better to wait for the perfect moment. The thunder sounds. Unusual, Otsutsuki Takuya noted warily, his body tensing as he retreated swiftly toward the rear. This was their main stronghold, and it was impossible for the enemy to have set up space-time coordinates here. With that in mind, Takuya felt confident he wouldn't be the target. Smart move, Kyōsuke murmured, ignoring the retreating enemy commander. He raised a hand and fired a beam of Chidori into the sky. Utilizing the Sharingan's insight, he successfully manipulated the natural lightning within the clouds to converge. Meanwhile, on the ground, the battle continued fiercely. The countless green chakra orbs blasts lighting up the sky were dazzling, a sight that would undoubtedly make for a stunning performance at a celebration. Raindrops pattered softly against Kyōsuke's skin as he slowly raised his left hand. The electric charge in the air resonated with the lightning beast he was summoning, making him appear like a deity wielding the power of heavenly thunder. Majestic, solemn, and terrifying, his very presence inspired awe and dread. "Vanish under the roar of thunder," he declared. "Lightning style, Kirin." With a slight motion of his hand, the lightning beast descended in an instant, annihilating the enemies in the plaza. The terrifying roar of the strike alarmed every member of the Moon Clan. What happened? Otsutsuki Sujito emerged from his chamber, irritation evident on his face. Before long, a subordinate arrived to report the situation. When Sujito heard that the Takuya's unit had been ambushed, his expression darkened, as if he had just swallowed something foul. An attack on Takuya's battalion? How many enemies are there? Sujito demanded sharply. According to our scouts, only one person came. For a brief moment, Sujito felt like killing the subordinate standing in front of him. Charging into enemy territory alone, does that person have a death wish? Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, his expression darkened, and he asked, could it be Uchiha Kyōsuke? It's him. Humph, I knew it, Otsutsuki Sujito sneered dismissively. Without hesitation, he issued orders, surround the area within a 3-kilometer radius from where he appeared with puppets. Today, I'll ensure he cannot escape, no matter what. Touching the bandages on his face, Sujito seemed to have found the perfect target for testing his new abilities. Using the corpses of the Huga clan as vessels, the Tenseigan inherited from his ancestors had finally begun to show signs of awakening. Though still in its embryonic stage, upon replacing his eyes with it, he discovered they granted him incredible powers. He had been seeking an opportunity to test it, and now, that brat from the Uchiha clan had foolishly delivered himself to his doorstep. You chose death yourself, you've no one to blame, Otsutsuki Sujito remarked coldly, setting off for the battlefield. By the time the thunder ceased and the dust settled, the plaza had already turned into a ruin. Under the devastating power of the lightning release, leaving an intact corpse was a luxury. Let alone escaping with one's life in mere fractions of a second. In the distance, Otsutsuki Takuya stared in disbelief, utterly shocked. Never had he imagined the enemy would unleash such a horrifying technique. What should we do? Retreat, someone suggested. No. After using a technique of this magnitude, his chakra reserves must be nearly depleted. Kill him. Avenge our fallen comrades. What Otsutsuki Takuya didn't know was that the true difficulty of the Kirin technique lay in creating the thunderclouds. Guiding the clouds to form the lightning beast, however, required only a minimal amount of chakra. By current estimates, Kyōsuke still retained at least 90% of his chakra reserves. As the massive casualties among Takuya's forces caused numerous flying puppets to fall from the sky. Seeing this, Takuya clasped his hands together abruptly. Countless green beams, like homing missiles, surged toward the fallen puppets on the ground. Divine mechanism, 100-style maneuver. Behind him, hundreds of human puppets hovered menacingly in the air, a true display of strength befitting a rebel leader. Among the members of the Moon Clan, any truly exceptional individual was capable of crafting and controlling the spiritual energy sphere. By implanting these spheres into corpses and using a special refining technique, they could craft human puppets retaining 80% of the deceased's original strength. Outstanding members of the Moon Clan were thus inevitably a skilled puppet master. In fact, these spiritual spheres could even be implanted into living beings. However, the requirements were too demanding, placing a heavy burden on the user, which is why it was rarely seen in normal circumstances. The 100 human puppets circled above like dark clouds. Anyone would feel the pressure, but Kyōsuke kept his head lowered, seemingly lost in thought, not revealing what was going through his mind. Ugh, it hurts. An extremely cold chakra surged toward his eyes like a tide. At the same time, a violent aura suddenly surged from his heart, causing Kyōsuke's thoughts to spiral into chaos. Uchiha Taijima, kill. Senju Butsuma, kill. Black Zetsu, kill. Uzumaki Ashina, kill. Kill, kill, kill. At that moment, Kyōsuke finally understood the madness of those who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan before him. He now realized why Sasuke was so fixated on his own path. Why Obito abandoned his emotions. Why Itachi wielded the blade against his own clan. Why Madara pursued the destructive Moon Eye plan. It was because the amplification of negative emotions through the Mangekyo Sharingan was simply too terrifying. Kyōsuke had once believed himself to be relatively free of inner darkness. But after exchanging points to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, countless painful memories flooded his mind like a tape being rewound. In other words, he was starting to lose control. Don't mention the people with whom he already had gaps in his relationship, even Uchiha Madara and Hashirama's images flashed through his mind. He could barely hold back the urge to immediately kill the two of them and turn them into filler for his point pool. Fortunately, Kyōsuke had used points to complete the exchange. If he had hesitated even a little bit and chosen to open his eyes using negative emotions, his personality would have definitely changed drastically. As his ocular power deepened, his thoughts would have become more and more extreme. A lightning release Kirin directly pushed his points to a total of 100,000. Without any hesitation, Kyōsuke immediately chose to exchange for the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the scene he had just experienced appeared. Deactivating the cursed seal and slowly landing on the ground, he finally managed to suppress the boiling negative emotions inside him. Slowly raising his head, 6-pointed star patterns of varying lengths appeared in his eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan, activated. Image. Author note. Happy New Year. Confetti ball. Wishing you a fantastic year ahead filled with happiness, love, and all the good things life has to offer. May 2025 bring you exciting new opportunities and unforgettable moments. Best wishes. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 95, Kyōsuke's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. In the system panel, the points section now showed only around 600 points, which was the poorest he had been in recent years. It feels like bankruptcy, Kyōsuke muttered as he pulled out the Kusanagi sword stuck in the ground. With the evolution of the Sharingan, his ocular power instantly increased by 6 or 7 times, and his perceptiveness improved significantly. The enemy's Tsukigakure puppet technique could conceal the spiritual energy orbs inside the puppets, which Kyōsuke had not been able to detect before. Now, he only needed to sweep his eyes slightly, and the energy orbs appeared in his sight, glowing like light bulbs. 100 puppets, huh? What a spectacular sight, he thought. He wondered who was stronger, Otsutsuki Takuya or the future Sasori of the Red Sand. After thinking for a moment, he believed it had to be the latter. Puppets were never meant to be used in direct combat. The uncanny techniques brought by the mechanisms, along with the deadly poison coating them, are the puppeteer's most lethal tools for taking down enemies. Choosing to face the enemy head-on would probably lead to one outcome. In the blink of an eye, Kyōsuke appeared not far from the enemy, skillfully dodging the light bullets. The attack seemed dense, yet he effortlessly avoided them. Chidori surged through the sword's blade, and the explosive sword light instantly pierced through several puppets' bodies. Uchiha style, sword leap thunderclap. The attack method is too simple. Even without the Sharingan, it's easy to dodge. What once required effort to deal with, the puppets now seemed no different from toys in the hands of a child when faced with the Mangekyo Sharingan. What? Otsutsuki Takuya's face changed dramatically. He suddenly realized that the enemy seemed to be able to pinpoint the weaknesses of each puppet accurately. By destroying the energy orbs, the puppets naturally lost their ability to move. But he couldn't understand how the enemy had suddenly become this powerful. No wonder he dared to come alone. He must have found a way to crack the Tsukigakure puppet technique. Realizing this, Otsutsuki Takuya subtly began to retreat. Trying to escape, Kyōsuke created 3 shadow clones, each starting to slaughter the puppet army from different directions. One key reason why Takuya's puppet is not as good as the Red Sand Sasori's puppets is that the Moon Clan places too much emphasis on taijutsu. They overlooked one crucial aspect. The most valuable feature of human puppets is their ability to perfectly replicate the ninjutsu and Kekki-Igenkai the individual possessed in life. Abandoning this meant that the Tsukigakure puppets severely lacked effective methods for dealing with enemies. What's more, during chaotic battles, one also had to be cautious of the green chakra blasts accidentally harming allies. Of course, the key factor here was that Kyōsuke had the ability to see through enemy movements and the agility to evade all forms of encirclement. If it had been anyone else, they would have been overwhelmed long ago by the relentless barrage of green chakra blasts. Flipping midair to dodge the figure lunging at him, he planted both feet on its body, using the recoil to launch himself swiftly toward the enemy. You arrogant fool. Otsutsuki Takuya was furious. It would have been one thing to fight him on the ground, but now, facing the flying Tsukigakure puppets, this man actually dared to jump into the sky. He clearly had no idea he was bringing death upon himself. With a thought, a group of human puppets closed in rapidly. Before Kyōsuke could even land, enemies appeared on all sides, front, back, left, right, and even below him. Die. Otsutsuki Takuya's expression was filled with madness, eager to witness the young man's death. The unpredictable spacetime ninjutsu and the lightning-based jutsu that had wiped out so many of his clansmen had placed immense psychological pressure on him. However, no matter what Kyōsuke had done in the past, nothing prepared Takuya for the scene that unfolded next. The human puppets that had surrounding Kyōsuke raised their hands, green chakra glowing brightly in their palms. But in the next moment, as if losing their minds, they suddenly turned and followed their original trajectories, flying back the way they came. This meant that there was no longer any obstacle between the two from clashing. With no time to think further, Takuya, who was on the verge of life and death, gathered a basketball-sized chakra orb with all his might. You bastard, I am Otsutsuki Takuya, the man who will one day rule the earth. I will never die here. Takuya's words seemed arrogant, but they couldn't hide the despair in his tone. Kyōsuke didn't even bother responding. With the cursed seal spreading, he entered the second stage once again. Black lightning rapidly gathered around him. If the enemy wanted to clash, he was more than willing to oblige. Go to hell with your foolishness. Wailing Chidori. The black lightning-covered hand chopped down, colliding squarely with the incoming orb of light. A terrifying energy storm erupted. While Kyōsuke's chakra might not be as strong as his opponent's, the cursed seal allowed him to continuously absorb natural energy from the surrounding. As long as his body didn't collapse instantly, he wasn't afraid to clash with any enemy. On the other hand, Otsutsuki Takuya, who had initially been in a stalemate, quickly realized how powerless he was. He knew he was about to lose the battle, but there was no fear on his face, only a sinister smile as if he had successfully tricked his opponent. Idiot, you've fallen for it. Such an intense energy clash would undoubtedly cause a violent disruption to the chakra throughout the body, making it impossible to use any spacetime ninjutsu. But it was different for him. Controlling the Tsukigakure puppets didn't require manual manipulation. It didn't matter if he couldn't win personally, the remaining dozens of puppets would take care of the enemy. You're the one who should be going to hell, Uchiha Kyōsuke. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky full of light bullets began to close in on the young men. Indeed, as Takuya had said, Kyōsuke couldn't use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape at this moment. In the past, he might have used his cursed seal wings to withstand the attack, but he was now entirely different. I've already tried the ability of my right eye. Now, it's time to try the dojutsu of my left eye. The irregular six-pointed star glowed faintly, then began to spin rapidly. End. Crimson blood flowed down his cheek, indicating that the burden of the ocular technique was even heavier than Kyōsuke had anticipated. Fortunately, its effect was just as terrifying. The green chakra bullets, which would have hit their target in the next second, began to slow down uncontrollably. It wasn't time stopping, but rather a significant slowing of their speed. The closer the energy blasts got to Kyōsuke, the more their speed slowed down, making it increasingly obvious. It was as if no matter how hard they tried, they would never be able to reach the young man's body. Boom. Takuya's chakra orb exploded, and the wailing Chidori shot straight ahead, easily tearing through the enemy's chest. As he was dying, Otsutsuki Takuya couldn't understand why he had lost. System notification: killed Otsutsuki Takuya, gained 7,400 points. An elite Jonin-level opponent, a decent catch. Kyōsuke hadn't wasted his time coming here to defeat him. Dispersing the Chidori, Kyōsuke activated the Flying Thunder God to leave the spot, and only then did the chakra orbs return to their normal speed. Damn. Kyōsuke clutched his blood-flowing left eye, briefly thinking he was going to lose his sight. Even Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu wouldn't cause such terrible consumption in just a few seconds. Looks like I should avoid using my left eye ability too much. The ocular technique significantly slows down the flow of time around himself, with the effect being stronger the closer the enemy is. As long as his eye power was strong enough, no attack, even from 10,000 years ago, could reach him. This is the true, absolute defense. Before Kyōsuke could even enjoy his brief moment of triumph, the blood dripping from his cheek seemed to remind him. The more powerful the dojutsu, the heavier the burden it places on the user. Slowing down a kunai is one thing, but slowing down a falling Tengai Shinsei meteor is an entirely different level of strain. Not wanting his eyes to go blind too quickly, he figured it was best to avoid attacks when he could. His right eye's dojutsu, called reversal, can reverse the time of non-living things within a specific area. For instance, when the enemy tried to use the Tsukigakure puppets to surround him, Kyōsuke activated his right eye's technique, causing the puppets to lose control. Although reversal could not affect living things, it can change matter to influence the state of living beings, thus indirectly healing damage to living things. For instance, if someone were stabbed to death or roasted alive by fire, Kyōsuke could reverse the time of the material to heal the damage done to them. It was said that the abilities awakened by the Mangekyo Sharingan reflected a user's inner obsession or desire. However, Kyōsuke never expected his dual eye abilities would be related to time manipulation. Why? Kyōsuke tried to analyze his inner feelings, but found no clear answers. Looks like it's time to call out my little buddy. Shaking his head with a smile, he opened the system panel and checked his current points. Points, 11,286. With the points back over 10,000, his financial troubles were temporarily eased. At crucial moments, this could be a lifesaver. After putting the Kusanagi sword back in its sheath, Kyōsuke looked around, seeing the bodies of countless human puppets everywhere. Some had been destroyed by him, while many others were mere lifeless shells, having lost control. Killing them wouldn't yield any points, but Kyōsuke still released a fire release technique to burn all the puppets to ashes. With just my own strength, I can't possibly fight against the entire Otsutsuki Tsukigakure clan. I should return to the clan first. Just as Kyōsuke was about to turn and leave, his expression suddenly changed. Boom. A massive rock, as large as a small mountain, fell from the sky, crushing the already damaged plaza beneath it. In the distance, Otsutsuki Sujito slowly descended from the air, his gaze filled with indescribable anger. Yes, he didn't particularly like Otsutsuki Takuya, but in order to unite the Tsukigakure of clan, he needed his power. He never expected that this attack, which he hadn't paid much attention to, would end up with that man dying at the hands of this kid. It didn't matter if Takuya had died, but how was he supposed to lead the rebellious branch families now? It's all because of him. Everything is his fault. His eyes, glowing faintly, immediately locked onto Kyōsuke, who was on the move. He raised one hand, and a terrifying pulling force immediately took control of Kyōsuke's body. Damn it, Kyōsuke thought, surprised, as he was sent flying. Isn't this Nagato's Bansho Tenin, universal pull? This guy can use it too. Repulsion and attraction are the basic abilities of the sage's eyes, involving both the Rinnegan and Tenseigan bloodlines. Previously, Otsutsuki Sujito hadn't been able to exert much power, and Kyōsuke had thought something was wrong with his eyes. But now, after more than a year, he never expected Sujito had figured out how to use the Bansho Tenin technique. Looks like I'm not the only one making progress. Kyōsuke activated his spacetime ninjutsu and broke free from the Bansho Tenin. Feeling the little chakra left in his body, Kyōsuke decided not to continue fighting. Using the kunai he had left as markers for Flying Thunder God, he quickly left the battlefield. As for the enemies closing in, he effortlessly dodged what seemed like unavoidable attacks with his second stage Flying Thunder God technique. Next time I come back, I will erase the Tsukigakure clan from the face of the earth. Behind him, Otsutsuki Sujito was fuming with rage. Not this damned spacetime ninjutsu again. One day, I'll rip your head off. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, I'm back. At night, Mito lay asleep in the carriage, snoring softly, while Kyōsuke could not fall asleep no matter what. Bang. 2 shadow clones appeared, and he smiled as he handed over 2 flasks of wine. Come, drink with me. Clone number 2 took the flask and gulped down a large mouthful. Wiping the wine off his mouth, Clone 2 leisurely spoke, now that you've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, you've truly entered the ranks of clan leader level powerhouses. Get yourself familiar with both eye techniques and try to awaken the third evolution. At that point, you'll be able to take another step forward. That's true. Clone 3 said with a silly smile, looking like an irrelevant listener. Even so, Kyōsuke still felt a sense of comfort in his heart. Even if they were just fixed shadow clones, they made him feel like he wasn't alone. He had too many secrets that he couldn't share with anyone. The system, points, Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki, and even the fact that we live in a world built from a manga, he could never tell anyone these things. Too many unspeakable secrets filled him with a sense of loneliness he couldn't suppress. He even resisted others getting too close, fearing that he might accidentally expose the secrets in his heart. At that moment, he seemed to understand why he had awakened 2 time-related abilities, the end and reversal. Yes, it's time to begin the next phase of work. Kyōsuke murmured, first, I need to find a way to solve the problem of eye power consumption. Of course. Clone number 2 picked up the conversation, saying indifferently, the seed has already been planted, when it blooms and bears fruit depends on your effort. By the way, the spectator clone number 3 weakly chimed in, when someone asks you why you awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Right, we should find a suitable reason. As they thought, the 3 of them looked toward Mito, who was still snoring in the carriage. Look, the reason is right in front of them, isn't it? That night, Kyōsuke and the 2 clones talked a lot. From how to defeat the Senju, to the power structure for establishing Konoha. Whether or not it was productive, but he hadn't felt this at ease in a long time. Before he knew it, the negative emotions from unlocking the Mangekyo slowly dissipated, not having a significant impact on Kyōsuke's mental state. The next day, Mito was pleasantly surprised to find that the Kyōsuke she was familiar with had returned. Hey, Kyōsuke, how about we go to the land of hot water and soak in a hot spring? Princess, do you know how far the land of hot water is? What's there to worry about? With Flying Thunder God, it's only a 2-day journey. You make a really good point. Unable to resist the constant nagging from the bun-haired princess, Kyōsuke reluctantly agreed. Using time-space coordinates he had set up many years ago, the 2 crossed most of the Land of Fire's territory in a single day, successfully reaching the hot springs before nightfall. How did you get in here too? Come on, this is a mixed-gender bath, you know. But I. Little Bean Sprout, without looking at your hair, I couldn't even tell if you were male or female. What are you worried about? Perverted, Kyōsuke, I'm going to kill you. The pleasant time quickly ended, as something happened that forced Kyōsuke to cut his vacation short. There were rumors that the ninja army of the Land of Rain had mobilized. In a single night, they forced the families of the Hatake and Ino-Shika-Cho to flee. Additionally, the Fuma clan had allied with external forces and began a large-scale sweep of the family factions on the border of the Land of Fire. Wherever these two groups went, nothing was left alive. No ninja clans, not even ordinary towns, were spared from their ruthless attacks. This wasn't a war between ninjas, it was a large-scale massacre aimed at the entire Land of Fire. Northwest of the Land of Fire, at the frontline outpost of the Uchiha clan. Inside the tent, Uchiha Taijima sat firmly in a high position. On his left was the returned Uchiha Madara, and on his right was Uchiha Kaijun, whom he had been grooming. The other legion leaders were seated in order as they discussed how to deal with the Land of Rain. The Hatake and Ino-Shika families had been defeated, and the Fuma clan had betrayed them. The next to be affected was inevitably the Uchiha clan. Moreover, they had heard that the enemy could use corpses to create lifelike puppets. This meant that if they couldn't wipe them out in one fell swoop, the enemy's power would only grow stronger. If the Land of Rain massacred the tens of thousands of people on the borders, things would become truly troublesome. "All right, let's hear your thoughts," Uchiha Taijima said, clearly displeased. He was so close to bringing Kyōsuke's army under his command, but at a critical moment, news came that the main person was still alive. It was like finally getting into the friend's house for a drink, only for the wife to call and say she would be home in 10 minutes. One word, it completely killed the mood. The clan leader maintained a serious face, and no one dared to act recklessly. No one wants to become Taijima's victim. Reluctantly, Taijima turned his gaze to his son, "Madara, what do you think?" "It's simple," Madara said, his silent eyes scanning the room, exuding an inexplicable pressure. "We should make a preliminary contact with the enemy. At the very least, we need to figure out who they really are. What do you think, Kaijun?" Taijima turned to the right, seemingly intent on grooming this person as a potential ally to his son. Unfortunately, Uchiha Kaijun had long seen through his intentions and understood the importance of biding his time. Seeing the clan leader ask, he gently bowed and smiled, saying, "The suggestion from the young clan leader is excellent. I fully agree." Useless. Taijima cursed inwardly, suspecting that Kaijun was frightened by Kyōsuke. He's not even back yet, and they're already like this. If he actually shows up, they'll probably be too scared to even breathe in his presence. After thinking for a while, Taijima looked toward the farthest seat in the tent, Uchiha Maya. "How about we leave the mission to gather intelligence on the enemy to you?" "No need for such trouble," a voice suddenly rang out from outside the tent. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Some were excited, some resentful, while many had eyes filled with ambiguous emotions. "My lord." Without caring about the clan leader's disgusted expression, Maya suddenly stood up and knelt toward the direction of the voice. Not just her, the entire camp started murmuring excitedly. Kyōsuke-sama, Kyōsuke-sama is back. Heaven bless the Uchiha clan is saved, Lord Kyōsuke is alive. Great. You're finally back. With Kyōsuke-sama leadership, victory will certainly be ours. Kyōsuke had driven off the 3 ninja art clans, forced the Uzumaki clan army to retreat, and killed Senju Nobunaga. His accomplishments were deeply remembered by most of the clan members. Amid the cheers that echoed through the lookout camp, Kyōsuke lifted the curtain and smiled as he helped Mayako to her feet. "You've worked hard this past year." "My lord." Maya's eyes glistened with tears, her voice choking. "Take a seat. We'll talk about everything later." After comforting his most loyal subordinate, Kyōsuke ignored the others' eager greetings and walked steadily to the front. He fixed his gaze on Taijima, who was forcing a smile, and silently turned his attention to Uchiha Kaijun, who remained silent. "Could you move a little? You're sitting in my spot." Image. Chapter ends. Black heart, white heart. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Did you get lost after I told you to leave? As soon as the words were spoken, all the Uchiha in the room widened their eyes in disbelief. They had all heard, to some extent, about Uchiha Kaijun's challenge. Everyone also knew that when Kyōsuke returned, he would definitely seek out an explanation from Uchiha Kaijun. The problem was, the clan leader was still present. To tell the deputy commander of his army to get lost in front of everyone, how could that not be problematic? Only Uchiha Madara at the back had a slight smile flash across his face. He hasn't changed at all. At the main seat, Uchiha Taijima's smile faded a little. Even when disciplining someone's dog, you must consider their owner, and Kyōsuke's actions clearly showed that he did not take Taijima seriously. However, Taijima was not as angry as one might expect. In fact, there was a hint of secret pleasure in his heart. The more arrogant the young man acted, the more reasons he would have to target him later. Not to mention stopping them, this clan leader would rather have the younger generation fight each other to the death. Uchiha Kaijun was aware of the malice surrounding him, but he was in a difficult situation now. Resist. He knew he was still no match for Kyōsuke, and there was no way they could fight to the death. No one would allow such a thing to happen. So, he had no choice but to obediently step aside. Sigh, Uchiha K let out a light sigh in his heart, then raised his head and calmly shook it. Perhaps you could change seats. Huh. Kyōsuke's expression remained unchanged, but he felt a slight sense of doubt. He felt that his cheap cousin seemed a little different. Had it been before, Uchiha Kaijun would have likely put on an attitude of, don't underestimate the young, showing clear hatred from the bottom of his heart. But a year had passed, and the person who hated him the most seemed to have changed entirely. On the surface, he had become the symbol of arrogance and dominance, while Uchiha Kaijun now seemed to possess the patience of a more mature and powerful individual. Well, maybe that's exactly what's happening. A sarcastic smile curled at the corner of Kyōsuke's lips. Uchiha Kaijun's patience was commendable, but Kyōsuke was never one to follow the rules. Patience, huh? Don't underestimate the young, huh? Fine, let's see how long you can keep it up. ZZZZT. No one could have predicted it, but Kyōsuke actually made a move in front of everyone. The violent Chidori flow overturned Uchiha Taijima's tent, and with his index and middle fingers pressed together, a dazzling Chidori sharp spear shot straight toward the enemy's chest. The killing intent was chilling. In that moment, Uchiha Kaijun finally realized that the gap in their strength was far greater than he had imagined. Even if he teamed up with Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Maya, the three of them together might not be able to match this immense power. In just a year, how could he have become so terrifying? Blood sprayed from his shoulder as Uchiha Kaijun barely avoided being pierced through the chest by the lightning blade. He stumbled to the ground, quickly forming hand seals, and a piercing screech suddenly echoed through the camp. Kyōsuke shook his head, openly displaying mockery on his face. With your level, you dare to use Chidori in front of me. The strike that injured Uchiha Kaijun was actually because he had activated the effect of his cursed seal. Without that, Uchiha Kaijun would have had enough strength to hold his ground. Originally, Kyōsuke had planned to teach him a small lesson and leave it at that. But unexpectedly, this idiot actually tried to use a stolen jutsu in front of him. If he didn't give him a proper beating, people might start thinking Kyōsuke was someone easy to push around. Of course, he had to come up with some excuse to make it look justified. Uchiha Kai, you stole my jutsu and even injured several of my subordinates. Today, I'll personally teach you a lesson. Kyōsuke, maintaining the curse mark state, his face now marked with black symbols, gave off a dangerous and mysterious aura. Without needing hand seals, lightning crackled around his palm, far surpassing his opponent's power. Both pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan activated simultaneously, drawing gasps from the surrounding clansmen. They're both incredible. Indeed, but Kyōsuke-sama is clearly superior. I agree. The title of one of the Uchiha trio isn't just for show. Honestly, I'm more curious about that black marking on his face. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two Chidori techniques collided with a deafening crack. Uchiha Kyōsuke. At this point, Uchiha Kaijun knew there was no point in hiding anymore. Even though the chances were slim, he still wanted to make one last attempt. However, after just 3 seconds of clashing, his disadvantage became glaringly obvious. What is that energy inside him? Through the Sharingan, he could clearly see an endless flow of energy surging into Kyōsuke's body. This energy was being broken down and refined into a unique chakra under Kyōsuke command. This was outright cheating. On the other side, clan leader Taijima also realized that something was wrong. No matter what, Uchiha Kaijun was still under his command. Allowing him to be defeated so publicly would damage his authority as clan head. Realizing this, Taijima's chakra exploded beneath his feet, and he quickly rushed to the front of the two men. How dare you? Stop this immediately. Though Taijima's words seemed aimed at stopping the fight, the force of his attack was clearly directed more at Kyōsuke. If Kyōsuke didn't withdraw, that punch alone could leave him bedridden for days. Cunning old fox, Kyōsuke muttered, his voice laced with disdain. At the critical moment, he slowly closed his eyes. An eerie scene unfolded, causing even Uchiha Madara, who had been watching with interest, to change his expression. Father, stop. He wanted to speak out to stop it. However, before anyone could make sense of Kyōsuke's behavior, they noticed something unusual about Taijima's attack. Something's not right. The onlookers quickly realized something was amiss. It wasn't just the speed of his punch that slowed down. At this moment, Uchiha Taijima seemed as if he had been struck by a weighted boulder jutsu, his entire body moving with an unusual sluggishness. Taijima's heart tightened abruptly, and he instinctively stepped out of the range of the unusual jutsu's influence. Strangely enough, the moment he took a step back, the oppressive weight on his body vanished without a trace. It was as if everything he just experienced had been an illusion. As he prepared to strike again, Taijima finally noticed something unusual. His eyes. A six-pointed star, irregular in shape pattern, was now clearly visible to everyone. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Realizing this, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Only the crackling sound of the Chidori clash continued to echo in the air. Boom. In the end, Uchiha Kaijun was defeated in the clash, but at this point, no one was paying attention to him anymore. The Mangekyo Sharingan, after the chaos of the family's internal conflict, no one had awakened such supreme ocular power for decades. No one expected Kyōsuke, who had narrowly escaped death, to deliver such a shocking revelation. You. Taijima's face turned from pale to flushed and back again. Clearly, his mood was anything but pleasant. With the camp now destroyed, holding a meeting was out of the question. Unwilling to watch Kyōsuke bask in triumph, Taijima stormed off in frustration. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 98, Will You Marry Me? With the meddling clan leader gone, everyone finally felt a bit more at ease. The appearance of the Mangekyo Sharingan was too astonishing, and everyone was eager to understand its origin. Years ago, all information about it had been strictly sealed within the clan. Now, only rumors circulated, and their authenticity was impossible to verify. Some said that awakening the Mangekyo required talent. At the very least, one needed to awaken the three-tomo Sharingan before the age of 20. Others claimed that the Mangekyo could only be obtained by consuming the blood of close relatives. The most absurd rumor suggested that only offspring born of close kin could possibly awaken this legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Facing everyone's inquiries, Kyōsuke found it difficult to give a straightforward answer. If he revealed the truth and people started killing their kin only to fail to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would become the clan's scapegoat. That was precisely why this information had been so meticulously suppressed in the past. Otherwise, everyone in pursuit of power might slaughter their loved ones until none remained, rendering the Uchiha clan extinct without any outside intervention. After a brief moment of thought, Kyōsuke gave a tactful explanation. To awaken the Mangekyo, one must endure extreme emotional turmoil. A surge of overwhelming negative emotions triggers a peculiar energy in the brain, causing the three-tomo Sharingan to evolve further. He avoided mentioning anything about killing loved ones and also left out the fact that one's ocular potential determined whether they could ascend to the Mangekyo level. As for the idea of triggering emotional distress, every Uchiha who had unlocked the Sharingan understood this. It was essentially stating the obvious. Without getting the answers they desired, the crowd was unwilling to let Kyōsuke leave so easily. Kyōsuke, how did you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Someone finally asked the key question. The moment these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. From behind, Mito, who had been secretly eavesdropping, perked up her ears. Only now did she realize that Kyōsuke had awakened an advanced version of the Sharingan. No wonder he dared to infiltrate the enemy camp alone. He had been testing his new abilities. She had to admit, she was growing increasingly impressed with Kyōsuke. Even if she couldn't guess the full truth, she could deduce his motivations with surprising accuracy. However, she could never have expected that she herself would appear in the story he was about to tell. About a year ago, I was lured into a trap set by the enemy, Kyōsuke began. Uzumaki Ashina, Uzumaki clan leader, joined forces with Senju Nobunaga to ambush me. I let my guard down and was attacked by a fake Mito. It was only after narrowly escaping that I realized I had awakened the Mangekyo. Kyōsuke recounted the events briefly, but to those listening, every word carried a chilling weight. Uzumaki Ashina, one of the Land of Fire's top-tier powerhouses, known for his unparalleled expertise in sealing techniques. Senju Nobunaga, a familiar and despised adversary, an old schemer constantly devising ways to harm others. The combined strength of those two was truly terrifying. No one present here dared to claim they could escape alive. This kind of courage, to face death and emerge alive, is that the key to awakening the Mangekyo, someone speculated, resolving to find an opportunity to test the theory. While the men admired Kyōsuke's bravery, these words struck a completely different chord with Mito. No, that's not it. His awakening wasn't because of the trap, she thought. Countless Uchiha have faced life-or-death situations, yet none of them awakened the Mangekyo. Kyōsuke mentioned an enemy capable of impersonating me, someone who carved seals that blocked the Flying Thunder God technique. So, the emotional trigger for his awakening. Was it because I attacked him? Plop. Tears streamed down Mito's face as she sank to the ground, her body trembling. Hugging her knees, she cried uncontrollably. She knew she shouldn't disgrace the Uzumaki clan by showing such weakness in the Uchiha camp. But no matter how hard she tried, the emotions surging within her were impossible to suppress. It's all my fault. It's because of me that he's been wandering alone for a year. To think, I mean that much to him. Ahem. Uchiha Madara cleared his throat, interrupting the crowd's questions. Kyōsuke has just returned. Let him deal with his own affairs first. As he spoke, he gestured toward the distance and left with the other legion leaders. Puzzled, Kyōsuke turned and soon noticed Mito sitting on the ground. Quickly, he approached her and draped his cloak over her shoulders. In a gentle voice, he asked, "What's wrong? Did someone say something hurtful to you?" He assumed someone harbored resentment toward the Uzumaki clan and had taken it out on Mito at the camp. Harboring hatred was one thing, but Mito was his person. Insulting her was an insult to him. Though Kyōsuke hadn't caused enough trouble yet, this would have been the perfect excuse to act. But no matter how much he asked, Mito just shook her head, refusing to say a word. Kyōsuke even began to wonder if Uzumaki Ashina, far away in the land of whirlpools, had passed away. If that really were the case, I suppose I'd feel a little comforted. With a helpless shake of his head and a faint smile, Kyōsuke bent down and scooped up the young girl. Ignoring the curious and judgmental gazes of those around him, he carried her back to his own camp with an air of calm indifference. At the entrance, 105 ninjas stood in orderly formation. At the front were Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Maya, the two commanders. When Kyōsuke's figure appears, all 107 individuals drop to one knee in unison, their faces filled with excitement. Kyōsuke had already heard about the situation from others. Even he hadn't expected this group to remain so loyal to him. As for those who had left, he didn't hold much of a grudge. Everyone has their own path, and besides, at the time, he had indeed been declared dead. Leaving wasn't an issue. At least those who departed could secure better futures for themselves. But the one truly deserving of resentment was clan leader Taijima. To force the legion into submission, he repeatedly sent Kyōsuke's subordinates to the most dangerous missions. 30 lives, 30 loyal comrades, had been lost in a year of grueling battle. Someday, Kyōsuke would settle this debt with Taijima. A blood debt must be repaid in blood. Thank you all for your hard work over the past year. Kyōsuke nodded to the crowd, his expression solemn as he made a vow. You have not failed me, and I, Kyōsuke, will not fail you. He took out a set of meticulously compiled ninjutsu notes and the summoning contract scroll for Ryuchi Cave, entrusting them both to Uchiha Izumi for safekeeping. From this day forward, every member of my division may study the ninjutsu recorded on these scrolls. As for the summoning contract, anyone who earns your approval may sign it freely. With the exception of the Flying Thunder God technique, nearly all of Kyōsuke's techniques were documented in those scrolls, even the Cursed Seal technique, though its high learning requirements meant it would take most people years to master. Thank you, Lord Kyōsuke, the group shouted in unison, their faces glowing with renewed hope. The sight stirred profound emotion in all who witnessed it. Yet, among the many faces, one stood out with a hint of awkwardness, Mito, cradled in Kyōsuke's arms. She didn't even need to look to know how many eyes were fixed on her at that moment. When they finally returned to the tent, she exhaled a long breath, her tense body gradually relaxing. Seeing this, Kyōsuke smiled faintly and was about to leave when her soft voice stopped him. Kyōsuke, will you marry me? Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 99, Uchiha Izuna's Challenge. 3 days later, Uzumaki Mito was preparing to say her farewells and leave. The purpose of her runaway escapade was to confirm Kyōsuke's safety. Logically, she should have already decided to return to the land of whirlpools, but for certain reasons, she had been reluctant to leave. Now that she had appeared openly at the Uchiha clan's outpost, it was only a matter of time before word spread. Not wanting to incite another war between the two clans, the only option left for Mito was to leave as quickly as possible. I'm leaving now. Standing at the entrance of the camp, the young girl swayed her twin buns playfully, her large eyes fixed on the boy with a mischievous glint. Take care on your way. Kyōsuke responded, glancing toward Uchiha Izumi and the special escort squad he had specially assembled. Each member of the team was an elite, not only highly skilled but also proficient in the Chidori technique. Combined with his specially crafted, alert talisman, they were more than capable of ensuring the little girl's safe return to the land of whirlpools. The alert talisman, resembling a small satchel, would send a signal to Kyōsuke no matter the distance when crushed. Thanks to time-space coordinates scattered throughout the land of fire, he could swiftly reach any location, allowing him to pull off seemingly impossible rescue missions. Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure Lady Mito's safety with my life, one of the team members declared. Good. Kyōsuke nodded, signaling with his eyes that they could depart. Everything that needed to be said had already been discussed over the past 3 days, there was no need for more parting words now. At least, that's what Kyōsuke thought. Mito, however, had a different plan in mind. What could she do? With how popular Kyōsuke was among the Uchiha, she couldn't bear the thought of something unexpected happening to him while she wasn't around. Outwardly, she nodded and turned as if preparing to leave, but her large eyes darted mischievously around, searching for someone. Before long, a sneaky figure appeared in the distance. It was Maya. She handed a large megaphone to the Uzumaki princess before retreating quietly back the way she came. Of course, she didn't go far. After all, she had been looking forward to what was about to happen for days. Ahem. Mito raised the megaphone Maya had prepared, took a deep breath, and shouted. Kyōsuke. You must hurry up and marry me. Her voice, amplified by the device, echoed across the entire camp. You must come and marry me. Come and marry me. Marry me. For a moment, the entire camp fell into an eerie silence. Uchiha Taijima, who had been eating, froze. Madara, instructing his subordinates in training, froze. Uchiha Izuna, rushing back to camp, froze. Even Kaijun, who had remained behind closed doors for the past 3 days, froze. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button on the entire Uchiha clan. Everyone collectively wondered who was brave enough to say something like that. Hee, now no one will dare make a move on him, the twin bun princess smirked with satisfaction before tossing aside the megaphone and bolting into the distance. Back in the camp, Kyōsuke covered his face with his hand, thinking it might be best to avoid showing up for a while. Those legion commanders had notoriously sharp tongues. While he prided himself on his wit, he wasn't confident enough to fend off all their banter. If it were about debating with a bunch of busty women, I might stand a better chance. Unfortunately, the calm was short-lived. Before Kyōsuke could recover from the embarrassment of the public proposal, someone barged into his tent with great fervor. Haha, so you're really not dead after all. The visitor was none other than Uchiha Izuna, returning from his training journey. At the Uchiha camp's rear mountains, in the training grounds. Sigh. Feeling the unusual stares from those around him, Kyōsuke let out a deep sigh, lamenting his misfortune. He was genuinely glad about Izuna's return. Along with Uchiha Madara, the three brothers reunited, enjoying a long overdue moment of camaraderie with hot pot and songs. It was as relaxing as could be. But of course, Kyōsuke had to ruin it by casually asking Izuna about his training progress, leading to the current situation. Perhaps sensing Kyōsuke's casual attitude, Izuna crossed his arms in imitation of his elder brother, and spoke with smug confidence, you better watch out. If you lose to me, it'll be a disgrace. Don't worry, that won't happen. TCH, if you've got the guts, don't use your Mangekyo. Fine, no Mangekyo. The kid had grown up, he even knew how to use reverse psychology now. Kyōsuke wasn't planning to use the Mangekyo anyway. The power of those eyes was far too valuable to squander needlessly. While Mangekyo's ocular power could gradually recover over time, each use without proper replenishment would decrease the upper limit of his total visual capacity. When that limit was reached, symptoms like blurred vision would start to appear. For a friendly spar, there was no need to go all out, especially since Izuna might not even be strong enough to warrant such measures. Don't underestimate him, Kyōsuke, Madara suddenly said with a chuckle. As soon as the words left Madara's mouth, Izuna appeared right in front of Kyōsuke, raising his blade and delivering a terrifying slash. Uchiha style, flaming sword slash. So fast. Kyōsuke instinctively activated his Sharingan. Unleashing his Chidori blade, he managed to block the sudden attack, albeit barely. It was at that moment Kyōsuke realized Izuna was no longer the little kid he could easily brush off. In the original storyline, Izuna was hailed as an enemy who barely showed any weaknesses. Even Tobirama Senju, who mastered techniques like Flying Thunder God, Shadow Clones, and Edo Tensei, couldn't gain the upper hand against Izuna until he reached his second stage of mastery. This alone spoke volumes about Izuna's extraordinary prowess. Interesting, Kyōsuke murmured, releasing a burst of chakra to force Izuna back. He then unleashed Chidori Sharp Spear, a 5-meter-long lightning blade that shot toward Izuna in an instant. However, with a nimble roll, Izuna easily dodged the attack. This guy is incredibly agile. Kyōsuke frowned, his amazement growing. Izuna's flexibility and agility were remarkable. Combined with his refined swordsmanship, he could counter almost any attack. Most importantly, Izuna's proficiency in fire release was even greater than Madara's. As Kyōsuke used the body flicker technique to dodge attacks, he couldn't help but ponder a question. What exactly was Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan ability? During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Senju Tobirama once praised Sasuke, saying he had never seen such a powerful Kagutsuchi. This implied Tobirama had encountered the technique before. Given Tobirama's mastery of water release, Izuna must have possessed Kagutsuchi to be able to fight him to a stalemate. This particular ocular technique allowed the user to manipulate all flames, including Amaterasu, and extinguish them while simultaneously enhancing their power. A remarkable ability, Kyōsuke thought with a smile, its boost to foundational strength is significant. As he mused, Kyōsuke casually tossed a specially designed kunai. Flying Thunder God. Izuna tilted his head in confusion, wondering if Kyōsuke had lost his mind. Given his understanding of the technique, such an attack seemed childishly simple. Swish. Kyōsuke's figure vanished along with the kunai. By the time Izuna realized what had happened, a slash had already appeared across the front of his clothing. The match was decided. Kyōsuke had won. Image. Chapter ends. Black heart, white heart. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Madara, help me pass a message to Hashirama. Confidently stepping forward to issue a challenge, only to be effortlessly taught a lesson. Unable to find a way to counter the Flying Thunder God technique, Izuna likely wouldn't have the courage to challenge Kyōsuke again anytime soon. This is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous, Izuna muttered in frustration afterward. You can move with the kunai, doesn't that make you practically invincible? To this, Kyōsuke simply smiled and shook his head, choosing not to explain further. Izuna's perspective was still too limited. While Flying Thunder God was a remarkable jutsu, it was far from invincible. Spacetime ninjutsu was a standard tool for the true Otsutsuki lineage. Figures like Kaguya, Ishiki, and Momoshiki all possessed incredibly potent spatial abilities. Unlike the Flying Thunder God, they didn't need pre-marked coordinates. They could teleport with just a thought and even create their own dimensions. The Otsutsuki clan, who traveled across the universe and leaped between star systems, relied on this innate ability. In terms of convenience and battlefield utility, the ability known as Yamotsu Hirasaka far surpassed the Flying Thunder God. Even so, it was still difficult for such abilities to have a decisive impact at the highest levels of combat. The stronger a ninja's abilities, the more terrifying their reflexes and evasion skills. Take Might Guy's 7th Gate, for example, it couldn't even touch Madara Uchiha's cloak. Teleportation might be instantaneous, but the process of appearing, targeting, attacking, and landing the hit took time. For anyone below the Super Kage level, these steps would happen in the blink of an eye, making it nearly impossible to counter effectively. However, at the Super Kage or even 6 Paths level, the gap between those steps would give opponents enough time to counterattack. Izuna's concept of invincibility was limited to his current understanding, essentially within the scope of clan leader level combat. At higher levels of combat, he lacked the knowledge and experience to grasp what it entailed. For example, Madara, observing from the side, shared Izuna's admiration for Kyōsuke's progress but didn't entertain any thoughts of Flying Thunder God being invincible. While powerful techniques are essential, they only provide a strong foundation for a ninja, not a guaranteed path to ultimate success. In a word, power ultimately came down to the individual rather than their jutsu. Many Uchiha possessed Sharingan, but how many reached the legendary heights of the clan's elites? Many people could use water release techniques, but no one wielded it as sharply as Tobirama. In the new era of Konoha, countless trained in the 8 gates, but none could replicate Might Guy's devastating technique. Kyōsuke had defeated Izuna with the Flying Thunder God as a lesson to prepare him for future encounters with Tobirama. Even if Kyōsuke discarded his Mangekyo Sharingan and didn't use Flying Thunder God, he would still have defeated Izuna. Why? Because he was Uchiha Kyōsuke, simple as that. After discussing the recent match, Kyōsuke turned to Madara and asked, "What's your next move?" "What else?" Madara sneered, clenching his fists. "If the enemy comes, we defend, if they want to die, we'll grant their wish." From his tone, it was clear he didn't take the Tsukigakure clan seriously. "That won't do." Kyōsuke sighed and began sharing the intelligence he had gathered. The strength of the Tsukigakure clan. Were they powerful? Undoubtedly. No single clan could face them alone. Not to mention, there was the involvement of the treacherous Fuma clan. With their mastery of creating human puppets, the enemy had no fear of prolonged warfare. Even if the Uchiha could hold their ground against the Tsukigakure clan, prolonged battles would only strengthen the enemy's forces over time. This didn't even take into account Kyōsuke's suspicion that Otsutsuki Sujito had already mastered attractive and repulsion forces. In other words, he was essentially a stronger version of the Deva Path Pain. This granted him pseudo-super Kage-level strength. On the battlefield, such a figure would be a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. Kyōsuke would never allow the Uchiha to face such an enemy alone. As Kyōsuke finished explaining, the room's atmosphere grew heavy. Izuna's mouth hung open, and he looked at him in disbelief, asking, "You're not just trying to scare me, are you?" "He's not," Madara said, frowning deeply, clearly troubled by the enemy's strength. "I didn't expect the enemy's strength to be this formidable." But then, noticing Kyōsuke's calm demeanor, Madara suddenly smiled. "So, what's your plan?" "Hey, it's simple," Kyōsuke replied with a sly grin. "We need to find someone willing to, someone heroic enough to defend the Land of Fire." Though Kyōsuke didn't spell it out, both brothers instantly understood who he meant. The Huga clan, located on the other side of the Land of Fire. What kind of secret dealings did Kyōsuke have with the Huga? For some reason, Huga Tenjin, the cunning leader of the Huga clan, had previously gone to great lengths to support the Uchiha. Now, when Kyōsuke mentioned needing allies, Madara and Izuna's first thought was the Huga. But things are different now. There's intelligence suggesting that the Senju have been in frequent contact with the Huga recently. Hearing this, Izuna glanced at Madara with a helpless expression. Sure enough, the next words confirmed his suspicions. Just a few days ago, Hashirama visited the Huga as a clan heir. There's a high likelihood they'll form an alliance. If Hashirama was personally involved, the odds were high that the alliance would succeed. At that point, their former allies might turn into enemies. Noticing the gleam in Madara's eyes, Kyōsuke guessed that, if not for the urgent war preparations, Madara might have personally gone to the Huga himself. What his intentions would have been, whether to disrupt the Senju's plans or for some other reason, only Madara knew. After a brief silence, Kyōsuke suddenly spoke with certainty, "It's fine, the Huga will definitely be involved in the upcoming defense." "Are you that confident?" "Of course, but I'll need to visit them personally." Huga Tenjin wouldn't refuse. After all, he coveted the Tenseigan more than anything else. On the moon, where the enemy held the advantage, Tenjin couldn't do much. But now that the enemy was in the ninja world, there was no way someone like Tenjin would remain idle. By visiting the Huga, Kyōsuke could not only secure their support but also disrupt any alliance between the Huga and the Senju. No matter what promises Hashirama made, nothing would be more tempting to Tenjin than the Tenseigan. Given the circumstances, the Huga's refusal to ally with the Senju was almost guaranteed. "A perfect plan," Kyōsuke said with a grin. "And it'll give me a chance to check in on an old friend." Beside him, Madara seemed lost in thought, his expression unreadable. If he could, he probably would want to switch places with Kyōsuke. But unfortunately, Taijima would never allow his son to take such a risk, a fact Madara knew all too well. With a sly smile, Kyōsuke leaned closer and teased, "Got any messages you'd like me to pass on to Hashirama?" Madara shot him a sideways glance before smirking. "As a matter of fact, I do." Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart.